Volume 3, Prologue. TL, start of a new volume, so recap to an extent. Prologue. The Bonsium Kingdom's capital city, Central. Befitting of the capital city of the empire, it was a metropolis brimming with people. It said that all the people and products of the country gather there, but looking at its difference in scale from the other cities, one would have no choice but to accept that fact. Central was a city filled with a mix of pretty main roads and old and gloomy back alleyways. In a place like that, I, the idiotic noble brat of Dalian, Lyle Walt, my former fiancé Novum Forxes, and the one who became comrades with us in Dalian, a city nice to newbie adventurers, Aria Lockwood made a stop on our travels. From my position as a noble's son, I made a complete change, became an adventurer, and went to the capital to prepare to head to whatever town we would set as our next home. While Central was in the center of the country, it wasn't a city friendly to adventurers. It's because they couldn't have their scarce job market be put to feeding said adventurers. The public safety was maintained by the soldiers and knights, so there was barely anywhere left for adventurers to get a turn. Even if work did come up, it would be for a well-known adventurer taking on the work of some noble or merchant. The rest of the lot could only barely scrape by. In a city like that, masses of people came and went, and the streets were well cared for. In order to migrate to another part of the land, it was quite a convenient place to stop by. With bright brown hair tied in a side ponytail, Novum was sitting drinking after-meal tea in the store we stopped by for lunch. Her pale skin and violet eyes seemed to suck one in. If there was anything I had to brag about, it would be this well-put-together former fiancé Novum. But perhaps she was a little too devoted, as she was truly trying to actualize the harem plan I voiced as a lie. As perfect as she was, could it be there was something out of place somewhere? Novum, and the other. With red hair grown out to her back that curled up out of habit, there was Aria. We met when I was to subjugate a bandit brigade, and from then, she started taking action alongside us. The comrade we gained in Dalian. The two girls and I, the three of us were seated around a round table at a snack food shop. After finishing our meal, we started to talk about the information we had gathered. I went up first. I'd gone around and looked at the weapons and armor, but I still think it may be a bit too early for us to head to the free city of Bime. The shopkeepers all informed me that before going there, I better pile up some more skill. Bime was a city ruled by merchants, and its abundance of jobs made it an easy place for an adventurer to live. But at the same time, the areas out of the scope of merchants had a tendency to have a lack of public order. Without enough experience, if we were to head to Bime, then young adventurers like us would soon be looked upon as prey. The possibility was high. I have the confidence to get back at whoever would do such a thing, but raising a ruckus wouldn't be to my advantage. Novum agreed. I am the same. I was shopping with Aria-san, but it sounded like Bime will be rough. Our lack of numbers is another problem they spoke of. For adventurers, a group of 3 was on the lesser side. Numbers are power, and that alone would make an opponent hesitate to play their hand. However, teenage adventurers with scarce numbers like us had a tendency to be targeted. Aria was the same. They told me that a young girlie like me shouldn't set foot in there as an adventurer. A large number of mercenary brigades set up residence there, and there are plenty of people there who shouldn't be approached. It was definitely true it was an easy place for adventurers, but the sack of public safety was just as true. But for adventurers, heading to Bime was an unavoidable trial. A majority of famous adventurers received their calls to fame while working there. Of course, it's not like my end goal was to succeed as an adventurer. More so, I didn't have a goal in general. I simply worked as one in order to live, and the earnings weren't all too bad. But I don't plan on going on like this. Since it's come to this, we'll put Bime on hold. Even if we're to go, it would be better if we gathered up numbers first. Anyways, we just need to join in a party with adequate numbers. As I said that, Novum showed some disapproval. It's not rare for parties of 2 or 3 to act together. Many adventurers cooperate on jobs, and don't get involved with each other in other matters. But it looks like Novum was opposed. I'm against it. The leader of this party is Lyle Sama. But speaking to our age, both you and I are but of 15 years. If we are to link with another group, we will definitely be treated as inferiors. And Aria whispered something unrelated. I'm 16, you know. Is that so? I'm counting on you from here on as well, Aria-san. It looks like Novum wouldn't allow anyone but me to be the leader. In the city of Dalian, our experienced advisor taught us quite a few things. In a period of 3 months, we hammered the experience that would build our foundations into our bodies. But in the end, it was but the foundations. If merging with another party is impossible, then, the only option left is to invite people into our own. Do you think there are that many adventurers who want to enter our party? We were all generally young. Rather than the prime of our lives, we were in the prime of our growth. If they buy into our future prospects, perhaps our comrades will increase, but the usual pattern is that it's the party with greater numbers that takes in the younger members in order to increase the power of the next generation. Parties made up of only young people don't have it that easy. Considering that, should we just head to the City of Scholars? Audiobooks has a large library, and I've heard it has numerous private schools and training halls. There are campuses for study, and they take in a wide variety of youths. Hearing that, it sounded as if going there would be like commuting to school. I'm the same, but Novum was born into a noble house. Starting with reading and writing, she's received a proper education. Arya didn't have problems with the 3 Rs either. For argument's sake, she even committed etiquette to heart. So we'll be applying to learn specialized fields? It will be hard to find the time and money for that. I've no intention to commute to a school for years. As I said that, Novum shook her head. There is no need for us to enroll. They call out to those who've graduated formal education, and those aiming to find adventurer work in the City of Scholars as well. Satisfied with that, Arya nodded a few times. Come to think of it, the leftover kids of imperial nobles also enroll there. Like second and third sons not succeeding their houses, or second and third daughters and the like. You often hear of them going to get some skills to carry out governmental work. Of course, there are also some stories of them failing, and changing to adventurers or mercenaries. Novum took over Arya's explanation. If there are youths there with an extent of knowledge, experience and technique, then how about we try recruiting at Audiobooks? We aren't in any sort of hurry, so we can even study while doing guild work. Hearing that, Arya started talking as if she had remembered something. Audiobooks is the City of Scholars, so I heard in the past that they were full of really strange requests. Also, there are plenty of adventurers there like us. Searching for comrades, or staying in order to search for a party. Those sorts of people are numerous. Having heard both of their opinions, I began considering whether it was best to set out there. There, a voice came from the blue jewel hanging on my neck. Jewel, they recorded the single skills that manifested in individuals, and transmit them. As a gem, this one recorded a total of 8 skills. The jewel was a tool that held the function to teach the stages of a skill a gem could not, and also whatever other useful applications the skill held. The blue one in my possession had a characteristic of causing support class skills to emerge. The red rem around Arya's neck was for Vanguard class. And yellow gems recorded Rearguard class skills. Hers was a gem, but once they turn to jewels, a large change comes about. Library, is it? In my time, the City of Scholars wasn't a thing. I think it was Town of Sages? It was called a gathering of bigoted old men back then. The one I heard was the 3rd generation. The 3rd generation head of the provincial noble Walt house, Slay Walt's voice. Right. The memories stored in the memories of the skills, their hearts, those were what transmitted the ways to use the skills. Of course, that wasn't just a good thing. Silky blonde hair that hung down to his shoulders. While the Walt house currently held count status, back in the 3rd generation's time, it was at Baron level. From the lowest knight class, it was just 1 rank higher. He was a man who left his name in history as one who safeguarded the retreat of a king, but I can't think of this person as anything so righteous. He looked stylish, and he was always smiling. With blonde hair and blue eyes, he looked like a good-tempered older brother. That was the impression he gave off. Following on from the 3rd generation, I heard the 4th's voice. You really do love books. If only you ran your internal affairs with so much zeal when you were alive. On the 4th's remark needed with sarcasm, the 3rd laughed. It's best to take everything in moderation. Also, even if I didn't do it, I had subordinates for that, and all we had to do was work based on the 2nd generation's plan. Despite the 3rd generation being the first one to carve the Walt family's name into the history of the Bonsium Kingdom, he truly seemed to have a carefree personality, and he didn't seem to hold interest in anything. His interest in domestic affairs and war was particularly light. Really, why was this man called such a righteous general? As I thought that, Novum seemed worried about me. Her expression looked dark. What's wrong, Lyle-sama? Are you feeling all right? In comparison to Novum's worried words, Arya was cold. It's because you stay up so late at night. It's because you say things like that. Her face was tinted red, but I shot back. Things like that? More so, I slept quite early yesterday. The only time I stayed up so late was the night we arrived here. What's more, the one who looked sleepy the next day was you, Arya. I returned those words, but Arya's reaction was strangely sharp. Whose fault do you think that is? Whose? By the way. The people around me cannot hear the voices from the jewel. I'll also put this out, but there are as many voices in the jewel as there are people who had their skills recorded into it. There are 7, no, there were. Now, the 6 ancestors talk with me like this. But the others can't hear them, so it's quite troubling a lot of the time. The hunter-styled second generation spoke. Let me add on that generations 2 through 4 showed heavy favoritism towards Novum. But Arya was different. What a noisy woman. The 6th voiced his agreement. Quite right. And in the end, my grandfather, the 7th generation, closed the matter. Whatever the case, if Bime sounds impossible, then isn't Arumsas good enough? I'll bet the 3rd generation wasn't to read his books, but wouldn't it just be fine to head to Bime after gathering your party there? I mean, the knowledge and technology of the City of Scholars is known not only throughout Bonsium, but the surrounding countries as well. Sometimes noisy. Sometimes acting up to deplete my mana and make me collapse. Sometimes giving me advice. My ancestors. I took their opinions into account and let out my conclusion. That sounds nice. It will be safer than traveling to Bime, and it seems it would be for our sake. To put it more specifically, it's like past personalities just reside in the recorded skills. That's all it is, but the jewel even recorded their hearts. It's truly troublesome, yet I can only be thankful to them. Anyways, once we've finished our preparations, let's set off for Arumsas. Lyle-sama, we'll have to book a coupled carriage ticket. Novum holds down Arya and recommends the purchase of a ticket. A coupled carriage is, well, a series of carriages coupled together. That's all it is, but by that, goods and people can be carried en masse. Using magic tools, it became possible to decrease the fatigue and increase the strength of the horses. It was one of the common transportation methods linking large cities and towns. Got it. If we're preparing now, would a departure tomorrow be fine? I sought confirmation from the 2 of them, and Novum and Arya both nodded. Novum was smiling. Arya was averting her gaze with a flushed face. Did I really do something to her? I thought whether I had done something bad to Arya, but the 4th, who repeatedly told me to handle women with the utmost caution, let out a sigh. For you to truly not notice. Lyle, maybe it really is best if you go off and learn a few things. I thought. And that's why we're going to the City of Scholars, isn't it? Aboard a coupled carriage from Central, we headed for Arumsas. The roads for the trip were well maintained, and with stops at the towns we passed through, we were able to arrive in 5 days. If we were on a normal carriage, or on foot, it would take much more time. We crossed the walls encircling the city, and were surprised from the make unlike the towns and cities we had visited before. Amazing. As I muttered that, Novum dismounted the carriage and voiced her agreement. I've heard they have various research facilities, so I really is different from other cities. Arya also consented. While she had heard tales of it, coming here the first time was likely surprising. That building in the center, isn't it taller than Central's royal palace? Even so, how should I put this? Before Arya could say it, I opened my mouth. It's a complete mess. Ignoring the very concept of scenery, the city was flooded with tall buildings. At the same time, there were constructs with quite strange structures littered around. There were some with smoke rising from their lined-up chimneys, and even some that were shaped as if large pieces of vegetation were bored through. It felt much more mixed than Central's cityscape. How should I put this? It's as if everything they could think of was forcefully shoved and shaken up inside a box. As Novum said that, Arya agreed. Come to think of it, it really does give off the feeling of a boy's toy chest. Not tidied up cleanly, with everything just shoved inside. Hearing of a toy box, some of my past memories revived in me. It was the happenings of before I was deserted by my parents. My father bought me toys. My mother got angry at me for not putting them away. It felt really nostalgic. Of course, those warm memories would come to an end at 10. The cause was my sister, Seals. Stronger than me. Smarter than me. Loved by everyone. According to the one who taught me all he had, and recognized me. A monster. Having acknowledged me, and having fulfilled his role in the jewel, I was unable to meet the first-generation head anymore. The one that man told me to be most vigilant of was my own sister, Seals. If I were to study here, would I be able to surpass her? Beaten black and blue by that sister, I lost and was driven out of the house. To me, she was nothing but a symbol of fear now. Let's not think about it for now. But someday. Resolving my heart, I took up Novum and Arya's baggage and started to move. Well then, let's find an inn and take it easy. It will be tiring if we just keep on moving. As I said that, Arya returned a quip. The tired one is you, isn't it? Make sure you don't collapse as usual again. My mana drained by the jewel, I had already collapsed a number of times, so there was nothing I could say in return. Novum came to my side on the matter. She did, but Lyle-sama has already been graced with a growth, so he should be fine. Isn't that right, Lyle-sama? Growth, in this world, it was like overcoming a wall, and like that, feeling a sense of rebirth. It was without a doubt, the sensation of surpassing the me I once was. But at the same time, it makes one feel larger than life. Looking at me, Arya covered her mouth, and stifled some laughter. Novum put on a smile enveloped in warmth, as she looked at me. Stop it. Please stop. Even just remembering it made my face red. Even when I should have experienced one at a much younger age, I experienced my first growth at 15. I experienced it, and frolicked around in the sensation of being reborn anew. It was a memory I didn't want brought up again. Arya spoke. Lyle, don't worry, you were really interesting back then. I responded. I told you to stop, didn't I? Also, at that time, you said, mine was nothing like this. Right? That means something happened, right? It did, didn't it? That isn't the case. There, I heard a voice from the jewel. It was the fourth. That attitude he keeps taking against this girl, yep, it's a lecture later. There are times when nothing but my consciousness is sucked into the jewel. And like that, I'm able to meet with the ancestors. Him saying I'll be lectured means I'll probably be summoned sometime later. The driest one, the fifth, spoke. You can ignore that female ass liquor, and just go search for an inn already. If you just stay rowdy in the middle of the street like that, you'll attract attention. Among the heads of history, the fifth was said to have had the largest amount of mistresses, and he is recorded as the greatest womanizer of the Walt house. But the reality was different. He didn't seem to be all too interested in sensual love as a whole. In exchange, he doted on soft animals to a strange extent. Shouting here won't get us anywhere. Let's be off. I know. I turned my eyes away from Arya's glare, and looked around for an inn. If there was a signboard, I planned to enter and check for vacancies. Novum started laughing to herself, looking at me and Arya. What's happened? When I asked, Novum answered with a smile. No, the two of you are just getting along better than before, so I was simply happy. Now shall we go? On her response, I really didn't know what to say. The one I truly loved was Novum, and I even confessed already. But her answer was, until you succeed in making a harem, you can't just give up. Wondering just where I went wrong, I dropped my shoulders, and walked down the streets of Aromses, the city of scholars. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 3, Chapter 1, Aromses Guild. Aromses Guild. Having secured an inn, we decided to head off towards the guild. In the city that spread out like a labyrinth, we frequently asked the passers-by for directions while aiming for the Adventurer Guild. The roads were clean, and the people treading on them also had a sense of cleanliness to them. But that didn't change that it was a jumbled-up city, and one easy to be lost in. Using skills, I confirmed the area, but being in quite a needlessly complicated location was perhaps the characteristic of Aromses Adventurer Guild. The fact that carriages are going down that way means the other way is too hard to get through? After overcoming the maze and arriving at the guild hall, a building on a smaller scale than the one in Dalian was laid out before me. Despite the size of the city, it gave off quite a diminutive impression. I don't know if guild first floors were the same everywhere, but it was operating like a marketplace. Adventurers and carts went back and forth, and monster materials and magic gems were exchanging hands. Occasionally, a merchant would make a purchase, and leave with a large amount of goods loaded on his wagon. It looks like guilds don't change wherever you go. Arya muttered that, and Novum agreed. However, looking from outside, they may be the same. But as I thought, the atmosphere really changes depending on the guild. Wheeze was the same. Wheeze was the name given to the land the Walt house governed. It was developed enough to have cities that could be called metropolises, and it had its own adventurers' guild. But I'm not too knowledgeable about that matter. The seventh spoke. We did prepare a plot of land for them, but it's a mass of criminals, deserters, and wannabes. I left it alone in order to secure magic stones, but it wasn't very necessary in my time. A large portion of adventurers were ruffians. If a mercenary or criminal called themselves an adventurer, then that's what they were. The only difference lay in whatever they named themselves as. Naturally, the guild does regulate their criminals, but if they claim to be able to manage them all, then I would call that nothing but suspicious. There are some sinners out there who simply change their home guild in order to flee. Adventurers exist to hunt those sorts of adventurers as well. Those specialized in the trade known as bounty hunting. It sounds like the sixth was of the same opinion. If you send out soldiers, you can easily get your hands on monster materials and magic stones. Work is also abundant, but still, there are guys who aren't satisfied staying on the sidelines. There's no helping it. While the sixth and seventh thought of them as an unavoidable trouble, the third had a different opinion. You guys sure are harsh. If you can use them, why not just use them? I mean, they have the rights to magic stones, and they're pretty much a mercenary management facility. There's no meaning in making them enemies. Remaining vigilant and maintaining a moderate sense of distance is important. It seems the third held a concept of making use of the guild. The second supplemented his answer. Come to think of it, it was in your time, right, that a guild was built up at our place. It seems it was around the third's time that a guild was built on Walt land. Even when it's a time when they shouldn't have been too developed, I'm surprised they were able to get one of those. As if noticing my curiosity, the third gave an answer. It's because a lot of monsters live in the remote regions, and it was a good environment to obtain monster materials and magic stones. I didn't interfere too much, or restrict them. The feudal lord has the power to levy heavy taxes on the guild. In that case, that influences the price of stones and materials, and there are even some places where earning become impossible no matter how hard you struggle. But in that case, the adventurers would flow away. If they become excessively depressed about their lack of profit, quite a few problems may crop up, it seems. Novum, what was the Wheeze Guild like? I've never been, so I don't know. As I asked about the Wheeze Guild, she made a bit of a troubled face. Not in a bad way, just that it seemed explaining would be a pain. But to put it simply, neither good nor bad, something like that, perhaps. They were quite hard with cracking down on criminals, and the tax didn't seem too high, or too low. It didn't seem to be a guild where problems would come up with putting food on the table, and I think it had a relatively large amount of adventurers. Hearing that, the seventh was delighted. It's just as it was in my time. Yep, perfect. The adventurer-hating seventh seems to have been troubled with mercenaries before. And the cause was the guild or something like that. Perhaps the time will come to ask about the specifics someday. We entered Arumsa's guild. The difference between it and Dalian was that several excessively large bulletin boards were stationed around the place. Both sides of the large boards were in use, and requests were tacked onto them in great numbers. Gather the necessary monster materials. Please clean my room. Won't you become a test subject? Quite a number of sheets were submitted. What is this? It's on another level from Dalian. As I was sent into confusion, Arya was as well. We looked at each other, and grimaced. Isn't this one strange? It's got room cleaning written on it, but the location is one of the campus's research facilities. Do they really allow adventurers to waltz into places like that? Quite a few incomprehensible requests were spread out. As we headed to the receptionist desks, we found a larger number of clerks than in Dalian seated behind partitioned counters. While their appearances ranged from youths to seniors, they gave off a disinterested impression as they quietly proceeding with their work. In narrow spaces, they formally addressed their business. The fourth looked at them and spoke. This is quite a peculiar guild. Well, since there isn't a feudal lord here, perhaps they aren't pressured enough. How should I put this? I get the feeling that there are few requests that would make one satisfied as an adventurer to be found here. Collecting certain monster parts was definitely quite adventuresque. But that would take place in a labyrinth managed by the City of Scholars, and we would just have to strip off the parts of a designated monster, or so it was written. For the three of us, it was a bit rough of a request. With labyrinths, if it's the three of us, shallow ones aside, a managed one with multiple floors sounds difficult. It would probably be better for us to hunt monsters in the area to earn our living expenses. As we submitted our home transfer requests, the receptionist gave a monotonous explanation. Is this your first time in Arumsa's? It was a male clerk with glasses, and hair parted in a 7-to-3 ratio. Unlike Hakan-san, his feelings didn't seem to be behind it at all. Was Hakan-san just exceptionally diligent? Novum responded. It's the first for all three of us. We are here with the intention of studying, and I believe we will not be performing too many requests. The receptionist put my guild card into a device to confirm it. Your evaluations in regards to requests receive a passing grade. You even completed an emergency request and received an assessment of A from the guild. Dalian, is it? The quality of adventurers there isn't the best, so I can't really say anything, but please complete Arumsa's requests with that dedication as well. If you don't believe you will be able to, it would help if you would say that clearly. The receptionist took up a slight condescending attitude, but getting angry at him seemed stupid, so I nodded as I accepted the guild card. The second generation snorted as he spoke. So you can find these sorts everywhere you go. Those guys that think they're above everything? That if you're different from them, you must be below them? The third rebuked him. This is the city of scholars, so couldn't it be that they have confidence in their wisdom? Be a little more tolerant. I mean, we haven't felt any real harm yet. For some reason, I feel he put some strong emphasis on the yet part of it, but anyways, I answered the receptionist. I'll do the best I can. Is that so? Well then, I will be looking after the second copy of the guild card. Do you need an explanation on that? If you do, that's extra. You charge for that? As I thought that, I shook my head. I finished my greetings with the apathetic clerk, finished up the paperwork, and we all left the guild. Having exited the building, the complaints we had towards the receptionist started coming out. At a snack shop close to our inn, we finished our meal before expressing our dissatisfaction. It was mainly Arya. This place kinda has a bad feel to it. The man's attitude was one thing, but she probably hated the fact that Dalian was being looked down upon. To her, Dalian was Zelfi's town. And it was also the town that took in her family. Having been part of an imperial noble family in Central, through the misdeeds of a single family head, the house forfeited its peerage over the course of a single lifetime. When they had been banished from the capital, the place to accept them was Dalian. While Novum seemed to understand that fact, she covered for the receptionist. This place is different from Dalian. But if they're going to indifferently carry out their work like that, it may be relatively easy to get by. I mean, where someone like Hawkins-san would caution against taking a life-threatening request, I doubt those people would really care. Rather than covering, she let out quite a dark statement. But the fact that we aren't worrying anyone was comforting, in a sense. I started conversing with the two on what to do from here on. How about we put that aside, and decide on where to live? Unlike Dalian, I doubt they have any houses so moderately priced, so this time, it has to be an apartment, right? Will we live with the three of us, or rent 3 narrow rooms? We'll have to decide that soon, and search for property promptly. A characteristic of the city of Arumsas was that rather than houses, apartments were the majority. The reason was that students came and left in large numbers, so there were few that prepared houses for themselves. With the city where many youths gathered to learn and be on their way, apartments were the mainstream. If possible, the three of us together would be nice. We shouldn't have too much of a problem with money for a while, so perhaps it would be good to see how much earnings we can expect here before deciding. With Novum's proposal in mind, I thought of hunting monsters sometime tomorrow. The ancestors agreed, but only the third generation. Let's go to the library. Library. We'll be fine for a while, and if you find a profitable request to raise your name with, won't you be fine for a while? His feelings were already directed towards the library. Personally, I also wanted to go, but daily earning was serious business. Regarding that, the money-loving fourth shouted out. That's for after you speculate your income, right? It's because you're like this, that the territory was. Generally, the fourth was regarded as extraordinary in financial relations and internal affairs. He had an intelligent appearance, glasses, and all. Mainly in domestic matters, the fourth was exceedingly reliable. But as we were left without an land to manage, and the money management was left to Novum, he wasn't able to get a turn. The third spoke with a slight fed-up tone. You're way too harsh with money. Just who did this boy grow to resemble? As the fourth's father, the third said that, the fifth took over. That was usually the fourth's role. Just leave it there. Even if Lyle's mana stock increased, the first skill is storing up mana in itself every day. At this point, there's no point in trying to train him a little by acting up. In the past, they thought I was the type that didn't gain mana as I experienced growth. From my aptitude in using 2 sabers, they thought I was the type that gained technique through the process. And wait, I have 2 arms here, so isn't it natural for be able to use 2 sabers? It wasn't the least bit of a wonder to me, but when I told the ancestors that. You're the strange one here. Apparently. And in order to build up my mana, they forcefully went and expended it to the bare minimum. That style of training was put on me against my will. What's more, I wasn't even informed about it. In the end, I wasn't a technique type, but a type where all my specs received drastic increases, but in exchange, I needed several times the amount of experience than a normal human. A late blooming type. My skill, experience, is one that lets me get a larger quantity of experience, but it's one that stays constantly active, so my mana expenditure is just as large as before. I'm also skilled in magic, but as I had a limit placed on how much of it I could use, my mana drainage was one of my larger problems. Let's put hunting monsters for tomorrow, and spend today gathering some information on the area. In that case, maybe we'll visit the library, though asking something would work as well. A voice called out to our table. Ah, could it be Arya? Hearing the voice, Arya turned around. Her expression was a shocked one, clearly questioning why the holder of said voice was in a place like this. As I thought. You're Arya Lockward, right? It's me. Miranda Circry. We'd played together many a time in the Imperial capital, so I had a hunch it was you, by some chance. The person addressing us was a slightly mature-looking woman. But her age itself wasn't all too different from ours. If you're asking for characteristics, they would be her emerald eyes, and pale brownish-green wavy hair that came as a set with them. Her slanted eyes that gave her a mischievous look was likely one of her charms. While carrying a mature impression with her, she was lively, and a woman that looked to have some childish parts to her. That was Miranda Circry. Miranda? Why are you in a place like this? You're the Circry's eldest, are you not? Arya spoke with an amazed tone. It wouldn't be strange to find a second or third child in the City of Scholars, but the eldest daughter was another story. It was a spot mainly reserved for marrying into other families, or having others marry into the family. We've got 4 sisters over there, so it's fine if just 2 of us do as we please. More importantly, you could have told me if you were coming here. As Miranda made a slightly sorrowful expression, Arya spoke awkwardly. I arrived today. Until then, I was in Dalian. While she gave a simple explanation, she didn't look at Miranda's face there onwards. Seeing her attitude, Miranda gave a sardonic smile. I'm not that concerned about it. I mean, we all played together with Shannon, didn't we? Some Shannon girl popped up, but following the flow of the conversation, she was likely a friend, or Miranda's younger sister. Arya answered with silence. Sorry. I've been attending this academy from 3 years ago. I'll tell you my address, so stop by if you want. Shannon will be delighted. Saying that, she wrote her information on a sheet, and in place of Arya, who wouldn't accept anything, she handed it to me. I apologize, but what is your relation to Arya? I should probably put it out here clearly that I'm her party member. She is one of Lyle Sama's lovers. From the side, Novum cut in. Miranda looked flabbergasted, but as I panicked to correct the misunderstanding, she burst into laughter. Ahaha, sorry. That was a good one. That Arya has a boyfriend. What's more, one of the man's lovers means there are more? I thought you were the pretty boy type, but you've got some game, man. She stuck her elbow into me, and waved her right hand as she left. Before I could correct anything, it was all over. Hanging my head, I turned to Arya. She sounded like a good person, but are you unsatisfied about something? Arya let out a sigh. That's not it. She really is a good person. She's just a year older, but she's good at looking after others, and whenever a bad rumor came up about our place, she always stuck up for me, but she's too good at looking after others to a fault, you know. She's good-natured, and she'll never talk bad about anyone. Good-natured to a fault, was how Arya assessed Miranda. On her 50 cents, Novum coincided. Perhaps she's one whose 2 faces overlap. No, perhaps one just good at dealing with things? Even so, I heard that a large number of students came in from Central, but I never thought we would be meeting one of Arya-san's acquaintances like this. I thought the same, but Arya seemed to be at her wit's end. Miranda's on the better side. But if I were to meet the others? She seemed depressed. I tried asking. Come to think of it, why did you go about ignoring her? If she's a good person, it would be fine to talk with her, wouldn't it? As I said that, Arya gave a straightforward answer. It's because she's a good person. Because of that, even she started to get slander going on around her. That's why I took the initiative to distance myself. Although it was soon after that I was driven out of Central anyways. It seems she has a lot going on here. But here and now, wouldn't it be fine to get along? That was my opinion. You should treasure your friends, especially those that don't go away when you're going through hard times. As Arya had friends of the same gender like I never did, I felt just a little envious. To me, Novum was a target of affection, and not my best friend. If you look at recent times, I guess it's Rondo-san's group? I wonder what they're doing now. I looked down at Miranda's memo, as I worried about how Rondo-san was faring. In the inn, before retiring to bed, I came to the space round table known as the conference room. In the very center of the room, the center of the table, a large blue jewel shined. Around the room, 6 doors were installed, and those were what acted as the ancestors' personal quarters. There were 7 chairs in total. In a room like that, today, it was just the 6th for a change. Ha! Are you alone today? Where's the fifth? I moved my gaze to search for the fifth generation, but the sixth gave a bitter smile. It's not like I'm always with my pops, you know. The sixth skill was one that was born with the fifth skill as its premise. It determined the enemies and allies within a perimeter, and even conveyed the locations of traps. He was the possessor of the skill, search. When the two skills were used together, it generated an extraordinary effect. In one's head, a map would appear, and the locations of everything were known on it. For an enemy, it was quite a frightening skill. Then are you the one that called me? Yeah. He often agreed with the fifth, and he was a rare find in the Walt family history, where the father-son relationship was actually good. I've rarely seen signs of him bickering with my grandfather, the seventh, either. With his unkempt hair pushed back, the sixth generation, who gave off a wild impression, was quite docile before the fifth. Normally, he came as a set with the fifth, so I began to think of it as the usual. The truth is, I know of the Surkree family, so I thought I would inform you. Miranda-san's house? The sixth was one with a lot of bad rumors circulating around him. Taking bribes, using his connections to the imperial nobles at the capital, and making them move to his advantage, and other such things. For that reason, he was known as the greatest fiend to the Walt house, but I really didn't get that feeling from him. Of all else, the third was much more scheming. We've been associated with them in the past. It's because my younger sister married into their house. That was the first I heard of something like that. No, perhaps I just never knew it, and my family actually was on good terms with them. It's just that my father, to the 8th generation, it was just a link from 2 generations ago. From the point of view of Bonsium nobles, they were pretty much irrelevant. So you're saying there's a possibility they still have ties to our house? The chances are slim, but keep it in mind. I don't really want to doubt them too much, but it's that. I didn't have too many sisters I got along with. Having heard that, I remembered a single fact. The sixth had an exceedingly large number of younger siblings. I mean, the fifth had 5 women waiting on him, legal wife included. He had 5 ladies by his side. What's more, all 5 of them cleared all of the Walt family precepts. It's a surprise that he went after so many women, but the more surprising thing was that I believe it was around 30 brothers and sisters younger than you, was it? Yeah. We both made a questionable face. While the fifth was definitely famous as the greatest luster of Walt history, the individual himself held quite a dry impression. I can't think of him as one twisted by carnal lust. Somehow, the gap between the ancestors we hear about and the real ones is quite large at our place. That's right, it was quite a shock to me when I first heard I was the fiend of the Walt house, you know. As I exchanged some idle banter with the sixth, I considered the possibility of Miranda-san's ties to my family. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 3, Chapter 2, The Library of the City of Scholars. The Library of the City of Scholars. Our general objective in Arumsas was to gather knowledge. In the prided library of the City of Scholars, it was said that all the world's knowledge was gathered, at least according to the City of Scholars itself. Fitting of their boasting, it was the largest structure in the city. Perhaps because it had been added onto over the years, its structure wasn't set, and the miscellaneous feeling it gave off was quite Arumsas-esque. The city mainly consisted of private academic institutions, and there were also a lot of training halls, so I planned to drop by them, but as expected, my goal was the library. Of all else. So this is the rumored library. What a splendid building. I guess I can hold some expectations for its contents. The third was in high spirits. The ancestors generally lusted for information on new breakthroughs and technologies, but the one with the deepest seated interest was the third. Today, Novum and Arya left early in the morning, so I was visiting it alone. In order to view the books, I'll need to hand over 5 silver to become a member, I see. On the bulletin board posted at the entrance, there was a set of instructions geared towards first-time users. If you were just to look at whatever was open to the general public, you could get in with a single copper coin as a usage fee. But in order to look at the books of greater value, you would have to obtain a membership for 5 silver coins, it seemed. Even so, there still existed books that the City of Scholars would never show to outsiders. It's good and all that I have the money, but if 5 silver was all it took to use it for life, it was cheap. I took out the money from my wallet and headed to the counter to complete the registration process. The second made an observation of the surroundings. There's quite a few young ones around here. When you think of how all these people can read and write, it really reminds me that times have changed. Around the second's time, just how many of his villagers were literate? There was no doubt it was less than now. Living in itself was hard enough, and the villagers probably lived lifestyles that those of this time would call barbaric. They must have struggled with that issue as well. The seventh spoke. But it really is amazing. They're storing nothing but books in this many buildings. It looked like he had never visited the place himself, as the seventh offered his admiration upon seeing the real deal. However, the structure was massive, so when I looked at the map near the counter, it's too large for me to choose something to read. While mulling over where to read, I called out to the girl who left the desk. Do you have a moment? Yes. She was a very quiet girl. Her height was short, and her body's make was delicate. As for feminine charms, her breasts were forcefully pushing up against clothing too small. Her hair was a deep blue, and perhaps she didn't pay a particular amount of mind to personal appearance, as it seemed to have been put in place swiftly with a hand comb. Its length extended to her shoulder, and her hair ends were ruffled. Her half-closed, sleepy-looking eyes were red. If she hadn't come out from behind the desk, I would definitely have mistaken her for a child. The clothes she was wearing were, rather than stylish, giving off the feeling she just put on whatever was there. She was wearing a shirt and a slightly short skirt. She really isn't a child, right? While thinking something rude, I posed my question. I want to get here, but what path should I take for that? As I pointed at the map on the board, she stared at it, before staring at my face a while. I'm also going, so I'll guide you. That's also my job. I see. Looking at the disinterested girl, I remembered the receptionist at the guild. As expected, her treatment of me wasn't as bad as that man. And wait, he was looking on us as young, so there was no helping it. To him, it probably felt like he was guiding immature children. While walking down the corridor, I started to grow conscious of the silence, so I spoke up. Even so, there are a lot of books here. I've only come to Arumsas recently, but as I thought, does this place get many outside visitors? As I said that, she monotonously responded. Yes. Most people ask the same question. And I've always responded to that with, everyone asks the same question, time and again. Hearing that, my smile became stiff. The fourth. Her type likes to live in her own world, so even if you're a little nice to her, I doubt she'll be swayed, Lyle. No, it's not like I was trying to flirt or anything. To the fourth, who made an outburst when I just talked to a girl, I'd like to tell him to look at who we're dealing with. If I was trying to hit on a girl this young, just what would Novum say? I'd like to hope she wouldn't be rooting for me. Heading to the place I was guided to, I found a room with a lot of technical books relating to agriculture. Entering it, I found a small number of people sitting at tables, reading the books, and taking notes. I had a vague impression that they were frantically studying. How devoted. I would like to ask you to restrain your voice from here on. Even when there aren't people around you, please don't let out too loud a sound. If you want to take a break, there's a place if you go further down the hall. Sorry. Come to think of it, do you do lending? As I said that, she shook her head. As a general rule, lending out is prohibited. There are many books whose existences are more valuable than their contents, and those sorts of articles are expensive. I nodded and headed towards the shelves. She followed behind me. The third put out a title he was interested in, so I took it in hand to read. I want to hole up in this place for a while, but time is. Lyle, make sure you drop your reading pace. It seemed my reading speed was fast, and the ancestors even doubted whether or not I was actually reading. I was sure that I was gaining an understanding of the contents, but I sat down in an empty chair and looked around. And I tilted my head. What are you doing? The guide who was supposed to be a staff member took a book and was about to take a seat. She looked at me with a little surprise. No, I'm the surprised one. After we locked eyes for a little, she sat down and started reading. The third was confused. What does this mean? He asked the fourth, but he was troubled as well. As if I know. This must be work, or a break, or something, right? Forcing myself to believe that was the case, I took the empty seat next to her and started into my own book. While thinking I should have taken something to take notes, I flipped the pages. The library was so quiet that all I could hear was the occasional sound of pen on paper. I could also hear the sound of footsteps down the corridor, but if I concentrated, those started to not matter anymore. I spent a while reading while listening to the ancestors exchange opinions. If only this were around back in my time. To the shouting second, the sixth spoke. That finally spread during my time, so I doubt that was possible. The seventh agreed. What's more, a new method was already discovered in my time. Hearing that, the second lamented. Why are you guys' reactions all so light? Isn't it groundbreaking? Revolutionary. The heads of history had differing opinions in relation to technology. Up to the third, they really did live through agriculture, so they coveted technology pertaining to farm work. But since their stories were different, perhaps the second was unable to understand the others, so the amount of times he spoke up was low. Listening to their opinions, all I thought was loud. Well, it does make for an interesting read. I finished the book in hand, and it was time, so I was going to put it back and return. But seeing the girl reading next to me, the staff personnel, still reading at this point in time, I was a little surprised. What about work? She lifted her head from her book and tilted it. Work? No, today's off. Then why did you guide me? Perhaps she was actually a relatively nice person. Perhaps she had finished reading as well, as she stood and headed to return the book. I also turned to return mine, and I noticed that the faces reading around had changed quite a bit. It looks like quite a bit of time has passed. I had not a pocket watch, so I don't really know, but from the amount of books I read, noon had probably passed. I told Novum I would be eating out, so there was no problem in that regard, but still, I was hungry. There, I heard the sound of a stomach ring out near me. I felt some eyes fall on me, but it wasn't me. And I heard that endearing sound again. Are you sure you aren't hungry? I couldn't stand by not calling out to the girl who returned her old book, and had taken a new one in hand already. She nodded. The third spoke. How about you treat her here as thanks? You have the money. The one who opposed that opinion was the fourth. Don't do anything that would cause a misunderstanding. In the first place, Lyle already unmindfully confessed to that aria. Hearing that, I was the one who was shocked. Eh? As I let out a voice, she started to return to her seat. Ha! Well, if it's all right with you. I ended up inviting her out to eat. I heard the fourth's voice. He actually did it. She'll definitely misunderstand. The second spoke. She doesn't look like the sort of type to me. The fourth snorted. I never said I meant this girl. Novum-chan will misunderstand, is what I'm trying to say. Hearing that, the seventh spoke. Fumu. Her face isn't bad, and perhaps she has a good head on her shoulders, but I'm a bit doubtful about the others. The Walt family precepts. Those were the criterion for wife selection. Those that cleared 6 conditions were to be allowed to be welcomed as a bride. Of course, it's also a single truth the family will keep hidden, that they were created from the ramblings of a drunkard, and passed on from there. It seems like the seventh assumed that Novum would refuse if she didn't clear them. However, the fourth differed. Then if you treated a girl who didn't clear them to lunch, just what would Novum think? Hearing that, I ended up wondering whether I was in for it. It's fine, right? Yep, it'll definitely be fine. I mean, it's only lunch. While reassuring myself, I ended up leaving the library with her. Clara Bulmer. The name of the girl with deep blue hair and red eyes. When asked, it seems she was doing library work. She was also registered as an adventurer, and she would occasionally do support work in order to secure her funds to live in Arumsas. She took on a request for a temporary staff member at the library, and she would help out whenever it got busy, it seems. Having ended up treating her at a snack shop along the way, I was able to ask her various things. Former student? But you're 15, aren't you? Being of the same age of me and Novum, she. Clara nodded as she sipped her tea. I skipped grades. In the academy meant to teach the foundations, it's something quite standard. There are some who received prior private schooling, and there are personal difference in reading, writing, and calculative abilities. I nodded, but started to wonder whether or not there were really that great of differences. Without finding work after graduation, she was apparently an adventurer who did requests for the library. It was possible for her to actually become a staff member there, but she was busy, so she refused. When I asked for the reason, it will decrease my reading time. It seems it was the same reason as the third. What's more, she held a support skill. Even when you have a skill, you work as an adventurer alone? Why not join up with someone? I knew it was rude, but I was in the middle of searching for comrades. I wanted to learn the sort of situation in Arumsas. But unexpectedly, she began to go into the details of her own skill. My skill is to read books. It's useless in battle, and there are many staff personnel at the library who possess skills of this sort. Skill, reading. It's a skill to read articles, and regardless of whether it be in another language or in an old dialect, it was a skill that let one comprehend them. The third sounded jealous. If only I got a skill like that. The sixth seemed fed up as he spoke. Your skill is the cruelest among ours, but still, it is just as useful, you know. Among the 7, the third seems to be evaluated as the cruelest. I was curious, but I couldn't ask here, so I'll try next time. Isn't that an amazing skill? If you wanted me to choose between amazing or not, it's amazing, but there are many who hold the same one. Also, I hate using a skill to read. There's only point if she read it herself, she says. But perhaps precisely because she was that sort of person, the reading skill manifested. Are you sure you should have told me all this? Clara said there was no problem. I'm not able to read the important books, and reading isn't almighty. It's not like I can always remember what's read either. It wasn't too much of a user-friendly skill, and there were plenty with it, so it wasn't considered too valuable a skill to have. What do you do as a support adventurer? I'm often asked, but what I generally do is carry luggage. While people often assume I don't have any strength with this build, I can do most standard procedures. There's also magical support. Lighting up labyrinths, and preparing fires. Procuring water. Those sorts of things are the contributions of support. While her small body looked unreliable, she said she would manage. However, I truly am reluctant to have this girl carry heavy baggage. Looking closely, her looks were decent. If she properly set her hair and changed her clothes, perhaps the change would be impressive. You're an adventurer as well, right, Lyle-san? That's right. You can tell? On my short response, she started talking at length. If you're trying to get information out of me, I'll give it. Ask as much as you want in exchange for the meal. However, I'm the type of support that generally doesn't participate in battle, so the amount I can tell you is limited. She seems to think the purpose of the meal was information collection. Perhaps that's why she came when invited. Then that makes matters fast. Did you not think I was a bad person for that? She shook her head. Situations are situations, and you were so earnestly reading a book. If I was fooled, then I was the one who made a mistake. Looking at her lack of tenacity, I could only reply with, I see. After that, I chatted a little, before leaving the shop. Clara returned home, and I was to return to the inn, but... how rare. I turned to a voice sent in my direction, and there, I found Miranda-san. Remembering the sixth's words, I put myself on guard, and retreated a little. Seeing that, THS gave a grin. You didn't seem to be that type last I saw you, but perhaps you work fast? Make sure you don't make Aria or that side ponytail girl cry. With a mischievous smile, she displayed cuter traits than her age would indicate. It felt as if I would drop my guard. You're wrong. I just met her in the library, and the meal was, no, it's nothing, I don't really have an excuse about that one. Thinking that regardless of what I said, it would be taken as flirting, I stopped denying it. Miranda laughed. It's a joke. That girl's Clara, right? She's famous around here, and I'm sure that it ended with just a meal. Well, the deal was just for a meal, anyways. Wondering what it was that was coming out of my mouth, I looked down at the item in Miranda-san's hand. What's that? The brown paper bag seemed to contain cooking ingredients. Ah, this? It's food. Recently, the people I hired suddenly quit, so I'm out here making a purchase. Even though it's a live-in job with good wages, they always seem to quit. Looking at her troubled face, I proposed that I carry the bag. I extended my hand, and accepted the 2 large bags of foodstuff. Sorry about that. Right, I'll guide you to my house. It's a bit of a walk, but are you fine? I don't mind. As I thought, you work quite fast. Miranda-san tried teasing me, so I refuted. That's not it. I heard the fifth's voice. So you're actually going? Well, no matter what happens, you should be able to shake it off, but just don't drop your guard. Miranda's house, the Circry house, was one that was related to the Walt house by marriage 2 generations past. Once the ones concerned perish, the connection grows dim. However, perhaps she came into contact with me due to some sort of linkage. Novum and Aria aren't here, so it's perfect. If it gets dangerous, I can cut my way through. The reaction from the 6th skill on Miranda-san was that she wasn't an enemy. But I couldn't grow negligent. Well then, it would be nice if you worried for nothing. The 5th's voice sounded colder than usual. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 3, Chapter 3, The 7 Grade of the City of Scholars. The 7 Grade of the City of Scholars. So you were living in a house? Having carried Miranda-san's baggage all the way to her residence, I was slightly surprised upon seeing her estate. Where it was normal for a majority of the students studying here to live in apartments, she resided in a detached house. For a noble family with the funding, it wasn't unthinkable, but that's only a small portion of them. Making a bitter smile, Miranda-san looked a little troubled. I mean, even like this, I'm the eldest daughter. I'm not being very useful to my house, but I guess you could call it honor. For that reason, they bought me a manor. By the time I've graduated, it'll probably have been sold off to someone. Even when they allowed the Circre's eldest to study in the City of Scholars, they couldn't have her living in a plain apartment. Hearing that, the fifth spoke. Well, honor is important in itself. And wait, if they were buying it, and they were going to sell it later, I doubt they had too much to worry about. More importantly, Lyle, how is the reaction from the skill? The fifth remained alert, and I quietly activated the skill. The sixth skill determined Miranda-san as an ally. Allies were blue. Irrelevant people, or those that didn't think anything of me, were yellow. Those with hostility towards me or monsters were displayed as red. It looks like Miranda-san didn't hold any hostility. Was I overthinking it? As I thought that, the fifth spoke. Don't be negligent. There may be a reason that all of her employees quit. Hey, go into the estate. Carrying the baggage, I followed Miranda-san, who entered first. It was a house with a yard attached, and the building itself had 2 floors. From the outside, I could tell that it had a large number of rooms. Is it not too wide to live in alone? As I said that, Miranda-san's expression clouded for a moment. I wonder what the problem is. But she immediately smiled and shook her head. I have a sister. Our place has 4 siblings, but the youngest daughter, well, her eyes are bad. I came here because I wanted to fix them. Miranda-san came to the city for her sister's sake. It may have sounded moving to me, but the ancestors' opinions were the worst. According to the second. Atrocious. The eldest daughter shouldn't be doing something like that. What's more, you're an imperial noble, right? Go off and get married already. The third was the same. It's a nice story, but I think she has another motive. The fourth was a little mindful of her. I think she's a nice girl, but it's her parents' fault for allowing it. The all-important eldest, right? From her appearance, she's a pretty and sociable one, so go marry her off to a house you want connections with. The fifth was cold. The youngest daughter has bad eyes? Then isn't this just the family's way of kicking her out? The eldest just tagged along to look after her, and she's probably just arbitrarily giving a reason. Well, perhaps she's actually serious herself. The sixth. Well, it's nice to care for your sister. It's a good thing to get along with your sisters. Remembering our questionable conversation from last time, perhaps various things happened between him and his siblings. While sympathizing with him a little, I heard the seventh's opinion. It isn't rare for a family to distance a child with problems. In my time there were many a rumor about confinement and deaths by natural causes. Those strange rumors do come out even if it really was natural. What a dry family. I need to remember to be sympathetic myself. She's a good person. Her composition to work hard for her younger sister was leagues away from my sister Seal's. I'm a little jealous. I wanted a sister like this. If I had one, then a little different. No, I guess it wouldn't change. It would just increase the number of people who were cold to me. A monster that can warp its environment. Even my kind parents would never look at me at all. A touching story. I wish I had a sister like you. As I praised her, she started pushing me. Oh. So you're already gunning for me? Well, I'm a bit doubtful over whether or not I'm that good of a sister. What about your siblings, Lyle-kun? I skillfully put on a front, but anxiety came over me as I gave a simplified explanation. I have one younger sister. I'm not sure if she asked knowing full well about it, or she simply wanted to ask. I couldn't determine anything like that, but the skill continued to mark her out as blue. Nice, aren't they, sisters? They're cute. All right. As I forced myself to go along with the conversation, perhaps sensing something, she didn't talk any further. It's possible she guessed the situation. I followed her to the kitchen and placed the foodstuff on the table. From what I'd seen of the mansion so far, it was managed quite nicely. Besides the fact that there were handrails leading everywhere, it was quite standard. I heard that you had no employees, but it's quite clean. Ah, it's because they only quit 2 days ago. Meaning that once the days passed, she would have no choice but to clean it. Once the academy's classes and tasks came to an end, she would quietly do the housework. I wanted to ask for the reason why they quit, but thinking that was going too far, I stopped. Still, with a dwelling this vast, it must be quite a trial to clean it. In the house I once lived in Dalian, Novum made sure the place was cleaned up nicely. While I thought Novum was amazing, upon seeing a mansion several times the size of that one with only 2 girls in it too, I honestly thought it would be quite a trial. That's right. But I did learn housework to an extent. It looks like Miranda-san has her troubles. At that moment, Wani-sama, is there a guest? I turned around to find a girl standing there. She stood while clinging to the doorway, but I had a sense of discomfort trying to figure out whether her eyes were really resting on us or not. The third spoke. Isn't this the sightless younger sister? The girl, who was still quite small, had pale violet hair. The waves in it resembled Miranda-san's. Her golden eyes were looking in our direction, but because of her vision problems, I get the feeling they weren't focused on us. She groped around in the air as she drew closer to us, but Miranda-san hurriedly ran over to her. Shannon! I told you to stay in your room. I'm sorry, Wani-sama, more importantly, is it a guest? A man at that? Perhaps from the conversation, or the atmosphere, she sensed it. I tried introducing myself. To test Miranda-san, I also tried putting out my family name. I kept the skill up to see if she developed any hostility. What will happen? Will she raise her guard? Pleasure meeting you, milady. I am Lyle Walt. An acquaintance of Aria. Today, I just helped carry baggage, and stopped by while I was at it. Saying that, I directed a smile, for argument's sake. The 5th and 6th reacted upon seeing the girl known as Shannon Surkri. Well, that's quite a... I wonder if it's that thing called blood. I found their reactions curious, but I wasn't able to ask, so I continued to observe the sisters. Shannon looked at me, and only there did I get a strange sense that I was actually being watched. So that's how it is. Thank you very much, Lyle-san. I am Shannon Surkri. Miranda Wansama's younger sister. I'm sorry, but my eyes hold an impairment, so I can only give you this sort of treatment. Shannon cast down her eyes, and Miranda called to her. It's fine, Shannon. Lyle-kun isn't mindful of something like that. Saying that, she turned to me, so I nodded. Thank you. When I said that, I directed a smile at her. For only a moment, Shannon's blue indicator symbol turned to yellow, and then to red, but it soon went blue once more. Miranda-san didn't change at all. The one who reacted upon hearing the Walt house's name was Shannon. Having received tea in the kitchen, I waited for Miranda-san to return after dragging Shannon off to her room, and was able to ask about the city of Aromses. What I heard from her was mainly about the campuses. As a currently active student, perhaps she held different interests, but I was able to get different information from her than from Clara. The Academy's 7 great? Are they amazing people? As I asked about the Academy's 7 great, she started giggling to herself. It had come out in her story, so I was curious, but it seems they weren't what I was thinking of. They're definitely amazing, but they're not the type of people you may think them to be. They're outrageous people from the Academy's history since the time it first opened. There are even people long dead among them, and I guess there are around 3 left now? One of them retired, so I guess there's only 2 left in the Academy. From the start of the Academy, the 7 problem children who raised their names were known as the 7 Great, apparently. Are they simply problem children? As I said that, Miranda-san added on. They were normally quite prodigious. Perhaps it's because they were so prodigious, that the Academy was so troubled. Quite a few of them were first-rate magicians, and the achievements they left behind were amazing, it's just that they didn't have restraint in some areas. That thing called genius? They probably had different senses of value than normal people, and were thus misunderstood. What sort of people were they? The one I know of the one who became a professor at a young age, Damien Valle. The other one's in the City of Scholars Congress, so I've never met them. Damien Valle. Damien the doll user. With a moniker like that, he may actually be an amazing person. I tried asking about him. It's a strange one, but he's quite skilled, and his specialty is in the use of a magic called golem, I heard. His personal skill is also based on the control of golems, it seems, but anyways, he's one with a passion towards his research. Since he's a professor, he's on the teaching side, but regardless of that, he immerses himself in his work, and he's received punishment from the higher-ups several times. Now, he does do lectures, but he's famous for showing no motivation in them. What a man! He was proficient, but he knew no end in that, so he became quite a troublesome one. Then why didn't he just become a normal researcher? As a professor, his research funds are completely different. That's why he became one, it seems, but the contents of his research are just a little inhuman, so he couldn't go about quitting the position himself. I mean, it's considerable that he wouldn't even get any funding otherwise. Just what sort of research is he doing? As I thought that Miranda-san had her face a little flushed as she went into the explanations. Well, do you know about autonomous dolls? Not the ones made with magic tools, but the existences close to humans that were made with an ancient technology. He plans on restoring them, it seems. They weren't created with magic tools? That's quite rare in this time, or how should I put this, does autonomous dolls mean they're dolls that move of their own accord? By something like clockwork? What I imagines was Ada that circled around through clockwork. But Miranda told me that was wrong. That's a little, it's one of the reasons he's known as a pervert, but what he wants to make are humans themselves. According to the man himself, he wants to make the ideal woman. Even I was shocked at that one. While thinking he was a little too honest to his passions, I conceded that perhaps it was a dreamlike scenario for a man. It's just that. Yeah, I'm fine with Novum. What an amazing person. No one tries to stop him? It's an ancient autonomous doll, you know? If he succeeds in reproducing them, then it seems the City of Scholars can expect quite some profit. In truth, the man is a genius, and if he cannot do it, then it will probably be impossible for times to come, apparently. His passion is nothing to laugh at. He's not one of the 7 great for show, is what everyone says. I understood he wasn't someone I wanted to get involved with. It's just that, the higher-ups are reluctant to see if he'll succeed or not. So he's acting as a professor without the full funding. Even if they don't have his passion, there are many who want to learn Damien's magic, so he's got some popularity. Okay, let's never take on any of that man's requests. Looking at the clock in the room, I determined that I had long overstayed my welcome. I would feel bad if I imposed on her further, so I decided to return. I apologize for having you talk so long, I think I'll take my leave here. Ah, so it's already this time. Sorry, it's just been a while since I was able to talk like this. She attended school, and at home, her sister and the housework awaited her. It was likely quite time-consuming. Can she not take servants from her home? I thought that, but it wasn't a problem to stick myself into, so I didn't say anything. But I was curious at Shannon, who showed hostility for just a moment. I stood from my seat alongside her, but she suddenly made an expression as if she had remembered something. Ah, right, dot. What could be the matter? Having returned to the inn, I called out to Novum and Arya, who had been dropping by the real estate agencies. Having finished dinner, before we were going to spend our time and leisure, I told both of them of today's happenings. I told them about Miranda-san's proposal. Are you serious about that? Arya's expression was serious. I think doing as Lyle-sama wishes is for the best. Looking at Novum's smile, I remembered the lunch I had with Clara. Damn it. It's because the fourth said something like that I can't help but be conscious of it. If she learned I had eaten lunch with a girl, just what would Novum think? I somehow avoid the topic, and presented the information about adventurers I got as part of the information I obtained from Miranda-san. And the final topic I presented was... Miranda-san was serious. She said she would be thankful with us there, it seems. She was anxious with no one but her sister around, and if it was Arya, then she was already acquainted with Shannon, she said. Her proposal was that, if we hadn't found a place to stay in Arumsas yet, to come to the mansion. From my point of view, I was unsure of whether or not I should take residence in there as a man. Even if the public order was good, it was dangerous. Miranda-san said it would be convenient to have a man around the house. I was worried about what Shannon's reaction was, but the ones who approved the matter were the 5th and 6th. The rest were opposed. As a result of our discussion, I was to leave the decision to Novum and Arya. That calmed them down. I'm a bit opposed to it. Miranda-san and Shannon-chan, right? As a man, I think it would be strange for me to be living with them. It's just that our rent would be the cleaning and laundry of the mansion, meaning we would be taking care of housework. Though she said not to mind it if we were busy at it. I'm thankful to be able to live there just by maintaining the place. They did have rooms, and so our only real expense would be food, I guess? Miranda-san said she would cover that, but I was seriously reluctant to have her go that far. Arya was perplexed. Just the 2 of them? What about their servants? No idea. Do you think I could ask something like that? Why did everyone quit? She said that a number of them quit, so I think there's some sort of problem, though. But looking at Miranda-san, I couldn't see that there was anything like that. The one that kept me wary was Shannon. It couldn't be that. Arya started voicing approval. I am in agreement. We'll have less monetary worries, and all. As her attitude suddenly changed, the second clicked his tongue. This girl freaking changed her opinion at the drop of a hat. The third laughed. You really hate Arya-chan, second. While I'm personally opposed, it looks like the fifth and sixth have something on their minds, so I think it would be fine to go along with it. Well, it all depends on Lyle, though. The fourth was. You're just fine as long as you can go to the library, aren't you? The fifth spoke. If possible, I would like you to go along with Miranda's proposal. From my point of view, she's also my descendant, and she's more of a decent person than the others, I guess? The sixth told me. Lyle, my words may seem like someone else's problem to you, but I'd like you to take up her offer. It doesn't look to me that the Walt house's hand is at work there, but there's something that's been bothering me. This thing bothering them was something neither the fifth or sixth would put to mouth. Rather than living at the inn, taking residence in the mansion was something I was grateful for, money-wise. What about you, Novum? When asked, she thought for a moment, before responding. Miranda-san, was it? Her sister is with her, but her eyes are impaired. I'll have to confirm this. I understand. Let's try living together so I can make my judgment. There was something about her response that caught me up. What sort of judgment is that? As I was saying, to see if they're fit to partake in Lyle-sama's harem operation. I mean, it looks like you prefer larger breasts. On Novum's misunderstanding, Arya reacted. No wait, this is the first time I ever heard that I was thought of as a large breast lover. You were still thinking of such things. After saying you were unrelated, or had no interest or other things like that. I hurriedly rushed to correct the misunderstanding. Novum continued to giggle to herself on the sidelines. Wrong. That's definitely wrong. In the first place, the one who proposed it was Miranda-san, and I didn't have any input. Novum, why not say something about it? Putting her hand to her face, Novum tilted her head, and spoke. Let's see, if they successfully pass through my discernment, then all will be good and well for you, Lyle-sama. I covered my face with both hands, and screamed out. Ru-nooning. Quietly, the fourth muttered. Novum-chan, are you sure she isn't doing this on purpose at this point? I didn't want to believe that she was actually quite dark under that, so I couldn't accept the fourth's opinion. Novum is a good girl. She definitely is. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 3, Chapter 4, Adventurer Circumstances. Adventurer's Circumstances. There is a labyrinth managed by the city of Arumsas. They make sure a large quantity of monsters don't emerge, and manage it so that adventurers are barred from entering the deepest chamber. The labyrinth's defining characteristic was the restrictions placed on the adventurers challenging it. It's not like everyone desired for it, but there were some times when they had to challenge it even if they didn't want to. For Arumsa's guild that conducted management of the labyrinth, with the monster materials and magic stones, and other treasures brought forth by it, it was a valuable source of income. And in the labyrinth they managed, a set number of adventurer had to perpetually go down, and lessen the number of monster. That means the right to challenge a labyrinth? Having stopped by the guild, the three of us, me, Novum and Arya, looked through the various bulletins stationed around before finding on with that title. The contents, no, rather than that, there was a request for parties that wanted to obtain that right, and a search ongoing for parties that wanted to challenge the labyrinth. It was a request directly put out by the guild. Arya tilted her head as she looked at it. You need a special right to challenge it? There was nothing like that in Dalian. In Dalian, they generally didn't have the power or knowledge to manage a labyrinth, so they handled them by sending out masses of knights or adventurers would clear them. Labyrinths had a nature where they would gradually grow deeper, and after a certain point, they would spit up a large quantity of monsters before vanishing. But if the amount of monsters inside it was kept low, it would continue to grow deeper, and larger as a labyrinth. Novum looked at the specifics of the request. It looks like this is how Arumsas conducts management. The party requirements are, at least 3 on the front line, 2 in the rear, and 1 support, it seems. It's impossible for us. In our current state, we're operating with just the 3 of us. We're mainly going out to defeat monsters, and selling their parts for profit. I heard a voice from the jewel. It was the fourth's. The rights also come with an obligation. There's no need to push yourself to challenge it, but that doesn't change the fact that you'll need to gather personnel. Lyle, move with the intentions of assembling at least a party of 6. I gripped the jewel in response. It was my signal of, understood. When there were a lot of eyes around, I couldn't really let out my voice to talk to them. While I could hear the ancestors' voices, my own thoughts don't reach them. let's try gathering 6 people. Of course, we'll need young not-so-patriotic ones, though. I get the feeling the conditions are slightly harsh. There are many adventurers fine with leaving their homelands, but there are many others besides us searching for young adventurers with good future prospects. Arya looked at me, and muttered. And in the end, you plan on finding yourself some cute girls, don't you? She's been picking fights with me a lot lately, so I responded. Whether they be male or female, if they're skilled, then I'll invite them as our comrades. But Novum was. No, if possible, let's fortify our party with women. It would be troublesome if various problems came up, and I've heard that many quarrels can come out in mixed-gender parties. She denied it all too naturally. Since the start, no matter how many times I told her I didn't want a harem, she would gently change the subject. I really can't tell what's going on in her mind. Even if I do build up a harem, will Novum not get angry? This makes me feel really lonely, you know. It would be a problem if she was too jealous, but not being jealous at all for the sake of the person she likes leaves quite a lonesome feeling. Arya spoke up, as if she had just remembered something. Ah, I've heard about it. In places with few men, the women often fight, and in places with many men, the men fight amongst themselves. Finding satisfaction in her own words, she nodded a few times. There, having heard her, a single adventurer stifled their laughter before offering a correction. The hooded magician-like adventurer gave her a more detailed explanation. Girlie, that's a little wrong, you know. From his voice, I could tell he was a middle-aged man. He was likely Arya's elder, so she revised her tone of speech. What do you mean by that? According to him. Generally, love and such relationships don't break out between adventurers. They often go off with ordinary civilians. I mean, it's quite a dangerous job. They don't want to have to see their comrades' faces even after they finally return. Also, their opinions often clash on various things during jobs. Is that how it is? That's right. There are even times they'll have to stay together for a job. Regardless of male and female relations, they'll see the parts of each other they don't want to see. For a man who still wants to keep up his pretty illusion of women, they run off to civilians or harlots. For women, rather than the men who don't treat them as females, a civilian is more appealing. Oh, this is just the standard pattern, so I'm not giving any absolutes. But there are a lot of adventurers like that. Hearing that, I recalled Zelfi-san. I do believe the one she was marrying to was a common man. Even when it seemed she had many adventurer acquaintance, as I thought, did she not want to marry into the same business? Rondo-san was dating Rachel-san of his party, so it's true that it isn't an absolute, I guess. However, I was able to understand what was the general case. Isn't it bad not to treat them as women? Arya tried to offer a rebuttal, but he continued on. Men and women are all risking their lives all the same. In a place like that, would you like to be protected, or perhaps underestimated for your gender? It's simple manners to treat them all as adventurers. Hearing that, Arya closed her mouth. She had gone through such an experience, so she couldn't say anything in return. Novum offered her thanks to the adventurer who provided the information. Arya hopped on as well. Thank you for your kind explanation. Thank you. I also give thanks, and the hooded man went off with a request form to the receptionists. I thought that most of the residents were apathetic, but I guess kind ones exist as well. Well then, with the fact that love affairs within the party aren't recommended in mind, I believe it's time for us to seriously focus on gathering members. Should we put up a flyer first? The standard method was writing down all the necessary information and putting it out with a recruitment call. But the other two reacted badly to that. Arya spoke. We'll be doing an interview or something, right? Like going out hunting as a temporary party member or something? In that case, wouldn't it be better to approach them from our side? Novum was the same. But her opinion on the matter wasn't of any use. There's also the method of having the guild introduce them to us, but it has to be a woman who fulfills the Walt family precepts. Interviews are good and all, but as I thought, I'd like to confirm them with my own eyes first. Yep. Let's not use her view as reference. Okay, then we won't put out a flyer and call out to them from our side. We still have time, so it's fine to leisurely search for them too. I guess it's better than rushing and failing. After we stay in Arumsas a while, the amount of adventurers we talk to should increase. Or we could also call out to a newbie and advise them, plucking them before they grow. We received precise instruction from Zelfi-san and Dalian, so we should be able to teach the basics. Using that, we could teach the foundations of adventuring and earn some favors. Then let's get motivated and start earning for today. As I said that, and headed to the reception's desk, Arya spoke. The one with the least motivation is Lyle, though. After we left the city, I used my skills to confirm the position of monsters. The 5ths and 6ths really are convenient. Where are the monsters? Where should we fight them? How many will we have to fight? It made it simple to set up plans. To get to the places where monsters gathered, I was able to use the 4th skill for swift movement. So as not to leave the other 2 behind, I used the 2nd skill to raise their speed as well. In battle, even if we were at a disadvantage, we generally didn't have a problem. When we were surrounded by goblins. Lyle-sama. There are 2 coming at you from behind. When I heard Novum's voice, I activated the 2nd skill to sense the enemies approaching my back. While turning around, I locked my saber with their weapons, and used my left hand to draw my reserve saber to take one out. Using the first goblin corpse as a shield, I locked down the second one's movements, before impaling its head on my sabers. Finally, I used magic. Lightning. Electricity rains down on the goblins all around, charring them black. Seeing that, Arya shouted out. Don't scare me like that. If you're going to use it, at least throw out a warning. My skills already give me the positioning of enemies and allies, but Arya said she found the burst of magic suddenly coming at her from behind to be scary. I'm pretty sure I already explained it, though. Does that mean our coordination in battle is still immature? Looking at the battle, the ancestors gave their evaluations. The 2nd level-headedly. Lock them down before they can surround you. Even if you know you can win, don't get yourself into that sort of battle if you can avoid it. The 3rd leisurely. Hey, this is also a sort of experience. It's hard to fight when surrounded. He's got to learn that one in real battle. It's just that I'm doubtful of whether Lyle was actually able to grasp that or not. The 4th spoke. For now, you'll just have to fight enemies you know you can beat, and polish your coordination. The 5th was of the same opinion. If Lyle's skill, experience, were to be used on the entire force, and everyone was able to amass experience all at once, won't the coordination reach a higher level sooner? I mean, rather than for growths, it was a skill for gaining a large amount of life experience, right? The 6th found my actions to be rash. Don't make light of an enemy you can defeat. You may pay for that with your life one day, Lyle. The 7th was the softest. But with Lyle's aptitude, he can easily cut through this much. While it may sound natural, his lack of numbers is detrimental, though. Right. Due to our current lack of numbers, we can't just move as we want. We had no one to protect our baggage, so after collecting magic stones and monster parts up to a point, we would have no choice but to return. Even if we knew we would have to become more accustomed to battle, we couldn't go as far as to discard out sources of income. Avoid unprofitable actions is one of the important principles of adventuring. We weren't doing this in order to fight. It was in order to live that we worked as adventurers. I do want experience, but I feel bad for dragging the 2 of them around for nothing but battle. There's also Novum and Arya. I couldn't conduct battle thinking of only myself. The 2nd started into his assessment of today's job. Generally, with only 3, this is about your limit. If you got a support, or perhaps a front or back line that could fight, it would likely be much different, but, well, that's the current issue anyways. It's not like your earnings will suddenly explode the moment you get a new recruit or anything. So it won't. Yes, if we suddenly got a new member, our earnings won't rise so easily. Training, coordination. There would be a need to spend time polishing all of those. Is there no promising candidate out there? I know I'm being selfish, but I couldn't help but wish for that. Having returned from our work, we washed off the sweat and blood at the bathhouse near the guild, before returning to the mansion. We ended up taking residence in the property the Circry house possessed in Arumsas, and obtained a lifestyle where rent was unnecessary. When we entered, Miranda-san greeted us. Welcome back. It wasn't bad to have someone greet us, I thought as I stepped forward, but... Fugo. Lyle-sama. Aha. My feet suddenly slipped, and I collapsed in the entranceway. Novum ran over to me, and I borrowed her hand to stand. Arya burst into laughter upon seeing me fall. What? Was there something to make me, As I sat down on the floor, I found a fluid spread over it. Hey, are you alright? This is... Miranda came over, and touched the floor with her hand. Come to think of it, I did drop some eggs on the floor. But that's strange. I'm sure I did a decent job wiping it away. Sorry, Lyle. Are you hurt? To be honest, it hurt, but if I were to say that to an apologizing girl, I get the feeling the 4th would be outraged, so I held it in. No, it was my negligence. I'm fine. And wait, Arya. Aren't you just a little too happy? Looking at the girl holding her stomach and laughing behind me, I saw that her eyes had become teary. I heard a fed-up voice from the jewel. It was the second and third. Lyle, you really need to be more aware of your surroundings. Perhaps we really have to work on that one nut. Right. Novum seemed fed up as well, but that was towards Arya. As I thought, Novum is my ally. Arya-san, isn't that a little cruel? Sorry. I mean, that was an amazing slip, just remembering it is. It seems there was no stopping it, and she frantically attempted to endure her laughter. I stood up, and walked into the mansion. Novum supported my body, and Arya followed behind. Miranda-san began the cleanup of the floor. I'm really sure I wiped it, though. She seemed a little perplexed, but we had our baggage with us, so we wanted to leave our equipment in our rooms. I entered my room. We had separate ones, so our paths split. Next to mine was Novum's, and Arya's was next to hers. But... Jaya. Arya screamed out, so we rushed to her room. What's wrong, Arya, Bofu? There was the form of a girl with a pot stuck over her head. I was worried for a moment, but she seemed to be alive and kicking, so I laughed. That's incredible, Arya. Could it be that the moment you opened the door, the pot on the shelf fell and came down on you? That's close to a miracle, isn't it? What's more, that previous scream wasn't girly at all, you know? I put my left hand on my forehead, pointed at her, and let out a loud laugh. Arya lifted the pot, and glared at me. Why you? Novum cautioned me this time. Lyle-sama, I think you're laughing too much. I know. But it was just interesting. Lyle. She tossed the pot at me, so I caught it, and shouted at her that was dangerous. Miranda-san came to the room, wondering what the uproar was, and looked at the shelf in Arya's room. This time, she was perplexed as well. That's strange. This pot should have been on the lower part of it, or am I remembering this wrong? She asked Arya if she had moved it, but Arya denied that. Since people suddenly started living here, have these sorts of happenings increased? Even so, this house sure has a lot of this type of trouble. Happenings like these have happened a number of times since we started living at Miranda-san's mansion. I found it mysterious. I thought that it was perhaps Miranda-san's ill will, but her reaction from the skills remained a hostility less blue. The blind Shannon? I don't think she's actually capable of that. As I seriously wondered whether the manor was haunted by a ghost or something, the fifth spoke. Well, it seems that some punishment is in order. To whom? Not me, right? With a slight ominous premonition in mind, I touched the jewel. But there was no response. The fifth didn't voice his concerns there. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 3, Chapter 5, Clara Bulmer. TL, by the way, the City of Scholars is Reed Gakuji Atoshi, if that means anything to you. Clara Bulmer. I see. My condolences. In one of the rooms of the library, I was alone with Clara. It wasn't a popular selection, so few people stopped by it. There's the fact that the books shelved here were geared at children, but also that kids didn't come to the library that made its popularity decline. Arumsas wasn't called the City of Scholars for nothing, and books were sold in large numbers. Picture books were among the sort that were easier to obtain. After coming here, and reading through several dozen picture books, I tried striking up a conversation with Clara. The contents were about how I was staying in an acquaintance's mansion, and on how through a lot of troublesome events, I got into a fight with one of my comrades. One of the reasons I came to the picture book room was the fact that Clara was there in itself. At the same, I was also curious about the books I had never read before. There were some that intrigued me, and some that depicted stories I already knew. I extended my hand to the mountain of books on the table. I continued to read as the conversation continued. That's right. Even when Arya burst into laughter at my misfortune, why do I look like the bad guy here? Also, it seems our battle coordination's gotten worse than before. I continued to complain without putting the book down, and like me, she continued to read as she responded. From what I've heard, aren't you being overly conscious of her? I have no love experience, but I know of some such precedents from some books. Don't books and reality differ? There are some written based on fact, and more importantly, based on what you've told me, you aren't hated or anything. If you were truly hated, she wouldn't be taking such a blatantly unpleasant attitude towards you. She would either treat you like you weren't there, or would act like it was stressful to her psyche just to deal with you. There was something like that written somewhere. While I get the feeling she's relying on book knowledge a bit much, I wasn't really one to speak on the matter, so I decided to accept her advice. I guess it was before we came to Arumsa's? She was cold, and there was a sense of distance between us. That's how it was before, but nowadays, she immediately gets mad at me. Putting aside the book I finished, I picked up the next one. Was there some trigger? Did you do anything to draw her attention? Not that I. As I was unable to remember anything, I heard a sigh followed by a voice from the jewel. One line from the fourth. The moon sure is beautiful tonight. Hearing that, I remembered. Come to think of it, she acted slightly strange around that time. The moon sure is beautiful tonight. I said something like that once. I mean, there was a pretty moon in the sky, and when I said that while looking at it, Arya started behaving strange. Clara stared at me with her drowsy eyes. Noticing her looking at me, I turned to her as well. What? She turned her eyes back to the picture book in her hand for a moment, before looking at my face again. Perhaps your reading selection is a little biased. Have you ever read romance? I tried to recall something like that, but I don't think I've read any. What I mostly read while in the mansion were tales of adventure geared at children, I think. Adventurers rise up, or perhaps a hero stands against a formidable foe. All of them ended with the princess as a bride, and a happy ending. There weren't any with romance as the main topic. None, I don't think. No, I'm a man, and those are a little hard to stick my hands into. I found some agreement in the third. I kinda get it. They exist, don't they? Those guys that say it's weird for guys to read some stuff. I just wanted to read a wide assortment, so I ignored them, though. I see, so you were conscious about that sort of thing, Lyle, but there's a surprisingly high amount of people that read those sorts of stories. Really? Oh, so I could have read them too, I thought, as Clara spoke. In a single romance novel that was written long ago, there was a passage that compared a woman to the moon. The end of that story, no, it would be rude of me to spoil the conclusion. I'll tell you the title, so try reading it. After you tell me that much, I can't help but be curious. If it's an old book, then will it be a little hard to read? No. It's one that's been rewritten into modern dialect, so it's quite simple. And wait, it's quite a wide-read title among women. Hearing that, I recalled the words the fourth imparted on me a while ago. He screamed, the bastard did it. Or something of the sort, but could he have perhaps been referring to this? Meaning the fourth was a reader of romance novels? Glasses wearing, and noisy about money, as well as the mediator among the ancestors. I try imagining him reading such things. It's a bit unfitting, or how should I put it, intriguing. But thinking of his attitude towards women, I think it wouldn't be strange for him to be knowledgeable on matters like that. So I confessed? As I muttered that, Clara turned her eyes back to the book. That you did. So I did. I while passed with us just reading our books. In my head, I was frantically thinking of what to do about Arya, and the book's contents weren't entering it at all. Thus spoke the seventh. Just what sort of conversation are you trying to have in the picture book corner, Lyle? Having exited the library, I tried peeping into one of the famous academies of the city. Even from the outside of the school that could be called the center of the city, one could see a large number of youths gathering. In order to instill their minds with knowledge, in order to instill their bodies with skills, in order to research. The difference between this city and others was, perhaps, the clear emphasis this one had on education. Normally, their territory management would be a mess, but along with the students, a large stock of money flowed in from afar. The fruits of their research birthed massive profits, and held the name of the city of scholars true. Of course, the cost of such research is just as massive. As I wasn't a student of the academy, I could only look from the outside, but looking at the building itself, I was shocked. While the city gave off a jumbled feeling, only the academy gave off a sturdy feeling, as if it were built as a fortress. Men and women wearing uniforms chatted back and forth, and I saw some reading books as well. So this is the academy. It's quite different to how I imagined. It was meant for studying, so imagined a narrower space. From the atmosphere surrounding the city, I was sure it would prioritize function over aesthetics. A similar opinion came out from the jewel. The second. Oi, that's finer than the manor I lived in. The third as well. I'd heard of its scale, but this is greater than I thought. And wait, I get the feeling the city placed high emphasis on this place alone. The feeling it gives off is completely different. The fourth had something else on his mind. Just how much would something like that cost? I get the feeling it was quite a waste. The fifth. Education surely is important. No, wait, that's the main aspect of the City of Scholars, so I can imagine them putting a lot of money towards it. I wonder how the current Whi's territory is faring. Not. The sixth recalled his own time. It experienced some development from your time, fifth, but something like this is beyond. In the end, the seventh. There was no point in competing with the City of Scholars. If those that learned a field to an extent still craved for more, it was natural for them to aim for this place. It seems that my ancestors also valued the importance of education. But this city was on another level. Come to think of it, I don't actually know too much about the Whi's territory. I knew its scale from the numbers I saw on paper. But even when it was my homeland, I knew much too little about it. There was the fact that I was in something like house arrest, but I left as soon as I was kicked out, and now, I feel it was a tad bit of a waste. I should have shown the current Whi's territory. Just what feelings did these men have when they expanded it? I've gained an opportunity to obtain a slight understanding of that. And I think of that as an extremely valuable experience. As I was absent-mindedly staring at the building, the figure of an acquaintance appeared at the gate. A few girls wearing the same uniforms were walking with Miranda-san at the center. If it isn't Lyle. What's up? The two walking beside her looked at me, and spoke. Miranda's acquaintance? Could it be your boyfriend? How nice. Miranda-san hurriedly denied it. No, he's someone living at my mansion, and a friend of a friend. Hearing the portion about living at her house, her friends started growing loud. While thinking that Miranda-san had it rough, I called out. Today I thought I'd try looking at the academy. I guess just as some sightseeing in the City of Scholars. As I said that, Miranda-san responded in a tired fashion. I think she was worn out from trying to convince her friends. Really? I'm not really sure if I'd see it was a tourist spot, but, still, there are quite a few who come to see it. As I thought, to the people who stop by the city, the academy was a rare sight. There's its scale, and I don't feel it was a waste to come see it. Miranda-san asked about my plans. Ah, right. Lyle, are you free after this? I'm free. Today's fundamentally a break for me. After work finished, there was always a break planned in somewhere. There's the fear of someone suddenly undergoing a growth, as well as alleviating built-up fatigue, and conducting weapon maintenance. The greatest thing to be feared was the elevated spirits caused by growth. During that time, people tend to try and do really, really stupid things. Well, I won't be having them all too frequently. I complained in my heart, while Miranda-san started looking at me with upturned eyes. Then I have a small request, but are you fine with that? A request, is it? Well, since it's a favor for my landlord, if it's within the extent of my ability, but. The reason I stressed the landlord part was so as to not generate any misunderstandings among Miranda-san's friends. Really? Thank goodness. The truth is I wanted to go to the guild, but it's scary there. So won't you accompany me? To the guild? Are you going to put up a request, or something? When a civilian ventured to the guild, it was mainly to put out a request. They occasionally went to purchase monster parts as well. I'm just going for the request, but these girls want to buy some materials. I'm registered as an adventurer, for argument's sake. Academy students are often called to complete requests with their knowledge and skills. I wonder if that's how it works in the City of Scholars. Then are you not used to the guild? How cold. Unlike you guys, I don't frequent it. There are kids out there who just want some money, or just need to collect some materials for their research projects. When they're admitted into the academy, students also register as adventurers, and unrelated people even go to it in order to erase their registration. There are many types out there, I guess. But with all girls, I am slightly anxious about the guild's atmosphere. Still, this guild's on the better side in appearance and manners. As befitting of the city, there were few ill-bred adventurers. I won't say there are none. Understood. I will accompany you. I see. Thanks. Miranda-san clapped her hands together and offered her thanks. I'd like her to do something about the two grinning girls beside her, I thought, as I escorted the three of them to the guild. When we arrived, we took care of Miranda-san's business turning in request paperwork first. Her friends, who came to buy monster materials, seemed to be planning on having me carry the bags on the way back. I thought I may have made a mistake, but I think it would be bad if I messed up Miranda-san's relations with my refusal, so I planned to take up the task anyways. Well, I'll just think of it as working towards my rent. When we proceeded to the second floor for the paperwork, I found Clara there. If it isn't Clara. We sure meet a lot. Is it adventurer work this time? As I called out to her, she turned to my direction. Yes, I heard an interesting request was to be put out. It seems to concern you, Lyle-san. I tilted my head. As I was stuck unable to comprehend, Miranda-san headed off to the counter. From what I can see, the surrounding adventurers were watching her. While she is a beauty to draw the eye, it wasn't just men looking at her. There were women as well. I inclined my ears to the whispers around. What sort of request is it this time? If it's a request from one of the 7 great, the reward must be great. It's best not to get involved. Be wary. It looks like it's true that the man's found even coming to the guild to be a pain nowadays, and he's sending student representative in his place. No matter how good the rewards may be, there are always requests that outweigh them. From the looks and the words, it seems that Miranda-san came to submit the request of Damien Valle of the 7 great. As if the receptionist's cold reception was a lie, he was fidgeting. The second. So it becomes a rumor even before the request's put out? I wonder just what sort of man this pervert is. I don't really want to think about it, or more so, it seems that someone I don't want to get involved with is Miranda-san's acquaintance. I see, so that's why she was knowledgeable about it. The one I heard the rumors of Damien from was Miranda-san. He was a professor, and she a student, so it wouldn't be strange for them to have some interaction. I finally understood what Clara meant when she said I was involved. An interesting request was Damien Valle's. Clara started talking. For good or bad, requests from the 7 great have an influence on other requests. Large sums are involved, so adventurers fight over them, or perhaps try to obstruct. In order not to get involved with such troubles, they're here to confirm the request's contents. Obstruction, even? Yes, obstruction, well, there are various sorts. For example, if there was a request to transport a precious article, word would spread, and the adventurer who accepted it would become known. If there were bad people, they would target the acceptors, and there have been cases where such items were stolen. Fame works both ways. It seems there was also precedent where adventurers tasked with collecting large amounts of monster materials were attacked while carrying around those materials unaware. What a troublesome story. From the point of view of a solo adventurer like Clara, this sort of information gathering must be important. While we conversed, a staff member walked out to tack the request form on the board. Even to the guild, they're troubled if disputes break out. Looking at the clerk's reluctant face, I got that sort of idea. As I wasn't familiar with Arumsas, Clara continued explaining. Here, the Academy's influence is greater than the guild's, so even if they know that unrest will break out, they cannot reject the request. The ones that go through trouble are the adventurers, so here I am collecting information in order to evade crisis. I thought she just lived in her own world, but it seems that in order to live, she's developed some stubbornness. Well, if she didn't, she couldn't get on alone, I guess. The adventurers all crowded around the form, and I asked Miranda-san for the contents as she approached. Clara also thought that hearing it from Miranda was more efficient than looking at the sheet, so she stayed beside me. It looks like quite a popular request. As I said that with a cynical tone, Miranda-san gave a bitter smile. The individual himself is putting it out in all earnesty. But the contents are what they are. More importantly, I'm surprised they figured out I was submitting it in the professor's place. Miranda-san looked perplexed, and Clara explained. There are some who actively act as adventurers while being enrolled at the Academy, so perhaps the information leaked from there. He wrote a request form to the Academy for the funds to put up the request, right? It spread from there. Clara-san? You guys are getting on surprisingly well. While she was grinning at me, I asked Miranda-san for the contents of the pinned-up sheet. They were as follows. I request for materials from the boss on the 40th underground level of Arumsas Labyrinth. Time period, 1 month. Reward, 1,000 gold coins, or some suitable item. Permission to challenge the labyrinth is given upon acceptance of this request. 1,000 gold coins. That's quite amazing. With my previous standing, I wouldn't have been too surprised about 1,000 gold before. But I'm currently living as an adventurer, and my sense of money is slowly starting to change. As expected of the 7 great. I'm surprised the Academy put together that much funding for him. Miranda-san also seemed fed up. It's just that Clara-san was making a slightly questioning expression. The fourth spoke to me. Don't be fooled, Lyle. It isn't saying it'll pay out 1,000 gold. It says either that, or something suitable. Look around at the other adventurers' faces. As told, I looked around, to find them all with questionable expressions. I don't think this requester has an intent of paying out 1,000 gold. Also, the suitable item isn't specified. It's nothing but suspicious. I asked Clara. What sort of thing is the 40th underground level's boss? The last time the lowest floor was confirmed was 5 years ago. At that time, apparently 50 was the lowest. In the Arumsa's labyrinth, which is said to have a boss stationed every 10 floors down, the areas where adventurers frequent to take on monsters are around the 10th to the 20th floors. This labyrinth is designed to expand out the lower one goes. Meaning? It's an exceedingly strenuous request. While a majority of Arumsa's adventurers are skilled, they focus on efficiency. There are few who would go delve into such a deep land to be found here, when compared to other guilds. What about the one who went all the way to the bottom 5 years ago? As I thought that, I remembered that it was 5 years ago, so I could imagine various scenarios. He retired, or changed homes. It seems it was as I thought. Sensing my question, Clara offered an answer. The party that discovered the lowest floor was disbanded. I believe one has opened a private school somewhere within the city. Hearing that, Miranda-san made a troubled expression. Won't that make it ridiculously difficult to accomplish? In that case, the professor is going to be irritated for a while. Is that a student-like worry? Well, even if it's unrelated to me, there was a point that made me curious. So the adventurer that reached the bottom opened a school. Do you know the location? Ah, Lyle, that's cold. Miranda started arguing, so I went around her and asked Clara. She nodded, took out a memo pad, and started scribbling something down. The sixth let out his voice from the jewel. An adventurer that prodigious opened a school, is it? It's good that you're interested, Lyle. I think that was praise. Handing over the memo, Clara offered some advice. And about the 7 Greats request, if you're just going to accept it, and nothing else, that may be good. Just accepting? Yes, it gives you permission to challenge the labyrinth, so just by accepting it, those that were unable to obtain the right before can dive in. The labyrinth is definitely going to get lively soon. Saying that, Clara departed from the guild. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 3, Chapter 6, Shannon Who Sees Another World. Shannon Who Sees Another World. The mansion was one that the Surkree family had prepared to seal away their youngest daughter. The unseeing maiden, Shannon Surkree, knew that all too well. The decision of the Surkree house to hide away their impaired daughter was still on the more decent side of the spectrum. The fact that I'm still alive is my fortune, right, but the fact that I was killed will someday. Sitting in the chair of her room, she was looking out of her window. It was thought that her eyes didn't function, but that wasn't the case. The world she saw was different. It's warm today. Sunlight streaming in from the window warmed her body. Because of the loss of her sight, her other senses had grown sharper. And it wasn't just a sharpening at that. They had been honed enough to make up for what was lost. The sound of a person's breathing, and their heartbeat let her judge distance. She just couldn't see, but she could carry out life like normal. But she intentionally concealed that. The reason being it was fun. Everyone pitied her and became negligent, looking down on her impairment. It was too fun. And it sure is nice to be able to see the flow of mana. I mean, that pretty much lets me see everything. Her eyes were able to perceive mana. The reason her unseeing eyes were able to gain such an ability is precisely because her blindness caused a skill to manifest. So not only did her lack of sight hone her other senses, Shannon's eyes even developed a skill to compensate for them. She was a girl with what you could call demon eyes. Even so, that Lyle man was quite wary of me. He gave off quite a strange feeling. I'd like to drive him out soon. From the moment Lyle had taken up residence in the place, Shannon had been irritated. Desiring a life alone with her sister, Lyle's party was in the way. Especially Lyle, from whom she could see 7 different mysterious lights. The sort of mana she had never seen before made her strengthen her guard. Even when it had all fallen together nicely, he has to get in my way. It was true that Shannon liked her sister, but more than that, her sister Miranda was her toy. Having obtained a new power, she became able to sense other people's sentiments from their mana flow. She had obtained these eyes back when she was still in the imperial capital of Central. It all happened when she saw a single girl. Even when she shouldn't have been able to see anything, she perceived a massive mass of mana. What stood before her was a girl around her own age. Even so, her mana was larger than anyone else. The girl was of a count house, and one that was tied to her own Surkree house at that. That light of mana looked as if it was simply drawing in all the lights around it. It was beautiful, and yet terrifying. She remembered feeling entranced by the light. Someday, I'll surpass that. As long as I have these eyes. It was as if some other entity had descended down on the realm of man. Shannon had tried greeting the girl, but she didn't even turn her way. Shannon was only seen as a frail, sightless little girl. And that was simply mortifying. It's not that she wanted to be loved. However, having that girl not even turn towards her general direction was as if to speak that she didn't even have that much worth to her. Even so, the reason Shannon held an interest was, I want to break her already, and make her a doll that can't live without me. I think I've gotten quite a bit better by practicing on the servants. By watching the mana with her eyes, she slowly became able to control it. By extending her own, she could throw other people's mana out of order. Only she could see it, so no one else could notice. And controlling those she's tainted was what Shannon tried on the servants. To Shannon, who could never see before, it was a great help towards expanding her own world. At the same time, dark emotions began to surface. My bright and pretty ideal Wani-sama. I want to break her. If I do, then I'll be able to surpass that person someday. I'll become that person. Having seen that person in her own eyes, and having become entranced, her eyes that had been closed for all her life had suddenly awakened in a different sense. Her amber eyes started to let off a golden light. But first I'll have to make Wani-sama into a doll. She has to move to my will. With that person as her goal, to her beloved Wani-sama. Miranda, Shannon began to harbor some twisted emotions. With an expression of ecstasy, Shannon gazed out the window. So the managed labyrinth was a place like this? Damien Valle. Having accepted the request of one of those counted into the city of scholars 7 great perverts, I stepped into the labyrinth, and whispered to myself. Unlike the one I encountered in Dalian, thin metal slabs were stuck together and overlapped to form the walls of the maze. There were some places that gave off a faint light, and I could occasionally see blinking red orbs hung around. The labyrinth they were managing had quite a peculiar atmosphere surrounding it. Oi! This one's a dead end. Hey, hurry up and go lower. Damn it! There are no monsters. Just with this request, it was possible to peer into the labyrinth, so there were many like us who accepted Damien's request. But there were too many of them, and the first floor was overflowing with people. The adventurers who regularly went in to fight monsters seemed perplexed, as they headed deeper into it. I see, so it was true that the 7 greats' requests caused trouble for the surroundings. Novum had been prepared to light the way, but she gave up along the way. It's because there were countless other such lights coming from those around us, and moving around wasn't a problem. It's more than I imagined. Novum gave a slight wry smile, and Arya agreed. Instead of going all the way out of the city's bounds, I heard the monster encounter rate in here was high, so it was popular, but. With a questioning expression on her face, Arya expressed the same opinion I had. When I used my skills to confirm the surrounding situation, I found all the monsters had been defeated, and the treasure chests opened. On the map that floated up in my head, there were so many yellow dots that it became hard to make out each individual one. The 5th offered some advice. When you're using map, keep it on a magnification where you can make things out. If you try seeing everything, you'll see nothing but signals, and you won't be able to see anything. Also, I think you know this, but. I gripped the jewel. Novum, Arya, will be turning right at the next fork. Yes, Lyle-sama. Why? Everyone's turning left there. Arya didn't seem to be satisfied with my direction, but there was a reason I avoided going left. It's true that all the monsters had already been defeated. But it's not just monsters that held hostility. Mixed in with the mass of yellow, there were some red signals scattered around. It isn't just us. They're probably targeting the other adventurers as well. Even if they didn't go as far as killing, there were some who would theft and blackmail to take the items the other adventurers had on hand. Within them, there were some where entire parties gave off a red signal. The reason we're avoiding those sorts is because we're merely a party of 3. What's more, we only have 1 man among us. It really is troublesome to be understaffed. At times like these, that would likely draw us into trouble. I confirmed how congested the traffic was, before telling the others to turn back. Let's return for today. It's not like we need to push ourselves to earn, and it will probably calm down soon enough. After coming this far, it's a bit of a waste. When Arya voiced her dissatisfaction, Novum persuaded her. While it's true we'll likely encounter monsters if we press on further, when we get beyond underground level 5, the deeper you get, the stronger the monsters become, I've heard, so it may be dangerous. From my point of view, I could already constantly confirm monster locations with map. We won't be taken by surprise, and I was confident we could actually use surprise to take down enemies easier. But saying that wouldn't help my cause, so I stopped myself. Anyways, there are too many people. I see, so it really does require management, this one. The 5th agreed. I'll bet there are ones who would try heading to the deepest chamber, to steal the treasure. When it runs the steep, I can't help but wonder what sort of treasures sleep within. The third also spoke. I heard that treasure chests are the reproduction of defeated adventurers' equipment by the labyrinth, but is that true? I've been told the corpses get sucked into it for the labyrinth's growth, equipment and all, but I want to witness it firsthand. The third sought approval from his surroundings, but the second drew back. Not happenin'. That ain't happenin'. Eh? The fourth also spoke. As if we would want to see something so grotesque. Eh? What? It was rare for the third to seem panicked, but right now, returning was my first priority. Well then, let's turn back here. You know the path back, right? And wait, give a proper explanation of your skills already. Just how many can you use? As Arya was looking for an explanation, I answered. There are 8 in all. Hearing that, Arya's face stiffened. Novum was simply smiling as always. A voice from the jewel ignored the second to fourth, who were joking around, and called out to me. It was the fifth. Now then, Lyle. I touched the jewel to answer. When I did, he continued on. Come to the conference room tonight. Me and the sixth as well as the seventh will teach you our skills. Let's throw in the thirds as well. Hearing that, I was a little surprised. The thirds and seventh skills, that they wouldn't tell me up to now, would be taught to me all at once. What's more, 2 other skill applications, their second levels as well. What is this, all of a sudden? The fifth is not that sort of impatient person. I found it mysterious, but I decided to follow his orders. Late at night. When everyone in the mansion had fallen asleep, I sent my consciousness into the jewel. While it looked like I was simply sleeping in my bed, only my awareness was brought into the jewel. Inside, the ancestors were chatting about various things around the round table. I'll bet they can converse in places I can't hear as well. While I thought that, I lowered myself into my own seat. The facilitator, the fourth, looked at he, and clapped his hands thrice to put an end to the idle banter. Everyone quieted down. Okay, Lyle has arrived, so we'll start the meeting. Well then, the one who called for you today was the fifth. With his elbow on the table, the fifth looked at me, and spoke. Go teach Lyle your skills. I'm talking to you, third and seventh. From their uses, I don't think the current Lyle will fail at this point. A skill failure was a phenomenon where you overused skills, and dried up your mana. Losing consciousness was the lesser of your worries, and there was a possibility of death. In the past, when I fought a bandit leader, he had used too many skills, and blood had erupted from all over his body. The third looked at me, and nodded. Well, why not? But I'll only teach you the fundamental use. The fifth was alright, as he turned his eyes to the seventh. If he's only going to be using it twice a day at most. The seventh placed a restriction on his skill, but it seems he was going to teach me. Of these two, it seemed the third was cruel in nature. The seventh's had an extraordinary nama consumption. What sort of skills do you two have? When I asked, the third smiled as he spoke. The skill name is Mind. It's mainly for mental attack and defense. It can also let you show enemies illusions, but if you grow accustomed to it, you can bend everyone to your, perhaps going further would be too stimulating for Lyle? After saying that much, the third covered his mouth with his hand. The surrounding ancestors let out sighs. The second drew back. UVE got quite a bad personality there. Really? It's your turn, seventh. The third nominated the seventh. He stood up, used his skill, and showed me. My skill is Box. A special type skill. It's convenient, but its mana consumption is extreme, and if you play it poorly, you'll use too much, and lose consciousness. The seventh snapped his fingers, and a magic circle manifested before my eyes. From it, a bowl like a treasure chest emerged. The size of the box depends on your mana. You don't need any mana to maintain it, but the amount needed to call it is high. Its contents are left in a state with their time stopped, so it excels in storing and preserving. It was an exceedingly useful one. Hearing that, I wondered why he had withheld it, and looked towards him. There, the seventh spoke. If you use my skill once, you can't cancel it halfway through. If you used it carelessly, even death was a possibility. Even if your mana has increased a little, don't push yourself, Lyle. Why yes. While convenient, it seems it was a dangerous one. Putting off asking about how to use it till later, I turned back to the fifth. Well then, you'll learn the third and seventh skills in the near future, so let's get into the main topic. The main topic was something else? When I looked at the sixth, he started clearing his throat. It seems that it was something difficult to say. Running out of patience, the fifth. Oi, don't act so embarrassed with that large frame of yours. If you don't say it, I'll do it. Because it's related to me as well. A talk related to the fifth? While I thought that, the sixth let out a sigh, before speaking up. Lyle, the truth is those Circre siblings resemble my sister. The number of siblings the sixth had surpassed 30. With that many, I have suspicions as to whether or not he had any familial affection, but perhaps he's talking about the sister he got along with. Are you going to tell me to care for her like the first did? Well, I do plan on looking out for them to some extent. I said that, but the sixth shook his head. That's one thing, but the main topic is something else. So you mean you plan to say that as well? I'll be troubled if you get any more women around me. He won't tell me to take her as a bride, right? The fifth and sixth had mistresses as if it was normal, so their sense of values in that regard are likely different from mine. Thinking it was bad to interrupt him, I continued to listen to the sixth's talk. The older sister Miranda is identical to her. Her personality is also similar. Malia was also quite a nice girl. As the sixth reminisced, the fifth nid. Among my daughters, she was the most docile, and she didn't backtalk, so it was nice and easy. What a dry impression. Is that not a bit of a cruel outlook on your own daughter? The sixth continued. It's about the younger one, Shannon, but it looks like she has the same eyes as Millie Ia. Her eyes? I heard that she couldn't see, but it seems the fifth and sixth knew something. And they were going to explain it to me. According to the sixth, Shannon had demon eyes. Demon eyes, is it? With a skill, she gained a sense of sight she didn't have before. I'll bet she has her own will, but it was probably something intuitive. Have you never heard of it? When you lose a single sense, your other senses sharpen? Hearing the sixth, I remembered reading it in a book, so I nodded. Malia couldn't see, but through her demon eyes, she could see mana. On top of that, she was able to reproduce the information she got from her other senses in a way similar to vision. Rather than those that saw through their eyes naturally, she could see much better. Additionally, she could even touch the mana flow invisible to normal eyes. Quite a troublesome power has been passed down. The mischievous girl is abusing Malia's eyes. The fifth let out a slightly angry voice. While he says they were that Malia's, they're likely something Shannon manifested on her own, so perhaps those are his personal thoughts on the matter. Could it be that's how much he cared for Malia-san? Where's the proof that Shannon had activated a skill? I could somewhat understand what these two were trying to say. The mysterious experiences we've had since coming to the mansion were things brought forth by Shannon. The sixth revealed his evidence. When you activated a skill, her eyes moved. What's more, she even directed them at the jewel. Millie Ia was able to immediately tell when someone was using a skill. While I did think it was nice if the girl's mischief came to an end, these two unraveled something beyond my expectations. With a serious expression, the fifth. Lyle, stop Shannon. If reforming her is impossible, then smash her eyes. Asked me to crush Shannon's eyes. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 3, Chapter 7, Before Clearing a Labyrinth. Before clearing a labyrinth. If reforming her is impossible, then smash her eyes. Having been told that, without my feelings in order, I walked around Arumsa's memo in hand. It was past noon, and seeing Shannon's face felt awkward, so I searched for the private school Clara informed me of. I think that's overkill. What I couldn't understand was how crushing eyes was the correct retribution for petty mischief. To Shannon, her lack of eyes was compensated for with a skill, allowing her to sense her surroundings. Since the skill acted through her empty eyes, making it so she can't see, crushing them would make her unable to receive information from the environment, even if it was the effects of a skill. That was the fifth's theory. As I was worrying about it, the sixth spoke. Are you still mulling over it? I can understand how you feel, but that power is too much for that child. It's only because Millie Ia had a personality like Shannon's elder sister that my pops was able to feel relieved even though she had that power. It seems she was a nice person. With his dry personality, the fifth thought it unnecessary to dispatch Millie Ia, so I was able to understand that her personality was likely similar to Miranda-san's. The fifth was, if you leave her be like that, it won't end with mischief. Now, you should crush all those future monster candidates while you have the chance. I responded in a low voice. There were a lot of passers-by, so even if I spoke, no one turned to look at me. On the large street, there were numerous signs for private schooling posted up. Various catchphrases as well. There were some that reeked of suspicion, and others that drew the eyes. Monster candidate, is it? I can't think of her as being on Seal's level. On my frank thoughts, the fifth called me naive. She can sense whenever someone uses a skill, and she can touch the flow of mana. Right now, she's likely just using it to perpetrate childish mischief from afar, but if she was in the mood, Millie was able to even control a person's heart. That girl was nice, so she used that power to heal the wounded hearts of those with trauma. You get it? It's something too good for that mischievous kid. The sixth spoke. The one who learned of its healing usage was the Circry House head. He fell for her, and talks proceeded all the way to marriage. Both me and Pops wanted to keep her close, but considering Malia's happiness, we sent her off. Perhaps as he remembered the scene, his voice had a regretful tone mixed into it. But the fifth was the same as always. She married into the notable family of civil officers, the Circry House, so in the end, I think it was beneficial to the Walt house. It was quite an advantage for us to have connections with imperial nobles. I guess he won't change. If you ask if it's fitting the fifth, it is, but... The sixth spoke. If she got serious, you wouldn't be able to lay a hand on her. The reason we had the third teach's skill was so you could build a resistance against her. It was apparently my duty to reform the girl who received a power beyond her caliber. It wasn't as if she was seeing with her eyes, but still, she could carry out life normally, and was feigning impairment. I found it a little ominous. I thought it was something I didn't have to know, but her misdeeds against us were escalating by the day. Right now, there wasn't a problem if the three of us stayed out of the house, but if someone stayed behind, they might be in serious danger. She can even lay her hands on someone's mind? No, she uses her mana to lay hands on it. Regardless, if I don't do something about it, her eyes are. I don't want to do it. Those are my honest feelings. But the ancestors are egging me on. It's not like they're forcing me to crush them. If I can reform her, then I can go in a direction without gore, otherwise, while it's pitiable. Something like that. Why do I have to worry over something like this? Why did it even come to this? If we moved out, would Shannon stop caring about us? In that case, would Miranda-san be safe? Those sorts of thoughts only furthered my worries. In the first place, I can't imagine that child turning out like Seals. The Seals I knew of was a true monster. Just as the first generation had called her, a monster whose simple existence could warp her surroundings, and drag them in, that sensation, when I separated from her, I noticed how strange it had been, but while I was there, I never thought it the least peculiar. I can't see Shannon as a monster of that level. If you call her dangerous, she probably is, but I felt we were being a little too wary of her. Perhaps the fifth and sixth are seeing that Malia-san's shadow on Shannon. To me, the one I truly should be wary of was the one who mastered the usage of her eyes, that Malia-san, I think. And the one she resembled was. As I was lost in thought, the third called out. Lyle, isn't this the place? Looks like it. I saw a sword training hall with a large sign hung up over it. From what I heard from Clara, it was the place the former adventurer opened, it seems. From inside the room, I could hear a shouting voice. You're stepping in too shallow. Yes. Do you think you can survive a labyrinth like that? Let out your voice. Yes. While listening to the voices, I peered into the hall. It seemed to have been opened by a swordsman who fought on the front lines. Looking at the hall, the second offered his impression of it. That's the swordsman who reached the 50th level? Doesn't he seem a little weak? The third agreed, but his opinion was a little different. That's definitely how he looks, but could he be hiding his ability? As a fellow swordsman, I'm curious. It's just that, no matter how I look at it, he isn't very. The fourth. That's standard training hall trained swordplay. No, I won't say that's bad, but, since it was 5 years ago, did his skills dull from being separated from the battlefield? The fifth. Won't it be fine if Lyle fights him? The sixth. Right. Seventh. So he's challenging the school? It may be nice if he experienced it while he's young. Lyle, that's how it is, so? What do you mean that's how it is? Do you guys have some grudges against training halls? Why do I have to challenge? I unintentionally grumbled aloud, and my eyes met a disciple close by. It looks like he overheard me. It's a challenger. Teacher. They finally came. A challenger has appeared. I extended my hand towards the disciple's back and opened my mouth. I knew he wouldn't be listening, but I tried giving an excuse. And no, well, that's wrong. I heard the third's voice. With this, you can't run away, Lyle. Look, resolve yourself, and show off your sword skills honed by real battle. Don't lose to some indoor trained swordplay. Before I was kicked out, that's practically what I was doing, you know? Looking at the training hall set a stir, I ran off. I fled. The sixth spoke. What, so you won't do it? How boring, this sort of thing is actually quite fun, you know? As I ran, I shouted out. It's definitely not fun. What sort of pitiful reason is there for me to have to challenge a training hall? I plan to have them teach me a thing or two about the labyrinth. The disciples that rushed out of the hall chased after me. Perhaps because the blood had gone to their heads, their faces were bright red. At this rate, it doesn't look like anything will happen even if I apologize. Using the fourth speed, I raised my running speed to evade my pursuers before concealing myself for a while. Before returning to the mansion, I headed for the other location listed on the memo. There, a magician was supposedly teaching the compounding he learned from his skill. There are a large number of people who were able to display their expertise in compounding with skills, and in the City of Scholars, quite a few students held such skills. A glass-wearing robed man offered me some tea. This is herb tea. Thank you. And well, I want to ask about the time you reached the lowest floor of the labyrinth. When I told him my business, he told me to wait until after he finished his lesson. I waited in the classroom, and listened to his talk as I waited for the time to pass. There are a lot who bring that up. But I doubt I will be of much help to you, you know. While it's true that I went there, I was support. I used magic to light the area, or occasionally conducted healing to contribute to the party. No, I wanted to ask about what I should be wary of. At the training hall, I was mistaken as a challenger, and I was unable to state my business. As I said that, he stifled some laughter. While I thought it strange, he explained the circumstances. Like me, he was mainly a baggage carrier. He did participate in battle, so it's not like he's weak or anything. He truly has some skill. But he was not part of the party's main fighting force. Apparently, the skilled members left Arumsas for Bime. Their numbers apparently numbered close to 50, but as support was important in the labyrinth, their actual fighting force numbered less than 15. Now, they may be leading a mercenary brigade, or something of the like. It's often the case that the profits of that are greater than being an adventurer. Also, I hear that the amount of skirmishes around has increased lately. The man made a slightly sorrowful face. The medicine I make is flying off the shelves, so students gathered around me, though. From the man smiling wryly, I asked what to watch out for within the labyrinth. According to him, the labyrinth changes based on the location. In Arumsas 1, a leader of monsters will obstruct your way every 10 floors. The 10th and 20th floor bosses are often subjugated, but 30th onwards are usually left alone. They do revive, right? Yes, in about a week to 10 days. But the ones you have to worry about are the bosses that were left unsubjugated. As time goes on, they become stronger. Even when they're already so powerful, they store up more power, so they can become quite troublesome. The man offering me a warning continued on. If you challenge it, you may have a skill manifest, you know? Or perhaps you already have one? But please be cautious when your skills grow stronger. There are plenty of skills out there that make it feel like your own power increased more than it did, and there are many an adventurer who faced failure because of that. Skills and growths, those two things are what drive adventurers mad. The nice-sounding man laughed, and told me to take it as some advice from a senior in the business. The seventh spoke. He seems to be a good adventurer. Perhaps his opinions clashed with his former party, so he remained in Arumsas. Clara acted on hearsay, and she wasn't too knowledgeable on all else. It's not like Clara was in the wrong, and I received some valuable information, so I'm thankful. I apologize, but can I ask one last thing? What is it? In the end, I tried asking. For argument's sake, I did take on Damien Valley's request, so I plan to confirm it. To defeat something on the level of the 40th floor's boss, how large of a party would be needed? The man thought go a moment, before smiling. It seems he noticed it was for the request of one of the City of Scholars' 7 great. So you took on Damien Valley's request? In our time, we challenged it with close to 50, and I get the feeling we barely scraped by. The result will change based on just how strong you are, and just how proficient comrades you have, but generally, if you have 6, it will be hard once you cross the 10th floor. If you have talent, then with 6, perhaps the 20th is the limit. Rather than strength, it's the consecutive battles that make it difficult. If you want to push yourself, it may be possible, but that would make you a failure as an adventurer. But strength isn't everything. If you don't earn, then there's no meaning in it as an adventurer. After defeating a monster, if you're going to give up on its materials and magic stones, the man said I might be able to reach the 30th floor's boss. I offered my thanks, and left the school. I also purchased some medicine he was selling, and he gave the parting words of, "Don't push yourself." Along the road back to the mansion. On an empty path, I tried testing the 5th second stage, dimension, and the 6th spec. A greater 3-dimensional map popped up in my head, and I was able to gain a greater understanding of the presences moving around the city. After the next turn is a party of 2 men. Their ages were in the early half of their teens, and they were playing around. Having become able to access more detailed information, confirmed the usage restrictions placed on them. My sources of information have increased all at once, but it was a good thing, but at the same time, a large amount of information was flooding into my head all at once. I'll need some time before I can get used to it. The 6th gave me some advice. Don't keep up a skill you can't use well. Based on the situation, there are times when all you need is a flat plane map. You can't underestimate the mana consumption either. I planned to do just as he said. But right now, I was testing the skills, so I continued to walk with them on. I turned the corner, and found 2 children playing around. Isn't this skill considerably amazing? The 6th told me never to tell anyone of its specifics, and I kinda understood him. The one who thought up its usage rules was the 6th. And he was also the one who understood just how amazing of a skill it was. Of course, the 5th was amazing in his own right. Rather than perceiving it, there were some things you would never notice unless you looked at a map. That's where he came at. He must have had efficiency on his mind, and whether it be for governing or war, the skill was proficient. The 2nd spoke to me. Well then, Lyle, have you resolved yourself? Of course, first you'll need to grasp some definite evidence that Shannon can see. If I wanted to try persuading her, I would have to unmask her true nature first. It was also a necessary factor if I wanted to tell Miranda-san the truth of the matter. It won't be nice if I get looked on as a man making false accusations at his landlord's sister. I really don't think I should get involved, but we're under Miranda-san's care at the moment. Novum and Aria generally took care of the housework. To Miranda-san, who was busy with her schoolwork, it was something she was extremely thankful for. But from our point of view as adventurers returning from a job, finding food on the table when we returned was on another level. On top of being able to find rest immediately, it was extremely relieving. Miranda-san's aid to us was nothing small. If we left, then Shannon might continue to drive out one servant after another, and Miranda-san would be troubled. I'll have to reform her. I wondered just how I should deal with the girl. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 3, Chapter 8, Damien Valle. Damien Valle. Having been asked a rare favor by Miranda-san, we ended up confronting someone she wanted us to meet by all means at the guild. She put her hands together, and desperately pleaded, so we agreed, if it was just meeting them, and the result was. So you're the adventurer party she was talking about? My name's Damien Valle. Ah, you don't have to introduce yourselves. It's a pain to remember names, no. I'm not interested at all, so I forget them soon enough of that. Ruffled hair, the color of foliage, which was kept at a length I could neither call long nor short. He was wearing glasses, and perhaps they were magic tools, as they looked strangely heavy. Compared to the fourth's glasses, that completed his tidy appearance, these ones gave the young man a sloppy impression. He looked to be in the first half of his 20s, despite his relatively short build. He wore a large robe, giving him a peculiar atmosphere about him. The young man had a staff taller than his own height hanging from his back. Looking at his equipment, I could tell he was wearing an assortment of magic items. But why have I been introduced to this man I didn't want to meet? M. Miranda-san? I'm sorry. I'm truly sorry, Lyle. It's just that the professor said he couldn't wait anymore. If he enters the labyrinth and sees what it's really like, he'll probably give up. Novum seemed a little troubled. So the request is to be Damien-san's guard, and to defeat the 40th underground floor's boss? But I never said we possessed skill of that level. Aria looked at Damien, and perhaps because he was removed from her image of a researcher, she had received a light shock. She likely imagined an intellectual-esque male. Damien spoke. I understand that much. While you each seem to possess considerable skill individually, the very fact that there are only 3 of you limits that, I'll bet. Still, no one wanted to take up my guard request. It's irritating, isn't it? Do you know just how much trouble it was to get that money from those higher-up old farts? While he was talking to us, the fact that he wouldn't look any of us in the eye looked quite rude. I ignored the man spilling out complaint after complaint, and confirmed the situation with Miranda-san. The reason we were called out. Miranda-san, is this a guild request? It's a personal request. I want you to guard the professor and challenge the labyrinth. It seems the adventurers who took up his requests are just rushing into the labyrinth, without even trying to fulfill it. To a troubled Miranda-san, Damien spoke. He seemed fed up as he spilled some complaints about the guild. They take money just to put out a request, and they let adventurers with no intention of fulfilling it enter the labyrinth. How detestable. This is why you can't trust the guild. They should just prepare whatever they're told. Does he even understand how hard that is? But that isn't this man's field of expertise, so there's a possibility he doesn't know about such troubles. I put some consideration into whether we should take on the request. What should we do? Taking it on is fine, but clearing it is impossible for us. I mean, we've 3 people. What's more, taking Damien of the 7 grade with us to clear it? I've got nothing but bad feelings about this one. Even when it would be hard for us alone, dragging along someone who looks like nothing but trouble could prove fatal. Without consulting either Novum or Aria, I was going to refuse. But there, the 6th spoke. Lyle. This is a chance. Take the request. With some conditions, of course. Conditions? With a voice no less serious than usual, he started on, and I inclined my ears to his words. It's a good opportunity to separate Miranda from Shannon. They're demon eyes that can influence even the soul. It wouldn't be strange if Miranda was already under her control, or was in the process of being put under it. The 6th seemed to be quite cautious with Shannon, and the 5th agreed. If the possibility exists, this is a good time to crush it. When trying to reform her, Miranda's aid may prove essential. Invite Miranda along here. Then start into full-blown preparations. Tell Damien that as well. That if Miranda participates, you'll seriously take on the request. The 5th seemed motivated, but it was nothing but danger to me, so I wanted to avoid it. For our current party, I don't think we can accomplish that much. To signal my refusal, I tapped the jewel with the tip of my finger, and the 2nd seemed amused. So you've got no motivation. Still, Lyle, the 5th and 6th told you to make preparations. It's not like it has to be only you guys guarding Damien. The 3rd offered some advice. Both of them seem to be having fun here. It sounds interesting, so why not just take it up? This will be a good experience for you, Lyle. From my point of view, I think you should take Clara. That girl is a specialized support. It isn't a bad option to try calling out to her. Don't make a game of my trials. While I was thinking that, the 7th spoke to me. Lyle, take on this request. In exchange, make a demand. For the doll user Damien's golem magic. The 7th held quite an interest in his original golem magic. The reason made me draw back. It's the magic of a man who's even included in the 7 grade. The information will sell for a pretty penny. In the end, the 4th put all their opinions together. Well then, our advice is that you take it on. Your decision, Lyle? As I was lost in thought, Aria called out to me. Wait, why are you thinking so seriously on it? It's a request that's impossible for us. Why not just reject? We'll take it on. But with conditions attached. When I said I would accept it, Novum's expression didn't change. It was as if she was under the impression that I would take it up from the beginning. Aria looked at me in shock. Wait. Didn't you say we weren't going to push ourselves here? With this professor tagging along, there's no way we can reach the 40th level. Miranda told Aria. Aria, you don't have to think about it that hard. We just have to make the professor understand how hard the labyrinth is, and. Miranda-san's words were cut off, as Damien looked at me, and called out. Up to how, his eyes were focused on the area around me, and he wasn't ever looking at me myself. I'm not sure what change came about in his psyche, but he was grinning widely. I was sure you were going to decline, but you've got some backbone, kid. Fine. I'll make the request to you lot. And, the conditions are? I recited the conditions the ancestor gave from the jewel. First, I'd like some time. We'll have to stay overnights in the labyrinth, so I'd like 3 days of preparation. You should also make some time for that. How about we set the journey's duration at around a week? On my conditions, he nodded. That's fine. But isn't that a little short? If you're just taking me along, I won't pay the reward. At the very least, you have to get to the 30th floor for me to recognize you're earnestly doing your job. To me, that wasn't really a problem. I don't mind. The second is manpower. I'll look for some on my side, but please convince Miranda-san to come along. If she refuses, we won't take up the job. It's natural to want manpower, but hearing that, Damien tilted his head. You want this child? I'd like it if you didn't bring love affairs into work, but, well, it doesn't look like that's your intention. Fine. You're coming along. By force. Damien said that while looking at Miranda-san. Miranda-san looked at me for a moment, before telling Damien it was impossible. Professor, it's impossible for me. I have to look after my sister, she can't see, you know. And we don't even have any servants at the moment. But as I thought, Damien started wielding the authority of the academy. If you come along, I'll give you credit. I'll tell the academy's brass of your contributions as well. If you don't want to, right. I won't do anything. Yep, I won't do anything to you. As Damien said that with a smile, Miranda-san hung her head. Won't do anything was likely Damien's special sort of threat. I added on. The final condition is to leave her sister to a hospital. I want to have a doctor specializing in eyes look at her. We'll prepare the money for that one. As I said it was for Shannon's treatment, Miranda-san raised her head. But her expression was perplexed. That's because if it could be treated, the Circuit House would have already done something about it. I get the feeling this girl is a bit affluent, though. Perhaps it can't be treated? I don't really care, so I don't know. It's just that, if it's just introducing a doctor, I don't mind. And I went on. Can you put out your specialized magic as the reward for this one? The ability to use golem magic. That's what I request as my reward. I thought he would refuse, but Damien nodded quite easily. Perhaps he had no attachment to his specialized magic, or he thought I was incapable of using it. Do you really want it that much? If that's enough, then I won't have to prepare funds, so I'm actually thankful. But please don't complain about it later. There, Novum cut in. That was surprisingly quick. Do you think Lyle-sama cannot use it? Damien shook his head. I don't see why not. All the guys I taught definitely succeeded in using it. It's just that in the end, everyone starts complaining to me. It was his magic that even became his skill. Perhaps if others used it, they wouldn't achieve as great of a result. But it's the ability that even earned him his moniker. The simple knowledge of it had worth as a piece of information, as the seventh said. I'll also call out to some acquaintances, but it hasn't been long since I came to Arumsa's, so even if they agreed, I'd likely only be bringing along one. Will your side have no one but Miranda-san? When I asked him if he was bringing anyone along, Damien looked up and started thinking. There are some who want credit, but the usable ones are this kid, and a few, perhaps. I mean, the useful ones are all capable of getting the credits themselves, so they won't yield to my threats. It seems he won't be of any help. While he gave off quite a damaged impression as a human being, he was one of the City of Scholars' greatest oddballs, one of the 7 great. There's no doubt he should be skilled. Then 3 days from now, we'll meet here. We'll be making the necessary preparations up to then. As I signaled we would be discussing things as a party, Damien departed from the guild. While waving his hand, he spoke. I've stayed out for nights in order to carry out examinations for my research, you know? I can prepare for myself, so don't worry about that. More importantly, make sure you guys are properly prepared. He truly seemed to be a selfish one, but rather than him, I looked over to Miranda-san, who was our true intent this time around. She was looking in my direction, and it seemed she wanted to say something. Is there something on your mind? Why did you put my name out? You should know I have Shannon. While it's true I'm the one who set up this meeting, all you had to do was take the professor along into the labyrinth. She's probably worried about leaving Shannon. I, for one, can't see this one as a person under mind control. No, could it be that her current state is as such? She was kind from the start, so I can't really determine anything. Novum consoled her. Don't worry, Miranda-san. Shannon-chan is a level-headed girl, and it's a good opportunity to have her see the world outside the mansion. If she stays locked up forever, her world will never expand. Still. Arya drew closer to me. Unlike Novum, she seemed to be against my opinion. Why did you take the request? Even the magic you want, from that previous talk, it was clear that it was useless to all but the professor, but I didn't really want to take it on either, but thinking of Shannon's case, I wanted to have her separated from Miranda-san for a while. On top of that, it was a good time to ask for her cooperation. The sixth spoke. If you try to move to reform the girl while by her side, there's no doubt she'll notice. This was for the better. If it's in the labyrinth, Shannon cannot interfere. The The fifth was of the same opinion. But Shannon's reformation wasn't her only goal here. Also, it's about time we have Lyle experience growth again. Even if you're to face Shannon now, your mana restrictions are a bit tight. While considering the step where I exited the labyrinth and experienced a growth, he started saying how it would be bad if Shannon was returned to the mansion, and he started thinking of an excuse to keep the girl away. The second didn't seem to be giving Shannon much serious thought. I personally would like Lyle to use this opportunity for growth as well. Thinking about what's to come, it will be difficult if he doesn't become stronger around this point in time. The fourth was of the same opinion. He seemed to be speaking as if he wanted me to experience a growth in the labyrinth, but he had some doubts regarding Shannon. There have always been those that train in the labyrinths. And wait, is Shannon really as much of a monster as the fifth and sixth make her out as? I personally can't see her as anything like that. Perhaps Seals is special? I let out a sigh and addressed Arya. It's for Miranda-san's sake. Miranda's? After leaving it at that, we had preparations to make, so we began acting on that. 3 days later. Having arrived at the guild, I saw Clara with baggage on her, so I waved my hand. She was carrying bags quite large compared to her body, but she was walking as she usually did. That scene was looked onto by the newbie adventurers with wonder. Right on time. This time, I put a support request in for Clara. I thought she would be reluctant, but she immediately complied. Her reward was something we would be providing. She was looking at us. No, she was looking at our attire. Me, and Novum, and Arya as well had only a little more baggage than usual. If we planned to challenge the labyrinth, it probably looked to be much too less. I think you have too little supplies on you. I told you the required items in advance, did I not? She looked a little dissatisfied, and perhaps she was under the impression that we were underestimating the labyrinth. I told her it was a misunderstanding, and showed her a wooden box I had placed close by. A wooden crate? You plan on carrying that? She stared at me with eyes that implied how inefficient it was. I replied with a bitter smile. No, after everyone's gathered, I'll show you in a place without wary eyes. After I said that much, the adventurers coming towards the guild started growing noisy. Oi, Damien's coming. It's a parade of dolls. Challenging the labyrinth, is he? Then he should have just gone himself from the start. As I stared in the direction of the uproar with wonder, Clara gave an explanation. Novum and Arya also looked in the direction of the adventurers clearing the way as if they were witnessing something unbelievable. No, Novum was the same as usual. It's Damien the doll user's parade. You've let me see quite a rare sight. This much may have been enough to give worth in participating. Damien can control the dolls he's created, so this sort of thing is possible. I opened my eyes wide, and the ancestors were also surprised. The second spoke. Oi, so this is that Damien guy's magic. The third muttered quietly. I see. It truly is something that everyone would desire. The fourth as well. Looking at this, you can definitely understand its worth. Since it doesn't look widespread, there must be some problem with it, though. The fifth was mildly excited. Dolls of steel. If you try to launch an assault with these as your army, the enemy would be helpless. The sixth looked at Miranda-san, who was walking beside them. So unlike usual, she's wearing clothing easy to move around in. How Malia-like, and beautiful. Just how much did this guy treasure Malia-san? He was the only one of them was looking elsewhere. The seventh sounded tired. That's your problem? I thought your eyes would go to those moving works of armor. It was just as the seventh said. Full body armor was carrying baggage, and following on behind Damien. From a glance, it was as if Damien was leading a night brigade. But that armor wasn't what a human would wear. The arms and legs were thick, while the body and head were made slender. The body's proportions were quite off. So he can move the dolls he made from scratch to his will. Therefore he's the doll user. As I muttered that, Novum nodded. He's an amazing person. Is he controlling all of them himself? Damien had brought along 4 bodies. One of them was carrying a large piece of luggage, and the others had bags on them as well, but their hands were gripping weapons. Miranda-san, who had been walking beside them, seemed a little embarrassed. I told her we would take Shannon to the hospital, so she could go and meet with the professor, but it looks like I shouldn't have told her to go with him. Perhaps finding challenging a labyrinth to be fun, compared to when I last saw him, Damien seemed much more motivated. Greetings, gentlemen. What nice weather it is for us to take on a labyrinth. Hearing Damien's words of high spirits, I looked up at the sky. It was cloudy. Arya seemed fed up. Weather is irrelevant in the labyrinth, isn't it? Hearing that, Damien corrected the position of his glasses with a finger. That gesture is one I often see from the fourth, is what I ended up thinking. Irrelevant, you say? How can you be so certain? If the weather was bad, then perhaps there are adventurers who would decide not to dive into it today. The adventurers who often hunt outside the city are often at the beck and call of the skies. And there may be those that frequent the bars with those types. If you want me to go on, if it rains, there may be some who decide to go into the labyrinth for shelter. See, the weather is vital for challenging it. While he did have some sense to him, it's troublesome if he goes that far into it. And to put it bluntly, it's a pain. That Damien, just like Clara, looked at us with a bit of a serious expression on his face. Have you ever challenged a dungeon before, is what I ask? Does he think our motivation level is low due to our lack of baggage? He's probably thinking something like that. I let out a sigh, and pointed to the wooden box. This is all of our stuff. As I said that, Damien nodded. I see, how inefficient. I could have a doll carry it, but that would decrease our fighting force, you know? Having been told that, I requested that he move it to a room without people. If we entered the labyrinth, and moved to an empty room, I could use the 7th box to store it. Putting that explanation aside, is this all of us? Okay, then let's go to the labyrinth with all due haste. The 1st through 3rd floors are crowded with adventurers. It seems there won't be many battles until past the 5th floor, so once we get that far, let's take a break. On my opinion, Damien nodded, as he smiled. Nice. So they'll clear the way for us. It seems that even the guild adventurers can prove themselves useful on occasion. To be precise, Damien was also an adventurer. He had a guild card. I ignored the man who looked like he was having fun, and went over to Miranda-san. Perhaps worrying about Shannon, she seemed to be unable to settle down. What's wrong? Well, it's just Shannon, you know. I remembered the last time we had her hospitalized, and those weren't the best memories, so. We explained the situation 3 days ago. At that time, Shannon seemed to have been satisfied with it, but perhaps she had offered some resistance when alone with Miranda-san. If that was the case, then perhaps Miranda-san wasn't actually under her control. The 6th seemed relieved. Good. With this, the 1st stage is cleared. We succeeded in separating the siblings, but my request remained as taking Damien to the 40th floor, and defeating the boss. From the 6th's point of view, Miranda-san's safety was probably more important, though. Malia-san, could it be that the 6th caused you quite some trouble? After seeing him this attached, I'm beginning to worry. Though it's already something in the past. It's a good opportunity. For Shannon, and for you. I as well? She looked at me in wonder, and I presented the excuse I had confidently prepared beforehand. You're both too dependent on one another, or even if that's not the case, how about you place a little more trust in her? Shannon-chan is a reliable person, more so than her appearance would imply. She had a weak image, but her inner thoughts are pitch black. I didn't go as far as to say that. Arya approached me, and assured Miranda there was nothing to worry about. That's right, Miranda. Put a little faith in her. Also, it's a hospital, so they'll look after her well. It would be troublesome if they didn't. That's why we put out the gold coins. As it was Damien's acquaintance, perhaps they were also mindful of us, so they even prepared a private room for her. Because of that, the expenses were greater than I anticipated. It's the greatest expense we've had in a while. I've even bought some spare weapons for myself. Damien's dolls hoisted up the wooden box. Inside was water, and food, and even spare weapons as well. Well then, our real intention is just to persuade Miranda-san, but I want to somehow fulfill Damien's request as well. Damien urged us on. Let's go already. Time is limited, and precious. We can't be wasting it in a place like this. I sighed. Novum came to console me. Let's go, Lyle-sama. Don't worry. We've prepared enough for this day. I nodded, and started tagging behind Dalian as he broke out into humming. Next to me was Novum. Behind us was Miranda-san and Nov, and Clara took up the rear. In order to take on Arumsa's labyrinth, we must look like quite an unreliable bunch from those around us. But the ancestors were different. With a light air, the 2nd. Do you even need a week? 5 days is more than enough. The 3rd. Persuading Miranda-chan may be the harder part. The 4th too. I'll bet. In the past case, Lyle built up a bit of distance, and he could have conducted himself better, He clicked his tongue. The fifth spoke. You've got an entire week to go 40 floors, beat the boss, and persuade Miranda, right? The persuading part seems difficult, but you've plenty of time, do you not? As the fourth said, she wouldn't come up and talk to me as she did before. It's because I ended up forcefully pushing Shannon onto the hospital. I could have handled it better. It's too late for regrets, but the sixth spoke. Lyle. I care not for Damien's magic, but just persuade Miranda some way or another. You got it, right? An image of him making an intimidating face at me popped up in my mind. I shook my head. Nova, who was walking beside me, asked whether something was wrong, so I smiled and told her there were no problems. Finally, the seventh. If you had Damien's magic, you could conduct warfare with nothing but armors. Based on the situation, a small amount of troops could take down a force many times their size. Oh my, how fun it is. Damien's requests, and the ancestors' requested overlapped with. I was worried over whether or not I would be able to take care of both of them. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 3, Chapter 9, Labyrinth Specialist. Labyrinth Specialist. Arumsa's Labyrinth. Having arrived in a wide room on the 5th level, I gathered everyone to discuss our next plans. Up to now, the adventurers that rushed in from Damien's request had defeated all the monsters, so we were able to press on without battle. But after the 5th floor, the amount of adventurers took a sharp drop. Because of that, we would be drawn into battles henceforth, so I thought I would talk about that. Well then, I'll relay our objective from here on. I was the party's leader, and Damien was our target to protect. The guy himself said he could protect his own body, but when asked if he could take up command, he was completely useless. It was because his interest in others was faint. Damien had made one of his dolls lean over, and he was currently sitting on its arms. It was as if an adult had perched a child's doll on top of his arm. Objective? Yes, there don't seem to be any monsters or other adventurers around. And wait, I'm surprised we were able to make it so far this easily. The paths in the labyrinth periodically remake themselves. Labyrinths leisurely change their own structures. Because of that, it's often the case where you feel relieved knowing the way, only to get lost. It's because of the skills, though. You don't need to worry about that point. For challenging this maze, I've brought a number of useful skills with me. Saying that, I showed off the jewel hanging at my neck, . Damien and Clara looked at it, and nodded. Only Miranda-san observed it was a slight perplexed expression. A magic tool? But a magic tool with those sorts of skills carved into it would be expensive, right? The one who answered her query was Clara. It's no magic tool. It's a skill recording gem. They were the trend before magic tools were invented. So you have multiple skills in that. Blue was support class, right? Clara nodded, and I continued on. I can avoid battle to a greater extent, but some may prove unavoidable. There's also cases where it would be better off for us if we defeated an enemy. We're generally going to be aiming for the 40th lower level, so if we can collect treasure chests on the way, we will, but if it'll take too much time, we'll ignore them. Nice. Nice. It was right for me to have requested for you. You don't get lost in the labyrinth, and I'm nothing but thankful that you even have a skill to sense enemies. What's more, it seems you even know the locations of chests. It's really a lifesaver. All the treasures you can get up to the 30th floor are things I can pick up at the academy, so I have no interest. It seems Damien wasn't interested, but from the point of view of us adventurers, that would be ignoring items we could turn into money. Arya muttered it was a bit of a waste, but she accepted it. Novum nodded without any objections. Miranda-san didn't seem to be interested, so she didn't oppose. But only Clara. I understand that we'll be avoiding battle as much as possible, but what will we do about the luggage? I want to avoid keeping Damien-san's dolls in a state unfit for battle. Clara looked towards the two dolls carrying Damien's stuff and our wooden crate. I also agreed with her. So I snapped my fingers and manifested a magic circle on the spot. Looking at that, everyone was slightly surprised. I had shown it to Arya and Novum before, but perhaps they weren't used to the sight as of yet, as they backed off. It's one of the gem skills. If you stuff items into this treasure chest, you won't have to carry it along. We can move with a lightened load, but I can't take it out too many times. Please keep whatever you'll need to use frequently on hand. Taking stuff out twice a day is my limit. Hearing that, Damien nodded. It looks like you can put a considerable amount in there. Put mine into. Even so, for there to be usage restrictions, does it have a large mana consumption? I nodded, without trying to hide it. I had to explain that I couldn't do the impossible. Using skills puts my mana at its limit. In battle, I'll try my utmost not to use magic. In exchange, I extended my hand into the large treasure chest and took out the weapons I had stored in it. It was a set of bow and arrows. But the heads were a little special. Miranda-san spoke. Those are those arrows that can explode, right? I remember some students making and selling them. To be more specific, they're a type of magic tool with magic imbued into them. Magic stones and the like have been stuffed into them, so if the arrow sticks into something, or impacts, the magic will activate. It will be useful against the monsters in these parts. A while ago, I asked the adventurer who reached the 50th basement floor what equipment would be necessary. Arrows were expendable, but having them or not made a world of difference, he said. Purchasing them up was quite an expense. If we don't collect monster parts on the way, our money. Each individual one really was expensive. Clara seemed a little relieved. Perhaps she found we weren't negligent in our preparations. It's because Arumsa's labyrinth has monsters cloaked in metals. I think these sorts of weapons will prove effective. But do you have enough arrows? I took yet another weapon out of the box. It was a blunt weapon. A weapon called a mace, and one to hit against an enemy. If the danger level is low, I'll be using this. They're just surrounded with metal, and blunt force trauma will probably be more effective on their contents. Hearing that, Clara seemed satisfied. Clara, I'll have you light the surroundings. After that, there's just baggage carrying, but I'd like for one of Damien-san's dolls to take care of that. Damien smiled. I don't mind. For the front lines, we'll have me, Arya, and one of the other dolls. I'm sorry, but we'll be using it in place of a shield. Right. That's the proper way to use them. Even here, Damien accepted everything lightheartedly. His high spirits made me a little curious. Behind them will be Damien-san, Novum, and Clara. The remaining dolls will be stationed behind. I think we'll be able to proceed with this formation through the 20th level, but if the 20th basement floor's boss hasn't been subjugated yet, there was a need for us to defeat it to move onwards. I think it will be difficult with our forces, but I have the second skill on me. But I doubt it would work on a doll. Even if I used it on the dolls, I question whether or not it will actually have an effect. I'll have to test it. Lyle-sama, as planned, up to the 30th floor is. Novum spoke up, so I answered without hesitation. There are other adventurers moving around, but we generally won't come into contact with them. If they're seeking our help, we'll decide on the spot, but act with fulfilling the request in mind. Damien looked a little bored. I'd appreciate it if you didn't waste time getting involved with others. Well, you seem capable, so I'll follow. As long as I get what I requested for, that's enough. He didn't seem to be interested in others. But Arya snapped at him. Oi, don't you have anything you could call feelings, dot? Damien snorted. Ha! Feelings? The moment they decided to challenge this place, they became responsible for themselves. I don't mind if you save them because their lives are in danger, but please don't go about forgetting my request. If you like playing hero, then just do whatever you want when this is over. Of course, I doubt you of all people would be able to do anything. You, among the members here, I'll bet you're the weakest. Having been called weak, Arya clenched her spear. Seeing the situation, Clara wandered over to her side. It's just as Damien says. I won't deny the worth of saving people, but we have taken up a request. The one who has mistaken their priorities is you. If you don't save the lives you were capable of protecting, you may earn some bad reputation as an adventurer. But only get involved if you're sure you can do something. Otherwise, having them pull you down and losing their lives in the labyrinth wouldn't be for your sake. I'm not sure whether they made a mistake in judgment, or their luck was bad, but don't get in the way of my research for those sorts of people. Now that you get it, should we end the break? Damien brought it to a close there, and I started stuffing things into the treasure chest. The saber I usually used would be useless here, so I put it in as well. Novum called over to Arya. Arya-san. I get it already. A weak person can't save anyone, so I have to get stronger. It was something Zelfi-san taught us in Dalian. If we wanted to save people, we had to get stronger ourselves. Enough strength to save others, is it? I put all but the necessary items in the box, before snapping my fingers again to make it disappear. There was no actual need to snap, but after seeing the seventh do it, I just began to imitate him. Well then, we'll put a quota of at least 5 floors per day. I think the first 20 will be fast, but don't let your guards down, As I started walking forward, everyone followed. Arya looked regretful, but Novum continued to call out to calm her down. However, the fact that the one who usually would have called out to her, Miranda-san, was quietly casting her eyes down left quite an impression. I just noticed it now, but... Next, turn right, and await further direction. Yes, Lyle-sama. The ancestors' skills are. The enemy hasn't noticed us, so we're launching a surprise attack. I'll be using the bow, so once the explosion rings out, cut it is, Arya. Leave it to me. In labyrinths, no, in most situations. There's a treasure chest, but it's got some sort of trap attached to it. What should we do, Clara? I don't have the technique to undo it. If you're worried about it, we're better off avoiding it, but... I'm surprised you can tell. Considerably, or so should I put it, they're efficient enough that you could call it cowardly. Let's rest around here today. If we defeat the monsters in the area, we'll have some peace of mind. Truly splendid. In just one day, we're at the 18th underground level. What's more, while we've launched attacks, we've not had one launched on us even once. Yep, you truly are competent. Thank you? Even when Damien praised me, I felt quite doubtful for some reason. It wasn't by my power, but by the ancestors' skills. I'm still not clear on the extent of my own skill, so there are some things I can't help but wonder about. Taking down the surrounding monsters, we arrived in a slightly wider room and lowered our bags. The surrounding walls had an irresponsible number of metal sheets stuck over them, and near the room's entrance was a rectangular signboard that let off an emerald light. Is that a depiction of a human? Something like that was drawn on it. Even so, this sure is a mysterious labyrinth. Perhaps it's a bit too unique, but I can't drop this ominous feeling I get from it, As I said that, Damien began going into an explanation on the place. Of course it is. I mean, it's not that this labyrinth emerged in the place we call the City of Scholars. It's precisely because this labyrinth was here that the city was built over it. He used a curious phrasing, so I asked. It's because this labyrinth was here that the City of Scholars was built? That's right. Unlike the other ones, an ancient ruin became a labyrinth. And when that happened, they kept pouring out one after another. Even the popular magic tools nowadays got hints from the treasure and materials that came from this labyrinth. The equipment is one thing, but to the City of Scholars, this is truly a mountain of treasure. Right, for example, it's about the metal that makes the form of this maze, but it's actually possible to take it back with you. In really small quantities, though. Damien moved his doll, and had it start peeling at the walls. However, the labyrinth suddenly offered a response, and it tried to restore them. Anne? What are you trying to do? Clara seemed amazed as she looked at us, but a sheet of metal had been peeled away. No, the labyrinth itself discarded it. It was a small and pretty slab, gripped in the doll's hands. I'm giving this kid a lesson. You're that library girl, right? You should watch too. Damien called Clara library girl as the rest of us observed the piece of metal. In the past, refining or manufacturing this metal was impossible for us. But the City of Scholars revolutionized it. That technology is even used in producing magic tools. A while ago, even this small amount of metal had some value. The adventurers were scraping at the walls with all their might, it seems. Now, we can do nothing but look back and laugh at them. The labyrinth itself a major grace given unto the world. That was Arumsa's labyrinth. They have to manage it, but if it disappeared, would there be problems greater than the labyrinth itself being lost? As I asked that, Damien pushed his glasses up, and they caught the light. That's right. Though there are quite a few out there who don't understand that. Damien cast aside the scrap of metal the doll had stripped. And that scrap, as if it were melting into the floor, vanished. Seeing my surprised face, he explained. It's a part of the labyrinth, so it can easily be taken back in by it. If you take it outside, it won't recognize it as a part of itself again. There were some guys researching that, but I'm not interested. All I'm interested in is the crystallization of ancient technology, the automaton S. I will make a doll that surpasses the crystallization of all their efforts. For that purpose, I need to reproduce an automaton no matter what. The seventh, who had kept quiet up to now, thought up a question. I heard his voice from the jewel. Wait, could it be this man doesn't actually like that automata themselves? I was surprised. From Miranda-san, I heard he was going to reproduce one in order to create his ideal woman, or something like that, so I thought that using the dolls of ancient technology was his objective in itself. Could it be you don't have much interest in the automata themselves? As I said that, Damien started prattling on in high spirits. A little more than in other things. They're my target, and of all else, those higher-up old farts are overly interested in recreating them. But from my point of view, as long as that gets me my research budgets, it's fine. Restoring them is a side thing. I'm going to make the woman of my ideals. With modest breast, and graceful. On that cold expression you have only makes it all the more wonderful. As I saw the man go into a trance of ecstasy, my face cramped. It's not like it was his problem alone. Hearing his story, the ancestors and the jewel started speaking up. According to the second. Flat chest, you say? Isn't it in the volume that a woman's charm lies? The third was. It's good to have some moderation. What's important is the balance. More so, it's the bottom that's the important. The fourth. What's wrong with small breasts? Isn't it fine? It's not like size is everything. That stuff is nothing but a lump of fat. The fifth didn't seem to be interested. As long as they produce milk, there is no problem. Even if they don't, just hire a wet nurse for the child. The sixth laughed, as he. Ha, it's the shape of the bust, you know. The shape. It's important, is it not? It seems the seventh was on the larger faction. The worth of small breast, just where are you trying to tell me it lies? I cannot comprehend it. The seventh said that with some disappointment, but from my point of view. Why exactly do I have to hear what the ancestors think about breasts? Even if I covered my ears, I would hear it. The ancestors' sense of values in relation to a female's chest. And their competing opinions, even if I plugged me eardrums, they came to me. As I made a dark expression, Novum approached. Lyle-sama, about lookout shifts, are you alright? I slowly turned to Novum's chest. Yes, bigger is better. Excuse me? Novum didn't seem to notice it, but Damien spoke in his continued high spirits. Oh, I see. So you're a heretic. Library girl, you must also understand the worth of small. Damn, what's with your size? I think I hate you. Damien said that to Clara. But without drawing back, Clara disinterestedly. Is that so? They do nothing but cause stiff shoulders, so I have a preference towards small ones, I think. There, Damien broke out into a smile. I apologize. Despite those large lumps on your chest, I see you were my comrade in the admiration of the little things in life. Yet despite that, just what sort of thing did I say? Want me to cut them? Damien produced a scalpel from somewhere. No cutting. I see. As I saw Damien make a regretful face, I thought. Clara's a bit of a strange one herself. The second day. With the same formation as before, we passed through the 20th floor. The floor with the boss on it was constructed as nothing but a straight road leading to a large room in the very center of the labyrinth. As I checked the map, the center room was connected to a narrow entrance and exitway in a straight line. It was completely different from the labyrinth in Dalian, so I was curious. As I thought, it changes based on location. In that case, we won't be chased around. After passing through the chamber devoid of its boss, we proceeded onto the 21st floor. We wanted to put in some brakes, but it seems that a party of adventurers was approaching this area from above. There are some people of our trade coming from behind. Their numbers are 12. Even with 12, I get the feeling they're lacking in adequate force to proceed further than here. They likely came to confirm whether the boss was here, or maybe to combat the monsters past it. Your skills sure are convenient. Support class generally doesn't stand out much, and it doesn't have that impact, so it doesn't seem too useful to others, I think. As Arya looked at me and said that, the second. And this is why I hate those guys with vanguard skills. They friggin' look down on us, regardless of the skill or weapon, the guys who can use it well are strong. In the second's time, it was a misfortune to get a support skill. Perhaps he was told something by someone who had a vanguard class skill like Arya. On mine and Arya's conversation, Novum joined in. It's not that the skills are amazing. It's that Lyle-sama, who can pull them all off, is amazing. It's a sort of talent to be able to use a wide number of skills. Hearing Novum tell Arya I was amazing, I began to feel a little embarrassed. I do remember the ancestors praising me for using their skills skillfully. Could it be that I'm actually a little amazing? I was sure I was completely useless when compared to seals, but I've often come to realize that wasn't the case since I went out. There, the second spoke. Lyle, you just thought something like, am I amazing? Or something, right? This man, he read my mind. It's as if he's the first. As I recalled the first, I began to wonder what he would say in a time like this. Unexpectedly, he might have gotten angry at me again. I began to feel a little sad. As we had such conversations, we pressed on in the labyrinth. However, even after coming this far, Miranda-san didn't join in. If you called out to her, she responded, and she even smiled. As I thought, she's become a little distanced. Just how should I persuade her to become our ally here? Rather than battle, I was worried about Miranda-san. Around the 21st floor, the battles had instantly become more intense. The orcs that had cut at us in straight lines with metal sheets changed to ones holding items forcefully shaped into weapons and shields. There were even some that were wearing things to protect their heads. Within the passageway, I had Clara extinguish her light, and we held our breaths. Having discovered a squad of 5 orcs wandering around, I told everyone to stop, as I notched an arrow. Clara, when you hear the explosion, turn on the light. Yes. Novum and Miranda-san, prepare yourselves as well. Fire attribute is fine. When I call out your names, release whatever you're casting at the orc up front. Yes. G got it. Damien-san, act of your own volition. How cold. As I heard the stretching sound of the bow drawn to its limit, I activated the second skill. And I measured the distance with the 5th and 6th. The 2nd's all. The 5th's dimension. The 6th spec. The 3 skills let us sense the information of enemies that had yet to perceive us. Using the 2nd skill that made it feel as if my senses had expanded, I took aim in the dark passageway. The troublesome one is the one with a shield. As I locked my aim, the 2nd spoke. Steady your breathing more. Don't think you'll take them down in a single strike. If you hit, and make them flinch, then you can win with these numbers. Heeding his words, I let the arrow fly. At the same time, I returned the bow to the quiver on my back, and took the mace hung at my waist in my right hand. The moment the explosion rung out, Clara lit the surroundings with magic. In the center of the orc squadron, the shield-bearing orc had collapsed. As if it had taken a blow to the head, it showed no signs of rising. Novum, Miranda-san. The 2 who had prepared magic activated their spells. Novum was the faster one. Fire wave. A surge of fire came from behind me, and assailed the orcs. The ones that used their comrades as shields were able to block it, but the ones in the front had been charred black. As expected of Novum's magic output. The problem was Miranda-san. Fire cannon. A sphere of flame was shot out, and it headed for the orc who had picked up and readied the shield. Her aim was slightly off, and it was easily blocked. But the impact destroyed the monster's stance. It wasn't able to defend all the ones behind it either, and they suffered burns over their bodies. Seeing that we had finished our magic, they started running at us with their weapons. But before I could call out to Arya. Hey, attack already, number 1. Number 2. As Damien said that, the armor dolls started running down the corridor with large lances in hand. Without a sense of pain, the dolls thrust their weapons forward fearlessly. The orcs swung their weapons, however, they were easily rebounded off the bodies. Perhaps the dolls were made with high-quality metal, but even after taking attacks, they weren't dented. 2 of the orcs let themselves be impaled to stop the lance's movements, and in that space, the orc with a shield raised a war cry as it came at us. Correcting the location of his glasses with a finger, Damien spoke. That's where it should have retreated. We're quite busy here, so if it ran, we wouldn't have given chase. How unfortunate. When he finished his dramatic line, I shouted. Arya! As Arya ran out, it looked as if she had disappeared for an instant. But in the next instant, she was behind the orc that was coming at us with its shield. She likely used a skill to circle around. So she used the walls and ceiling. As I looked around the space that had taken the shape of a passageway, Arya stabbed her spear deeply into the monster's vitals. It fell forward onto the ground. A metallic sound rang out as the shield dropped to the ground. It was quite a shrill noise. It was a bit of an unpleasant feeling I couldn't say anything to. Okay. She had dealt a finishing blow on an orc, so Arya was overjoyed. As she pulled out her lance, blood gushed out and splashed onto her body. Damien spoke. She really is lacking in elegance. She took it out with an attack relying on brute strength. What's more, in a barbaric fashion. It seems that Arya and Damien's compatibility was low. Aren't your dolls the same? They just attack straight up by stabbing with their lances, don't they? Why not just call it a simple attack without any wasted movement? I ignored their childish quarrel, and thanked the other party member. Sorry, Clara. For having you use magic all the way. This is also my job. Also, I'm used to it, so it's fine. Though it's my first experience having to turn the light on and off so many times. Magic was shining on the end of her largish staff. As lights were part of the specialization of a support, it shone brighter than Novum's. Novum, did your magic output rise? You took out an orc in one hit. Thank you. But this was a narrow space, so they had nowhere to escape. It was because of your decisions, Lyle-sama. I left what magic she used to her own decision. But I'm thankful for her judgment to use a magic with a wide effective area. Nice work, Miranda-san. I'm sorry for dragging you into this when you're not used to it. Eh? Why yeah, it's fine, Lyle-kun. She looked spaced out for a moment, but she immediately directed a smile at me. If it gets hard for you, just say it. Right. Yep. I'll do just that. As she said that, I turned back to look at the two who were still arguing, Damien and Arya. I let out a sigh, as I inclined my ears to a voice from the jewel. Lyle. It was the sad voice of the sixth. I know, sixth. When I used the skills. In the middle of battle, Miranda-san's response flashed red for a brief moment. Red indicated a target that held hostility towards me. As I thought, Shannon is dangerous. It seems like it will become difficult to reform her. I recalled the red flash of Miranda-san's signal. And even now, she was shining in uninterested yellow. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 3, Chapter 10, Mind. Mind. The end floor of the second day. In a wide space on the 29th floor, we had performed a clean sweep of the monsters, and took a break. By checking for responses below me, I found quite a large one. The boss had revived. I thought perhaps the adventurers acting in the labyrinth would have moved to subjugate it already, but it seems the numbers of adventurers simply increased, and nothing came of it. Tired from battle, we put off fighting the boss to tomorrow. I activated my skills to find a portion of the labyrinth was moving. A dull metallic sound could be heard a ways away, and a single passageway was shifting. To reach the path to the 30th floor on the second day. I really was right to have asked for you guys. Damien said that as he started drinking water he pulled out of the chest I manifested with the 7th generation's box. With our light equipment, our movement speed was greater than the other adventurers. At the same time, I was using the 4th skill to expedite the process. Our movement speed was raised a few times along the way, but that's also the work of your skills, right? Make sure you tell me before you use it. It looks like it had an effect on my dolls too, and moving them around felt quite off. Well, I'm sorry about that. Occasionally, Damien was sharp. Unlike when he was arguing with Arya, he seemed to be calmly analyzing my ability. It's just that even if he had interest, I was low on his priority list, so he didn't ask me the specifics. So there was an effect on the dolls too. While I did increase our movement speed, if that's the case, this is yet another extraordinary skill. I'm not sure what theory it works by, but it's true it will prove useful. For now, the only one I haven't used is the 3rd generation's mind. In a sense, it was the one most removed from the others. It was one that worked on the psyche, and one that could become a large problem if abused. Could it be that he didn't teach it to me because he was discerning what sort of person I was? It was dangerous as a skill, but using it was relatively easy. And about the use of its 2nd stage, the 3rd hasn't given out the permission. Even when he conceded I had high enough ability to use it. Seeing me lost in thought, Damien called out. What could it be? If it's about tomorrow's plans, you already looked through the guild's references, and put some thought into it, right? Well, that's true. It's true that I'm nervous. It's the first I'll be fighting something like that. It's not my specialty or anything. There are even some adventurers that specialize in taking down bosses after they revive. They hold specialized equipment, and defeating the boss had become nothing more than a simple job to them at this point. However, it's often the case that such adventurers don't prove useful in other work. We're an all-purpose party, and we have our troubles in times like these, but our forte was our ability to be able to fight through most circumstances. Of course. What are you getting timid here for? If it's something on the level of the next floor's boss, you'll win with ease. The second let out an amazed tone. That's right. My current trump card, the 1st's full burst skill, let me temporarily multiply my abilities. It let me display explosive powers, but in order to use it, it constantly drained and stored a small amount of mana from me. With the current me, after one use, I would have to open up a period of 2 to 3 days. After waiting that long, I would be able to temporarily boost myself 2 to 3 times over. I haven't used ID since coming here, so if it's not, I think I can pull out 3 to 5. The weakness of all-purpose types, was it? But as an all-purpose party that can overcome any circumstance, you guys are competent. It would even be fine to call you guys too competent. There was something that caught me up in Damien's words. But tomorrow, I'll be getting up early. I wanted to rest in leisure. Is that so? I didn't notice that myself. I'm sleepy, so I'll sleep now. I'll get food later, so don't worry about that. Really? Then good night. I separated from Damien, wrapped myself in the sleeping bag I took out of the box, and told Novum to wake me up when the time came before falling asleep. Yo! What is it, third? When I thought I had fallen asleep, I found myself inside the Jules conference room. The one who called me seems to be the third. Don't make such a scary face. For our little boy who hasn't had any progress, I thought I would teach you how to seduce Miranda-chan not. I didn't like his use of seduce, but I really was unable to find an occasion to win her over. Looking with the skills made it clear. She was displayed in the yellow hue of neither an enemy nor ally, and as if she was unstable, she would occasionally flash red. Shannon shouldn't be here, but occasionally, Miranda-san spaced out. That sixth can't calm down, you see. I want to try doing something from my side, so I'll tell you a special way to use my skill. Don't tell the others, Kay? Well, there are a few things I have against interfering with someone's psyche. As I said that, the third smiled. Is it wrong to corrupt people's minds with skills? Even when, without skills, humans are organisms that manipulate others to their wills? I don't think I'm wrong for thinking, this man is dark. At that moment, the third continued with his explanation. To control a human, you don't need something like skills. All you need is art, and a bit of technique. If you think of it that way, people are always interfering with others' psyche every day. So what's the difference if you do it with a skill? The problem lies in how you use it. How you use it. If I implant that she was to become our ally, the sixth would be furious. I'm pretty sure that Miranda-san and Malia-san have overlapped in his mind. The sixth's attachment to Miranda-san was blatantly amazing. Even if trouble was to befall me, he wanted to release her from Shannon's hands. That's also proof that he thinks I'm capable of it. When people get worn out, their minds become unstable. Perhaps it means that in this unfamiliar environment, Miranda-chan can't put up her usual resistance to her sister's antics? That's why. Shannon-chan's influence might be coming out. Until recently, Miranda-san was definitely more collected. The more and more we tread through the labyrinth, the more unstable I felt she became, so perhaps the third's opinion was true. After living in the same mansion for so long, it's strange that she wasn't interfered with at all. So Shannon is dangerous. You think so? The third's words shocked me. After she does this much, he didn't seem to think of the girl as a danger. The current situation is that Miranda-san is becoming emotionally unstable due to constant exposure to an unfamiliar environment, right? Then what about in her normal life? Perhaps Miranda-chan would have been completely fine, you know? Does that mean we did something unnecessary? Because of the fifth and sixth's bizarre level of vigilance, could it be that we've made a large mistake? I started to think that. Well, the fifth and sixth definitely see that one is Malia-chan. It's because Malia-chan was so amazing that Shannon must be as well? It's that sort of thing, isn't it? I didn't think her a wonder with her. I've seen seals up close a number of times, but I couldn't feel anything of her level from Shannon. Of all else. They said Miranda-chan supposedly resembled Malia-chan, but perhaps the truly scary one is Miranda-chan then. Right. The cheerful Miranda-san, who minded her surroundings, gave off a greater feeling. Something that drew people to her. But it was something different than the fear I sensed from seals. And that Miranda-chan is becoming unstable. I think that's the greater danger here. So I'll teach you how to use the skill. If you put it to practical use, your harem will immediately explode in size, Lyle. He continued on with a smile, and my face stiffened. I know he isn't seriously thinking about that, but he sure knows how to talk. I accompanied his jokes, as the third taught me a way to apply his skill. When I opened my eyes, I immediately rolled away in the sleeping bag I was in. Around me, Damien and Arya were sleeping soundly. Looking closely, Novum was also asleep. Clara was collapsed on the ground, asleep as well. Novum and Clara should have been the first ones on lookout. The second spoke. That woman sure did it. I hadn't laid hands on the food prepared for me to eat after waking. My luck was good. I'll bet there was a sleeping drug mixed into it. I heard the sixth's voice from the jewel. So she was being controlled. But why, with this timing? The fifth stopped the sixth. Right now, Lyle's life is priority. Put that aside. I leapt from the sleeping bag and looked at the place I was at before. The mace I had brought was lowered onto the ground with all of Miranda-san's strength. That wasn't the power she had shown since coming to the labyrinth. What is the meaning of doing something like this? I leisurely looked at the instigator of this. Her usual bright smile was absent. With eyes that had lost their highlights, she murmured as she looked at me. Shannon's enemies are my enemies. I will eliminate all that get in Shannon's way. Shannon's enemies are, ... She's probably taken my weapons too. If I hadn't been called into the duel by the third, perhaps the situation would have been more drastic. Are you listening to me, Miranda-san? She leapt forward. At her fighting style like that of a soldier that specialized in direct combat, I retreated back. But she threw the mace at me. When I dodged, the mace hit the wall, and a metallic sound reverberated through the room. In her hand, her spare weapon, a dagger, was clutched. The light of the magic stone lamp we used for camping dimly lit the room. Lyle, you got in that child's way, didn't you? As she stepped in, she immediately moved to my side. Fast. I immediately bent down to dodge the dagger thrust at me, but this time, her foot was coming at me. For an instant, the scene of seals kicking into the air played back in my head. I immediately grabbed her leg and threw her off her feet, but the moment she collided with the wall, she had corrected her stance. She kicked the wall to make a tidy landing. Seeing the scene, the seventh spoke. Those aren't the movements of a rear guard. No, perhaps she's competent at both positions. Seeing Miranda-san's ability, I realized she had been concealing them up until now. I don't think she was hiding them on Shannon's orders. Perhaps she had hid her abilities of her own will. The fifth voiced Malia-san's name. It seems the Malia-like troublesome entity was this girl. Good grief, my eyes aren't what they used to be. The fifth murmured that regretfully. We defeated all the monsters around, so there was no danger of them interrupting. But my comrades were asleep, so help wasn't coming either. Miranda-san immediately noticed the direction of my gaze, and inserted herself between me and Novum. Taking a stance with the dagger, and lowering her hips, it didn't look like she had remembered how to fight from just a day or two. Do kids these days get taught in things like that as well? Well, Novum is also like that, so I'm not complaining. As I gave a sarcastic smile, Miranda's eyebrows twitched. Oi, could it be you're actually conscious right now? I can't think that someone this strong was actually worn out by the battles up to here, and became unable to resist Shannon's influence. She lifted up her face, and her mouth had curved into the shape of a crescent moon. The glint of her white teeth in the dim room looked ominous. Each and every one of you needs to shut up. The sociable me has had enough, and she's fast asleep. I have to be thankful to that brat. Because of her, I can finally come out on the surface. With her ominous laughter, her atmosphere was completely different from before. She took out another dagger, and held it in her other hand. A two-sword style. You see, this girl is way too good at playing the good girl part. I mean, she even began to deceive herself into thinking she was one. With her tongue sticking out to lick her daggers, her eyes filled with madness were fixated on me. And they seemed to be delighted at that. She held it all in, and cried alone. It was detestable, but then, you see, that brat had to do something unnecessary. I took out the knife hidden in my belt to receive her daggers as they came at me. Sparks flew. In case something happened, I started carrying it on me when her yellow signal came out. As I thought, you're the same sort as me. It simply makes me want to carve up that, I saw it coming face. As she said that with an entranced expression, I kicked her away. But she matched my kick, and used the momentum to retreat back. It was as if she was a cat. That brat laid hands on the openings in this girl's heart, and freaking buried me. She didn't even seem to know what she was doing, so it was just the best. Once she finished chipping away the outer me psyche, I was sure she would be the first one I would carve up. Running at me, she feinted left and right to confuse me. But the second skill continued to relay her exact location to me, so I used the knife in my hand to stop her attack. But, it looks like the first one I'll be mincing up is you. My dear. It's Lyle Kuhn. Miranda-san, no, the girl continued slashing at me consecutively, and she initiated quite a varied attack pattern. While thinking this would be so much easier if I had my saber, I tried asking. And why is it me? Why? Why, I wonder, like I know. It felt like she was hiding her reasons. And right now, this girl was enjoying the battle to its fullest. While finding delight in killing me, she didn't try to take Novum or any of the ones behind her hostage. It's just that she's stronger than I thought. They said she resembled Malia-san, But was Malia-san this strong? As I thought that, I kicked one of her daggers out of her hands. Aha! You're the best. For you to not be pushed back by this girl's physical abilities, you really are amazing. Well, thanks for that. While letting out some light quips, I lightly brushed the jewel. The third spoke. Well, why not? He seemed to understand what I was trying to say. Personally, I was reluctant. Why was I the first one? What's the reason you didn't target Novum or any of the others? Miranda-san twirled her dagger around her fingertips as she answered. It's because I woke up to your voice. When you asked if she was conscious, this girl became flustered. With a broad grin, she began to divulge Miranda-san's inner thoughts. Did you know? This girl freakin' fell for you on first sight. If it's this person, perhaps he'll understand me. She had some faint expectations like that. Isn't it laughable? Even when she's never once laughed in her heart. While she looked to be a sociable girl anyone could rely on, it seemed she was carrying her own worried. And so, honey, I thought I would cut you up first and destroy that girl's heart. I mean, I've gotten fed up of being locked up like this. I continued to measure the distance between us as I slowly moved. While she was laughing, if I showed an opening, she would surely jump at it. She seemed to understand that I couldn't attack Miranda-san's body. The first one who tried to kill you was the outer me, though. I mean, isn't it true? Before I came out, she tried to land the finishing blow of her own will. Though she was being manipulated by that brat. Still, that outer me was just a little serious. I mean, you kept showing it off a lot. She turned her eyes to Novum. As I strengthened my vigilance, she started laughing. Oh, don't worry, I won't cheat on you, dear, but Lyle-kun has Novum and Arya, and on top of that, he has his hands on that Clara over there. He's quite an awful man, isn't he? I'm sorry, I've never even been kissed before. I'm a shy boy. Well, how unfortunate. Before trying to kill you, the outer me should have taken a swing at you. As she said that, I denied it. I have Novum, so won't you put that on hold? I'm serious about her. Right. As I thought, that's how it is. Even when we're the same, the outer me couldn't understand that. I was curious about her statement, but I immediately jumped at her. My preparations were complete. Oh my, for you to be so motivated all of a sudden. Her face warped. With a pained expression, she glared at me. As I leapt at her, she thrust out her dagger. I grabbed the fist clenched around it, and averted it. In the space between my index and middle finger, the dagger's blade had lightly cut into the skin. What did you do? What did you do? As my right hand gripped her left, she landed a kick on me. It wasn't the kick of a girl. I stomached the pain, and went on in a leisurely expression. It's a skill that influences the mind, the support class has them too, you know. Did I ever say I couldn't use something like that? You prick! The jewel let off a blue light, and forcefully sealed her off before calling out to Miranda-san. How are you feeling? As I let go of her hands, she fell to her knees, and let the dagger drop to the ground. A metallic sound rang out, but no one opened their eyes. This is the worst. She was hanging her head, so I couldn't see her face. And like that, I started to use mind. I called out to the depths of her heart, and forcefully dragged her out. I was even able to push down the girl fluently prattling on about Miranda-san's feelings. It's good that I was able to do that as soon as she came out. And wait, that one's dangerous. So you knew about Shannon. On my question, she opened her mouth. You heard, didn't you? I know. I was aware of how she was influencing me, and I played the fool. I'm Shannon's older sister. I remember the words Arya said. When she was at nothing but a loss, the one who worried for her was Arya. Everyone has a part of them they don't want to show off. As I said that, Miranda-san started smiling. I hear that a lot. But the me you saw was nothing to laugh about. I showed you the abnormal me. I let out a sigh, and activated mind. The sixth raised his voice. Stop it, Lyle. But the third restrained him. It's fine, it's fine. Have at it. Even if Shannon-chan had some influence in it, that's her real self. Rather than having it pile up and explode, it's better to have her accept it. The third merely spoke in his usual light tone of voice. Don't say it as if it's someone else's problem. You may deny it, but that doesn't change the truth. That was a single side of you. And now, I'm going to use my skill to treat that part. The self she divided off, once more. I'll have her properly recognize the dark feelings she discarded. I'm unsightly, you know. Don't worry. There are worse ones out there, my sister, for one. She slowly lifted her head to look at me. Her messed up hair was stuck to her face. From the gaps in her hair, I saw those lightless eyes again. It's not my problem what happens. She could have surely pushed me down forever. You'd come to the surface soon enough. And when that happens, it'll become a major incident. In that case, just let her accept you. It's time for you to protect the other Miranda-san. Protect? The suppressed emotions were always treated as a malicious entity. But if I had to say, that's also human. Regret and grief, the self that no one would ever look at, while it's embarrassing, that's also a part of me. No, it was the larger portion. But I was able to use those mortifying feelings as fuel to persevere. Not that I was rewarded for it or anything. If you've been nothing but rejected for so long, it can't be helped that you've grown so twisted. I touched her shoulder with my right hand, and the jewel started to shine. I guess you're right. And I'll accept you too. No matter what Miranda-san she may be, I'll accept her as Miranda-san. That's what I meant when I said that. However. Was that? She let off a blue light, before collapsing. She was probably quite expended mentally. I was also quite tired from using my skills. Even when we'll be busy tomorrow, yeah, I'll sleep. With this, I think we've proceeded a little in our Shannon countermeasures. The sixth whispered. So I didn't get it. The time to change lookout shift. Novum slowly rose from the space she had been sitting. Around her, a drugged Damien, Clara, and Arya. Miranda and Lyle were also asleep. I heard she had some knowledge on medicine, but the amount of chemicals were administered quite precisely. With this, everyone should wake by tomorrow. Clara was on the same shift as her, but Novum let her sleep. She draped a blanket over her. With her staff in hand, Novum headed over to Miranda. Miranda's hair was stuck to her face with sweat. She seemed to be severely fatigued. Novum gripped her staff tightly, but when she saw Lyle stir beside her, she loosened her hand. She put down her staff, and stared at the palm of her hand. Why did it react like this? That aside, waking them up like this is a little. Perhaps Lyle was worn out, as he was sleeping quite soundly. Looking at his expression, Novum smiled. She tried stroking her hand against his face. After tilting her head to the side, she decided to continue keeping watch. You seem to be tired from that battle, so I'll take over your lookout shift. In that previous battle, Novum hadn't been asleep. Everyone had woken up a little after our decided departure time. I'm sorry. It's fine. Novum made a bitter smile. After seeing Clara continually apologizing to Novum after waking up, I couldn't even caution her. I mean, I had also fallen asleep, and missed my shift. When I asked Novum why she didn't wake me up, she responded that I looked tired. Going after her any further on the matter was difficult, as I was the one who had slept through it anyways. Yeah, that was a nice rest. It feels as if I'd been drugged or something. Damien laughed in a loud voice, and it seems that was the first decent sleep he had received in a while, so he was happy. I wanted to ask just what sort of lifestyle he was living, but I felt his explanation would be a pain, so I stopped myself. Arya awkwardly finished her meal in silence. Miranda-san was, I'm sorry, Novum-chan. Bright and energetic. It was as if the events of last night were a lie, but the third spoke. It's actually quite refreshing to open up once in a while. Hearing that, the fifth seemed to be in doubt. Only if that's possible. No, perhaps I was quite open too. It seems he had thought of something. The second. She's more energetic than before. It's fine. I mean, like this, she'll probably help out with Shannon's case. The fourth was of the same opinion. That's truly a nice smile. She looks like she'll help, but, when you know what emotions are lurking under that face, as I thought, girls are scary. It seems those words were filled with his true feelings, so I couldn't really return any words to him. In that regard, Novum is perfect. I was in a slight mood to brag to him. The seventh was the same as always. Well, with this, we'll be able to concentrate solely on Damien's request. The sixth sounded unmotivated. Right. I knew it couldn't end like this, so after eating, I started cleaning up. Clara, you should leave it at that. It's no good. For support like me, I have to properly do my work, or it's no good. She said that more briskly than usual, so I'll bet they were her feelings towards her work. I responded with an, oh okay, before returning to cleaning up. And when I passed by Miranda Sab's side. Thanks for yesterday, and please look after me, Lyle, Cohen. For just a moment, that girl's smile surfaced on Miranda's face. The 30th floor's boss room. An ogre with a large hollow pipe over its shoulder was standing before me. It's as if it's a cannon. Even so, there are quite a few monsters with some troublesome things on them here. Having everyone else step back, I confronted the ogre alone. You'll really be fine, right? Even with his doubts, Damien waited on standby behind. As if it were making light of me, the ogre raised the large pipe over its head. I gripped the jewel. Full burst. As I said that, the silver metal ornaments around the jewel expanded out, and I was gripping a large sword in my right hand. It resembled the sword the first used in his life, but it's begun to take on a shape easier for me to use. I'm sorry, but I don't have the time. I'll be ending it in one hit. I held the sword in both hands against my waist as if to slash upwards with it. As the ogre swung down its pipe on me, I also swung my own. A shockwave rung out, and the ogre was flung all the way to the back wall of the boss chamber. Its metal breastplate and gauntlets were torn up alongside the cannon, as it was sent barreling into the wall. The pipe split into two, and fell to the ground. I released the skill. Besides taking out a monster in one blow, this one's actually quite harsh to handle. Returning the large sword to its former state, I started worrying about the mana I lost. If I don't experience a growth at least once more, I may never be able to skillfully handle the jewel. My comrades that watched my fight came over. As expected of Lyle-sama. Novum praised me as usual. Arya was. You won't use that one more frequently? I'll use it when I must, right? It's that sort of thing. To her cold attitude, I reacted in like. Well, it was between comrades, so it wasn't a bad exchange. Clara started looking at my jewel with a serious expression. That's rare metal. And an expensive sword at that. Miranda-san applauded with a smile. But she wasn't simply cheerful as usual. She seemed even friendlier than before. With this, we've completed the professor's request. Now, please teach Lyle Kuin your magic. Damien's promise was that he would recognize we were seriously doing his request if we exceeded the 30th floor. But he looked at me, and spoke. It's a promise, so I'll uphold it. Can I also throw something out there? What is it? Looking at me with a serious face, Damien spoke. At this rate, you'll become no good. Well, not that it's my business. Having been told that, I had no words to return. I wonder why. And the second agreed. I'll bet. We were steadily proceeding towards clearing Damien's request, but it seems I'm to confront yet another problem. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 3, Chapter 11, A Woman's Back. A Woman's Back. After breaking through the 30th floor's boss room, we proceeded quickly. With the skills in my possession, we would always enter battles with the advantage. We were able to take the shortest possible routes, with the smallest amount of battles to reach our destination. The types of enemies moving around, their numbers. Once we confirmed that before initiating battle, it became exceedingly easy. We only carried the minimum amount of baggage, and we changed equipment based on the enemies. When we found an unmoving group of enemies around the floor's exit, I issued orders to everyone. Clara, extinguish the light. Novum, please prepare magic. Fire attribute. I'll leave the finishing blows to Arya and Miranda-san. Damien-san, please use your dolls as a shield to halt the enemy's advance. After we take a left turn at the next crossroads, we'll find monsters, so we're going through with our usual pattern. The usual pattern was to have me let loose an exploding arrow, and commence battle after that. We would get in a surprise attack, and when the monsters were panicking, we would be able to get in magic attacks as well. Once they started off towards us, the dolls would hold up their movements, and in that space, Arya and Miranda-san would personally land the finishing blows. I never knew Miranda could fight that well. Arya was making a complicated expression as she looked at Miranda-san. Really? I didn't intend to hide it or anything, but there wasn't a chance to say it. Seeing Miranda-san respond with a smile, Arya spoke. Have you changed a little? Could it be you're in an elevated mood from a growth? Be careful. The experience of growth varies by the person. I've heard that experiencing battles in labyrinths can lead to a greater number of them. At times like that, it's best to remove oneself from battle for a while, and see what happens. If I didn't have to conserve energy, I would have her stay back, though. Considering how I would have to fight the next boss, I wanted to preserve my stamina, and save up my mana as much as possible. When I confirmed my number of arrows, I found that with the length we had left to travel, we had a little bit of leeway. It's about time the mace will become ineffective. If we're going to challenge the 40th floor tomorrow, then. While I considered changing my weapon, I readied the bow and told Clara to put out the light. I leisurely went up to the corner, and when they entered my range, I fired. When the explosion rang out, Clara deployed the light again. The seconds spoke. It's already over. If we weren't negligent, we were able to end battle without ever taking attacks. By the end of the third day, we were able to reach all the way to the 39th floor, and while it was a little early, we decided to rest in preparation for tomorrow. It's not like all the foodstuff we brought were preserved foods. We brought normally usable ingredients as well, and the 7th skill box kept them preserved in a fresh state. Even in regards to food, we were able to eat what would be unthinkable to find in a labyrinth. In the room that led down to the 40th floor, we defeated all the surrounding monsters before setting up camp. To be honest here, I had underestimated you guys. Damien called out to me as I was resting. It's because I have the skills. Please keep quiet about them. As I silenced him, Damien pushed his glasses up with his index finger. I don't make it a habit of spreading rumors. And it feels like it would be a pain to make an enemy out of you, so I won't. The fact that he considered me a pain may mean he's actually interested in me enough to evaluate me. But even if I'm assessed by this sort of person. As I thought that, Damien started talking about the reward. Well then it's about time I talked about the magic. Is it fine if that matter's left for after we exit the labyrinth? I want to preserve my mana here. Yeah. Hearing that, Damien went into the real request. At this rate, it seems we'll actually be able to fulfill the original, so I'll say it, but the reward for this one isn't money. However, it's got a value much greater than that. A considerable sum of 1,000 gold coins had been written on the request form. He needed materials stripped off the 40th floor's boss no matter what. As I thought. I mean, the wording was quite questionable. In that case, just what is the reward? A magic tool? Or perhaps something of the sort? I tried predicting the reward, and Damien spoke. Oh, so seeing as you're not flustered, I guess you saw it coming. Well, that makes things easier. How about an automaton for a reward? Automaton? That means. Isn't that something quite precious? I was about to ask that, but Damien explained. I've assembled the parts for an automaton in itself. And I've piled up quite a lot of parts here. All I have to do next is model it out and start it up, but I didn't have a high-quality magic stone to store enough mana for its operation. That's why I put this request out. I also need some of the materials, but you guys can do what you please with whatever's left. I'll even carry them back for you. According to the references at the guild, the 40th floor's boss was a giant with armor covering its entire body. It carried a barrel gun, and it was a troublesome existence that fired off attack magic from that. The armor it wore could sell for quite a bit, or so I've heard. Will the Academy approve of the automaton matter? Accept or not, we have more than enough parts, so giving away one or two is fine, is it not? It's not my hobby, so you guys can carry it off. Its operations depends on a master-servant pact, apparently, so I think it needs some blood. For a doll made with an ancient civilization's technology, I think it's a bit of a wonder that it can run on magic. If they had technology to that extent, I can't see why that society was lost to time. The reason is unknown, I believe. Right. If you're going to be staying in the city, I'll drop by for your customer evaluation on it. I'll pay the fee for the information, mind you. For now, they've cut my budget, so it's quite harsh, you know? While thinking he was too free of a person, I nodded. I looked at the dolls Damien created. They were a group of iron armor. They looked like they would be useful in battle. If I use the automaton alongside golem magic, our forces will multiply instantly. As I thought something quite carefree, I decided to try asking something that was on my mind. Damien-san, it's about the words you said in the boss room before. Damien thought for a while, and even mumbled those words? A few times, so it didn't seem he remembered. Never mind. I see. Well, I'm counting on you tomorrow too. With this pace, it looks like we'll return even faster than planned, so I can be nothing but happy. Watching Damien return to his spot, I thought. At this rate, I'll become no good. Just what did he mean by that? The morning of the 4th day. After we woke up, we started preparations to take on the boss. I took out the supplies I prepared for today from the box. Looking at them, the third spoke. Lyle, you sure play dirty. To use those wooden balls stuffed with gunpowder. The fourth seemed amazed. With the seventh skill, it becomes possible to safely carry them. I mean, there's no risk of them exploding along the way. The second. But it's nice that you arrived at the boss on the fourth day and all, but if we're considering return, it looks like you really will need a week. How thoughtless of me. Right. An important thing in the labyrinth was that diving in and defeating the boss wasn't the end of it. The return was just as important. Baggage increases, supplies decrease, and movement speed drops. It can be said that the danger level of the return trip was the higher one. But I was an exception. Using box, our baggage was kept at a minimum, and we were able to take the shortest route to go back. To go even further, we'd already defeated all the monsters on the route we would use for our return. Even if some of them revived, we wouldn't be going through more battles than on the way there. Avoiding them and passing by was also possible. The bosses won't be there either, so on the return, we can rest around the highly adventurer populate 20th floor. Since there were bosses, we had to take breaks like this before challenging them. If they weren't there, we would likely have been able to reach this point faster. The problem was the boss on the 30th floor. I didn't end up using one of my trump cards on it, but well, there's no real problem. I took one of the gunpowder stuffed items out of the box and looked at it. The item I had prepared in considerable numbers was one of an adventurer's toolset. They were to be used when a troublesome monster was closing in. But managing them was difficult, and if you used magic or had magic used on you, there was a risk of them exploding. No decent adventurer would ever bring them into a labyrinth. I finished my final preparations and closed the box. Before we descended, I handed everyone one of the gunpowder balls. When we arrive at the boss's room, throw those. It seems they don't do much to its outer surface, but I've heard they're effective on its insides. I heard it from the adventurer who reached the 50th floor. When asked whether they would do anything or not, he responded they would probably be effective. When Damien received it, he said something like, "Can the doll do it? It's impossible for me." Novum, Clara, hand them over to Aria to throw. Once Aria throws one, hand her another. Miranda-san, please attack the monster with fire attribute magic. As I went into how they should move once we entered, everyone nodded. They all looked quite stiff. Normally, to take on a beast like this, you would need a squadron of heavily prepared veterans, or it wasn't happening. Just why is it that bosses manifest in labyrinths? I ended up wondering something like that. Generally aim at the barrel in its hand to start with. It's apparently something like a cannon, but the other hand carries a shield, so be careful. It also has an axe-like weapon on it, so when it drops it's artillery. We confirmed our final strategy, and proceeded onwards to challenge the 40th floor boss. The 40th basement floor. It was the same as all the other bosses' chambers. The difference was its size, its width, and the surrounding walls. Instead of the metal plates irresponsibly stuck together to make the passageways, the metal was now prettily interlocking. The atmosphere was completely different. This passage sure is long. Miranda-san whispered that, and the others agreed. To the others who couldn't view the map, they were probably curious as to when we would be seeing our enemy. I knew the distance in my head, so I didn't feel any tension about that fact. We're almost there. It's not in the center of the room, but the further part of it, so when we enter its room, I'll launch the first attack. I was bait. It's not like magic could be used immediately on the move, so a roll like that was necessary. Using skills to raise my movement speed made me good at running around. Lyle-sama, please take care. I know. While Novum worried for me, I simulated again and again in my head. I could pretty much sense the enemy's strength with the second skill, and it was telling me I was in danger. However, at the same time, I was able to determine it wouldn't be too difficult to defeat it with these numbers. That's why we've preserved our strength as much as we could. But I guess I won't be able to beat it alone. Even if I used magic, its armor was apparently able to block that, apparently. The previous adventurer squadron that challenged it tried hitting it with their magic all at once. But it barely took any damage from it. The main members somehow managed to stand firm, and continued attacks on it until it collapsed, apparently. As we walked, the room's entrance came into sight. The inside of it was dark, and it gave off an ominous feeling. Of all else, we could hear the uncanny sound of a living organism's breath. I heard about it, but still, it makes my heart race. It seems that from this point onwards the strength of the monsters is on another level entirely. Damien said that, and Aria collected her breath. Good grief, just why did we take on this request anyways? We should have raised our forces and trained ourselves more first. Miranda-san grinned, as she responded. Aria, you're too high-strung. We did prepare for it, and there isn't that much of a need to panic. How can you act so light-hearted? Yesterday, you were so. Both of you, please be quiet. Clara cautioned the two of them, and the area became quiet. I slowly opened my mouth. At the same time, I used the second's less original intended purpose. And raised the entire party's abilities with the first's full over skill. Let's go. Saying that, I rushed into the room, and made noise to make sure my existence was known to it. A large something began moving, and I threw the wooden ball in my hand. The monster stopped it with its shield, but after nothing happened, it started coming at me. It held a large cylinder in its right hand, and it started pointing it in my direction. I immediately reached into the bag hanging at my waist, and threw the balls one after another. By the time I had thrown all 5 of my balls as I ran along the edge of the circular room, I was able to confirm a strong light pointed straight at me. The second. That's quite bad. If he took that head on, the current Lyle would be finished in one hit. The 7th too. Don't even think of blocking it. Dodge at all costs. I was full on board with the two's opinion. That's quite a troublesome one. I was breaking into a cold sweat. Determining taking a direct hit was no good, I immediately dashed off, but the fired blast started coming towards me. What's more, at an amazing speed. The mass of magic that collided with the wall exploded, and lit up the room for an instant. What I was, unlike the enemies I faced before, the form of a monster tidily wearing overly ceremonious armor. Something like tree branches were protruding from its joints. A plant-type monster is wearing metal armor? What sort of joke is this? I used magic. Not directed at the enemy, but at the wooden balls below it. Fire bullet. An orb of fire shot out of my fingertip, and landed a direct hit on one of the wooden ball. As it exploded, the other ones went off in a chain reaction. Smoke wrapped around the room. The 5th spoke. The others can't target the enemy in the smoke. Lyle, blow it away. As ordered, I brushed away nothing but the smoke. It seems that from the explosion below, the monster was forced to part with its shield. Why not drop the pipe, too? Storm. I blew away the smoke. But I still wasn't able to see the surroundings well. As I thought, there's a problem with this method. The 6th. You should have stuffed gunpowder into a crate. Then you would just have to lead it to it, and bang. It's a bit too late, but that was a plausible method. But it's not that easy to get your hands on gunpowder. I would only be able to prepare 1 crate. On top of being unsure whether or not I could lead him to it, if he attacked while I was transporting it, I would be the one in danger of incineration. The 3rd looked around. Look, Novum-chan and the others have come. Round objects came down on the monster one after another, and in a space separated from the group, Miranda-san used her magic. They probably determined it was dangerous to stick together. At the same time, the possibility of Miranda-san's magic setting off the nearby gunpowder was scary. Fire and wood balls collide with the boss, exploding. The ceremonial armor doesn't twitch in the slightest, but its right arm joint was blown away by the impact. The pipe fell to the ground. The 4th issued out orders. Lyle, manipulate the wind to send the smoke into the deeper parts of the chamber. At this rate, the visibility will get too low to follow its movements. I used magic to cleanse the air, and the monster that had fallen to its knees raised a roar. As its helmet fell off, what was visible was a monstrous insect-like head. What an ominous fellow. Oi, Arya is. Arya used her skills to throw the balls with all her might. The moment the monster screamed, she tossed one into its mouth, and it was swallowed. The next moment, Novum used magic. The surrounding air started wrapping around the monster. The high-level magic was the one Seals once used. She's using Firestorm. The wind is set ablaze, and within that tempest of flame, the monster squirmed. The room's temperature instantly rose, and the beast's behavior started to become strange. Its head was blown off. The 5th offered some conjecture. Was the one that Arya threw what finished it off? I guess you have to hand this battle to her, then. I stared at the flaming monster, and after confirming it had died, I took a deep breath. I didn't know Novum could use magic of that level, but in the end, we emerged victorious, so there's no problem. The first one to run over to me wasn't Novum, but Miranda-san. Nice work. It looks like it all went well. As I said that to her, she nodded with a smile. Really? I thought it was a plant-based monster, but the head was an insect parasite. If Shannon was here, she would have fainted. It appears that Shannon dislikes bugs. Seeing the unmoving monster, Damien happily extinguished the flames with magic. While its contents were burning up, the armor itself was only dirty, and it hadn't melted. It's too sturdy. I'm not sure if she used an unfamiliar skill, but Arya seemed tired. Novum and Clara were attending to her. Miranda stared at Novum as she muttered, "That girl's something incredible. She's over me." I thought she was praising her. "She's quite a dependable one. In various ways." I muddled my words as I headed back towards the rest of the group. I thought of having Damien's dolls carry the scattered armor pieces, barrel and shield. I'm really tired. I want to go home. Hey. After having defeated the 40th floor's boss, we didn't proceed any further and returned to the previous floor. If possible, within the day, we would get to around the 20th and rest the night, but a change came about in me. It wasn't to the same extent as before, but my body was extremely fatigued. I didn't want to move my limbs, and even walking was a pain. With a large magic stone in hand, Damien exclaimed something like, "With this, I can finally finish the device to convert mana to electricity." It's as if he's a child who bought a new toy. We collected all the necessary monster materials, but it looks like our main objective was the stone. He's probably happy at having his devices completed. Damien was innocently delighted, but his dolls were carrying the heavy-looking armor the boss was wearing. Our reward this time would be an automaton, and Damien teaching his magic. However, like that, we would have no income. Since I paid quite a sum to prepare for this voyage, it was natural for me to want to collect a few valuables. But that armor sure is cool. Its rustic parts are quite nice. Quite nice. As I hobbled forwards, Arya looked at me with irritated eyes and shouted, "Can't you walk properly already? I don't feel like it. If there were a man here, I would even like to be carried. But if you're looking for one in the area, there was only Damien, who was shorter than me." The individual himself had quite a large magic stone on hand, and the corner of his lips were raised. I doubt he's actually looking at anything else. I'm surprised he can make his dolls move around in that state. While finding it a wonder, I wrung out my strength to tread down the labyrinth. The 5th day. In a worse state than before, I borrowed Novum's shoulder to walk through the maze. Clara looked at me with worry on her face. "Your complexion is pale, Lyle Sam." "No more. I can't go on, turn right there." I use my skills, and somehow relay orders to the rest of them. I can still use the skills, but the fatigue is starting to become something awful. The amount of mana my body is recovering is low, and my body is hurting too much to help it. "Lyle-kun, could it be you pushed yourself too far?" As Miranda-san said that, Arya. "It was like this before as well. What comes next is just as bad." "Really?" Even cautioning my comrades, who were spreading my personal information, felt like a pain, so I didn't open my mouth. Novum called out to me, "Lyle-sama, we've already reached the 10th floor, so hold on for a little longer." Because of the large number of adventurers that dived in, the higher and higher we went, the less and less monsters appeared. We were able to move with some peace of mind. When I checked the skills, I saw yellow signals scattered around here and there. But no more. Complaints escaped from my mouth. Hearing that, the 6th let out a sigh. "Lyle, endure it a little longer. And wait, you're that, aren't you, the type where your physical condition is ravaged right before a growth dot?" The 5th was level-headed. "But he grows enough to compensate, right? Just think of it as recoil, and deal with it." And wait, the others seem pained as well. When I looked around, I saw that Novum was enduring some pain. Damien was opening his mouth less. Arya was constantly irritated. Miranda-san had lost the sharpness of her movements. Clara's light wasn't kept at a stable brightness. Even when Novum was enduring her own troubles, she was lending me her shoulder. The 2nd. When everyone fights and receives a massive experience, it becomes like this, I guess. Things will really go to hell if you don't increase your number. This is definitely related to Lyle's skill, isn't it? The 3rd held the same opinion. Rather, for him to have to get this much experience to experience growth, the others here have probably gone through it time and again, but this is just Lyle's 2nd time, isn't it? Right, I was about to go through my 2nd growth. It's just that I was only getting one after fighting numerous battles in the labyrinth's lower floors, and defeating both the 30th and 40th floor bosses. What's more, with the fatigue that came from it, I was left in a state where I couldn't even move myself properly. The 7th chose his words with care. "Lyle is that, you know. As long as he times things well, he's a valuable fighting force. These small demerits here and there aren't a problem. The 4th. Well, after one growth, he should be fine for quite a while. But still, even taking a single step required quite a bit of willpower. In the end, with the relief I felt from reaching around the 5th floor, I lost consciousness. I heard this later, but apparently Novum and Miranda-san carried me. Damien's dolls were tasked with heavy baggage, Damien himself refused, Arya was our fighting force just in case, and Clara was our support, providing us with light. Miranda-san volunteered, so she assisted Novum in carrying me, it seems. In the 5th floor brimming with adventurers, I showed off the sorry side of myself being carried home by 2 women. The ancestors' evaluation of this expedition as a whole was as follows. Having girls carry you, not happenin', man. What a turn-off. It seems. I thought so as well. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 3, Chapter 12, Mr. Lyle. Mr. Lyle. When I woke up on the bed, I remembered a sensation I had felt once before. As if I was reborn. As if I could do anything. Just like that time I had birthed some memories I wanted to forget. I slowly got off of the bed, and resolved my heart to never make the same mistake again, as I gazed out the window. What nice weather it is. As if the gods are blessing my growth. The third stifled some laughter. BFF. The jewel was getting noisy, but that was the usual, so I ignored it. And I have an important appointment today. I took off my undergarments, and posed in front of the mirror. It looks like I've gained a little more muscle than before. As I looked over my body, I muttered. I'm not sure that I should be saying this, but aren't I perfect? I'm definitely the pretty type. The 6th shouted out. We're definitely adding it. The 7th too. And my stomach is, damn. Sorry, Lyle, it's interesting, so please go on. I flipped my hair and gazed into the mirror as I spoke. What are you all on about? I'll never make the same mistakes again. While I may be feeling fabulous, I'll show you my perfect self-control. Oh, I have to go to Damien's place today. We have plans to receive the reward. After we proclaimed our request completion at the guild yesterday, Damien gave us an evaluation of A, and we separated. We exchanged a promise to receive the reward the following day. Novum did. PFF, so are you all going together? The 4th was desperately restraining himself. While thinking I hadn't done anything strange, I answered. Before I went to bed, Novum had explained today's plans to me. We'd been away from the mansion for 5 whole days, so Novum was to do the cleaning and laundry. Miranda-san was going to reclaim Shannon from the hospital, and Arya was going to go with me to Damien's laboratory in order to claim the reward. Novum left the medal worn by the monster with him. There was a need for us to transport that somehow. While I set my hair, I spoke. I'm going to Damien's place with Arya. Novum's cleaning the mansion, and Miranda-san's getting Shannon. She's probably fine already. Even so. I wonder why Novum didn't sell that medal. At the guild, I simply lay there without doing anything. My consciousness was faint, and I don't really remember who said what and when. The 5th explained. While it's like the rare metal that makes up Labyrinth's cores, it's not like it was imbued with mana or anything. It's apparently quite difficult to manufacture. That's why selling it to the Academy for research purposes would be more profitable, is what they said, I think. The 7th took over. Right. Lyle had lost conscious, so the decision was put on hold. They'll also be appraised at the Academy. Just hear whatever prices they offer later, and make your choice. By the way, the price the guild offered to buy it off of you is 100 gold. They're quite stingy. As the sum for defeating the 40th floor's boss, while it wasn't far off, it wasn't a sum we would be satisfied with. Perhaps the guild also understood that, as they recommended we sell it to the Academy. Even when they could have profited more if they acted as an intermediary, just what reason did they have not to? What reason does the guild have as to not act as an intermediary? The 2nd explained. According to Clara-chan, it's because the Academy has a stronger influence in this town. They're hesitant to pointlessly decrease the reward of Damien's acquaintance, Lyle. In order to not make an enemy out of the Academy, it wasn't too much for them to suffer a slight loss, it seems. Clara's reward was paid off by Novum. I'll have to go thank her too. Should I get a bouquet? Having put my hair in order, I left my room, still naked above the waist. Perhaps she had come to wake me, but I ran into Novum outside of the door. Good morning, Lyle-sama. Well, you seem to be in good health today. Your complexion has gotten much better. I'm really glad. Looking at her relieved face, I. Novum. Yes? I love you. The heads of history started speaking up. I'd really like it if they could read the mood. The bastard pushed through with such momentum. Even when the moon isn't out, it sure is beautiful. PFF, wahahaha. I'm not so sure about that, but is this how it goes? He was conscious of it, but he can't restrain himself now? To confess with this timing. Lyle, think a bit more before you act. No, I guess that's impossible for you now. The mood is, how about you take another swing at it, Lyle. I ignore the noisy ancestors and stared at Novum. Novum burst into laughter. With the tip of her finger, she wiped her tears. Lyle-sama, I'm happy for your feelings, but I think it's best if you don't say that sort of thing at a time like this. More importantly, perhaps it may be best if you don't go over to Damien-san's place just yet. As she let my confession slide, I spoke. Your guard sure is high, my love. But that's the part one like about you. Glad to hear it. Well then, shall we take breakfast, Lyle-sama? Also, today is. I'll go see Damien. I want to end these sorts of things quickly. I see. She seemed to want to say something, as she looked into my face with a troubled expression. She usually didn't make these sorts of expressions, so for some reason, I felt quite happy. It must be because I've seen a new side of her today. I headed to the academy with Aria, handed over a memo, and had a staff member guide us to Damien's laboratory. The room was probably quite a wide one at one point, but the equipment and other miscellaneous pieces made it seem quite narrow. Books were piled up like mountains. And lab coat-wearing students were sorting through them. All of them had dark rings under their eyes. A few of them were unsteady, so it's likely they pulled an all-nighter. Good grief, all-nighters aren't good for your body, my good people. As I said that, Aria, who was standing beside me, drew back a bit. From the moment we met this morning, she's been treating me like this. What's up, Aria? It's a waste if you keep your pretty face stiffened up like that. I heard the fourth's voice. Pure fact. You're perfect, Lyle. But why don't you choose a time and place? I ignored the loud one, and Aria opened her mouth. Hey, you, as Novum said, wouldn't it be better if you stayed home today? Even Aria was saying something like that, so I shook my head. She must be worried, recalling my previous growth. I swore in my heart never to make the same mistakes, so your worries are unnecessary. So you'll worry for me, Aria. I'm happy. Idiot. Aria's embarrassed face turned red, and the lab-coated students cleaning up around clicked their tongues at me, men and women regardless. As we were carrying out that back and forth, Damien made his appearance, carrying a bag with him. He had bags under his eyes, but his own tension was exceedingly high. What a nice morning it is, gentlemen. I've not gotten even a wink of sleep. Damien. I raised my hands into the air, and made off towards Damien. He raised both of his hands in response. Lyle. As we exchanged such a greeting, those around us looked upon the scene with shocked expressions. If you look at me like that, I'll be overjoyed, so please stop. My sense of self-control is starting to lose its grip. Good of you to have come. What's more, your timing is the best. It just came out of the capsule just now. Capsule? Hearing that, I looked around, and spotted some people floating in a green half-transparent liquid something. They seem to be asleep. They're not breathing. I can only see them as dead, though? As I turned my eyes to the capsules, Damien explained. Did you just notice them now? These children are the automata of old. Could it be you were expecting something made of masses of springs and gears? Well, too bad. These girls are the something unbelievably close to humanity. Unbelievably close means there was clearly something different. As if she had just noticed them now, Aria looked over at the capsules in shock. Are these dolls? They look alive. Damien continued explaining. And isn't that why they're my goal? With a method that surpasses these automata, I will create my ideal woman. Definitely. Hearing his enthusiasm, I thought, wouldn't this all end quicker if you just got yourself a girlfriend, but then I felt ashamed of myself. Damien is a man. A man amongst men. Amazing. I'll cheer you on, Damien. So you do get it, Lyle. I knew you would understand someday. I mean, you're one of the few people out there I've actually remembered the name of. After we laughed and shared in our joys, we went down to the main topic. Well then, about the reward. That, right. After suddenly breaking into a smile, he took on a serious expression as he looked at us. Those around us seemed troubled. Damien removed a white sheet off of a pushcart. As the dust that had built up on top of the sheet danced around, what emerged was a woman wearing black clothing with a white apron on top. She was sleeping. No, she looked like she was sleeping. Arya was surprised as she looked at the automaton from up close. This can't be, this is a doll? The cart's height was around up to our hips. Golden pigtails. Her eyes remained closed, but it looked as if she could start breathing at any moment. Her skin was pale white, and her lips a light pink. Her woman-like build seemed to place heavy emphasis on the chest area. And I could see a faint pattern engraved on her forehead. It didn't look like a tattoo, but what sort of mark could it be? Anyways, she didn't look to be to Damien's tastes. So that's why he's handing it over. But as I looked at the surrounding capsules, their shapes differed from the automaton before me. The ones inside the capsules, looking closely, were all the same form, meaning they all had the same appearance and hairstyle. The same seal was engraved into all of their foreheads. Well then, from what we've deciphered, the means to activate it, use your blood as a catalyst to form a master-servant contract. Blood? What are you talking about, Damien? Hearing that, I shook my head. Arya looked at me, and tilted hers. What's wrong, Lyle? Let's receive the reward already. After this, we'll have to conduct some talks about the armor's pricing. If you don't want it, we can sell it, so hurry it up. Hearing that, I turned to her in a rage. Sell her. Don't be stupid. Look at it. Look at this lovable sleeping face, right, as if she's a sleeping princess. Princess? Arya seemed taken aback. The students around her had similar reactions. The fifth spoke. What is this guy saying? The sixth. Who knows? The method to awake a sleeping girl has been passed down for centuries, has it not? I've read enough picture books to know it. Right, there was a scene like this in the picture books I read at the library alongside Clara. A captured princess fell under a spell, and was freed by the hero's lips. I immediately carried my lips over to the automatons. Now I'll free you from your curse. It isn't a curse or anything, you know. Damien said something, but I went ahead, and kissed her. The automaton suddenly started moving. It slowly opened its eyes, and inside my mouth. It moved. Damien's eyes were shining with wonder. And Arya screamed out. What the hell are you doing, Lyle? I removed my lips, and spoke to the awoken automaton. How does it feel to awaken from your long slumber, my princess? The open eyes were red, and after observing the surroundings, they focused on me. Those pupils rested on me for a while, and then. I never thought I would be awoken like this. Genetic data confirmed. Master registration complete. Let's see, how I feel. It makes me want to barf just imagining that I have to revere a perverted bastard who tries to wake up a doll by kissing it as my master, and that's about it? Oh my, what could be the meaning of this? A portion of my data has been corrupted. It seems to be causing problems with my speech. Looking at the doll raise the top half of its body off the cart, Damien looked at me with sparkling eyes. Isn't that amazing, Lyle? I never thought that, not through blood, you could wake them with a kiss. Okay, I'll be starting them up with that method as well, but... Seeing Damien's delighted face, the automaton dismounted from the cart, and gave a bow brimming with perfect etiquette. It seems I've awoken to a den of vile perverts. While trembling in fear at the impending danger to my chastity, I will proceed to refer to this perverted pig who lust after a metal doll as master from today forth. Say your name. Her words and behavior didn't match in the slightest. But I wasn't the sort to be crushed by such a thing. You've got quite a punch to you, automaton. My name's Lyle. Lyle Walt. Now just watch, I'll make you mine. As I flipped my hair, the automaton before my eyes covered her mouth with both of her hands. It was quite a cute gesture, but... Even when dolls have no freedom in the matter, to take that attitude right after master registration, there should be a limit to being a useless coward, master. Successfully recorded as useless chicken Lyle-sama, but I'll keep that my secret. Oh my, I accidentally let it slip, I directed a smile at the automaton. Just you watch, that chicken will one day soar through the open skies, FWA, ha ha. I couldn't stop my loud laughter. Even when I was the one saying it, I felt like I would fall for me. Damn, aren't I the coolest? I heard quite a few loud voices from the jewel. They expended my mana, but it wasn't anything dangerous for the current me. Arya spoke with her eyes slightly teary. Have I moved her to tears? So I can move a girl's emotions to tears. How frightening of a man. Lyle, chickens can't fly far at all. The automaton was the same. With this completely worthless dickhead as a master, there may be some use in serving him. I'll beat the hell out of him and retrain him from the ground up. Oh, my true feelings were, my tuning is off. The network connection has also been destroyed, so just when and where is this? It's quite worrisome that I won't feel certain even if I hear it from the useless pigs in front of me, but... Hearing the automaton's words, Damien was delighted. She's full of words I've never heard before. Someone take this down. Start off with completely worthless dickhead. On this day, I have obtained myself yet another comrade. My black history increased, and I've lost something valuable to me. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 3, Chapter 13, Novum Forxes. Novum Forxes. Around morning. Having finished washing the laundry for the mansion, Novum went out into the yard. In her basket, clothing had been piled like a mountain. While it's true they had been away, the amount of clothing that needed to be washed from the labyrinth was formidable. The weather sure is nice today. I wonder if Lyle Sama is alright. From what she could recall from the morning, it was likely that he wasn't. Novum knew that, but since the individual himself was insistent on wanting to go, that was the end of the matter. The right to decide lay solely with Lyle, or so Novum thought. Looking across the yard, weeds had grown out, and the lawn had grown up in the time they were away. Surveying her surroundings, Novum snapped her right hand's fingers. After that, she went into hanging up the clothes to dry, and pulling out the weeds. Getting the grass into order, and gathering the lawn refuse into a single place. It was a matter of seconds. I don't really like using that one. While she didn't like the restrictions of that magic, there was much too little time for her to take care of the entire mansion alone. Today, she was going to go on to clean its insides, and she also planned to prepare lunch. Miranda-san and Shannon-chan are coming back, and we've been under their care, so splurging a bit is, but I wonder just how much of a reward Lyle-sama accepted. Her eyes met those of a cat wandering atop the yard's wall. As Novum tried approaching it with a smile, the cat hissed with its hair on end, before hurriedly running off. Seeing her own extended hand, Novum thought to herself for a while. As I thought, it's no good. Cheering herself up, she picked up the basket to head in to clean the kitchen. There, a voice called out to her. It was Shannon. So you're alone today? Seeing Shannon smiling, and giving off a different atmosphere than usual, Novum didn't show any signs of surprise. What happened? I don't see Miranda-san with you. Shannon spoke. She left me, and headed over to the academy. It seems there was some sort of problem. I wonder just what sort of trouble your comrades caused. As Shannon giggled to herself, her eyes were definitely focused on Novum. Novum noticed she was being watched. But for the sake of the girl who liked pretending to be blind, she helped guide her to her room. It's dangerous, so let me take you to your room. Even so, a problem at the academy? She thought that perhaps something had happened to Lyle. But she could imagine the sorts of things Damien would perpetrate. Believing that Lyle would be able to persevere through them, Novum extended her hand to Shannon. Shannon returned a vulgar smile in return. I think it would be best if you stopped making such a face, Shannon-chan. Upon being warned, Shannon started talking. I'm not exactly sure what happened, but Wanisama's resistance has become incredible. Even when I try pulling at her heart, there's nothing for me to grasp at, that's why I think I'll try taking you. I mean, you're already something like Lyle's doll. Lyle's doll. Hearing that, Novum thought to herself for a moment. That probably wasn't a mistake. She acted for Lyle's well-being, and existed for his sake. But Novum also knew those weren't nice words to be directing at a human. So she cautioned her. You shouldn't be saying such things to people. Now let's get you to your room. Shannon grasped Novum's right hand. A clear indication she could see it. Shouldn't you be more skillful than that? At the very least, you've been able to put on that unseeing act all the way to now. Up to now, Shannon made sure to play the blind girl. She had never acted in such a blatantly obvious manner. Could she be panicking? After hearing of how Miranda was resisting, she began to feel something like impatience from Shannon. The doll she had finally gotten her hands on was stolen, so actions she would never usually do were coming out. Shannon, something touched Novum. I'm not revealing anything. With this, you're my doll. Since you look much weaker than Wanisama, weaker than. Shannon was acting strange. Novum spoke in a kind tone. Please unhand me, Shannon-chan. Now let's be off to your room. Shannon opened her eyes wide, and looked at Novum. She hurriedly dropped the hand, and toppled onto her back. However, she didn't seem to be in pain. Without removing her eyes from Novum, her limbs were shaking. Are you all right? When Novum took a step towards her, Shannon found a scream forming in her throat as she retreated in kind. Your clothes have been dirted. I'll wash them, so let's get you a change. They were natural actions from Novum, but the current Shannon saw them as something much more. Just what are you? You're not human. There's no way you can be human. The words of the wide-eyed Shannon caused Novum to freeze up for a moment. She tried putting her hand to her face, which had now become expressionless. Not human. So I've been told that once more. It was a bother. As she thought that, Novum put on a kind face once more. She was troubled over just how to call out to the shaking Shannon. Shannon-chan's eyes, they're really pretty, you know. I was sure they were amber, but now they look golden to me. Just what sort of world do you see with them? I'm quite curious. The fact that she saw the world differently, that she had the ability, all of it was known to Novum. She had known, but had acted oblivious. It's just that Shannon had quit acting blind, so her interest had been piqued. She tried turning the conversation's topic towards that, but what did Shannon think upon hearing that? She hadn't actually thought it that far through. Hi! Stay away, don't come any closer! Shannon screamed, before passing out in front of Novum. Novum looked upon the scene. This, again. Letting out a small sigh, she patted Shannon's head. And like that, she lifted up the girl's body into a princess cradle. But there, she felt a presence closing in on the mansion at an incredible speed. Lyle-sama? Novum looked over the fence, and spotted Lyle sprinting towards her. Are you alright, Novum? I had coincidentally used a skill. Seeing the map spread out in a larger scope than I expected, I sensed a red presence by Novum's side. I hurriedly ran out of the academy, and used the fourth skill to get here as fast as I could. With that momentum, I jumped over the Circry House's mansion's wall, but there was a mountain of pulled weeds where I landed, so fell forward. As I was heading towards the ground, I made sure my body slid to reach Novum's side. I think there's something wrong with the sliding part of it, but I think I showed up with quite an amazing pose, if I do say so myself. Hey, are you okay, Lyle-sama? I stood and brushed away the dirt before speaking. I'm fine. I'm even applauding at myself for thinking of a new innovative landing pose on the fly. More importantly, are you okay, Novum? Seeing Shannon in her arms, I figured there was likely no problem. I did look over her just in case. Anne? Yes. I was just a little startled, so why do you have that bug with you? Novum looked at the bug in my right hand with an expression of wonder. I had spotted it while I was running here, and captured it. I couldn't really go around whacking the girl, so I thought I would punish her with her detested bugs. It's Shannon's punishment time. Saying that, I presented the bug before Novum, but... Ow! This one bites. The bug bit my finger, so I threw it aside. With that, it flew off, and seeing that, Novum started laughing. What? I mean, Lyle-sama, it's as if you're a little boy trying to tease the girl you like. I flipped my hair. Men are those that constantly live with the hearts of their youth. How about it, have you fallen for me again? As I said that, I heard the sound of a table being smacked from within the jewel. Everyone was acting together, and I heard laughing voices along with whacking sounds. However, to the current me, it doesn't matter how much the ancestors act up. This mana overflowing through my body, truly wonderful. While I considered how dreadful my own talent was, Novum looked at me, and nodded. Yes, I've fallen for you many times over, Lyle-sama. Now, let's carry Shannon-chan to her room. Ah, what happened to the materials and the reward? Having been asked, I prepared a response. No, you see, the maid said that was a nice piece or something, so she ended up keeping it. I mean, they were only offering a slightly higher price than at the guild. I think selling it would have been fine, but she went on about it being a perfect thickness or something. We reached some mutual understanding, and talks proceeded in the direction of not selling it. Damien took a liking to the awakened maid, so if we stopped by at fixed intervals, it became that we wouldn't have to pay a maintenance fee for her. He's thought of plenty of ways to use a maid, it seems. A maid, is it? Was it not an automaton? Also, about the magic. Fret not. I was able to learn the magic known as Golem. But I really should be mad at that one. It's something anyone can use, but the type that requires immense talent to master. Ah, I see. Novum seemed satisfied with that. It's about the Golem magic I was taught, but in essence it was ridiculously simple. It was simple, but to put it bluntly, applying it was hard. Even if you're moving them, it's not as if you're seeing things from the doll's points of view. You have to see them with your own eyes and decide exactly how they'll move. On top of that, if your own eyes get blocked up, it's impossible to decide how they should move. To use them like Damien, it really takes talent. If I'm going to use multiple at once, 2 is my limit. So you did accept a reward. I heard that Miranda-san hurriedly headed off to the academy, but did something happen? Oh, so you knew. The truth is, the automaton I took as a reward became quite an attraction. Something about it being a crystallization of the technology long lost, or something, and the academy students came to see it. It was amazing, you know. It was as if it were a real human. As I happily explained, the fourth asserted himself. Oi, kid. Explanations are fine and all, but how long do you plan on having Novum-chan hold up Shannon-chan like that? Carry her to her room quickly, you fool. The third too. Really? Oh, I'd also like to request a line from you while you're carrying her. If it was a single line, then I thought that would be fine. Oh, sorry about that. I'll carry her. Then I'll leave it to you. As I said that, I took the girl in my arms and looked into her face. I'm not sure what happened, but I could see the whites of her eyes, and drool was dripping out from her open mouth. It's a waste of her good looks. Today I've got some fate with Sleeping Beauties. But the fact that I won't waste it is one of my good points. Sleeping Beauty, is it? Yeah, the story where a kiss wakes the princess. That's how I awakened the automaton. Kiss, is it? I see. As I said that, the sixth. Today's Lyle sure has a perfect cutting edge to him. The seventh too. This is a once-in-a-lifetime chance, Lyle. Someone like you is, fine, keep at it. The second seemed to be in pain. Stop it already. Any more of this, and my abs won't hold up. They were quite lively. Thinking that, I entered the mansion. Novum walked behind me. Lyle-sama, what do you think of Shannon-chan? Hearing that, I think she's cute. Simply cute enough to eat up. But it's unfortunate, for a girl this small, my kiss can't be the one to wake her. Novum thought for a while. Her body seems sturdy, and she doesn't get sick, apparently. Her eyes are, well, let's just give them a passing grade. She has the blood of the Walt house in her, but it's a distant relation, so that's not a problem. Okay, understood. I'll do something about it. Yep, I'll leave it to you. Oh, whoops, I left Aria behind. I'll have to go get her later. Yes. I saw her giggle to herself. Unlike usual, the impression she gave off was quite soft. It made me feel good as well. For me to be able to get Novum to direct such a smile at me. Aren't I too amazing? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 3, Epilogue. Epilogue. Stop it already. Please stop. Inside the Jewels conference room, I was curled up on the floor with both hands over my ears. No matter how much I screamed or submitted, there was no sign of it stopping. The villainy of these 6. No, 5. The fifth was just looked over the others with a fed-up look on his face. As I thought, the best one has to be the Kiss the Sleeping Beauty, you know. The third was standing in front of a blackboard, picking out the interesting events from my recent growth. Gathered around it were the second through seventh, and they were arguing and exchanging opinions to decide what was this time's greatest achievement. The fourth agreed with that proposal. Right. Lyle's actions this time around of giving his first kiss to an automaton win this race by a landslide. The second brought up an objection. It's hard to rule out his words of love to Novum-chan. That questionable expression she had on her face as she tried to calm him down, don't you think it was wonderful? The sixth spoke. I think him scaling the wall and crashing and burning posed with bug in hand was quite a splendid piece too. Remembering the scene, the third burst into laughter. This time was a plentiful harvest. What was that about not making the same mistake twice? At this rate, how about we just hold a Best Lyle award each time? The seventh looked at me and spoke. Lyle, those with the outstanding talent to make others laugh with their growths to this extent are quite hard to come by, you know. I'm sure he was trying to console me, but it wasn't working at all. I'm sure all these guys were sitting back and watching the scene in laughter. Why did I give such a consecutive stream of failures? Even if I try thinking hard about it, I can't reach an answer. I can't go on. I'm never going out again. Ever. As I said that, a fed-up fifth spoke. You're making too big a deal of simple laughter. More importantly, can we get into the main topic now? The third stopped him. Please wait. Just a little more time to decide best, Lyle, please. The fourth spoke, while having his glasses catch the light. I hate these guys. I don't think his emphasis on eating Shannon up at the end should be ignored too easily. Well, there's also the fact that the fifth and sixth were too conscious about it. The fourth's eye shifted to the fifth and sixth. The fifth remained calm, and the sixth folded his arms with a foul expression on his face. After Miranda-san returned, there weren't any notable changes. Regarding Shannon, she requested that we leave it to her. With the understanding that there would be a heated sister-to-sister talk, we entrusted her to it. From my point of view, it seems I didn't have to do something like smashing her eyes, so there wasn't a problem. By eat, I didn't mean it in such a suggestive. As I resisted, the second and third. So what sort of feelings did you have then? I'd like to hear it, just how you felt at that time. Now, out with it, Lyle. You guys are the worst. If you know what's going on, then stop me. And wait, please stop me, grandfather. No, Gramps. When I looked over at the seventh, I found him covering his mouth and hitting against the table. Did I say something funny? Just looking at him is irritating. But these recent actions were none other than my own, so I have nothing to say about them. Letting out a sigh, the fifth finally stepped in to end the flow. And wait, hasn't it been a bit too long? I get the feeling these guys have been at it for at least 2 hours. While thinking he should have stopped them early, I turned to face him. Are you satisfied yet? Well, decide your best Lyle award or whatever on your own time. First, let's talk about that automaton. Right. The one I kissed to register myself as its master. The bad-mouthed automaton. At Damien's laboratory, she's currently being asked and investigated on for various things. If you're asking what I don't like about that, it's that she elaborately recorded the details of my conversation, and she was treating them as an official record. Damien, you bastard, not letting a single phrase past, he was passionately intending to use my conversation with the automaton in his thesis and further experiments. And the high-spiritedness gave permission for that. By this point, there's no doubt he's gathered all the necessary data. If I tell him it's no good tomorrow, it definitely won't get through his head. The number gathered students and professors in the laboratory wasn't to be laughed at. To Damien, it was nothing but a means for him to increase his funding, but if you think carefully about it, it was a revolutionary breakthrough. I had been thinking too lightly about the fact that an ancient automaton had awoken. Damien Valle, he may be a pervert, but he's truly a genius. Well, it's not good to just leave her de novum, but if you just think of it as having our number of helpers increase, there's no real problem. The main issue is how to maintain it. I asked Damien, and apparently, we would generally get maintenance free of charge. But that generally part made me curious. And having returned to his serious expression, the seventh informed me. You're late, Gramps. The truth is, Lyle, your mana is being robbed by a source apart from us. Apart from the mana used to charge the first's full burst skill, it seems that a new line has been created. A new line? At the fact that my mana was being taken, I tilted my head. I didn't feel anything like that. The second spoke. Your mana has increased as a whole, so that's good and all, but you're constantly having a fixed amount extracted from you. The burden on your shoulders has increased. And so, we've done a bit of thinking on our part. The third took over. We reached the conclusion that the toxic mate is definitely suspicious. No, for you to have gotten something that sucks at the moment your mana increased, I guess you've got a talent of sorts, Lyle. The sixth agreed. While you may be able to use a greater amount of mana than before, if you use it too frequently, you'll run dry before you know it. The fourth brought it together. I'm not sure if it's always a fixed sum drained out, or this is just the average, it will be messy from here on. It seems I may have picked up quite an extraordinary toxic maid. The mana that had finally increased was going towards maintaining that automaton's function? No, perhaps it's the mana that's being maintained? By that thing? I'm suspicious about whether or not she will do her work properly, but the mana steal is the greater problem. I thought I would finally be able to fight freely with magic, but that plan has gone amiss. So does that mean I just have to fight with the same style as always? After going through such an embarrassing growth, the restrictions on my magic haven't even been lifted. As I was getting depressed, the fifth spoke. Let me add this on, but Lyle, your use of skills will be restricted for a while. Eh? I lifted my face to match his. He didn't seem to be joking. The sixth continued on. Your skill experience is perpetually active, so there's no helping it, but the other skills will be completely restricted. Eh? Wait. The seventh agreed. We'll be personally restricting them, so you really will be unable to use them in the truest sense. Please act with that in mind. Oh, the firsts as well. That large sword is. The seconds spoke up. You're forbidden from using that sword. For a while, you should persevere as an adventurer with your own power. I'm really not sure what's. As I was unsure of what was happening, the third continued on. They were the conditions for me to be able to use skills. If you defeat the 30th basement floor's boss, and return to the guild, if you're able to do that, then we will let you use skills once more. Oh, we'll still offer advice, so don't worry. Rather than you guys' advice, the skill usage is. I swallowed those words, and looked around. Everyone had earnest expressions. The fourth explained. No matter how you look at it, with just the skills, your current state would be able to transcend the ranks of first-rate adventurers. With them, you are able to conquer the 40th floor of a labyrinth with only 6. Normally, a party of 50 would challenge it, and barely get by, but we were able to do it with 6. You're saying that's bad? The seventh went ahead and spoke. There's no problem with using skills. It's not bad to use what talent you have on hand. Up to a point, that is. The second told me. You haven't grown in the slightest on our own. Not that sort of growth, but growth in the truest sense. Whenever something happens, you turn to rely on the skills. If you continue on like that, your mana will run out, or perhaps a growth will happen again, and you'll be forced to retire from the front lines. When that happens, what will you do? I could imagine it quite simply. The moment I became unable to move, the party would cease functioning. In the worst case, we would be annihilated while waiting for me to recover. A party that relied on my skills could birth such dangers merely through my absence. The third talked on. It's completely fine to use skills. But with this many, there will definitely be a problem at some point. When you accept a request beyond your own ability, your troubles will merely increase. Before something like that happens, you and Novum-chan and Arya-chan have to polish yourselves. I think this is the time for that. The ancestors that had been teasing my up to now were all seriously thinking for my sake. So this is what Damien was talking about. I nodded, and swore to clear the 30th level without skills. Until then, I would be limited to what I had on myself. And the third. Now then, that's out of the way, so the next pressing matter is. The best Lyle goes to kissing the sleeping beauty. Any objections? The second spoke up. Objection. You're forgetting her, ignoring his words of love. The fourth. It's hard to say which of the two is better, but I'm leaning towards the sleeping beauty. The fifth was. That one had quite a bit of impact. Surpassing it is going to be difficult. Sixth. Sliding posed with a bug in hand. It would be troublesome if you forgot that. Damn Gramps. As expected of the Walt house's child prodigy, for him to trouble us to this extent. All of them. I'll be waiting for your next growth, Walt House Wonder Child. They said that with smiles. Stop finding entertainment in this. I definitely don't think I'm at fault for screaming there. Late at night. Having been released from the depths of the jewel, I exited to the yard, sat in a bench, and looked up at the night sky. When I got some water in the kitchen, the face that was reflected in the mirror was quite haggard. So they pressed me this far, god damn it. The past I wanted to forget had become important research data for the academy. I thought I had fallen for myself time and again. Just what sort of wind could have driven me to think in such a way? Thinking about it didn't produce an answer. It would be nice if I could go back to the past. As I let that out of my mouth, I saw Novum approaching the bench. What's wrong, Lyle-sama? Are you having trouble sleeping? A worried Novum was in her pajamas. I thought she was cute, but at the same time, I was forced to remember my kiss with that toxic maid. I wanted my first kiss to be Novum. I want to disappear already. Is it about today? There was no helping it. Everyone feels that uplifting sensation. It's just that it came out quite remarkably for you, Lyle-sama. Even if she tries consoling me, it doesn't change the facts that my lips were stolen. It will never come back. My first kiss will never come back to me. I want to beat the crap out of the me of that time. As I said that, Novum's face became troubled. Why must Novum be troubled? Am I not enough? I thought as I got myself even more unnecessarily depressed. Can we not count it? I mean, I heard it was to a doll. That one's ridiculously human, so I can bring myself to think of it that way, and that toxicity is definitely going to break my heart. If I wasn't in such high tensions, I would have definitely had my heart fold in onto itself. Even remembering it now, it was a fearsome ancient automaton. Why would the people of old create such a malicious maid? Did those ancients have a pervert surpassing Damien's level? I don't really want to think about it. Also, I won't be able to use skills for a while. It's kinda like everything is happening to me at once, and I don't think my heart can take it. As I said that, Novum sat down beside me and gripped my hand. Looking up at the sky, she spoke. Can I ask why you can't use skills? Well, at this rate, I'll become no good, and I want to become able to defeat the 30th floor's boss with my own ability at least once. It's not like the ancestors ever actually told me I would become no good. A worried Novum could take my foolish notions to be an illness, fasten me to a bed, and nurse me, wouldn't that be fine? No, that's no good. I have to become the bread earner, and let Novum live a quiet life. It would be nice if I could do that. Seeing me become faint-hearted, Novum spoke. A little. Just a little. I'd become a little jealous. Hearing that Lyle Sama's first kiss was taken by an automaton, is that strange of me, but... Hearing that, I stood up, and grasped both of her shoulders. It's not strange at all. I'm happy. I'm delighted, Novum. Is that so? Seeing me in high spirits, Novum looked puzzled. The fact that she became jealous for me must mean that she was a little interested in me, or so I reassured myself. It's fine. Novum hasn't given up on me yet, right? I want to kiss Novum. As I said that, her face was flushed red. She quietly closed her eyes, lifted her chin a little, and assumed a pose exceedingly easy to kiss. My heart let out a thumping sound in my chest. Under the beautiful moonlit night sky, me and Novum. I'm delighted, Novum. My heart will break. My first kiss will never come back to me. PFF. I wish I could return to the past was the defining factor. So he's even at that level when he's in his normal state. I think you're taking a turn for the worse, Lyle. Quite screwing with me, you guys. And on another day, the words from that time were reliably used as fuel to tease me. By these ancestors, my psyche was being beaten black and blue. What should I do? I think it's about time to toss this jewel away. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 3, Question Corner 3. http://mypage.aswayos2.com/mypage blog/view/useriD/21837/blog key/10894447/. 7's Question Corner 3. Question: with 30 kids, the fifth could control the entire government with political marriages. A fifth generation, oh, right. You usually don't get that many, do you now? But there was a reason I had to do that. How about you think about my feelings when I had a need to get that many children, right? Fourth generation, Omega sorry. Third generation, Omega I'm sorry. Question: Seals is a reincarnator with a cheat. A second generation, Omega, / wrong. She isn't a reincarnated or body swapped or anything. Question: The little sisters of this world are dangerous. Do you perhaps hate little sisters, author? A sixth generation, for all, they definitely are dangerous, but the author doesn't hate them, and he has some twisted delusions about them. How foolish. Question: The ancestors interfere too much. Lyle doesn't need a personality. A Lyle, I know, right? Question: He noticed Miranda was attacking, but not that Novum was actually awake? A second generation / Omega, look, he was being attacked and all, he thought drugging was in play, so perhaps it was a perceived notion? The skills aren't omnipotent or anything. Question: Novum is the one behind the curtains. A Novum, for all. Oh. No comment. Question: 7's. Lyle is either the 8th or 9th generation, so isn't the title wrong? A Lyle. W what was that? Fourth generation, at for all at, it's fine. It's strange because you're thinking of it as implying he's the 7th of something. How about thinking it as a pluralization of 7? No good, huh? 7th generation, for all, just say there's some deeper meaning or some bullshit like that to put them off. They'll forget it eventually. The truth is, the deeper meaning in the title is, oh my, I can't say any further. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 4, Prologue. TL, it seems this is my site's first anniversary, and my own anniversary of taking up translating. Maybe I should just go buy a domain already. Also, I'm struggling to innovatively translate the toxic maid's insults. Maybe I need an Englishman. Prologue. Inside the Circry house's estate in Arumsas, I was eating my meal. I usually eat Novum's cooking, but only for today. A certain toxic automaton insisted she would do it, and she wouldn't budge on the matter. It seems she possesses a sense of rivalry against Novum, but it's strange no matter how you look at it. That scrap metal maid, the moment she came to the mansion, she directed an attack at the girl. She had picked up the nearest broom and tried to lower it on Novum's head, but I stopped her. How is it? The taste of the food I put my all into making for a wimpy chicken dickwad? Chicken dickwad was likely referring to me. It seems that since I didn't have the high spirits of when we first met, she added a wimpy to it. No, it's delicious. It's much tastier than I imagined, but what? A chicken dickwad has some complaints to voice against my cooking? Now out with it. Tomorrow, I'll make use of those complaints to prepare the supreme dish. I looked at the other dishes lining the table. The presentation was perfect. There was no problem with the taste. In fact, it was delicious. The fact that an automaton could do this much was truly a truth I hadn't imagined. Isn't there a gap between my plate and the others? Only I had a larger portion. The scrap metal looked at me and let out a scornful laugh. That, of all things? I prepared a greater portion of food for my master, the chicken dickwad. I did not exceed the sum of money I was permitted, so there shouldn't be a problem? There was a problem. Hey, you see, this is Miranda-san's mansion. We're just freeloaders. Miranda-san, who was eating alongside us, spoke. You don't have to worry about that. How about it? Why not just become the master here? The pale green-haired Miranda-san looked at me with her emerald eyes. Her mischievous intentions were blatantly visible. She was definitely having fun. I thought she was a cat-like person, but following the events of our previous dungeon expedition, more of her personality was showing than before. I looked towards Novum, with her brown-side ponytail. Novum didn't seem to be noticing my glance. And she took a bite. For Lyle-sama's preferences, the taste is a little light. And said that. Hearing that, Arya let out a sigh. The red-haired Arya directed her violet eyes at me. Make sure you don't let them go too far. The reason Arya felt fed up was because of this piece of junk. I mean, this pile of scraps. Moo. So this is the rumored stepmother bullying the young wife entry in my data. Are you perhaps unsatisfied with my cooking? Considering nutritional balance, I have surely created the finest of tastes. Like to compete with Novum. I'm not even sure why, but only to Novum did she ever display an emotion like hostility. Seeing the situation, Theum the blue jewel hung at my neck came a voice only I could hear. The fourth-generation head of the Walt house, Max Walt had his long blue hair parted in a 7-to-3 ration at the front, and glasses hanging on his face. Within the jewel, everyone had manifest in a form somewhere around their 30s. This fourth's notable characteristic was, not just his glasses. Good grief, what a strange automaton. For her to pick a fight with Novum-chan, just what could she be thinking? Now stop them already, Lyle. In regards to women, the fourth was quite loud. No, to be more specific, in regards to the treatment of women. Scrap metal, isn't that enough? Why are you always on it, Novum? As the fourth requested, I stopped the scrap metal. But surprisingly, Novum. Lyle-sama, I think scrap metal is a little cruel. We've finally gotten ourselves a new comrade, so we'll have to decide on a name. What a nice girl. In contrast. For you to show mercy to the enemy, that naivety will cost you your life one day. Even if I look like this, I was manufactured as a top-of-the-line model, and I've even been praised as his greatest masterpiece. I can't be receiving mercy from. As she started into some incomprehensible words, Miranda-san spoke. Then isn't scrap metal good enough? Chicken dickwad, I am pleading to you with upturned eyes, so please decide a worthy name for me, damn it. That isn't the right attitude to ask a favor. But only her mouth was bad, and pertaining to me, she did actually apply her all. The housework that was hard for Novum alone had become much easier because of her, or so I've heard. Looking at the movement of those twin tails, something's come to mind. As I voiced that, scrap metal took the bait. Oh. For you to lust after these twin tails, you've got good eyes there. My makers even got into a fist fight over deciding between black bobbed hair and these blonde twin tails. As I thought, twin tails truly are the greatest, but I kinda get a Puyo Puyo feeling as the move back and forth, so Puyo Puyo is. TL, just imagine the feeling something swinging back and forth leisurely gives off. The scrap metal's refreshing expression suddenly turned expressionless. The one who was holding her stomach in laughter was Shannon. In the past, she was a sightless, frail noble lady, but with her sister being something like that, the younger sister was quite a villain in her own regard. You've got no naming sense. The one who extended her hand towards the giggling Shannon was Miranda-san. She used her left hand to grab the top of her head, squeezed, and lifted her up like that. I'm starting to hear a creaking sound. Oh One-sama, it hurts. It really, really hurts. There's no point in giving me that cute tone. You're being rude to Poyo Poyo, who finally received her long-awaited name. As she said that, Arya covered her mouth. Only Novum continued eating while she seemed to be thinking of various things with a serious expression on her face. Chicken bastard. If it's now, I will accept a revision. Poyo Poyo said that, so I shook my head. No alterations, Poyo Poyo. The fourth raised an angered voice from within the jewel. No matter how you look at it, that's going too far. You have to be nice to girls. And said something like that. There's no doubt this guy's wife subjected him to something. From the other's ancestors' conduct, I can guess he was quite a submissive husband. This man acting up about women was the head with the longest term of service in the Walt family's history. The third fell in battle in his 30s, and so he took over the title in his teens. From there on, I heard he mostly contributed in domestic affairs, but... And wait, is there really no maintenance costs on that girl? She just sucks Lyle's mana, right? If there's a service fee, wouldn't that be a pain? Perhaps even a normal servant maid would be better. He was also loud about money. I heard he handles things on the financial front as well, but when I'm actually here conversing with him, he just keeps prattling on about money. It seemed he was the sort of man who would choose money over women. That was the fourth generation, but only concerning his wife did he ever turn frail. His son, the fifth, spoke. Oi, weren't you saying something about being nice to girls? No wait, while her outside is female, her insides are iron, or something, right? The fourth. Oh, right, but Poyo Poyo is cruel. But yeah, perhaps Poyo Poyo was a bit much. Expressionlessly, Poyo Poyo, temp, continued to grumble on about demanding a change. Master, won't you consider it a bit longer? Please use that meaningless godforsaken brain of yours to think of a name for my sake. I'll be sure to treasure it. If it's a proper name, I'll be sure to treasure it, so... Scary. This automaton is scary. Oi, that's a little scary, so please stop. I get it. I'll think about it, so please give me some more time. As I said that, the troublesome pile of scrap metal returned a smile. As expected, the chicken dickwad is weak to a woman's pressure. I also shot back a smile. Only your skin's a woman, and your insides are black, right? How about we stop denying reality here? An angered scrap pile told me. What are you saying? As a special model of the highest grade, there is nothing impossible for me. If I was in the mood, then even a gentleman's lustful urges are. After she said that much, Novum spoke. We're in the middle of a meal, Poyo Poyo-san. The scrap metal bit down on her handkerchief mortifyingly. This bitch. Dinner at the Circry house has become lively all of a sudden, but it's gotten quite enervating. And so, that's why you've come here, is what you're saying? The library. It was a place meant for one to drop by and store up knowledge, but today, I was reading alongside Clara. While we read our books, we exchanged various conversations. A while ago, I accepted the request of Damien, a famous professor of Arumsas, the city of scholars, and we ended up working together. While she specialized in support, she was a skilled adventurer. Her deep blue hair was cut around her shoulders, but perhaps she had done that herself, as the edges were quite ruffled. It seemed she liked reading books here, as whenever I came, I had quite a high probability of finding her. I usually ask her about what books are interesting, but we would occasionally exchange such gossip. That's right. That scrap metal keeps insisting I decide a name, and she competes with Novum, but... How strange. Could her rivalry with Novum be on her job as a maid? I don't know that one either. I mean, that piece of junk is broken. There's how she doesn't remember some important things, but her tone towards me is generally terrible. The individual herself said her censors labeled her as an enemy or something. Well, she's an ancient automaton, so it's amazing enough that she can even move. Ah, come to think of it. Clara remembered something, and conveyed it to me. At the academy, Damien is moving around more automata. He's gotten 3 of them operational, and he's confirming the situation. Right now Damien was the talk of the town. Just being able to move an ancient automaton and control it was amazing in itself. Hearing that, I thought. Why is it that my scrap metal is like that? Should I swap it in? Clara responded. She's properly doing her job, right? Is there some sort of problem? Her choice of words, I guess? Everything else is perfect. Cleaning, laundry, and cooking, she'll do it all. She really was quite perfect, but I'd like to do something about that mouth. Well, I think you should give up on that. I did hear it was a form of contract, and the means to sever it are as of yet unknown, so you'll be like that all your life. Please don't make me remember those things. For the contract to the automaton, my own blood was needed as a catalyst. But having just gone through a growth, my spirits were high, and I went ahead to kiss the automaton to activate it. Was that where it went wrong? No, she said she got broken of her own accord. Even so. Clara looked at me. You sure do some troublesome things. Restricting your own skills, and aiming for the labyrinth's 30th floor? Last time when we challenged the labyrinth, we made it past the 40th floor's boss with but a party of 6. Apparently, it was an enemy that would usually require 50. And it's good that we achieved results and all, but seeing that, the ancestors imposed a restriction of my skills until I defeated the 30th floor's boss. Under the banner that my own abilities were overwhelmingly lacking, they forbid any such usage of any skills in my possession. Because of that, I somehow have to use my own strength to break through the chappens. While it may sound easy in words, the challenge was on a scale where it required from 20 to 30 adventurers. It's a personal matter. If I remain too reliant on my skills, then it will be dangerous once my mana runs out. As I expressed the ancestors' reasoning, Clara made a slight surprised face. I was sure you hadn't noticed it, and that you were going to make a huge mistake one day. It seems I'll have to reassess my evaluation of you, Lyle-san. How cruel. As I said that, I get the feeling she was smiling a little. If anything happens, call out to me. With your ample funds, I don't think I would be at a loss to hear you out. So it's a matter of money, I thought, but in truth, to adventurers like us, money was essential. In order to live, we threw ourselves into life-threatening situations. And if the money we obtained was what we used to get by, we had to be firm in that regard. Of course, I've taken various things onto myself, and I'm in a standing where I have to earn enough to support 2 women and 1 automaton. But really, what is it that I should do? If we simply raised greater numbers to challenge it, then it really would be easy. But during Damien's request, I displayed quite a sorry sight. Because I returned to the guild carried by Novum, my reputation is quite low. At the end, I became unable to move my body, and I showed off quite a terrible state to the other adventurers. For that reason, my own personable credibility is low. While I want to gather the numbers, my questionable standing in Arumsas is dragging my feet. As I thought, there's no choice but for me to steadily build up my own strength. My sudden growth, and the fact that I produced results was all because of the heads of history's skills recorded in the jewel. If I become unable to use them, it's exceedingly troublesome. I'll have to think of a way to overcome the 30th floor. As I thought that, I continued to pile up the knowledge of the library. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 4, Chapter 1, Poyo Poyo. Poyo Poyo. Having stopped by the Arumsas Guild, I started to worry over how I was going to get the rights to challenge the labyrinth. And I was meeting with a guild employee to confirm it, but... What? I already have permission? The disinterested clerk passed over the documents. I get the slight feeling he was taking me for a fool. You cleared the labyrinth's 40th floor, and you've succeeded in completing the Academy's request, so you're more than qualified. Did you seriously came here to ask something like that? The middle-aged male clerk took on quite an attitude when dealing with me. But more importantly, the other adventurers around were looking at me, and chuckling. Today's charge, the 6th spoke. It's that. Since you returned being dragged on the backs of women, you're being severely underestimated. Arumsas Guild didn't hold too good of a sentiment towards adventurers to start with. Even if I cleared the 40th floor, am I still looked upon as nothing but an ordinary adventurer? Shouldn't I be receiving a bit of a better treatment here? As I was thinking that, the staff member explained. You completed an academy request, and even received the additional reward. I'm in no spot to offer a complaint. It's just that don't forget that if the labyrinth is ever to be cleared as a whole, you'll be the first anyone will ever suspect. The managed labyrinth was, to the guild and the city, a mountain of treasure. Crushing that was something to be avoided at all costs. Only in cases where someone like Damien put out a request that seemed impossible to complete, were standard adventurers allowed to tread into the mazes. And since I splendidly completed that request, the guild must recognize my ability. Even when I've been recognized, the reason I don't feel happy about it at all must be this man's attitude. So I can go challenge the labyrinth as I please? Do whatever you want. We'll have to thin out the monsters' numbers, and there are adventurers leaving here, changing their home guilds. For God's sake, please think of our standing when we have to manage it. Adventurers arbitrarily moved away, and problems came in the labyrinth's management. Yet he's complaining to me. The sixth laughed. Audiobooks is the city of scholars, and they see adventurers as the bottom of the barrel. I see. That trend was there before, but academy students also registered as adventurers. To the Audiobooks Guild, adventurers were merely a necessary entity to manage the labyrinth. Perhaps they were nothing more and nothing less. Isn't that why all the good adventurers run away? Seeing the staff members' condescending eyes, I sighed, as I felt some relief at the fact that I wouldn't have to request permission whenever I wanted to challenge the labyrinth. Gathering numbers, submitting the paperwork, and waiting for it to be approved was quite time-consuming. I see, then I'll be off with. Having finished my consultation, I tried to separate from the counter, but the clerk stopped me. Wait. There are plenty of requests for the labyrinth from the guild. I'd like it if you don't forget to take on requests like that as well. Also, those girls, there are a number of parties that are requesting you to introduce party members Novum Forxes and Aria Lockwood to them. It will be for their sakes as well. There will be a banquet at some point, so make sure to drop by the guild. Oh, and if your party is disbanded, your permission to challenge the labyrinth will be revoked, but I think that would be best for you. Looking down on me, what's more, he even tried to draw away my party members. He was acting under the premise that the disbandment of my party was already inevitable. While I may not be the most reliable, do I really deserve this much? Hearing that, the ancestors let out their voices. The second. Oi, this guy is picking a fight with us, no, with Lyle. He's trying to create an opportunity to recruit the party members directly from the leader. Perhaps it hit a nerve, but the third laughed maniacally as he spoke. I wonder just who he thinks he's provoking, huh? Okay, Lyle, how about you give a clear denial here. The ancestors raged on, and I was of the complete same opinion. The reason they're calling out to Novum and the rest is likely because the impression that everyone who participated in the request besides me were prodigious was large. In truth, Novum was excellent as a magician, and her focus was on healing. Aria was a vanguard with multiple skills, and considering her age, she had good future prospects. I've heard there are many adventurers who come to Audiobooks to gather comrades, but this is too blunt, is it not? I spoke to the condescending clerk. And they'll even use the guild as an intermediary to recruit them? I'll have to refuse. It's a measure so as not to waste those girls' talents. Among those calling out to them are young nobles as well. It seems while they were harsh on adventurers, the city of scholars was kind to nobles. The fourth spoke. This is clear favoritism, isn't it? The guild is supposed to be an equal opportunity organization. On the surface, at least. You're lacking a little in the fairness department there. If they want to call out to us, then won't you please tell them that I'd prefer them not to use the guild as an intermediary to threaten us? When I said that with a smile, the clerk responded in an irritated fashion. You ignorant brat. The sixth whispered. Even when Lyle received a present from that Damien, and got him to actually remember his name. This is getting interesting. A grinning image of the sixth floated in my mind, and I started speaking with that very same grin. The truth is in this request, I become quite acquainted with Damien. I've even gotten around to dropping by his laboratory on occasion. He must have taken quite a liking to me. I mean, he's given me one of his automata. What are you? The guild had weak knees when it came to the academy. Like that, upon hearing the name of a famous professor, the man suddenly became flustered. His eyes were darting around the room in an amusing fashion. You can confirm it if you want, you know? I mean, we're comrades who overcame the 40th floor together. The seventh offered me some advice. Fumu. I also dislike adventurers, but these sorts are an eyesore. If you want to crush them, it's best to do it quickly. Lyle, how about telling Damien? My comrades are being taken away, and they won't be able to stop by the laboratory anymore or so. The fifth agreed. This guy's probably not the only one, but he'll make for a nice example. It was Novum and Aria being scouted away, and not Poyo, though. As I thought that, I noticed. I see, so I can make him misunderstand that Poyo was being recruited. While it was an underhanded method, the opposing side already resorted to that. Of all else, if I think about what's to come, these sorts of talks may keep springing up one after another. That girl can't be registered as an adventurer, but can I count her into my fighting force? I doubt that toxic mate is strong, but that doesn't change the fact that she's a comrade. Let's see. How about I have a little chat? The truth is, the guild is persistently aiding in having my comrades recruited off, and it's troublesome. As I said that, he cast his eyes down. Perhaps out of panic, he had broken out into a sweat. The sixth spoke. These sorts see all adventurers as the same. They look down on them, and think that they can say whatever they want. He probably acted with his usual attitude against Lyle. The fourth spoke. I don't think he had plans to pick a fight. He's truly thinking for Novan-chan and the others' sakes, or so he's deluded himself. But yep, we'll need to make someone an example. I'll bet Arumsas doesn't have nothing but these sorts of clerks. But it's true that the trend is strong. Good grief. Hawkins-san had never seemed so dazzling before. I remembered the clerk in the city that treated everyone with care, Hawkins-san. Having come here, I've really experienced the differences in a guild's atmosphere. This time, well, they've insisted no matter what. As he started giving an excuse, I smiled. That's no good, isn't it? Well then, I have some matters to attend to at the academy. Saying that, I left the guild. I took along Poyo Poyo, who had been stationed outside, and headed towards the academy. Poyo Poyo spoke. For a goddamn chicken, you're quite the brutish master. His face was pale, you know. For you to pressure a human much weaker than you to that extent, simply shameful. She touched her hand to her mouth, and started smiling as she said that. You're saying that knowing fully well, aren't you? And wait, power-wise, they have a higher authority than me. Aren't I the weaker side here? Poyo Poyo's expression suddenly turned serious. Of course I know. I did hear the conversation, and all. You're going to go to Professor Damien for help, or something. As expected of a chicken dickwad. You know full well how to make use of your friends. Should I change my evaluation of Damien to a friend? As I worried, the second spoke. Well, that is the truth. But at times like this, you've got to aid one another. The third as well. That's right. Lyle is cooperating with Damien, so this much is fine. Oh, you're going to be using Damien, so you'll have to listen to his requests to an extent here on. Yes, it definitely was going in a direction where I would be using him. I need to offer some compensation. But all of Damien's favors seem really troublesome. Pulling Poyo Poyo along, I increased my gait as I headed towards the academy. When we arrived at the academy, me and Poyo Poyo found Automata hurriedly moving around the lab. Behind his desk, Damien sat deep into his chair as he looked at us. Phew! Those ancients sure were amazing. They made dolls this elaborate, laundry and cleaning and even cooking is done to perfection. At this point, they're too useful to part with. Taking off his glasses, and wiping the lenses, Damien spoke with a heartfelt tone. The fact that you activated them means, could it be? I looked at Damien, but the answer was. I just used my blood normally. Oh my, this man's first kiss is saved up for the ideal woman he's going to be building. Still, the Lyle of that time was a grace from God. My research has advanced leaps and bounds. As he directed an innocent smile at me, I could respond with nothing but, I see. Having partaken in Master's first kiss, I'm nothing like those mass-produced defects over there. As I thought, I'm special. As Poyo Poyo's mood improved, the other automata stopped to look at us. Their black pupils gave off red flashes. As expected of a special model. That instability in speech will only be a burden on her master. Exactly. As a maid, no, as an automaton, she's a failure. Did you know? Mass-produced models are made to the ideals of all men. Special models are but, PFF. The black-haired bob-cut maids directed smiles at us as they said such things. It's surprising that these are actually dolls. Their conversations were well-directed, and they could do housework better than most women. Looking at Poyo Poyo, Arya had become teary on multiple occasions. From my point of view, whether they be mass-produced or worked on individually, the breasts are. Damien shook his head. So you don't have any more questions for Poyo Poyo today, ? The reason we came to the academy was also because Damien was curious of her progress. The other awakened automata were mass-produced models, and Poyo Poyo alone was special. Damien had wanted information from her, but this time's the last one. She can do housework fine, and while there's a problem with her speech, it's coherent. She seems to direct harsh remarks at you in particular, but she's serving her master as an automaton should, so there's no real problem. If you're looking for some flaws in her specs, I guess it would have to be her memory? None of the automata know any of the important things. There's the fact they were just activated, but it's as if something essential was disconnected. More importantly, what the hell is Poyo Poyo? Is that a name? Damien looked at Poyo Poyo. He squatted on the spot and made an irritated gesture. It's fine. Until this chicken dickhead comes up with a worthy name, I have chosen to accept the designation of Poyo Poyo. Right. Until this dickhead comes up with a worthy name, you hear. I spoke to Damien as I traced my face with my finger. I couldn't think of one, so I just kinda went with the flow? Something like that? The other three automata looked at Poyo Poyo, and he gave you a name, you say? Even when our master only calls us No 1, No 2, and No 3. No, we haven't lost the battle. Never has he once mixed up our designated numbers. With her head hanging down, Poyo Poyo was grinning widely. Mass-produced defects. This is the power of a special model. I would have preferred a mass-produced one. Even so. Even when all three of them looked exactly the same, Damien was able to tell them apart. As expected of the perverted professor of the seven great. A name, you say? I'll have to think of one for my ideal woman too. Oh, right, that matter with the guild. As if he had just remembered it, Damien put my request to mouth. The case of the guild trying to recruit. I had told him about it. Right. Can I ask it of you? I don't really mind. And wait, there are plenty of complaints about the guild. I have a mountain of things I want to mouth off to them, but, yeah, I'll convey the message. I had a bit of a questionable feeling. Perhaps noticing that, the sixth called out. That clerk would have gotten a grudge on himself, and self-destructed on his own sooner or later. He simply coincidentally got himself involved with you. It's your loss if you want to mull over it. To indicate my affirmation, I gripped the jewel. That's a lifesaver. Now then, the compensation for this time's visit can be called even with this request. Really? My research funds are quickly going up in smokes, so that's a relief. After that, I chatted with Damien a bit before leaving the lab. When I returned to the mansion, I found Shannon washing dishes under Novum's direction. I heard Shannon scream from the kitchen, and I dropped by to witness quite a peculiar scene unfolding. No, please forgive me already. That won't do. Miranda-san also told me to teach you properly. Now, once the dishes are sparkling, we're moving on to the cleaning the room. Ah, Lyle. Don't just stand there, and help me. It's freaking scary. Novum's really scary. She ran at me with the intentions of embracing me, so I stopped her by holding my hand out against her head. Her arms kept going back and forth, but her hands were never to reach me. It's merely reaping what you sow, as punishment for you kicking back and relaxing all these years. Isn't this too light? In the end, Miranda-san forgave Shannon. After that harsh personality divide, even after Shannon created her darker side, her surface face ended up forgiving her. Seeing the scene, the sixth raised a doubtful voice. For me to have seen this girl overlapping with Millie IA. The fifth was of the same opinion. We were too wary, but it ended out fine. As long as Miranda stays close, she'll be rehabilitated soon enough. Novum looked at me. Welcome home, Lyle-sama. And Poyo Poyo-san. With a troubled expression on her face, Novum voiced the scrap pile's temporary name. I don't recall giving you permission to address me by name. What's more, you're just doing what you please in my territory. Prepare yourself. You're being noisy. After I hit the back of her head, her twin tails swayed back and forth before she fell face first onto the ground. She covered the spot I hit with both hands as she looked at me. That hurt, chicken bastard. Please treat me with more care. I'm quite a delicate maiden. When my master gets angry at me, I end up weeping to myself in the middle of the night. That's scary, so please stop it. And wait, are you still awake at night? What do you do at that time? Brimming with confidence, Poyo Poyo. I'm on standby in sleep mode. I always make sure to take in that strange energy called mana from Master, so I have to economize my battery life as much as, ow. I hit the top of her head with my palm again. So you're sleeping, are you not? Are you really an automaton? Novum looked upon our exchange, and smiled. You two really do get along. I looked at Poyo Poyo. She looked a little happy, and it was irritating. As I thought, you really did lust after me, chicken dickwad. If only you ever called for me, I would terminate sleep mode, and in your bed, ow. I smacked her head again, and felt a sense of fatigue. Shannon, who was being pinned down by me. Hey, how long am I going to be pinned like this? Isn't you guys' treatment of me much too bad? From the Jewel, I heard the 5th and 6th's voices. She's on small fry level. Yeah, this girl is. Really, just what part of this child were we feeling danger from again? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 4, Chapter 2, Various Worries. Various Worries. Aria Lockwood was worried. She had become an adventurer and joined a party, but was her current self truly contributing? She had borrowed the Sir Mansion's yard and was swinging her spear, but her impatience made the head feel heavy, and it wouldn't move as she wanted it. As her sweaty hands let the portion she clenched slip, she decided to take a break to get her breathing back together. Ha, ha. I'm the only one being left behind. Her party members consisted of Lyle and Novum, who were a year her junior, and the automaton Poyo Poyo, whose name had yet to be finalized. The 4 of them? At this point, if they asked Clara or Miranda, they would probably lend a hand as well. And within them, Aria was panicking on her own. She thought she was properly accomplishing her job as a vanguard, but for some reason, the atmosphere was one where she was the only one growing distant. Lyle had a lot of loose ends to him, but he did rack up achievements. You could understand it if you ever saw him up close. He could use multiple skills simultaneously, and he easily mastered their use. Even when she had a red gem as well, she would never be able to use it like Lyle. Support and vanguard class skills were different. But in regards to handling them, it was clear as day that Aria fell behind the boy. She could use magic as well, but nothing on the high level of Novum's. The times where the Lockwood house was heralded as a Viscount house were but a distant memory. Rather than practicing magic in order to live, she had been worried over how to get through the days. Even if she took up jobs to support herself, her father's money usage always left the house barren. At the end, she was seriously giving thought to selling off her body. No matter what she did, it was pointless. She remembered her father's voice. He was a prideful man, and he hated adventurers. If they ever even came out in conversation, he would lash out, and he was always bringing troubles. Just what am I even doing? Regretfully, Aria knew the extent of her own ability. Whether she fought up front, or cast magic in the back, she would never match up to either Lyle or Novum. Unlike the two of them, who wholeheartedly devoted their youths to training their martial arts and magics, a large gap had opened up. Aria gripped the red gem hanging at her neck. Of the skills recorded in it, there were 4 in total. Her own skill. Quick included, the number became 5. While Quick allowed for swift consecutive movements, its burden on the body was high. It was the skill she had obtained on her own, so it wasn't a struggle for her to use it. Compared to the other skills she had, that is. Strengthen one's muscles, strengthen one's weapons, let loose a single strong attack, send out a shockwave. If you looked at the other skills, they were all a lineup any vanguard adventurer would look upon with envy. In the past, an adventurer she met in Dalian had told her. Skill affinity, is it? For good or bad, all a gem did was record skills, and as it arbitrarily recorded them, it was quite a pain. In that case, using magic tools bestowed with skills was the preferable option. Essential combinations, raising one's own strength, and reducing the enemies. If those two skills were to be put together, then high-level enemies could be taken down. I mean, it acted to raise your abilities, and lower the opposition's. That difference could become a wide one. Gems had one major defect. But I can't use magic tools, and the current me can't afford one. In the end, I'll have to master this thing, or else. Looking at the red gem, she let out a sigh. She tried to wipe her sweat off of her body, but it stuck, and when she took a rest, she got the feeling she had a slight fever. This time, the clothes stuck down to her started to make her feel nauseous. The walls around the yard were high, and no one could peep in, so Aria removed her upper layer. Even my underwear is sticky. Her clothes had taken up enough sweat that they could be wrung out. Spear in hand, she moved to head back to the inside. When she went to the door into the mansion, Poyo Poyo emerged, carrying a basket. Oh, my, so you were in the middle of training. You're dripping sweat, so please don't come any closer. I have my precious master's washed laundry here. The bad-mouthed automaton treated Lyle as her master, but other humans were given a fixed level of treatment. Only Novum was an exception. You sure treat Lyle different from everyone else. As Aria said that, Poyo Poyo responded with a serious face. What of it? I have become operational in order to serve my master. I must apologize, but everyone else is just an extra? But, if master told me to serve Aria-san like my life depended on it, then I do plan on serving you with such resolve. However, do remember my loyalty if saved for no one but that chicken dickwad. As Arya felt fed up at Poyo Poyo's long speech, she looked at her with tired eyes. Fine by me. Even so, why is it that women just keep on gathering around that man one after another? What she remembered were the events that transpired before she came to Arumsas. On a night with a pretty full moon, Lyle had confessed in a roundabout way by saying, "The moon sure is beautiful tonight," or something of the like. Arya's face turned red. And to her, Poyo Poyo. You're in the way, so can't you move? You're shortening the time I have left to dry the laundry. And wait, you reek of sweat, so why not dunk a bucket of cold water over yourself? Arya looked at Poyo Poyo. I think I hate you. Poyo Poyo responded. What a coincidence. I have no interest in anyone besides that damn chicken. Oh, that woman is another matter entirely. It wasn't a coincidence or anything, she simply wasn't interested. Arya passed by her and entered the mansion. While she was a strange automaton, she did all the housework to perfection. It was on a level where complaining about it was unreasonable. Really, just why did you have to wake this strange girl, idiot? While turning her eyes to the automaton hanging clothing up in the yard, Arya muttered that. Having come to the library, I was reading books pertaining to adventurers. I was mostly confirming the organization of a party. If we're going to have 4 fighters, we'll have to have the same, or a greater number of support. In order to conquer Arumsas' labyrinth, I was thinking of how to go about not using skills. The first I thought of was gathering numbers, a simple and exemplary answer. But to do that, I would have to gather personnel I could trust as my comrades. We came to Arumsas to search for comrades to begin with. The very fact that we hadn't made much progress on that one made me determined that method would take much too long. It's fine to take time, but the problem is, during that period, I won't be able to use in skills. It's not like they're necessary for me to move as I want. But as the item I had relied on to now had become unusable, I had to obtain a new power for myself. It's natural for me to be training myself, and for acting as a party, I needed to obtain the necessary technique. Confirming our own location within the labyrinth. Also, scouting, confirming and disarming traps, as well as securing safety, the 5th and 6th skills are way too convenient. Having lost the areas those skills compensated for, I was immediately inconvenienced. The seconds spoke. Their skills are extraordinary as a set. While convenient individually, I'm surprised they manifested a set like that. Different skills manifest based on the individual. Even if you had identical twins, it's not certain that the same skill will come out. The individual's growth and desires, and other such factors influence it, or so I've read. Aiming for and trying to get a specific one to emerge is exceedingly difficult. To compensate for this, I'll need a specialist. Learning it on my own is impossible. The learning part in itself isn't a problem. If I tried, I think I could do it, and I'm sure it's possible, but the time necessary to pick it up, and to learn all the other necessary skills would add on time in units of years. If possible, I don't want to stretch it out that long. Once we fortified our party in Arumsas, I was planning on heading to the capital of adventurers, the free city of Bime. Seals, there's also the matter with my sister, the first generation, called a monster, and staying in one place for too long is likely dangerous. For that whimsical Seals, I wonder just when her interests will become directed at me. No, I also get the feeling she may have forgotten. With her willfulness, I can't even imagine what she'll be doing next. Back when my parents still got along with me. Ha! What sort of girl was Seals again? Looking back, it's a memory of when I was 10. I treated my sister Seals as an older brother should. That's how it should have been. I have no memories of doing anything particular to be hated. The mansion just suddenly started to move with her at its center. I shook my head and put those thoughts on hold. Is this her skill? Or could it be something else? No, let's put that aside. I turned my eyes back to the book and tried to think of another formation for the party that wouldn't rely on my skills. Novum was inspecting the room after Shannon had cleaned it. I see, so she really does have good eyes. She's cleaned up quite nicely. I'll have to praise her later. The individual herself would probably hate it though, Novum thought, as she turned to leave the room. But there, she heard a voice. While she had erased her presence to approach, Novum knew, so she wasn't surprised. It was Miranda. Where's Shannon? She's in the yard with Poyo Poyo-san right now. They're taking in the laundry. Welcome back, Miranda-san. While looking at Novum's radiant smile, Miranda returned a smile of her own. I see. I came to watch her working hard. How unfortunate. Novum realized Miranda had intentionally tried erasing her presence. She also knew it wasn't in order to scare Shannon. Miranda had approached, knowing fully well Novum was the only one there. "Did you have some business with me?" As Novum tried asking for her main intent, Miranda revised her expression. She took on a serious face. She had been hiding them under her academy uniform, but behind her back, 2 daggers. While wondering why she was being so wary today, Novum treated her as usual. "I had a few questions." "Questions, is it? I have a few of those myself." A tense air emerged between the two, but neither of them seemed to mind it. If either of them made any movements, Shannon's room would soon become a battlefield, or so the air seemed to indicate. What Miranda wanted to ask about was Novum herself. "Shannon told me that you don't seem to be human, but it sure is strange. You don't look like an automaton either. Those things had just become famous when our professor activated them not too long ago. You seem to have grown up alongside Lyle." Hearing Miranda change her way of addressing him from Lyle-kun to Lyle, Novum was overjoyed. In order to truly build up a harem for Lyle, she thought it would be best to get a hold of Miranda no matter what. "I am Novum of the Forks' house. Nothing more, and nothing less. Having people fear me, it's always been like that, and I don't think I've ever been too mindful of it." Seeing Novum tilting her head, Miranda leaned herself against the doorframe and muttered, "That so?" She still has her guard up. And Novum brought up the topic she wanted to ask about. "My homeland, the Forks' house, has had quite a long relation with the Walt house. I know from that connection, but the Circre house is linked to the Walt house as well, right? You should have met with them numerous times at Central. About the Walt house, about seals." As far as Novum knew, when Lyle had surpassed the age of 10, seals began receiving treatment fitting of the next head of the house. It was also a rumor that the social gatherings were attended by the beautiful woman of the Walts. Even now, the Walt house held a major influence. If they were ever called to a party in Central, it wouldn't be strange for the related houses to never get into contact with them. "Asking when you already know, that's right, I knew about Lyle already as well. I was surprised when I found him with Arya, but it's true that I was a little interested in him." Novum gave a high evaluation to Miranda, who wasn't fascinated with seals despite meeting her. "I see. You could have informed his house, but why didn't you?" Miranda raised both of her hands in a pose of surrender. "If I moved in that direction, I was sure you would kill both me and Shannon." While thinking how savage of a misunderstanding that was, Novum offered a correction. "Oh, I would never go that far. We would just leave this place. Even so, even when she did that much to you, you sure do treasure your little sister." Miranda's gaze lowered just a little. With her lack of vision, you see, Shannon received quite a harsh treatment. As a family member, I want to protect her. I knew of her resentment, but that's just because I was recognized by that woman instead of her. That woman definitely meant seals, thought Novum, as she muttered. "You sure are nice. It's because we're sisters. Well, we don't get along too well with the second or third daughters." It seems Miranda's sisters had some complicated circumstances. Novum had a vague understanding of that from the fact that the first daughter Miranda was in a place like this. "As long as you don't lay a hand on Lyle-sama, then I won't do a thing." "Ah, but I won't stop you if you try getting along with him as man and woman. I did hear it was love at first sight." Hearing that, Miranda burst out. "Why, you were awake." Seeing Novum smile, Miranda left with a reddened face. Perhaps she was angry, as her steps were louder than usual. It felt as if she was intentionally making sound as she walked. More human feelings than before were emerging. Rather than the Miranda who could only ever be a good person, Novum liked the current one. "I'm a little envious." Saying that, Novum also exited Shannon's room. Having finished reading the materials at the library, I walked down Arumsa's streets. I had committed a few points to strengthen a party to mind, so I was going to return to consult Novum, and everyone and the ancestors to see if we could realize them. Doing nothing but think about it made my head feel heavy, so I took a recreational walk on the way back. There were quite a few academy students, and they carried a different impression about them than the standard civilians walking about. It wasn't the city of scholars for nothing, and the treasuring of wisdom was deeply rooted in their culture, I'll bet. Of course, it's also true that the city was mocked for having to culture to begin with. On the street. You don't even know something as simple as that? Even children know it. What? Most of the conversations I heard were something like that. Proud of their wisdom, there were many people who spoke ill of those less learned than them. It's true it was an interesting place, but I'm doubtful of whether I want to stay here forever. I mean, the city itself is a mashed-up jumble, and if I had a say in this, I'd like a quiet and peaceful place to set up house. With a wife, and some children, and Ha! It's getting a little hard to imagine. The happy end of a story has to be where the protagonist is heralded as a hero. Or perhaps living happily ever after alongside his companion. I had longed for the latter, but I can't even imagine it at this point. Well, for now, I just have to think about clearing the 30th lower level. I'll be able to think of such things later, I thought, as I switched gears and continued walking. Arumsa's good point was that there were few ill-breds to be found. To put it another way, there were very few dangerous spots. There wasn't a place for gambling, and with all the bookstores and private schools and training halls, it didn't seem there was much in the way of pleasure. It was forbidden for performers to put on acts on the streets, so unless there was a festival going on, that sort of fun was little to be found. When asked, it seems this city's concept of fun was drinking the night away in a bar while listening to the music. There were places like that in Dalian as well. If you want to put it bluntly, while the city's scale was massive, there wasn't any fun. That's why the adventurers are leaving one after another. Well, there are some that like this place as well, but there's no place for me to really use money. It may be the best for those that want to polish themselves, but it was nothing but a boring place for adventurers with a bit of ability to them. That was Arumsa's. The city of scholars. But at the same time, I don't actually have any hobbies, do I? Swordplay and magic were necessities, so I honed them. Books are there to store up knowledge. No, it's not like I hate reading, but I noticed that apart from that, I didn't have anything that I could call a hobby. Hobbies were a necessity to enjoy life, or so I read in a book. I turned onto a street with fewer passers-by, and muttered to myself, I wonder if I should get a hobby. The fourth. To all onlookers, it probably looks like your hobby is fooling around with women. Well, it's nice to have one. I loved counting the gold coins piled up in the vault. That's a hobby? As I thought that, the fifth spoke. I used up all the fourth's money on my mistresses. He said it. The fifth let out some rare emotions, but the hell you doing, you bastard? The money-loving fourth flipped out. In the past, I would have to worry over a mana expenditure like this, but recently, I haven't been minding it at all. I remembered the past, where I would immediately collapse, and thought I didn't want to experience growth for something like this. I heard voices from the jewel. Shut up. It was necessary for me to resolve the problems you left behind. When I became the head, we did fight a lot, though. As the fifth shouted back, the sixth tried to calm him. While the sixth gave off a wild impression, he was weak in some places to the fifth. Let's calm down, everyone. If you calmly explain it, I'm sure he'll understand. The seventh spoke. Ah, so it's about that matter. That really was a problem raised by the fourth. The third was also related, but there's no point in telling the man who died in battle. The third let out his voice. Did I do something? The fifth spoke in a low voice. You didn't do anything. Because you didn't do anything about it, it became such a large issue. And because of that, It seems that there are various problems between the generations of the Walt house. I wonder just what happened. It was a topic I was a little curious about, so I planned to ask about it when I got back. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 4, Chapter 3, The Lifeform Known as a Feudal Lord. The Lifeform Known as a Feudal Lord. I was an only child. Within a gloomy atmosphere, the fifth started talking. Within the jewel, everyone from the second up was sitting around and listening to him. Only the fourth was acting awkward, as he incessantly pushed his glasses up and down. The second. Not happenin'. That ain't happenin'. He looked towards the fourth with quite a stiff face. The third spoke. I was the second child, but brother died, so I became the heir. I think I explained that, right? All of us directed our eyes at the fourth. Unable to bear it, he finally opened his mouth. My wife was still quite young. See, when we were first introduced, she was still in her early teens. Even when I was in my 30s, our ages were separate enough for us to be parent and child. As he moved to make an excuse, the sixth responded. Yeah, so? The seventh too. The group that didn't care about such age differences continued to pressure him. The second was more concerned about the fact that his eldest son had died. And wait, before thinking about raising the fifth safely, shouldn't you have considered the possibility of his death? It's not rare for our like to fall in skirmishes and other petty squabbles of the like. The fourth raised a powerless voice. No, I am repenting it, but after the third fell, His Majesty, you see, he kinda called out to me and... According to the fourth's explanation, the family began to receive preferential treatment on various fronts due to the third's achievements. No one would think of directly opposing the family the crown felt a sense of debt to. And during the fourth's time, they were able to use those merits to rise to baron status. The third threw down his life for the crown, and contributed to his victory, so the Walt house began to receive the treatment of a sort of direct vassal to the throne of Bonsium. The seventh spoke. The third died young, so there's no helping the fact the fourth didn't have any siblings. But the fifth being an only child means it wasn't just for diplomacy through marriage, but if they wanted to build up favorable relations, it would be best to have a brother, or sister, or two. If there was a branch family there to support the Walt house that had suddenly expanded in scope, the fifth's position may have been firmer cemented. It's that, I see. He was called the man-whore of the family, but it was actually for the house's sake. As I said that, the fifth nodded. That's right. Even I only wanted to have a single wife. It sounded easier. And also, do you think I could love all my children equally when I had numbers surpassing 30? There were some sons I sent out to harsh environments. There was even a daughter I sent in place of a hostage. The fourth's time was nice. The royal family looked out for him, and I've heard that the king was the one who found a bride for him. But once that ruler stepped down, it seems the time span before the fourth retired was terrible. I can't trust any one of them. All of the nobles around kept trying to pick fights. There were even times they impersonated bandits to raise my villages. A blue vein popped up on the second's forehead. You did get back at them, right? You didn't leave them looking down on you, right? There, the sixth spoke. During my era, we somehow able to put the surrounding powers on the defensive, and we were able to begin our offense. The fifth's time. No, in the time from third to fourth, it seems there were few reliable retainers to be found. During that time, the Forks' house didn't betray, and remained loyal. Did they not have ambition? The fourth's excuse. No, look, from my side, I couldn't find a wife because of those strange precepts. As their status had only just risen, the Walt house would have to have taken in the daughter of one of the same rank, or one higher. But when the fourth stepped down, the surrounding Viscount houses had built some distance from them. If I had any siblings, it would have turned out differently. As the fifth stared at him intently, the fourth shut his mouth. The third spoke. That shouldn't be. She was still able to give birth, right? And wait, what about the possibility of a mistress? You were a barren house, right? How about welcoming in an illegitimate from the surrounding houses as a second wife? You had plenty of options, didn't you? The fourth. No, my wife was a bit of a crybaby, and don't screw with me, you bastard. As the fifth jumped at the fourth, no one moved to stop him. More so, they seemed to think it natural for him to be hit. I did have knowledge of these sorts of matters, to an extent. In truth, when the adequate age came, it wasn't strange to be arbitrarily married off, or something of the sort. I didn't have time for that, so I never really thought of marriage. Just getting my parents to turn my way, that's all that was on my mind. The second took charge of the situation. Let's put the man punching his father aside, and just leave it as we successfully made connections with the surrounding area. We married them into our family, or sent off brides and grooms to them. Since our lineage was a good one, I doubt they had any complaints. The fact that they were getting well-disciplined children of good lineage was probably a good thing for the other side as well. It's not like there's no problem about it, but for the Walt house that hadn't an ally to be found around it, it was a firm way to stabilize itself. The sixth spoke. They were all of reliable lineage. The problems was the inclination the house started to take. When he crushed other opposing houses, he would gather women who had no crimes themselves. He'd investigate, and call them over. No matter how much money we had, it wasn't enough. It seems he expended quite a sum of money, but the fourth stock was able to withstand that. Just how much did he save up, anyways? Out of breath, the fifth took his seat again. The fourth corrected his glasses before sitting as well. His clothes were torn up, but he didn't seem to be injured. Well, it's not like they're living flesh or anything. Inside the jewel. I'm in a state where I've brought nothing but my consciousness into here. And the ancestors were nothing more than memories. Their memories retained their hearts, or so the premise seems to be. Just how was a gem like this made? If it was just going to record skills, then a method like this would be unnecessary. To me, hearing them talking all at once isn't really a problem, but a normal person would probably have gone insane by now. I was on the verge a couple of times. But how many years has it been since I've found embarrassment from being teased by my relatives? I had no affection for any of them. Birth my children. That's all I wish for, I proclaimed. With a mournful tone, the fifth said that. I thought he was nothing but a cold person, but it seems he did think back on it. And my first son frickin' went out to become a delinquent, and the fights among siblings just wouldn't come to an end, and the only thing I had to soothe me was my pet's dot. I think the fifth just broke. I remembered the events that transpired in Dalian. There was a monster with the form of a rabbit. Every time I took one down, he screamed out to stop me. While I was thinking of how strange his tastes were, the sixth shouted out over being labeled a delinquent. If you've got over 30 younger brothers and sisters, of course, you'd race out towards delinquency. What's more, you doted on your pets more than your children, did you know, Lyle? What is it? The fifth was feeding a young divine beast called a chelandot. The fifth responded. Oi, don't call it feeding, or something low like that. That one was my family. The third spoke. Why not treasure your original family first? I put my hand to my chin and tried to remember. Chelan, a horned, scaled horse-like creature. They're also called dragon maras, but to differentiate them from monsters, they were often classified as divine beasts. Before magic tools made their appearances, divine beasts were the aspiration of nobles. Chelans, fabled to even be able to run across the sky, were said to make an entire clan prosper for generations to come if you owned one. There are even knights who've dueled over the ownerships of them. For the fifth to have had one. Ha! But if it was a young one, then isn't it strange that I didn't see it at the mansion? Divine beasts are blessed with longevity, or so I've read. 100 years or two was normal for them. The one who was feeding, no, raising that beast, the fifth, smiled. It's because it was injured. After treating it, and getting its strength back, I naturally returned it back to nature. Its comrades from its herd came to reclaim it. That one, at the end, it gazed so regretfully at me, even when I urged it to go out already, it kept looking this way. Upon seeing the fifth break out into tears, everyone present drew back. The sixth shouted out. Can you even understand my feelings? Everyone suddenly placed expectations on me when my old man got himself a chelan, and you went off and returned it to nature. How do you think I felt when I heard that? You could have presented it to the royals. Just keeping it around would be enough. Having such a rare animal would have been beneficial for the Walt house's sake. I also drew back at the sixth's words. The fourth looked at the fifth as he spoke. Oi, you're the worst. As if you should be the one to say that. And that's your fault, isn't it? Seeing the fourth and sixth shout at one another, I whispered to the seventh seated beside me. So, who exactly is at fault here? I don't really want to say it, but it's the responsibility of the late third generation. It's because of that man that the Walt left their names in history, but at the same time, their sudden rise in status increased the scope of the house's authority just as suddenly. Well, if you're asking who was in the wrong, pretty much everyone. Problems left by the parents were solved by the children. That's what these heads of history put to practice. Looking at them made some sorrowful feelings surface, but at the same time, it's that. Every era has its problems. Right. There were quite a few in my time, you know. You may have it easy, but the Walt house is right in the center of a mountain of problems right now. Hearing that from the seventh, I tilted my heads, and wondered whether that was true. As I failed to comprehend it, the second spoke to me with a fed-up expression. Lyle, you may have been driven out of the house, but the Walt house currently has a ticking time bomb in its midst known as seals. Isn't that a huge problem? I was satisfied with that answer. I guess there is a number of things I'm not seeing as well. But isn't it fine to leave seals as is? I mean, I'm leaving the country, and all. Am I being much too naive? Having challenged Arumsa's labyrinth, I took along Arya, Novum and Clara. This expedition was just to check how far the four of us could go alone. We came with the intention of spending 3 days and 2 nights. Lyle-san, there is a party of adventurers trailing us from behind. Eh? Why? As I strained my ears, just as Clara said, I heard the sound of footsteps from behind. Perhaps they're under the assumption we are taking the shortest route? I mean, we did make it all the way to the 40th floor and back in a week. It isn't strange for them to think we have a skill like that on us. It isn't the best of feelings. Trailing us from behind was, in the first place, a breach of manners. Even if we ask the perpetrators, they'll likely something like they were coincidentally choosing the same path at us. Their excuse was so clear, I could already see it. Also, if they followed behind us, they would be able to avoid battle. It's a form of harassment within the labyrinth. Arya opened her mouth. What should we do? We're trying to see how far we can get with the 4 of us, right? Should we convey the message that we're not using skills? Clara shook her head. It's best not to get involved with adventurers who know full well they're not following the proper conduct. In the worst case, they might attacking us. Within the labyrinth, adventurers could kill one another. It was a common story. They lie in wait for those that were returning after slaying hordes of monsters, and snatch their earnings off of them. Those sorts of people definitely existed. Of course, adventurers who dived really deep in had a high likelihood of meeting them on the way back up. As I kept watch of behind, Novum raised her voice. Lyle-sama, footsteps from the front. I immediately reached for the mace at my hips as I looked ahead. Clara was lighting the way, but all I saw was a few monsters moving ahead. I can't clearly determine their numbers, but more than that, I couldn't even confirm what sort of enemy they were. Just without skills, I become this anxious, I see. What magic will Novum prepare? Will I have Arya go out front, or will we whittle them down, and leave the finish to her? Even if I had to make an instantaneous decision, if the enemies didn't approach any closer, I wouldn't be able to decide. Based on what I could see of them, I issued orders. Novum, knock them off their feet with wind. Once she's used that, Arya, go up front. Clara, stay on standby. I gave out the orders, but the party's movements seemed dull. The amount of luggage on each individual was high. The amount Clara could carry herself was limited. At the same time, collecting monster materials and magic stones was her job. We can't have her fully loaded from the start. Wait a second. Arya immediately rushed forward. What are you doing? As I said that, I put a halt to the magic gathering in Novum's hand. I had her stand as Clara's guard, as I rushed out front with Arya. While she swung her spear, she offered an excuse. Last time we were fighting this same opponent, you had me rush out front, didn't you? That's because we noticed them too late last time. Right now, we had time for Novum to prepare her magic, don't we? My panic made my tone stronger than intended, and Arya's movements slowed. As it felt as if I had been shouting at her, she shrunk back. I didn't have the time to tell her I wasn't actually angry, so I went to face the enemies up front. If it's just fighting, I don't have a problem, but if I have to do it while giving orders, it's completely different. So there's this much of a difference between setting up preparations beforehand and making decisions in battle. Because I had become too used to it, the lack of skills felt like quite an inconvenience. The enemy before my eyes held a shield and axe that looked like they were fashioned out of metallic boards torn off the walls. They were goblin, but they wore metal headpieces, so it was a pain to go against them. I hit one with my aftergrowth power, the goblin, shield and all, was sent flying deep into the passageway. But I don't think that finished it. If it's like this, even my saber would have been the better option. But it would have been a weight on our baggage, so I didn't bring it. Arg! Damn it! I withheld my urge to shout out, and swung my mace, only to have it collide with the tip of Arya's lowering spear. What are you doing? That one wasn't my fault. Arya shouted back, but I get the feeling that her voice was shaking. This is no good. We've lost our composure. Just how much of a blessing were those skills to me? The current me felt that every time I entered into battle. Having shaken off the party tailing us, and found a room to take a break in, we sat in awkward positions. I get the feeling she had been much closer before, but Arya took quite a bit of distance. As I was observing her behavior, Clara called out to me. In this room that was being dimly lit by a lantern, Novum was busy keeping watch. Perhaps tired, Arya closed her eyes as she Saturday. That previous battle was quite bad. I didn't have any composure. This may sound like an excuse, but I think my thoughts were on the right track. No, I don't mean it like that. Your party's coordination is one thing, but it's mainly a problem of human relations. As Clara said that, I tilted my head. Was there a problem? I made sure to apologize to Arya after that, and it's not like nothing happened following the battle. As I was about to say that, Clara stared at me with more focused eyes than usual. You don't get it? I don't get it. I wanted to offer some response, but I truly didn't get it, so I wanted to hear whatever it was from her. She looked over at Novum. This is basically a party with Lyle-san as the leader. Yes, it was like that from the start. She took off her glasses and started wiping the dirt off of them. She began explaining. For a party's leader, there are various types. There's the type that issues orders from the back. There's the one that cuts the path open up front. There's the one that adapts to the situation in the center of it all. Lyle, you're the center type. You can accomplish any role, and you're a leader that would be able to perform well wherever you went. Seeing me get a little embarrassed at her words, Clara went on disinterestedly. Do you understand that you could take up the front line better than Arya-san? Arya-san is amazing. In just 2 more years, no, even in one, I think she'll grow quite a bit if she continues to experience many things. Her movements in the labyrinth have already become much better. She added on a but as she put her glasses back on, and stared at me with a serious expression. The fact that Lyle-san and Novum-san are so close to her has made her develop an inferiority complex. It's quite serious. She makes mistakes even when she has no such intentions, and you or Novum-san have to follow up for her. It's quite natural for her to wonder whether or not she's really needed. No, but that's... If you don't stay in the center of this party, it will dissolve. The female members don't really get along. Hearing that, I shook my head. That isn't the case. I mean, there's never been a fight at the mansion. Clara seemed to have said that with conviction. She started talking about the parties she had seen before. The party I had helped before was one of people who said what they wanted. Their coordination was bad in some places. How about me? How about we try a different pattern next time? I brought up such a conversation during a break. When I met them outside, they were fighting as well. But they were seriously taking on their work. Hearing her, I quieted down. A party centered around me, that truly was the case. But it was also a party that wouldn't function in my absence. Because of the skills, those sides had stayed concealed. When I wasn't fulfilling the role of the perfect commander, the party's function ceased. So the ancestors' skills were even impeding Aria's growth. Comrades who don't decide on their own. From a state where all they had to do was listen to my command, having to make split-second decisions on her own probably threw the girl into confusion. I had forgotten how adaptable Novum was. Lyle-san, how about you have a chat between comrades first? What you can do, what you're insufficient in, it's important to see those from other people's eyes as well. I get the feeling I had learned something valuable from Clara. Remembering the ancestors from last time, I thought I wanted someone to say something like that. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 4, Chapter 4, Get Along. I don't want to study right before it. Get along. Having returned from the labyrinth, I put in a day of break, and gathered everyone in the mansion. Those of my party, Novum and Aria. The temporary helpers, and adventurers of Arumsas, Miranda, and Clara. As well as the piece of scrap metal, Poyo Poyo, and the landlord's sister, Shannon. Including myself, I tried creating a space where the 7 of us could talk. Why am I included as well? And those 2 aren't adventurers, right? While drinking the tea put out, Clara asked. Her eyes were pointed at Shannon and Poyo Poyo. The reason was quite simple. I have no idea what to say to break the ice. The remaining 2 are just extras, I guess. I had the third guffawing from the jewel. Lyle, you're the best. By best, he likely means best for a laugh. He was today's counselor, or how should I put it, up to now, they were just ignoring the rules, and all talking at once. In the past, when my mana was running out again and again, there was a rule made where it would be one person talking to me per day, or calling me to the conference room otherwise. As Clara stared at me intently, I gave an excuse. I mean, I have no idea what sorts of conversations happen between girls. And this is the first time we've been given a chance to talk like this. Poyo Poyo poured a refill for Clara's tea. As she looked at me, she gave a scornful laugh. As expected of the chicken. You'll leave the womanly conversations to a woman, I see. I told myself to endure it. And the reason I called Clara was that she had a higher amount of experience as an adventurer than us. She specialized in support, and she was in a position where she saw a wide variety of parties, so I thought listening to her opinion was important. Also, she had an understanding of our situation to some extent. We could skip the explanations. Novum tried breaking the awkward air. Then how about we talk about our impending labyrinth expedition? Does anyone have something to say on the matter? No one shared anything. Shannon opened her mouth. I'm not an adventurer, you know. More than that, I don't have confidence in my stamina. As she proclaimed her lack of confidence with full confidence, it sounded as if she was truly bragging about the fact as she ran a hand through her hair. The pose was fitting of her, but as Novum looked over her behavior with a smile, she gave a low scream before shutting her mouth. A few minutes passed in silence, so I lightly raised my hand. Well. Personally, I want to somehow clear the 30th floor without using my skills. It's just that no matter how you look at it, there's a problem with our numbers, and our coordination is, you know. Aria didn't look me in the eye. Why not just use skills? Is there a meaning in that? Her attitude was bad. Novum gave her some cautionary words. Arya-san, that tone is a little. Arya shot back. Yeah, that's right. It's rude to Lyle-sama, right? I'm sorry. As she proclaimed that loudly, I heard the second's voice from the jewel. The second hated her. The hell's with that tone? The fourth spoke. I sense she's still angry about what happened a while ago. Remember, Lyle shouted at her, she seems to be stomaching quite a bit there. Why not look upon her kindly? The second spoke. As if I know about something like that. That's the opinion of a man with weak knees to women, isn't it? The fourth responded. What's wrong with being weak to them? Even if men put up a strong front, they won't win against women. You muscle for brains. The second. Bastard, what do you think you're saying to your grandfather? Let's take this outside. Hearing the words I often heard from the first, I became a little sad. Having finished transmitting his skill, his role ended, and he could no longer show himself. If that man were to see me now, I wonder what he would say. It's no good. I can only see him yelling, and picking a fight with the second. I mean, our founder liked Arya quite a bit. As I started feeling down, Arya called out to me. I am sorry. Don't get so depressed about it. She was apologizing, but as I looked around at everyone's eyes, I hurriedly regained my composure. Miranda started talking. You can call me out whenever you want. I received credit from Professor Damien, and I've done enough preparations to graduate. At this point, it's just something of a hobby. The academy system was one where you could enroll whenever you wanted, and graduate whenever you could. It wasn't one that held such events by season. If you gathered the necessary credit, and had the credentials, you could graduate whenever you wanted to. To Miranda, Arya. Is it all right to decide so easily? Do you plan on joining the party? Anne? Oh my, are you jealous? Think I'm going to take your beloved Lyle? Arya, you sure are cute. Feeling teased, Arya replied. That guy isn't related to it at all. In order to be able to live on my own one day, I'm just working together with. Arya's face turned red, and Novum. What are you saying, Arya-san? Even if you may have your circumstances, your body is one that was saved by Lyle-sama. Don't think that you can just pull out of the party whenever you like. She can't? I posed a question to Novum. She turned to me in surprise, and began explaining the reasons. No, well. Dalian's feudal lord got you to accept Arya-san as a reward, and all. I spoke. Wasn't that just the official stance? Just invalidate it. Arya slammed the palm of her hand down on the table. In the room that had returned to silence, Clara disinterestedly drank her tea. As some tea had spilled onto the table, Poyo. Fufufu, so this is a so-called scene of carnage. I've got it in my data. Said that, as she prepared to wipe it up. In the end, that's all I am to you as a woman. Why are you angry? I just don't have any intentions of binding you down, is what I was trying to say. While I tried thinking of the reason why she might be angry, the fourth addressed me. There's no way Lyle would ever be able to understand the complexities of a woman's heart. The fifth spoke. You read just under the delusion that you understand it. I'm fully aware that I never did. There, the sixth spoke. Even so, if it wasn't related to dealing with his children, the fifth had everything going quite well. I thought. What should I do? These guys aren't reliable at all. I looked at Novum. However. Lyle-sama, that's going too far. Miranda was smiling. Then I'd like to announce my candidacy. In Arya's place. In the party, you mean? Or are you volunteering for something else? Miranda-san didn't voice that. Misunderstanding something, Arya. I never said anything about conceding Lyle or anything. Grinning widely, Miranda-san spoke. Ha? I was thinking of entering the party in your absence, or at least that's what I intended when I said it, you know? Upon being teased, Arya turned away her face. Clara opened her mouth. Lyle-san. Yes? You damn womanizer. As Clara called me a womanizer in monotone, my face cramped up. I don't mean to brag, but until recently, I was a pure boy who had never even received a kiss from a woman. Being called a womanizer is. Clara handed down her final evaluation of the party. It's that. It truly is the ideal of all gentlemen, a classic harem party. I don't think you'll find many out there with completion of this level. Whether it be for better or for worse, it's an idolized party form. For better was probably referring to its idolization by men. The worse was likely that she understood this sort of party didn't function. I tried asking her. Is there any way to solve or better the problem? Clara started talking, backed by the experiences she'd amassed up to now. Among the parties I know, there were some that, in order to avoid squabbles regarding female relations, would never take them in as members. Male-only parties. When affections become muddled, the party's coordination collapses. Are you telling me to withdraw myself? So if I leave the party, will it be resolved? Novum let out her voice. That isn't happening. Rejected. Matter dismissed. Clara nodded. Right. I mean, if Lyle-san leaves, the party will disperse anyways. And wait, your personal skill levels already reach the main body of adventurers. Coordination is, without skills, I guess you're better than amateurs, is how I'll put it. If you withdraw from this party, I think Arya-san will still be dragging her feet. Clara tried to give a follow-up to Arya, but the individual herself was. Even if you tell me that. You're all extraordinary, talent-wise. How about we put the standard around 50? If you're just judging based on talent, this party would average around a 90. Even if you say Arya's on the lower side, her numbers are still in the 70s to 80s. She continued on. And if you add in any members of the opposite sex besides Lyle-san, it will fall through. Rather than saying love matters will become complicated, the males will not be able to endure it. Why won't they be able to endure? Damien didn't have any problems. Also, I wanted some people of the same comrades to talk to as well. Understanding that I was unable to understand, Clara spoke. If there were lovely ladies around, and they were all flocking around a single gentleman, would one want to join only to be left sad and alone? While being comrades, do you think they'd want to taste that sense of alienation? They wouldn't. I finally understood, and agreed with her. If we were recruiting comrades, males were no good. One or two would pose a problem, but if a large number joined, then more or less, but this isn't the sort of party that can manage that many, and the foundation isn't set. Foundations. A party with a stable foundation meant that it had members that fulfilled all the fundamental roles. While our place had high talents, we didn't have any that could do scouting or disarm traps. No, a family that large is. I'll have to reject that one. When Novum refused, Clara gave a method to resolve the problem. How about dividing it up? Division? As I tilted my head, Clara spoke. Lyle-san, you can generally accomplish anything on your own, and you have a strong tendency to try resolving things on your own. While you may have a number of skills, with the others considered, it may be best to divide to have them polish their technique. No, wait, normally, you would decide everyone's roles first. Once you've all obtained a level of competency, you decide who will polish their abilities in a certain field. You see everyone's aptitudes, and decide your future objectives. That's standard. I was too reliant on my skills that a problem came from everyone else not feeling necessary. Rather than trained abilities, rather than general specialized adventurers, the potency of my skills were higher. I guess the basic one is scouting. The role to walk ahead and check for danger. I think Arya-san is appropriate for that one. I have some acquaintances in the field, so do you want me to introduce them? Clara prepared a memo, and Arya accepted it. Next is traps. I think Miranda-san has quite an aptitude. It's just a feeling, though. Hearing that, Miranda-san smiled. Right. I am on the dexterous side. Clara whispered. People with your personality tend to be good at this sort of work. Yes? No, nothing. Well then, Novum-san is unnecessary. Just polish your magic as you always have. Novum spoke. Is that so? That's a bit unfortunate. I want to be useful, somehow. The second spoke up. Novum-chan, it's fine as long as you're there. As I thought, she sure is a good girl. Agreeing with his opinions, I waited for Clara to say more. But she left it at that. And that's how it is. It will take time for you to become professionals. But if you all work on your various roles, and get some experience in them, the party's shape will solidify in a few months. What about me? As I asked, Clara. You're fine as you are. Generally, a leader's role is managing the party. Your job is to think about how well you can manage the party. Regulating everyone's schedules and making plans is a splendid job in itself. Her explanation was satisfying, but shouldn't I be polishing some sort of skill as well? As I said that, Clara spoke. Lyle-san, you take over everyone else's jobs too much. If they can do it, then leaving it to them is also a leader's role. What you should be doing is decide how to distribute the luggage. Also, if you invite another female adventurer or two, it will be perfect. I stated my direct opinion. I'm kinda starting to feel like scum, like being completely surrounded by women. Yes, that's an accurate description. It's fine. Your standing in arumses is questionable, but your face is on the better side, so you should be able to nab a woman or two. After that, use your time to build up favorable relations. Novum expressed herself. That's no good. Novum. That's right. I can't do something like that. You have to find women that fit the Walt family precepts. I won't recognize anyone else. Clara tilted her head. I became silent, and I covered my face with both hands. Arya didn't seem interested, as it was a natural occurrence, but only Miranda-san stared at Novum with a serious expression. Shannon, who was just listening in the whole time, spoke up. I'm not related to any of this, right? Why was I even called here? Poyo as well. I can also fulfill a role. I mean, I'm a special model. I ignored the two of them. Arya took a visit to the adventurer Clara had introduced. It wasn't at the guild. At a cheap-looking apartment, she checked the nameplate before knocking on the door. From inside the room, she heard a muffled voice. Who could it be? I'm Clara-san's acquaintance, and she told me to inquire about something here. The other person. Lady Clara? Well, so be it. The door opened, and standing there was a woman with ruffled hair. Her age was in the latter half of her 30s. There were the remains of old burns on her face. And the woman did not have a left arm. As Arya's eyes turned to her arm, the woman spoke. Ah, so you're not used to such a sight. Well, you're young, so I guess you don't drop by the bars. Come in, why don't you? The woman snatched the memo in Arya's hands, and confirmed it was by Clara's hand before letting Arya into the room. While its outsides looked quite cheap, the room was quite well organized. It seemed she lived there alone, and on top of a table stood a prosthetic arm. That's my work. I'm good at that sort of thing, so I make simple magic tools to get some coins to scrape by. It's less profitable than my main job, but it's enough to eat in this town. Tools were hung the walls, and parts were neatly lined up. I'm Lyra Eckler. A woman once born to the celeb house of a small village. My surname's the relic of that. Arya also introduced herself. I'm Arya Lockwood. Lyra started smiling. I know you. You fulfilled that pervert's request, and you're in a young, but skillful party, right? What business does the vanguard of such a party have with me? As Arya never thought she would know so much about her, she explained in a slight surprise. With a slight tired expression, Lyra put her right hand on her face. Arya stared into the eyes visible in the gaps between her fingers, as her request's contents were confirmed. Meaning you want to learn my style? Able to scout, and rush on the front lines, mine? Why yes. Lyra muttered about how she wouldn't recommend it. You can understand it, looking at this body, right? It's a dangerous job. Too large a burden for a woman. If you say you want to do it no matter what, be sure you won't mind even if you're covered in scars at the end. Don't complain if you lose an arm or two. Arya swallowed her spit. But rather than being unable to do anything, it was a much better option, or so she reassured herself. If I ran here, then I really will become useless. So, I'll do it. Lyra covered her mouth, as she started laughing. As Arya was taken aback, she apologized, as she continued laughing. Sorry. I tried testing you. These wounds are from back when I was inexperienced, you hear? Generally, if it's dangerous, the correct response is to not approach. Having been such a fool, this is the mouth of someone who earnestly studied it, Arya was shocked, but Lyra continued. I've been in that lady's care a few times. Like in gathering info at the library, or carrying baggage. She's generally a solo companion. So that's how it was. As Arya said that, Lyra entered into negotiations. Well then, I don't mind teaching you, but I also have a job here. I can open up 3 days a week. Also, the fee is. Lyra looked over Arya, and considered the amount. If it's that girl's recommendation, you probably have the potential. I mean, your party's the talk of the town. The period is 2 months, and 20 gold is fine. Hearing 20 gold coins, Arya was surprised. More than that, she didn't have that sort of large sum. She had received rewards, but even put together, they were 5 gold tops. Can't you put it just a little lower, Nut? I'm giving up my time to instruct you, you know? And also, what am I supposed to do about the earnings I'm losing in that space? You didn't think you'd earn the techniques for free, did you? Arya hung her head. Seeing that, Lyra gave her conditions. Then I'll take all the earning you make on requests under my instruction. I'll also have you assist me in my work. How does that sound? Why, yes. If that's it, I think I can do it. Lyra spoke. Well, I don't often get a chance to teach. My style's that of a scout who can do battle on the front as well. How good are you, kid? Arya grasped her spear, and neither good nor bad. If it's in battle, then I'm handy with a spear, though. Thinking a while, Lyra turned to Arya's chest. Is that perhaps a gem? Why, yes. Lyra confirmed what sorts of skills she had. While Arya hesitated for a moment, she divulged them. So it's specialized in offense. It's much better than a lower-level magic tool. If you've come this far with a spear, I guess that's the one most used to your hand. Arya, want to try a short spear? And so, Arya was also moving to establish her own style. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 4, Chapter 5, Clara's Adventurer Course. That wasn't nearly as bad as I thought, so have a chapter. Clara's Adventurer Course. In a small room of the library, I watched Clara work as I talked with her. When I said I wanted to ask a few things, she said she had work and declined. Fitting of a book lover like her, she took a request at the library today. Saying I would assist her, I also got permission from the library to take the request alongside her. She was on standby in a small room, but there, a staff member carrying a few volumes of books. Clara, can I leave these to you? 1 copy each. The period is 1 week. Yes. The plumpish middle-aged female worker handed Clara 3 of the books, and Clara returned to her seat and began using her skill on them. What are you doing? She held the skill known as reading, and it was said to not be that much of a rare one. Just by holding a book in your hands, it was a useful one that let you comprehend its contents. But it's hard to remember those contents, and Clara said she liked reading them normally more. I'm reading the book to understand it. Like this. She kept flipping the pages with her right hand, and used her skill on her left. Copy. A book of the same sort started to manifest. As I stood shocked at the scene, Clara did the same to the other books, and finished copying all 3 of them. She stuck a seal on the copied volumes. Isn't that amazing? I praised her skill, and from the jewel, I could hear the third in high spirits. This child's amazing. She keeps saying she's nothing special, but look at that. At least she gives better advice than the ancestors. I recognize that she's amazing. Clara picked up the 6 books, left the room, and soon returned. She took her seat and started reading. That was the contents of the request I accepted. We don't allow for lending, but we do sell volumes that will disappear after a certain amount of time has passed. The copies are a limited time thing. What's more, the skill is limited only to books. As I made those ones, they'll last for a week. Even if it was limited, that didn't change that it was an incredible skill. I see, so lending out is prohibited, but like this, you can take out time-restricted book volumes. I should have asked for the specifics earlier. I regretted that I didn't ask about the library system in depth earlier, but it seems that taking them out costs money. If I was going to regularly commute to the library anyways, then it wasn't something I had to care about. It's just that it's true that I was impressed. I think it's amazing enough. Is that one of your skill's greater applications? As I asked, Clara nodded. This skill is one pertaining only to books. That's what links its effects. While it has some restrictions, I don't know its full extent as of yet. While she started explaining while reading, I began cleaning the small room. There was something I was curious about, but is it all right if I asked? Without taking her eyes off of her book, she spoke. I get the gist of it. Will Arya-san and the others be able to acquire the necessary technical skills? It was about that, right? To put it bluntly, to get the average amount of technique of a specialized adventurer, it would require time units of years. Isn't that quite a bit of time there? Just what am I supposed to do in that space? I had a mountain of things to ask. But Clara went on. However, limited only to the city of Arumses, even if they don't master the trade, they'll give results to an extent. Even if they don't master it? As I asked, Clara gave a simple explanation. I mean, in the places that adventurers use as hunting grounds, most of the information is readily disclosed. Also, the monsters that come out in it are predetermined. While there are some differences here and there, I don't think there's anything they won't be able to cope with. Having been told that, I heard a voice from the jewel. It was the second. Oh my, so she told him, isn't this girl good at looking after others? From her appearance and personality, the impression she gives off is way too far off. The fourth spoke in agreement. It's because in order to survive, communication is also important. Even more so for a solo who specializes in support of all things. There's no doubt she's the type that gets over-enthusiastic over whatever she's interested in, though. So these guys knew all of this, and kept quiet? I tried asking. Meaning as long as we limit ourselves to Arumses. It will take shape in 2 to 3 months. For an adventurer to decide a base of operations for earnings, it's often the case that a pattern is formed. Use the specialized patterns of the local land. While they may not reach into the realm of complete specialists, they'll definitely display some results. But Clara warned me. They were just taking shape, and it's not like they were actual specialists. If they got the experience, Arya and the others would become something quite considerable. But the efficiency and effect would be different when compared to real ones. In order to clear it swiftly, we have to specialize in clearing Arumses labyrinth for now, is what it means. From the ancestors' demeanor, I wonder if they understood that from the beginning. Thinking of why they would keep quiet over such a thing, I could understand it instantly. They weren't favoring my current actions. I thought it would be easy if I just asked, but I see, they wanted to have me think of it for myself. While I felt ashamed of myself for relying too much on Clara, I gave my thanks. I see. Thank you, Clara. Because of that, I've been able to decide on my objective. Seeing her finish reading her book, She sure does read fast. Thought that. I don't mind. I mean, I did have some personal interest in it, also, Lyle-san? Yes? You seem to be in a hurry, but remember that preparation is important in everything. As long as you don't forget that, your chances of success in everything will rise. That's all I've to say. Saying that, Clara took a new book in hand. Having pulled Poyo Poyo to Damien's laboratory, I ended up consulting him there. A golem not in humanoid form? If you just want me to speak to the result, then yes, it will move. Its control will be different, though. I see. In the room that had become much tidier than before, I stared at something that looked like a blueprint as I started to think. Within the room, Poyo Poyo faced off against another automaton, and their eyes flashed red a couple of times. Looking at it was scary. And wait, you came over just to ask something like that? There wasn't any change in the automaton, or some new thing you noticed, or anything? Generally, we're both using them as maids, so the reports I get always say the same things. Did you try taking her to battle? What is this one saying? As I thought that, the seventh spoke. Lyle, come to think of it, didn't Poyo Poyo say it? That she would be useful? There's a possibility that she may actually be able to handle combat. I mean, no matter how you put it, she is an ancient automaton. The form the seventh took within the jewel was one of his 30s with a refined air about him. Imagining him saying Poyo Poyo with a straight face made me feel like bursting into laughter. That name's surprisingly establishing itself. See, can she do it? I was sure she would break. Why are you smiling like that? And well, I tried giving her a heavy load, and she has quite a bit of power in that body. So I was wondering how it would be. Damien looked at the automata glaring at one another. The other automata saw Damien's movements, and called out. Number 2, Master is calling for you. Cease with your pointless fighting. Quite caring about that pitiful pile of scrap metal, and answer to Master's demands. Looking at the automata that said that, that was a fight? Damien spoke. Apparently. Somehow just by staring into each other's eyes, they can have lightning-fast data exchanges, or something. I wonder why those ancients gave them such a function. It's a mystery. Poyo Poyo started shaking angrily. The automaton known as Number 2 raised a victorious smile. These guys are scary. Anyways, she directed a nice smile at Damien. What could it be, Master? That smile didn't seem to have any value to the man. He didn't give the slightest reaction. Are you guys capable of battle? To what extent can you fight? Number 2 answered. Combat is possible, but we are not battle models, so there is a limit to that. We haven't been able to go out of here very much, so we have much too little information on what you call monsters, but I have determined we would be able to take care of those around the city of Arumsas without weapons. I unintentionally put out my mouth. You can take on monsters unarmed? And reacting to me, Poyo. This is why those mass-produced defects are no good. I, Poyo, the special model, am an amazing entity that can handle combat without a problem. If I were in the mood, then these mass-produced ones would be scrapped before you. Stop it. Don't you feel sorry for them? As I stopped her, Damien said. I kinda want to see it, but if they break, then cleaning the lab would be a pain. To Damien, it seems the automata were a sort of household appliance. No, there's no doubt that they're maids, though. While he was saying quite a cruel thing, the three automata were smiling brightly. At this rate, we'll make it so that his body cannot live without us. Right, he'll feel oh so anxious without us. The first stage has been cleared. Let's move on to stage 2. Even hearing that, Damien didn't pay it any mind. Poyo seemed to receive a shock upon me calling the other automata pitiful. Even when I'm this chicken dickwad's exclusive machine. Even when I can serve this goddamn chicken better than anyone else. My thoughts on the matter. Automata are scary. Damien looked at me, and offered a suggestion. Lyle, why not take that automaton outside, and try having her fight? I'll give out a reward, and when she gets used to it, have her challenge the labyrinth. If it seems impossible, we'll give up on that part, though. On his request, I looked towards Poyo. She was sending back a reliable look. She didn't look to be the same timid scrap heap as before. This girl is a pain. Well, I'll at least test it. The other members are busy, so it was determined that I would be acting alone for a while. It isn't a bad idea to consult Wit Novum, and to try taking Poyo outside. Hearing that, Poyo spoke. Fufufu, I can finally even take care of this chicken on the battlefield as well. Leave it all to me. Even if it's in the outside world, I'll show you I can prepare the finest of full courses. She seemed to be overly motivated, but I rejected. I think we should stick to easy-to-eat sandwiches out there. A dejected Poyo. Is that so? But I'd like it if you keep in mind I have motivation to that extent. Also, there's something I'd like to consult about, but Professor Pervert, ... As she called to Damien, the three automata eyes lit of red light as they glared at her. What is it? Are you still safekeeping the metal the chicken dickhead brought back? That's right. Processing that one is difficult, so I don't think anything's been done to it. Hearing that, she turned to me. Chicken bastard, please allow me to use that metal. I'll put it to much better use than you ever could. It's true that I was troubled over what to do with it, but hearing it like that is somewhat irritating. But complaining to this one doesn't get anywhere. Do whatever you want. I'll do the hell out of whatever I want. Like that, I learned of an unexpected use for Poyo. Outside of Arumsas, I watched the scene with my eyes wide open. An unarmed Poyo somehow produced a hammer that's height exceeded even her own from under her skirt. With power I couldn't imagine coming from her slender arms, and swung it horizontally at the monster. The monster was sent flying off in a shape I couldn't describe with words, but what I was more concerned about was just where she took that hammer out of. There was also the problem of it being made of a material I had seen before. Why you? How about it? Have you been shocked by my strength, chicken dickhead? You can leave the front lines to me. If you do, then all day every day, I'll be serving by your side. Oh my drool is. You, just how did you make that? I looked at her hammer, and noticed it was made from the armor of the boss we dispatched on the 40th floor. If I'm to believe Damien when he said it was a material hard to process, then I have to be surprised that she manufactured her weapon in so short of a time. That's what you're worried about? You're not interested in the contents of my skirt or anything? And you still call yourself a man? How about you get yourself shocked over my strength, or praise me, or do something? There are plenty of other things, you know? What's to be of the standing of the girl who was sure she'd be showered with surprise or praise? I looked at the monster left in a terrible state, and spoke with a smile. Automata can daydream? More importantly, if you don't hold back a little more, we won't be able to collect the materials. Why not think a bit? But it's amazing for you to have the technology to process that metal. Can you form it into any shape you want? Poyo affirmed expressionlessly. Well, if it's something on the level of the wreckage of that mobilized weapon, there were several differing parts in my data, but the materials were similar enough. I put my hand to my chin in thought. In that case, we can do this, and Poyo's power will also be a contributing factor. I thought there was a need for me to recruit someone else, but I guess this resolves matters a bit. As Clara said, it was something I needed to think about on my own. To actualize that, I'll need Poyopo's strength, or more so, her technology. I grabbed the shoulders of the maid expressionlessly holding up the hand that was heavy enough to dig into he ground. You're amazing, Poyo. So you weren't just a disappointing automaton. I've gotten a better opinion of you. Her face gradually flushed a light red, she turned her head away, and in a quiet voice. It's not like I was trying hard for your sake or anything, idiot. The phrase that I've always wanted to say, the time has finally come for it to be put to use. The third spoke. What the hell is this child saying? The sixth was. I don't think you have to think so deeply about it. And wait, it's probably something beyond our comprehension. The fifth seemed cold. This automaton is no good. As I thought, wouldn't some cute animal be a better healing factor here? Lyle, for my own personal tranquility, won't you find a... Since the last talk we had about the Qilin, the fifth remained in a broken state. If we just left alone, he would likely go back eventually, so I decided not to worry about it. Even so, Poyo being motivated was a good thing. I continued praising her, and began putting my scheme into motion. I don't really get it, but you're amazing. Poyo turned red all the way to her ears, and she was shaking. What a magnificent day it is. For that worthless chicken to finally realize my worth. But it's a bit unsatisfying that he didn't praise me as a maid. She seemed happy, but there was some part she couldn't accept. I took her along, and decided to return to the mansion. But before that... Well then, I want to collect the magic stones and other such things, but this is quite brutal. The ground was dyed red in a large radius, and a brutal spectacle extended before me. A hammer that big won't be of any use in the labyrinth, so she'll have to carry bags. I resolved myself, and got to collecting the stones and materials from the tattered remains. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 4, Chapter 6, Shannon Circry. Shannon Circry. Morning. Shannon endured the sleepy feeling, and raised the upper half of her body. In the past, even if she was to sleep in, her tender sister would kindly wake her. She would prepare breakfast, and make it a way easy for Shannon to eat. Then her sister would head off to the academy, and she would spend the rest of the day in leisure. Lunch was always prepared already, so if she ever got hungry, she had only to reach for it. When night came, her older sister would take care of her once more. There had been servants around a couple of times, but Shannon's eyes, when she tried testing her demon eyes, they ended up running away. No, she drove them away. And now, that girl's new life was... Ugh. I have to get up already. She didn't want to leave the bed, but the reason she raised herself so early in the morning was because she had a terrifying mentor. Shannon changed her clothes, and headed for the kitchen. While her sense of vision had gone out, her other senses had sharpened. At the same time, her lack of eyesight served as the catalyst to awaken a skill. With her specialized skill, Shannon could observe the fluctuations of others' mana to discern their emotions and the like. Her demon eyes showed her the flow of mana invisible to other people. By touching that flow, she had created techniques to manipulate others, but... You're late, Shannon-chan. When she arrived at the kitchen, there was already a woman hard at work preparing food. It was Novum. I am sorry. The sensation of waking up was quite a horrid one. Even so, when she forced herself to move, she was still scolded for her lack of punctuality. It was as if the environment she had lived in had been a lie. Her current life started in the kitchen. Please wash your face. When you finish that, set out the place. Then, no, before that, please observe how Lyle-sama and Poyo-san are faring. Not too long ago, it was a normal sight to find Poyo moving around the kitchen alongside Novum. But right now, she and Lyle were holding themselves in the mansion's storehouse. From morning to night, they repeated a process of shaving and melting metal. Occasionally, intense quarrels could also be heard. There, sleeping. Using the ability of her eyes, Shannon confirmed Lyle and Poyo's state. The fact that she could confirm it without moving from her spot was likely due to the high level of her sight. She selected only whatever information she was interested, and she could see it whenever she wanted. There, Novum spoke. Novum's mana, which would never give the slightest hint of swaying in the slightest, was, upon closer inspection, extremely dense. It wasn't something that would be noticed if looked at normally, but it was clearly abnormal. Shannon had never seen a human being like that up to now. Then please go wake the two of them. Make sure you tell them to wash their hands and faces as well. Novum continued her cooking. To Shannon, there were 3 humans she was sure she wouldn't be able to defeat. The first was her sister Miranda. The next, Novum. And the last one was the one she met at a party, Seals. If one of those unopposable 3 were to give her an order, the current Shannon had no choice but to follow. I got it. Leaving the kitchen, she headed for the door out and left the building. She couldn't exactly tell whether the morning sun was bright or not, but she could understand that the weather was nice. Even if what entered her senses was different, rather than visual information, Shannon's eyes were able to pick up a much greater variety of stimuli. Heading towards the storehouse, she found junk littered all over the place. Lyle had lined up some wooden boxes, and he was lying on top of them. While he had a blanket draped over him, he was quite exposed. Poyo was in what she called sleep mode, and her eyes were closed as she stood. Both of them were covered in something like black soot. Shannon looked at the large box that had been left in the center of the room. 4 legs. There were some wheels lying close to it. She thought they might have been trying to build something like a carriage, but from what she could see, it was likely something else. Just what is this junk? They've spent several days making something like this. While Lyle was supposed to be an adventurer, recently, he had been commuting to the library and academy, only to work with Poyo whenever he got back. The library to meet Clara. The academy to drop by Damien's laboratory. The one Shannon had some memories of playing with in her youth, Aria, would go off somewhere in the morning to receive instruction. After graduating, her sister Miranda went off to a private school to acquire adventuring knowledge pertaining to traps. While it didn't seem necessary, Novum continued training her magic. The 3 of them were moving to polish themselves. And within that, only Lyle. Stop it, no more Best Lyle. What's Best Lyle supposed to be? Is this man a narcissist? He seemed to be having a nightmare. From a gap around his chest, a blue jewel was visible. I can see 6 lights from it. Within Lyle, I can see yet another light. She couldn't think of it as something similar to Aria's gem. Lyle's blue gem was. Within it, she could see 6 distinct lights. Another similar one was shining in Lyle's body, and it looked accustomed to being there. Stop. I won't do it again, so. Shannon pinched the writhing Lyle's nose shut. It wasn't my fault. Lyle shouted that out as he leapt himself awake. He took a few deep breaths. When he observed his surroundings, he suddenly looked extremely relieved for some reason. And the lights within the blue gem began moving about. Lyle held his hand to his forehead and looked at Shannon. Why can't you wake me up normally? I did try using my voice to wake you at first. As Shannon lied with a straight face, Poyo, who had waken up at some point, started speaking. That's a lie. You called the fruit of my and the chicken dickheads love a piece of junk. On top of that, you didn't do anything like calling out to him. Poyo said that with a tidy expression, but the area around her nose was quite blackened. You guys should go wash your faces and hands. Novum's waiting. Lyle spoke. Is it about breakfast? What did she make today? As he stood and started to leave the storehouse, Lyle appeared to be curious about the breakfast menu. In contrast, Poyo. That damn vixen. For her to taint my holy sanctuary. Chicken dickwad, I'll take care of Breakfa. No, just eat Novum's cooking. And wait, for an automaton to sleep in late, why don't you learn from those other 3? The 3 referred to the ones acting as maids at Damien's place. Shannon also thought that, but Poyo gave an excessive response. I'd appreciate it if you didn't compare a special model like me to some mass-produced trash. Are you listening here? If you don't properly listen, I'll cry, you know. I'll cry enough it'll annoy the hell out of you, you know. You're already plenty annoying. As Lyle said that with a smile, Poyo declared, I hate that smile of yours, or something along those lines as she followed him in high spirits. I wonder what those ancients were thinking when they built an automaton like that. Connected to Lyle by a thin thread, his magic was flowing into the maid's body. That flow was definitely something different than that of a human's. No, it was similar, but there were clear differences. As the 2 headed towards the mansion, they continued verbally abusing one another, and it looked like they got along quite well. Shannon closed the doors to the storage room, and as she had barely ever moved her body up to now, it felt quite heavy. When she tried to enter the mansion, Aria burst out of the door. Crap, she'll be angry. If I'm late, then Lyra Sans fist is. Holding a sandwich with ham and vegetables in her mouth, Aria put her hair in order with a comb, and confirmed her apparel and equipment as she ran. Recently, she was getting numerous cuts and bruises, and whenever she got into the bath, she would let out a voice of ecstasy on it soaking into my body as if it were a hot spring. Compared to when she first came to the mansion, it felt like she was getting manlier and manlier. But in front of Lyle, she put up a front. If the girl herself was asked if she was aware of that, her face would likely turn red in confusion. In the past, the fact that she was born into a militaristic family served as the reason for why she swung around her spear with a tomboyish impression. But now, the feeling she gave off was closer to a female soldier. After staying a while in this town, that trend only grew stronger. Under specialized instruction, she was definitely polishing herself, but Shannon worried that she was losing something important as a woman. Should I perhaps tell her that Lyle saw her when she was sleeping on the living room sofa in her undergarments? And wait, where is she even headed? In comparison to Arya, who looked to be stepping off her original par, Miranda had finished her preparations and headed out the door. Oh, Shannon. You were still out here? I thought you had run away from helping Novum, but you were in a place like this? Shannon looked at her grinning sister. She wasn't wearing her academy uniform. A skirt and a long coat gave her a rough appearance. She was also wearing a bag, but inside it was tools pertaining to traps. Not too long ago, she was like a kind mother, but now, her blacker parts were coming out, putting Shannon through hell. It's just that more importantly. I forgot. Novum had told her to go wake up Lyle, but she had unintentionally spent time loafing around the yard. As she immediately burst into the mansion, Miranda spoke. Do your best today as well. I'll be back in the afternoon. Even being told that, to Shannon, Novum waiting in the kitchen for her was the higher priority. When she finally got back, she found Novum ignoring Poyo Poyo as she watched over Lyle eating the meal she had finished preparing. You vixen! That roll is mine, and mine alone. Is it tasty, Lyle-sama? It's tasty. While she was creating a heartwarming scene, when she noticed Shannon, she directed a smile in her direction. Her emotions weren't disturbed in the slightest. More so, she was even more serene than when she was talking to Lyle. Her gentleness was brought to too much of an extreme that it turned terrifying. She was never disturbed. Normally, humans, even the automaton Poyo Poyo, could be flustered. But Novum never showed a sign of that. When she first noticed that, Shannon had found it ridiculously ominous. Her instincts had screamed out to her in peril. Shannon-chan. Why yes, Go wash your face and hands first. Once you've finished breakfast, we'll start cleaning up. She wasn't angry. But Shannon could only find that fact to be scary. At that time. I'll be dropping by Damien and heading to the library after that, so I don't need lunch. I'll just eat outside. Poyo Poyo is. It goes without saying that I will accompany you. I have to keep watch so that the bespectacled woman doesn't lay her hands on your chastity. After staring at Poyo Poyo, Lyle turned his face to Novum. Damien didn't tell me to bring her or anything, so I'll be leaving her. Make sure you work her to the bone. Master. But I cannot disobey orders. An energetic Poyo Poyo's mana fluctuated in a way that Shannon was unsure to read as happy or sad. Lyle was normal. He had a doubtful fluctuation. And Novum also swayed just a little. Understood. Do you have any requests for dinner, While Lyle started thinking over his evening meal, the lights in the blue gem started to move. It was as if they were calling out to the boy. She got the feeling Lyle was listening to them as well. I wonder what that gem really is. Arya's red gem never displayed a phenomenon like this. She could see 4 lights in it, but they quietly remained, as if they simply existed there. They never asserted themselves. Lyle's blue one was as if it gave off a lively feeling. Noon. The lunch prepared by Poyo Poyo to her last breath was eaten by Novum and Shannon. Shannon was worn out today. Cleaning, laundry, shopping. If it was going to turn out like this, then even if she hated it, she should have left the servants, or so Shannon started to regret at this point in time. Shannon-chan, your way of eating is unrefined. Isn't it fine? I mean, I can't see or anything. Novum fixed her eyes on her. Hi. I'll do it properly. That's all I need to do, right, That's right. I'm sure you can do it if you try, so make sure you eat properly. Now, there was no way she could oppose. In the past, she was able to touch the flow of others' mana and throw it out of order, but having touched Novum and learned fear, she was too scared to be able to do it. Her mental motivation, she didn't want to touch it. Yes, please eat it properly. I couldn't make it for the chicken dickhead's sake, but as it was an order, I put my heart into making it, damn bitch. The food Poyo Poyo made was delicious. It was unthinkable that it was something produced by a machine. For a normal human, a standard woman, it would be dubious if they could make anything on this level. But her tone was quite terrible. Shannon tried asking. Your heart definitely isn't in this, is it? Is Lyle really that precious to you? Anne? D, don't be stupid. T, there's no way I like a guy like him. It's just that his figure as he tries hard is dazzling, and his defenseless sleeping face is cute, and, anyways, it isn't anything like that. It felt as if she had suddenly started reading lines from a play, and seeing the automaton suddenly act them out, Shannon began to question whether she was broken. Novum was normal. She didn't say anything. As Poyo Poyo finished up her lines, she gave a refreshed face. Fufu, recently, I've been able to apply quite a bit of my collection of lines I've always wanted to say. At this rate, the last scene is definitely going to be my route's happy ending. I'll say whatever I must. Shannon thought. This girl is a pain, as I thought, the ancients had a screw loose somewhere. She abandoned the automaton that had become immersed in self-satisfaction, and returned to her meal. Night. When everything was over, and all that was left was for her to sleep, Shannon entered the bed, and opened her mouth. Ha, I'm tired, ... She had relied on the servants and Miranda too much, so the lifestyle she couldn't get used to was quite hard on her. On the first 2 days, she was plagued with harsh muscle pains. Up to now, she had played the part of the fleeting young maiden without anything before her eyes, but she had been left groaning on top of her bed through sore muscles. The smile Miranda raised upon seeing that was quite irritating. However, in order to have her sister forgive her for all she'd done up to now, she couldn't go against her. Day by day, she would acquire more knowledge on traps, and she showed rapid improvement that would make one think she was gifted with genius in the field. If she went against a sister like that, just what sort of hell would she go through? She was too afraid to try doing anything. And wait, just what's so great about that kid? It was the same question she thought every day. What's so good about Lyle? Miranda wasn't one to choose just based on the merits of his face. Shannon also understood he excelled as an adventurer. Of all things, even if he was the lowest himself, he had 8 skills on him. And Arya also put on her womanly front before him. Though that one was obvious. Poyo Poyo didn't even try to hide it. And then there was Novum. That Novum only ever showed a sway in her mana when Lyle was concerned. Just what part of him is so good? As of late, that's the only thing she could think. At this rate, her sister would continue to close her eyes to him, and it seems that she was going to reach an irreversible level of strength in the wrong direction because of that. She wanted to stop that somehow, but she couldn't think of the means. Just you watch. I'll definitely get back at you, Lyle. Saying that, Shannon thought about Lyle all the way until she fell asleep. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 4, Chapter 7, Lyle's Golem. Lyle's Golem. In the yard of the mansion the Circri house had purchased in Arumsas, there was a storehouse. It was littered with tools to be used around the house, but as it was to be used only through when Miranda would be attending the academy, it was quite empty. In that space, I started making my golem with Poyo Poyo. The magic Damien taught me was generally one to manipulate dolls created with magic. However, through using metals with your mana poured into them, or specially manufactured parts, you wouldn't have to create a golem every time you wanted to use it. Depending on the situation, a golem of dirt wasn't bad. But creating one every time had quite a bad mana expenditure. To reduce that, Damien made his dolls beforehand, and controlled them. I thought I would make one for that purpose as well, but it's hard to operate a humanoid one. No, there's extra things to take into account when they're not human form, though. The doll I made with Poyo Poyo made use of the armor donned by the boss of the 40th floor. There had been another one left at the academy as well. We managed to buy off the remains of the 40th floor boss defeated a few years ago as well, and the golem we made with the metal wasn't in human form. I cannot fathom it. When you first told me, let's make a doll together, I thought that was a new type of confession, but we're really making one, are we? Well, with its form, it wasn't really a doll, but something else. Poyo Poyo took the armor out of her skirt, and after we finished processing the metal, we fitted legs onto it to complete it. 6 small wheels. And 4 legs. To move its folded legs, I tried sending magic into it. The golem that looked as if legs had been stuck onto a small carriage was much sturdier than I had thought it would be. Oh, it gives off quite a durable feeling. Because I wasn't used to the sensation of moving it around yet, the way its legs turned was still awkward. I folded its legs back, and tried moving it forward on the wheels. When I tried having it round the corner with the wheels, it drew a wide curve. When I first asked Poyo Poyo if she could do it, the individual said something like, "Don't underestimate me, chicken dickhead," and started drawing out the blueprints. It's to be expected. I mean, it's a fuselage this Poyo Poyo before you worked on from planning to production. Should we name it bag holder number 1? The golem hadn't been finished yet, but we were just moving around the piece that would form its base. How much can it carry, and will we have a problem with maneuvering it in the labyrinth? I looked towards the 2 large shields propped against the wall. The shields too large for a human to carry weren't fitted to be put to human use. But that's how it should be. We're not the ones who'll carry them. Once we make it able to deploy the shield system, we'll be done. But we should give it a trial run in the labyrinth first. What sort of mana expenditure is to be expected? And can it make the bends? We even attached legs onto it to make it possible to go up and down stairs. Poyo Poyo spoke. You need to load on some shocks to raise the stability. What's more, there's nothing on it that looks like a head, so I can't form any endearment to it. That being the case, can I draw something face-like on the front side? Is it really necessary? But this one. I guess it would be better if Porter were more endearing. As I called it the name I had thought up in advance, Poyo Poyo shook as she looked between me and Porter. What's wrong? What's with that name? What's more, the fact that you just kinda thought of something fitting makes it all the more irritating. Even like this, I'm a specially made-to-order masterpiece, you know. For the machine I made in a few days to have a more proper name, damn it. What am I already losing to Porter, damn it? I picked up a book that had been lying nearby. It's a copied one I requested from Clara. A book pertaining to names. It's something I thought of while reading this book. When Poyo Poyo looked at it, her face was mortified. And I thought you were wholeheartedly thinking of my name when you were reading it. I directed a smile at her. Poyo Poyo has already been established, so it's fine as it is. It's cute, you know, Poyo Poyo. She swung around her twin tails in anguish. Is she happy, or sad? As I thought, it's complicated. I hate myself for feeling a little happy at that one. But I must object. Poyo Poyo is temporary. I have a true name waiting for me out there. Ha! Could that line be one frequently used by pubescent youth in the 8th? No. I looked at Poyo Poyo, and thought. Those ancients were definitely applying their efforts in the wrong places. What the hell were they trying to accomplish by making an automaton like this? The amused voice that came from the jewel belonged to the 6th. You guys sure get along. It seems that it appears the 2 of us get along. While her mouth is bad, it's true that she applies herself when I'm concerned. I occasionally get the feeling I'm speaking with a real person, but the one before me is an automaton. I turned to Porter. If I'm forced to say, Poyo Poyo and Porter are the same sort of item. Poyo Poyo, who violently swung her twin tails as she covered her face in embarrassment. Porter, who silently rested with its box-like body on 4 legs. No, they're completely different. Poyo Poyo is Poyo Poyo. I started considering when to run Porter's trial run. Outside of Arumses, Lyra and Arya were moving together. While Arya was lightly equipped, her left arm was covered with a metal protector. Her right hand held a short spear, and she moved ahead of Lyra, aiming for their destination. Several sorts of knives hung at her waist, alongside the bag she kept her tools in. Watching her from behind, Lyra had attached her prosthetic to her left arm. While she tested its movements, she shouted out to Arya. Hey, don't just look ahead. Make sure to keep tabs on the distance to your comrades. Arya twitched as if a jolt had run through her body, before she turned to Lyra with a wry smile on her face. I am sorry. Don't apologize in the middle of moving. Repent after it's all over. For the sake of you alone, you would halt the advance of your other comrades? Arya checked her surroundings in a panic, as she started walking forward. Lyra's style was one where she'd walk ahead as the frontmost line, and occasionally get into battle alone. Always think by yourself. How will the party move next? What is necessary? If you all can't move without orders, then no matter how strong you get, you'll be worse than second-rate. Having reached the point designated as her destination, Arya ended up sitting on the ground from the unfamiliar movement stressing out her mind. Seeing that, Lyra spoke. You said your leader didn't recognize your strength, right? From the ground, Arya looked up at her. Yes. Well, he gives the orders, and I move by them. But I'm sure I can perform better than he thinks. Lyra gave an immediate reply. You've got the talent, so you'll be fine to an extent. But still, if I was the leader, I'd do the same. Arya hung her head. In Dalian, she had learned the basics of adventuring, but she had become negligent in that. It was only proof that she had been relying on Lyle's skills too much. If you want me to say it, that leader's a good one. Because he's restricting his own skills, and letting his party raise their own ability level. Could it be he noticed it? That at this rate, you'll all become no good. Arya had been focusing on doing her best with all her might, but when she heard that, she thought that was exactly the case. The one who relied on Lyle's excellence was me. Lyra pointed out numerous points for her to reflect on. She had continued to repeat actions as if she had forgotten all she had learned in Dalian. In the first place, while the passageways may be wide to some extent, what guy out there would continue swinging around the same spear all the time? You should have noticed you need to either learn to use one that has adjustable height, or a short one. Arya was lectured once more. Short spear, the weapon much shorter than Arya's height, had a lower reach, but it was easier to maneuver in the labyrinth. The first words her instructor told her. She was worse than an amateur. While she had strength to an extent, she got negligent and abandoned her duty. What Lyra mainly shouted at her for were the same things she had learned from Zelfi. Neglecting the basics of the basics, she was in a situation where she didn't even establish communication with her party. Anyways, how's the feel of using a shield? Arya looked at the small shield on her left arm. At the buckler. It had to be small in order for her to use her spear, but it was a help in that it could parry monster attacks. Yes. It's not a bad feeling. As she said that, Lyra looked just a little happy. I see. Make sure to take care of your protectors too. They protect your body and your life. Don't be frugal with them. With her left arm gone, and burns over her body, Lyra's words held weight. Now then, that's the end of break. Next I'll go up front, and show you how it's done. Make sure you watch for all the points I cautioned you on. Yes. Lyra walked ahead, and Arya followed from behind. In one of the many private schools of Arumsas. It was there that techniques pertaining to traps were taught. The characteristics of Arumsa's labyrinth, and the variants of trap set. As well as the method to open treasure chests, and other various things were taught. It was information exclusive to Arumsas, centered around whatever would be useful in that specific labyrinth. And using that knowledge, Miranda skillfully opened the lock on top of the table. She dexterously moved her tools to display its contents. Seeing that, her teacher hit his hands together. Amazing. Is this really your first time? You aren't up to some mischief somewhere, right? Her hand movements were vivid enough to birth doubt. Miranda replied with a smile. Of course not. How cruel, instructor. Her teacher apologized. Seeing her radiant smile, Then it's fine, I guess. In that case, do you want to try your hand at disarming traps next? Arumsa's labyrinth doesn't have too wide a variety, so there isn't much to teach, though. Generally, down to the lowest 50th floor, the variety of traps was low. In that sense, it was a good place for a young adventurer to start building up their power and attaining competency. Starting now? I'll need some preparation, so we'll leave it to next time. Let's end it here for today. Hearing that, Miranda stood from her chair, gathered her belongings together, and left the classroom. Watching her back were other young adventurers learning lockpicking. They looked quite smitten with her. She sure has it nice, that Miranda-san. She graduated the academy, and became an adventurer, right? Want to try inviting her? But I believe, she was working at that Lyle, the Burden-S place, right? As the students were getting lively, trying to see how to call out to Miranda, the teacher cleared his throat. Silence returned. And he told them to leave it at that. He wasn't joking. He was giving his students a serious warning. People of that type, especially female adventurers with talent in traps, it's best to avoid them. If you're in the same party, whatever you do, don't try getting into a serious relationship with them. A single student asked. Why is that, teacher? Could it be you were put through hell by one in the past? To the student's jest, the teacher replied with a serious face. In the past, there was a large party. At that time, I was working as a trap expert. And then a woman skilled in traps entered our reserves. All the students left in the room were male, and as if their interests had been piqued, they were quietly listening. It seems they were expecting it to become saucy. Because young male adventurers were dreamers. She led a number of adventurers by the nose, and she wrung them all out and exploited them before throwing them away. She worked in a number of parties, and I've heard tales from other specialists in my field, but never try laying hands on that type of woman. Hearing their teacher speaking with life experience, the students' interest seemed a little dampened. They hadn't gone through such a things, but it didn't look like the man was telling a lie. It was all their own responsibilities. The teacher was just offering them a warning. Just how many idiots so you think are out there that would pawn off their equipment for the sake of a woman? Your ulterior motives will just be used up. And, girls of that sort, they'll get possession of their prey no matter the cost. In this case, the prey was the opposite sex, a man. Hearing that, the students started quarreling a little. If it was Miranda-san aiming for me, then I would get married immediately. Retard, take a look in the mirror before saying something like that. Once is enough, so I want to be her prey. The teacher gave a hearty laugh as he looked over the young adventurers. He thought. It's as if they're being squeezed slowly by fine silk. By the time they notice it, they won't be able to move. I've seen plenty of men like that. While thinking of how nice it was to be young, the teacher restarted up his lesson. I took Porter and Poyo Poyo along and challenged the labyrinth to test my control. After going up and down the stairs a few times, I gave Poyo Poyo my mace and tried sending her into battle. The goblin blown into the distance. The goblin that had become a crimson stain on the wall. The goblin painting the floor red. This girl isn't thinking of collecting the materials at all. She was putting way too much strength into it, and the recovered items were in terrible states. To think that the techniques installed to combat the black demon of the kitchen would come in handy here. TL, black demon likely refers to the walking nuclear bomb shelters. She flipped back one of her side tails and made a pose. What? That's how you were thinking of the poor goblins? And wait, you're putting too much force into crushing them. Our profits from selling off the parts is dropping. The metal poles and plates of armor had a set demand as pieces of metal. They were to be melted down, so there wouldn't be a change in their value, but the items collected from the goblins themselves were in a terrible state. I put on gloves to collect the magic stones, and put the metal parts onto Porter. When it was on its wheels, the extra weight didn't really change his mana cost. There wasn't really a problem in having it go up or down steps either. We weren't going to be diving too deep, so I tested in on the first and second floors. Seeing that, the third spoke. So this is the answer Lyle found. The seventh agreed. It's similar to what I and the fifth predicted. I was curious about those words, but wary of the adventurers approaching us, I drew my saber. Poyo Poyo held up the mace in both hands. Wait. I'm sorry, but can you guys lend a hand? The worn-out adventurers were dragging their feet as they requested assistance from us. There were 6 in total. There were some among them supporting others on their shoulders, and some using all their might just to move. There was even an unconscious one. Seeing their state, I approached them with my guard up. They didn't seem to be acting. Poyo Poyo spoke. His bone appears to be broken. There's also some internal bleeding. It's a serious injury, but medicine and that magic thing should be able to take care of it. How strange. I wonder what she finds strange. But I didn't have the leisure to care about something like that. From the bag atop Porter, I took out some medicine and applied it to the injured one. The wounds closed, and his state improved a little from before. But the people carrying him were also beaten up. I'm sorry. We had a surprise attack launched on us, and we tried fighting back, but it wasn't by monsters, but by adventurers, it seems. Thanks for the medicine. Even so, why is it a pushcart? And a maid? A pale-faced adventurer stared at Porter and Poyo Poyo in wonder. Well, stuff happens. There, the injured one broke out into agony. Poyo Poyo spoke. This is bad. He hasn't fully recovered. You should take him to a specialist. And I looked at Porter. It was narrow, but there's no doubt it could squeeze 6 onto it. The ride may not be the best, but please hop on. The saved adventurers. All right it? But who's going to push? If it's you alone, then it's a bit, there are stairs too. I thought there wasn't the time to explain. Just get on with it already. Saying that, I rushed the 6 onto it, and stood on one of the parts protruding from its side. Similarly, Poyo Poyo stood on the opposite side, and we're off. The wheels started moving, and Porter began moving with 8 in tow. I had remembered the way here, so I guided it down the labyrinth without hesitation. The floor was also made of metal boards recklessly stuck over one another, and there was a little bit of shaking, but it was well within my tolerance level. Ah, this may be surprisingly useful for cargo. As I manipulated Porter, I thought that. The riding adventurers looked upon the scene in mute amazement. Exiting the labyrinth, I drove to a nearby hospital and waited outside. Still with a pale face, but with bandages wrapped around him, the saved adventurer came out. Seeing me, he smiled. You're a life-saver. All my comrades are safe as well. Hearing that, I felt relieved at having saved them. That's good. Having adventurers help one another was essential. There are some who are fine with bothersome behavior, but in most cases, those sorts fall to a miserable end. And if I save them, then perhaps my reputation will recover a little. And so, well. I'm sorry. The adventurer shocked me by lowering his head. He explained his current circumstances to me. Originally, this is where I'd be giving you gold coins. But my comrades are being hospitalized, so, when we were attacked, we kept the magic stones, but we were forced to leave behind everything else. This is all we have for now, but we'll definitely make it up to you when we're discharged. Saying that, the adventurer empties a bag of silver coins onto his hand, and handed them over to me. Poyo Poyo looked at that. For us two working on only the second floor, it's a large sum. And said that. I accepted the money. I've definitely accepted your thanks. Also, don't push yourselves once you're discharged. I'm satisfied with this as a reward already. Thanks. Truly, thank you. He may have been pretending this was all he had. In truth, I could have probably gotten more. But in this case, rumors would spread of me being stingy, and my credibility would fall. And if I saved their lives, and didn't accept a reward, if that information about me spread, then it would be a hindrance to my further work in Arumsas. Saying I was satisfied with that, I told him I wouldn't accept any more. The adventurer returned to his comrades, and I looked at the silver in my hand. Ah, could it be this is? I noticed. At the same time, I heard the fourth's voice. The smell of money. I turned around to look at Porter. It lacked spirit, but its form was a reliable one. At the same time, I heard a delighted voice from the jewel. Lyle. Well done. That one can rake in the money. As I thought, it was important to have you think up a way on your own. The money-grubbing fourth noticed the value in my Porter. Learning it could bring in money, he was delighted. Poyo Poyo spoke. Chicken bastard, with this, we'll be able to pay for our meals, at least. I agreed. I think so too. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 4, Chapter 8, Lyle's Answer. Lyle's Answer. We came to Damien's research laboratory. Today, we came with an unusual group of me, Novum, Aria, Miranda, Poyo Poyo, and even Clara. The reason we brought Clara along was because the third was quite insistent. At the lab, Damien looked at Porter and watched it move around. Today's objective was getting the opinion of Damien the doll user. Whether it was suitable for being baggage carrier plus shield. We wanted his confirmation. The fault of our party was that we didn't have anyone to act as a shield in battle. At the same time, we weren't able to move with a large amount of baggage. When I thought of making a doll to compensate for our lack of manpower, the first question that came to mind was whether it had to be humanoid or not. After looking over the golem, he came over to me. For some reason, the three automata who were usually cleaning the room, No 1, No 2, and No 3 were on standby near him. Their eyes occasionally pointed at Novum. Do you plan on altering it any further than this? I nodded. I tried running several trials in the labyrinth, but I think it would be best if I upped the size. Porter was still an incomplete product. I took it into the labyrinth several times to see what had to be improved on. That was something Poyo Poyo firmly requested, so I carried out such tests. I think this is good enough as a prototype. Though it really has been made to specialize on Arumsas labyrinth, I'm doubtful of whether it would be useful elsewhere. Labyrinths vary greatly based on the location. With its relatively flat flooring, Arumsas one was a relatively rare type. But for now, we held clearing the 30th floor of this labyrinth as our goal. I think Porter's fine like that. If the need arises, I'll make more improvements. I think I'll go with a specialized type for now. So, what are your thoughts having moved it around? As he maneuvered Porter around the wide laboratory, Damien pushed up his glasses with his index finger. There shouldn't be a problem for me or Lyle. I also doubt there'll be a problem controlling it for any support more skilled than the main body of adventurers, but it heli is a handful to use. Damien told me there was a problem with its size. If I was the one using it, then that was fine, or so I thought. From within the jewel, I heard a voice. The fourth was regretful. Damn, we'll have to alter our plans. If we had Porter, I thought we could increase the popularity and demand for the golem magic all at once, but it looks like there's a problem. Right. The fourth was delightfully putting together a plan to rake in money. For that sake, he tried asking me to make it so other adventurers could use it. If it's that library girl over there, then. Damien looked at Clara. However. No, I guess that's no good. If you stick a shield onto it, then the load will increase even further. No, maybe just barely. Damien was lost in thought. And Novum spoke. How about you try teaching Clara-san golem magic? She probably has an aptitude for it and all. Can he really just let other people learn his magic so easily? That's what I thought, but Damien followed her words. That's right. It would be quicker just to test it. Library girl, I'll teach you, so try using it. He was that sort of guy. Clara let out a sigh as she spoke. Ha! I never thought I would be being taught magic like this. Clara was taught golem magic, and after that, she tried utilizing Porter on the spot. Seeing that, Poyo Poyo. Ah, our Porter is, the fruit of me and the chicken's love is. Started putting on a play by herself, so I ignored her. Miranda-san looked on the scene, and gave her impression. Isn't that nice? For it being your first time moving it around, I get the feeling it's maneuvering nicely. Damien agreed. Yes, as that woman over there said, you have some talent. Hearing that, Arya spoke to him. That woman over there. Miranda-san was your student, wasn't she? He turned back to Miranda-san, and. Was that so? Ha! I get the feeling I kinda know her, but kinda. I think a person like her would leave an impression in my memory, but how strange it is. He tilted his head in wonder, and Miranda-san started smiling. How cruel, Professor. But how fitting of you. I'm relieved. I heard a voice from the jewel. It was the fifth. It's because the feeling she gave off changed all of a sudden. She started to draw wandering eyes. She's quite reminiscent of Millie IA, you know, her personality's a little different, though. It seems her personality was slightly off, but these ancestors were equating her to Malia-san more and more. Clara gave her thoughts. I can move it around, but feet, were they? When I try using those, it feels heavy. Normal usage isn't a problem. Damien nodded. I remember your skill level. As a support, you're about average, right? If it's barely passable at that level, then you'll have to make it smaller for a normal person to use. If you want to cut the mana cost, then there are a few areas you should work on. But the wheels sure are nice. He praised it. Poyo Poyo grinned as she took fleeting glances at the other three automatons. They were making mortified expressions. I can't say anything but that these guys really had some complicated craftsmanship put into them. And Damien reached his conclusion. If you want it to be usable by standard adventurers, it has to be more compact. Stairs are, can you make the legs shorter and have it move in more of a creeping fashion? If you do that, it won't move her around too much. When dolls and golems were concerned, Damien gave knowledgeable opinions. Miranda-san spoke. In that case, for now, you'll continue to stay in the storeroom working on Porter? I nodded, but before that, I had a few things planned. I'll make some improvements, but we'll be challenging the labyrinth in the near future. If I don't move around with a party soon, I feel that I'm going to forget that I'm an adventurer. Recently, I've been earning small change in the labyrinth. If there were adventurers wanting to take heavy baggage in order to dive deep into it, I would load it onto Porter, and take it up to the 5th floor for them. I took silver coins as thanks, and on the return back up, I would pick up other returning adventurers. I earned even more silver there. The 4th skillfully calculated the sum that the adventurers we met could pay, and we ran a business like that. It wasn't just once or twice that I was asked to seriously tag along as support for gold. And hearing those requests, the 4th started considering changing our stock. Damien looked at Porter. You've given me some new creative stimulus here. As I thought, you sure are interesting, Lyle. Oh, right, it's about that boss's armor, but there's a whole piece that's been left here. You'll buy it, right? It's in the way, so if you'll take it off our hands, the Academy will make it cheap. As long as there was enough left to study, they didn't need any more, or so he said. The materials they gained in large quantities from the boss was sold to me with Damien as an intermediary. Novum spoke. Recently, Lyle-sama's been earning a stable income, so we should be fine to an extent. Seeing her laughing to herself, I wanted to make an excuse, but I stopped myself. A demon of small change was shouting out orders at me, so I didn't have a choice. From my stance, it was fine as long as I could test out Porter. The 4th spoke. There's still much more to come, but if you're going to be working on Porter for a while, we'll be on break for a while, even when we finally gain a stream of customers. While I was surprised at his abilities, I was an adventurer. I had some doubts about this method of making money, and I hadn't even thought of putting Porter out on the market. I'll have to talk to him later. While I thought that, I continued my talk with Damien. Miranda and Arya had started talking about recent times. Arya, your atmosphere sure has changed as of late. Really? As I thought, I'm looking like more of an adventurer. You've become quite manly, my dear. As Miranda said that with a smile, Arya returned. You sure have a nice personality there. I never noticed. A smiling Miranda-san and an angry Arya exchanged glares, and within that, Novum, Poyo Poyo, and the other three automatons. Is something the matter? Looking at the four maids, Novum tilted her head. It was quite a cute gesture in my eyes. Poyo Poyo spoke. This vixen, that pose. Number 1 through 3. She's planned it all out. She must have planned everything. What could this be? Why does my heart feel such animosity towards this woman? You, just what are you? She's definitely an insurmountable enemy for that piece of junk, Poyo Poyo. So be it. We'll be your opponent here. The three machines assumed predetermined poses, and Poyo Poyo screamed out. Who's a piece of junk? The only one who's allowed to call me that is my chicken dickwad. It's time to scrap you all. I'm not sure where she took it out of, but she entered a battle stance with a drill in her hand. Come to think of it, when we were making Porter, she said something like, drills and robots are a man's romance. It sure is lively here. Within the noisy laboratory, that's all I could think. And Clara. Could this mean that I'm being enlisted into the party? Recently, I've been invited along as if it's natural, but I'm more of a solo temporary party member, is anyone listening to me? Late at night. Having stopped by the room inside the Jewel, I asked what had been bothering me for a while. It was about the answer I had reached. In order to clear Arumsa's labyrinth, I was using a golem to make up for our party's lack of members, and inadequacy in defense. I pretty much prepared a moving shield. I heard in the past it was something different from the answers they were expecting. For that sake, I wanted to ask the ancestors of their intentions. The result? So it's that, right? There were countless ways from the start, right? You intentionally kept quiet about it, right? As I said that, the second nodded, and explained. That's right. Personally, I was going for the earnestly used time to build up strength, and find dependable comrades option. That Clara girl was in my aim. Keeping quiet about it was. I thought you would notice, but you didn't. The third was interested in Clara as well. She sure has it nice, Clara-chan. She's a walking library, She's definitely got a lot of wisdom on her. My plan was for you to just accompany another party, and beat up the boss alone. Getting to know a party that's relatively trustworthy was the problem, but you could have just asked Clara-chan for that one. The fourth's opinion was a bit out there. You could have just used money to hire manpower. Get guards, and have them escort you to the 30th floor. From my position, if you got to see other skilled adventurers up close like that, and learn from them, I was fine with permitting my skills use and all. What I was lacking? All I had to do was notice that, or so the fourth said. No, to be more specific, there were just some things I had to learn in an environment where I couldn't use skills. The fifth's answer was close to mine. I was thinking of using golems to make up for your lack of people. Defense, prepare nothing but a shield, and deploy it in battle to increase safety. A plan to instantly set up a defensive encampment within the labyrinth. Quite simple, quite certain. That did sound right. I ended up nodding. It didn't sound like the opinion of an adventurer, but it was wise. I'll keep that in mind. The sixth had a similar one. My thoughts on the matter were the same, but I thought of making golems with simple designs, and simply using them to up your numbers. There's also doing that with money and people. Finally, the seventh. I was watching just how you were to approach your objective, and once you realized the problems, how you plan to go about resolving them. I'm serious, By the way, my answer was just putting out a request to subjugate the floor boss. I did think of golems too, though. Hearing that, I ended up shouting. No, in the first place, what about communication with my comrades, and those other important points? I thought that, but the ancestors were grinning. The second spoke. In regards to our challenge, we wanted to see how you would go about clearing it. Seeing you earnestly tackling the problem isn't a bad sight. The third. Lyle, expand your field of vision more. While we were leading you to think the way you did, the problem we presented was, return after defeating the 30th floor boss without skills. If you just want to look at the extremes, you could do absolutely nothing but defeat the boss, and have left all of the rest to hired adventurers, you know. The third laughed. Then what the hell did they mean that it would be terrible at this rate when they put the restrictions on my skills? As I made a dissatisfied face, the fourth spoke. Hey, don't be so mad. It's true that we wanted to see how you planned on approaching the problem, and you ended up noticing more problems than we anticipated you would. Also, you even thought of a new way to use a golem, right? If you did nothing but listen to our words, Porter would never have been born. It seems they wanted to see how I would think and act on it. As a result, I ended up giving an answer they were satisfied with. Not that I'm satisfied with that. Looking like he was having more fun than usual, the fifth spoke to me. The concept is good. It's also nice that you've realized the necessity of a shield. With this, if you can safely clear the 30th floor, it's a pass. If I could do it, that is. That doesn't mean I've passed anything yet. The sixth answered to my discontent. Lyle, there's never a single way to approach a problem. In truth, even using up years to steadily build up all your abilities was a single correct answer. But similarly, hiring people was but another correct one. Well, we did lead you to misunderstand. The seventh apologized. I think you understand, but there are plenty of loopholes in this world. There will come a time when a frontal attack won't get you anywhere. Also, the second took over the explanation. Noticing your current problems and working to better them has already made you achieve our aim. If you continued on oblivious, we would have presented a different challenge. Seeing me unsatisfied with that, the ancestor smiled. The fifth spoke. You realized your faults, and bettered them. Even for problems we didn't notice, you relied on Clara to reach an answer. I have a few complaints over how you're too reliant, but that isn't a mistake. I tried asking everyone. So you're saying any method would have been fine? Even if I didn't notice a single problem, and ignored them, yet still managed to clear the task? The third nodded. Right. If you go to extremes, that would have worked too. Of course, that's only if you had enough power on you to get through it without paying mind to such glaring flaws. But the sixth spoke. It's just that if you lost your footing there, we would never have permitted the use of skills again. Lyle, you seriously grappled with the challenge we presented, and presented a response we're satisfied with, is all it means. Now go put it to practice, and show your worth. There were some parts one could nod at, and some parts one found iffy. You never thought I would push myself too far, and fail? The second informed me with a serious expression on his face. If you were to die from something of this level, then that means that's just your level. Your talent, comrades, environment, if you were hopeless with all those backing you, then you'd just become hopeless further down the line, and get annihilated. The force of his words shut me up, and the third followed up. Don't worry. Everyone here is waiting, and looking forward to how you'll fare, Lyle. We presented the task thinking you could do it. If we thought it was hopeless, I doubt we would have placed so much expectations on you in the first place. No, that didn't help anything. These guys are being quite overbearing today. Just what do they want me to do? In the end, the fifth scratched his head as he spoke. Each and every one of them. Lyle, it's your life. Obviously, there's no one who's going to present an answer but you. How you take things in, and how that leads to an answer. That's for you to decide. On his words, I remembered what the first had told me. Lyle, have you decided on your goal yet? I remembered a prickling painful sensation in my heart. My answer. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 4, Chapter 9, Porter. We met as planned, and challenged the labyrinth for the first time in a while. Our members were me, Novum, Aria, Miranda, Clara, Poyo, and Porter. I stationed Porter at the center of our formation, and Aria at the front. Having gone through several modifications, Porter now had a roof attached by thin pillars extending from the loading area. Weather is irrelevant in the labyrinth. But it was attached in order to prevent the luggage from taking damage during battle. Should I have just made it a box? Rather than lightweight, perhaps I should have focused on making it sturdy. As I said that, Poyo put her hand to her chin. More than that, instead of deploying a shield out front, something more offensive, how about sticking a spike to make Porter an attack type? Destroy enemies and traps in your way as you push forward. Hearing that, I thought that perhaps that would have been fine, for a moment, but I soon started shaking my head. We can't have the machine carrying our precious baggage going on the attack, and possibly being destroyed. Clara put her hand to her forehead, and spoke. What would you do if you dragged other adventurers into it? That's definitely no good. But the large lantern attached to Porter felt like a good addition. It kept down Clara's mana cost. In exchange, it took money to light. It lighted the passageways, but the fact that it couldn't be extinguished and relit frequently was a problem. Arya stopped ahead, and signaled that there were enemies around the turn ahead. Quiet down a little. I have to listen carefully here. Novum was to Porter's side, and Miranda was across from her. Clara was walking ahead. Its rear was open, but when it came to it, that space was one to hide and take cover in. In that case, building it sturdy would have been preferred. Within the passageways made of metal sheets irresponsibly layered over one another, as Arya said, I definitely did hear footsteps. I gave out orders. But it was different than before. Novum, prepare your magic. Once you've fired off a round, me and Arya will finish off the rest. If they get through, Miranda, protect those two. Poyo Poyo, keep watch of the rear. In a tone indicating her reluctance to be assigned to the rear alone, Poyo Poyo. Even when I can clearly see them in darkness, even when I can take out those numbers immediately. Started complaining. I know she could do it, but this time's expedition was to see how far we could go with these members. Throwing Poyo Poyo into battle between the first and third floors would be contradictory to that objective. At the same time, it takes money to have you fight. A voice from the jewel affirmed that. It was the money-grubbing fourth. Yeah, that's important. When the expedition itself costs money, having the automaton get damaged in the slightest will cut our income. The efficiency would be better if you were still earning normally from carrying baggage. He was referring to when I used Porter to carry adventurers to their destinations, or recovering them when they were headed back. That one gave out quite some good payout. Adventurers headed further down were able to travel with ease. Returning adventurers wouldn't have to carry their heavy luggage in their tired states. Depending on the case, they were exceedingly happy at having found a ride. Both cases didn't take up too much time, and with the round trip I was able to earn sums equal to whole gold coins. But I think the fourth's normal is a little bit off. He isn't wrong, but it's far removed from the type of adventurers I imagine. It's true that Porter brought in money, but that was merely the means, and not the goal. The fifth cautioned him. It's not your money, you know, damn miser. The fourth responded. Earnings are important, right? In order to live, it's no good if you don't bring in money. He wasn't wrong. But on that opinion, the sixth. That's only if you actually use the money. Needlessly stocking it up, it's not like you'll take it to the other world with you when you're dead. Even if you had a treasure hoard, there was no meaning if you couldn't use it skillfully. In that sense, I think I want to become a person who can use money well. The fourth was just good at bringing it in. He ascertained the limit the adventurers we met would willingly pay, and negotiated to lower prices. By stepping back here, we were able to take in money in the end. As I was thinking that, monsters appeared from the passage. Goblins armed with metallic weapons came out with the numbers Arya specified. Finishing her preparations, Novum. Fire bullet. Fired off multiple orbs of fire, causing the enemies to falter. Even if they blocked with their armaments, they would still receive burns. Arya stepped out front alongside me. She was carrying along a spear shorter than before, and held out a small shield up front as she parried enemy attacks, and destroyed their footing. Like that, she thrust out her spear wherever there wasn't any metal. It was different than her style up to now, and she stopped swinging in wide arcs. That makes things easier. With not the mace, but a saber in hand, I turned half my body to dodge a goblin's attacks, before cutting at its throat. With blood rushing from its neck, the goblin fell to the ground with a dull metallic sound. The other goblin that tried to get away from the two of us was dealt with the other saber I drew with my left hand. Ah! Letting out a careless voice, the goblin's head fell to the ground as blood continued to spill from its neck. The surroundings were dyed red. Luckily, the only ones who were dirty were me and Arya. Arya spoke. Hey, if you get blood everywhere like that, I'm going to slip. She sure has gotten sturdy. Before quite a brutal scene, she seemed quite used to it, and her only thoughts were that she would slip. I find it a little sad she's nothing like a noble lady anymore. Sorry about that. No, really. Seeing my questioning expression, Arya seemed confused. Why are you making a face like that? When the battle ended, Clara approached to pick off anything that could be turned to money. The tools to pick them off were also loaded on Porter, so she was only carrying a small portion of equipment herself. The metal was also tossed onto its loading cart. Arya kept watch of the front, and Miranda-san the back. I assisted Clara, and confirmed with Novum. Novum, are you tired at all? If a magician expended physical strength, they would also lose mental power. Controlling mana brought way to mental fatigue. When magicians were acting as the offense of a party, it was correct to constantly confirm their statuses. The conditions change by the day, so it's essential for a leader to communicate with their party, apparently. I doubted she would be tired after just one use, as she directed a smile at me. I'm alright, Lyle-sama. I see, then once we're done collecting, we'll continue moving. I held Novum back from helping, and me and Clara alone finished, after which we resumed moving. Just as before, I left battle to Arya. She's keeping a lookout without being told anything, so I can talk normally. In the past, I relied on skills, and was able to somehow get an understanding of my comrade's states. Because of that, there was little to talk about between us. Conversation. I can't remain poor at them. I called out to Clara. Clara, are you fine with controlling Porter? Yes. As long as the movement speed is kept to a certain level, but stairs are enervating. I don't have to keep up the light, so it is a good trade-off, though. It seems that the individual herself was mildly discontent that she couldn't regulate the lighting herself. I'll leave that as next time's challenge. As I also struck up conversation with Miranda-san. Your movements sure are getting better, Miranda-san. As I said that, she spoke with a smile. Thank you. If only you weren't so sarcastic, I might have actually been happy here. I let out some dry laughter, and confirmed she was doing fine, before going to Poyo Poyo last. For some reason, she seemed annoyed. The second spoke. For an automaton, this one sure is a pain in the ass. She's probably unsatisfied with how she's not being of use. Her facial expressions were more plentiful than a normal human. Ha! I'll put you to work during our break, so endure it until then. She produced a fry pan and some other cookware as she spoke. Leave it to me. From cooking to rest, I'll do it all to perfection. I'm not actually expecting anything too extravagant within the labyrinth. But Poyo Poyo seemed overly motivated. No, we don't need anything all too refined. And after finishing my conversations, I continued to pay mind to our surroundings. The spot we chose for our break was of a moderate size to spend a night. Without monsters around, we unloaded some supplies off of Porter and began making food. Motivated all by herself, Poyo Poyo prepared soup. She baked bread and put something like ham atop it. For food found in a labyrinth, it was of a higher class variety. It was usually just some thick soup and whatever bread one had brought on hand. In order to reduce unnecessary baggage, we wouldn't bring the tools necessary to make anything too extravagant. But we could just load cookware onto Porter, so as long as we kept our numbers low, then luxuries like these were possible. Currently, Miranda-san was keeping watch. Having finished eating, Novum and Clara went to sleep. Poyo Poyo divided out Miranda's portion and stayed by it, as if she was waiting to serve it fresh. As Arya ate alongside me, I spoke. 1. What is it? After coming this far, you've only made a single mistake. She hurriedly started to make an excuse. I made sure to reunite with the group after that. And wait, you remembered? You sure are an incessant man. Seeing her fly into a rage, I responded. No, I'm saying that's the only time you've made any sort of error. If you think back to how we were a few months ago, your movements are completely different. Even when we're moving together, it's become much easier to fight. Hearing that. I see. I'm sorry about that. Resuming her meal, Arya seemed a little happier. After that, we continued talking together now and again, before I let Arya go to sleep first. The one who had to use her senses most when we were on the move was Arya. During breaks, I wanted to take her off lookout duty to prepare for tomorrow. After she had fallen asleep, I muttered. It's worlds away from how it was before. Though our numbers are higher now, I guess. Hearing that, Poyo Poyo. Are you talking to yourself? You sure are a lonesome master. I'll hear you out. Please unload any worry you have onto me. I'll be sure to turn it into a joke to tease you later. That doesn't make me happy at all, you know? I sat atop one of our wooden crates and talked with her. Rather than consultation, it was closer to affirmation. Affirming my own thoughts. The last time we challenged this place together was the worst. Arya was always close to tears, and we could only bring trouble to Clara. Even when Novum would be better off making her own decisions, I tried ordering everything down to the finer details, but it didn't get us anywhere. Poyo Poyo spoke. You've grown, chicken dickwad. From today onwards, I'll promote you to a useless chick. Oi, that isn't growing at all. The hell's with the chick part? I turned my eyes towards the sleeping three, and Miranda-san. After coming this far, good grief, this is why gentlemen are. Don't misunderstand or anything. Also, why are you trying to remove your clothing? If you want to sleep, then go ahead and do so, I'll slap you awake later. Tisk, so you're still just a chicken dickhead, are you? From my light exhibitionism, that weak attitude and manner. I'll definitely have you wrapped around me one day. Oh, so wanted to be strangled? Go to sleep already. As I said that, Poyo Poyo let her twin tail sway, as she said something like, no, I want to hear the rest. I wonder what it is. While her outer appearance held some charm, her insides didn't match at all. Today went quite well. While there were some problematic points, we were all generally proficient. It's just as Clara said. Poyo Poyo seemed satisfied with that. When you were marketing out Porter, I did take a look at the other adventurers. Truly, everyone's movements were good when looked at individually. However, party, was it? When assigned to a platoon, your movements suddenly become worse. It's because for now, everyone's only focusing on their own roles. A party's coordination isn't something that polishes itself immediately. Individual movements and decisions are different. We have to confirm our coordination time and again, and match our movements to complete our party. Right. I've talked to many a leader, but rather than stressing on abilities, they all valued whether people could work together. Through talking to people atop Porter, my relations to the adventurers of Arumsas increased in an instant. We talked on the way, and it's nice that I was able to see other parties' movements. Methods varied widely by the party, but those that honored the basics felt more successful. I did it to learn Porter's applications and controls, but I was surprisingly able to acquaint myself with quite a few people of Arumsas. A majority of them called me something like Lyle, the burden, and I gave them a bitter smile, but that was also the envy of an adventurer. Usually, for one to get a decent moniker, means that you're the admiration and fear of others. I'm much too young, so it isn't something too great. But it turned into a topic of conversation, so it was actually a help to me to stick it into idle banter. I'm not the best at talking to others, but with just one topic like that, communication became much easier. If you think of it like that, it doesn't sound too bad, being called a burden. Apparently, seeing me surrounded by beauties, and having them treat me dearly caused some discontentment among male adventurers. There were even some that thought the fact we were able to breach the 40th floor was solely due to Damien's dolls. But I can't say that's wrong. We did stand firm in the boss battles, but in places apart from that, Damien's dolls standing as moving shields was really a help. I looked at Porter. Porter sure is a good comrade. I whispered that, and Poyo Poyo. Of course. He's the fruit of mine and your love. But in the near future, my name, not a temporary one, please decide on a true name for me. I'm seriously frustrated at losing to Porter. Those mass-produced scraps are mocking me to high heavens. I looked at her with my head tilted. Did they really say that much? Why not just talk back? That you're different from them on a higher level? This is why men who are fooled by docile exteriors are, those ones truly have terrible mouths, you know. I don't even come close. I, the chicken dickwood's angel, have been brought to tears. Please do a better job of protecting me. I spoke. Crying and all, don't you just complain? With a sorrowful expression on her face, she bent her knees and sat down on the spot. She started quietly singing a mournful song, but I was shocked at her vocal skill level. This one really can do a lot of things. Is there any reason she's so obsessed on being a maid? For what purpose did those ancients make Poyo Poyo? I simply couldn't comprehend. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 4, Chapter 10, Preparations to Conquer. TL, delay due to a combination of midterms, game day, and homework. In other news, TOS second beta, hooray. Preparations to Conquer. Yeah, how about something like this, Making modifications to Porter, me and Poyo Poyo looked over it with the intentions of putting him together for real this time. But no matter what, we weren't able to decide on the important finishing touch. That's a little, how about something like this? Poyo Poyo was also worried. She was hard-pressed on the completion of the machine she called the fruits of our love, and thus, she presented ideas alongside me. The ancestors within the jewel also gave their 50 cents. The second. Oi, are you really sure about putting it there? The balance will definitely be off. In contrast to his usual self, the third sounded serious. No, how about the opposite side? Even if looking at it gives a sense of discomfort, taking the balance of the whole body into consideration. The fourth spoke. Wouldn't it usually just go in the middle? I can't have it any other way. The fifth, who usually didn't hold a shred of interest, was also serious. Hey, Lyle, put on some cat ears. That will definitely make it cuter. The sixth opposed him. What are you on about? It's horns, you know. Horns. Lyle, a man has got to put on horns. The seventh took the middle ground. Just randomly stick on some horns, or ear-like things. What's important is for it to have clear eyes. The round cylinder in my hands had two clear, lovable eyes stuck onto it. Poyo had embedded orbs of glass into them. Right. We couldn't decide the placement of the head. Within the warehouse, Arya, who had recently become much manlier, looked over us with a sigh. I know she's fed up. But after coming this far, there's no way we would forgive erring on the last detail. With a tired tone, Arya opened her mouth. Do you even need a head? It's just an ornament, isn't it? Then just stick it somewhere suitable. It's not even essential in the first place, right? She was sound. She wasn't wrong. And that's exactly where she was wrong. Poyo laughed scornfully, before speaking. For the current you, are those breasts of yours not a useless ornament as well? Recently, you've become more and more manly, former Baronhouse Arya-san. She put her hand to her mouth, and raised an annoying laugh that sounded like she was intonating it on purpose. I looked at Arya with all earnesty. Arya, we're serious here. I'd like it if you didn't get in the way. I heard affirming voices from the jewel. Second onward. Shut it, girly. Cat ears, horns are denied, but ears may be nice. With appearance, playing it safe is best. Make it lovable, and have it earn some popularity. Don't do anything unnecessary. Rabbit ears are nice too. Why are horns no good? No, why not just simply keep it at where you have it now? If you awkwardly stick on horns and ears, its adoring eyes won't stand out anymore. No, I was wrong. Besides the second, none of them were even listening to Arya. I tried to follow up with her. I was starting to find her a little pitiable. Of course, I doubt she thought of herself like that at all. She was currently glaring at Poyo with a vein surfacing on her forehead. I'm sorry, Arya. But we're earnestly worrying about it here. This is important for Porter, for our new comrade. Poyo looked at me, raised her hands into the air, and started hopping up and down. Her twin tails lightly floated into the air. Yes. I, here, am also a member of the Chicken Dickheads Merry Amazonas Legion. I'm everyone's soothing maid automaton. So I think my name is also an essential point. This time, Arya laughed in scorn. Ha, isn't Poyo just fine, you piece of junk? Poyo looked at her. So you picked a fight with me, so be it. I'll more than take you up. From today onwards, your meals will be nothing but high calorie. I'll gradually increase your body mass, and make you overly conscious of it. What's more, I'll even secretly prepare midnight snacks to soothe your anxiety. I'll earnestly put myself to making delicious sweets for you. I tilted my head wondering if that would actually do anything. When I looked at Arya's eyes, I found her making a bitter expression. The second spoke. It's that. Arya's been feeling up lately. That's damn unfair. Poyo smiled. It was a detestable grin. And I thought. This one, she can even make an expression like that. Praise be to the ancients. Poyo lifted up one of her tails idly, as she spoke. Unfair? Are you trying to praise me? For that bastard over there, I'll use any means at my disposal. Ow. I struck her head with Porter's. It let out quite a fine sound. Don't be making it my fault. More importantly, where will Porter's head? Arya spoke. How about that area right there? You can't just incessantly mull over it forever. Both me and Poyo looked at the end of Arya's finger in shock. Nice, you're amazing, Arya. With this, the location of Porter's head has been set in stone. Thank you. When I directed a smile at her, her face became conflicted. Was she trying to be happy, or annoyed? How complex? And no. As long as you're happy with it. Ho! Poyo also nodded. I hate to admit it, but rather than the front end, rather than the complete center, that spot is definitely splendid. The ancestors also spoke up. That girl's surprisingly competent. So all that's left is the ears. Wunderbar. Appearance and profitability are directly correlated. Like this, we'll definitely have some popularity among the customers. To hell with the location. The problem is what ears you're putting on it. And horns are still no good. We don't need any of you guys' unnecessary junk. If the head is going to be near the edge, then your strange ornaments will only be a nuisance. I started fastening it. Through operating it with magic, the head could move. With a ball-like joint placed around the neck, it was possible to manipulate it to an extent. The make of the head Poyo Poyo spent a day working on was truly magnificent. Perfect. Porter, my, how you've grown. I praised our workmanship, and Poyo Poyo's eyes started tearing up. Arya looked over us with a doubtful expression. Having been further specialized to Arumsa's labyrinth, Porter's body had become lower, and the horizontal width of its wheels wider. Around the wider wheels, Poyo Poyo had wrapped a sort of rubber she had on hand. When looked upon from above, they were rectangular, and they were able to make the turns in the corridors of the labyrinth with a little space to spare. The space to load luggage was equipped with a roof, and the metal sheets on its sides could act as shields. Its front side was heavily armored, and it was even capable of blocking up the passageways. The legs attached onto it to traverse stairs had grown much shorter than before. But by expanding its side shields outwards, pushing those feet downwards, it could make for a fine wall. The lantern stuck onto its ceiling was also modified for it to be possible to regulate the light. I think this was all a little overkill. Poyo Poyo spoke. I wanted to make the shield a separate piece. I agreed, but I had to reject the notion. There was no helping it. I'm going to be driving it alternatively with Clara, so while I'm one thing, she can control one body, but if there are two it would become difficult. We tried borrowing a small doll to test it, but it didn't work out well. I'll also be participating in battle. Depending on the situation, I may end up using magic. With that in mind, there's nothing we can do about it. I had completed the plans to use Porter to compensate for our lack of members, but we still have a fundamentally low number of combatants. While me and Poyo Poyo were having an earnest discussion, Arya spoke. And wait, why are you putting so much effort into a baggage carrier doll that can only be used here anyways? Hearing that, I, Poyo Poyo, and the ancestors all at once. It's Porter. At least remember the name. The fruit of our love, and one that boasts a name much more splendid than mine own, Porter. It's Porter, damn it. After I had come a while spending all my time and efforts on it, even the ancestors started developing an attachment. You sure are popular, Porter. At the Arumsa's Guild, Novum had stopped by to submit the paperwork to challenge the labyrinth. Miranda and Shannon were with her. Chewing on the tip of her finger, Shannon's eyes were teary. To finish registering as an adventurer, she had pricked it with a needle to record her blood onto her guild card. She was shaking through the process. Why do I have to become an adventurer, anyways? I'm still 13, you know. I'm ridiculously weak. Hearing that, Miranda put her hands onto her sister's shoulders. Her smiling figure made it look as if she was an elder sister comforting her sibling. They were a pair with good looks going for them, so it was an image that would make for a nice painting. Among those looking upon the two, there were even some who felt their hearts warmed. But, hey, do you plan on staying like that forever? That ain't happening. Those who don't work, don't eat, you know. Still smiling, her fingers started digging into Shannon's shoulders, and Shannon's frantically shook her head up and down. Oh, of course, that's exactly right, Wani-sama. I was in the wrong. Novum was holding two blank forms in hand. The first was for their full-blown attempt at the labyrinth in a week. She had filled in their intent to proceed to the 30th floor on that one, and the second one was one to request permission for Shannon to accompany them there. No one intended to have Shannon fight. But they couldn't just leave her home alone for who knows how long. Also, considering the girl's future, it was something Miranda decided. The daughter of a Viscount house, but with a defect in her eyes, she was driven away to Arumsa's. That was Shannon's official position. Novum spoke to the two of them. Both of you, once we've submitted the forms, will be entering the labyrinth to conduct some tests for Porter with Lyle-sama. Have you finished preparing? Shannon wasn't used to the labyrinth. It had its characteristic oppressing air within it. In order to accustom her, they were going to take her along this time. If it looks like she won't be able to handle it, since she can't stay alone in the mansion, we'll find her some place to room at. There was no way they would leave a single weak girl in the vast mansion. The necessary supplies to challenge the labyrinth were already prepared. They had already placed in an order for the required foodstuffs, so all they had to do was pick it up. While observing Porter's tuning, if Shannon ended up unable to stand the atmosphere, she would be left. Of course, everyone planned on doing that in the first place. The only one who wanted to take her along was Miranda. We're prepared already. Shannon, make sure you listen to whatever your senior support says. Got it? Shannon responded. I don't want to carry luggage. Also, I don't like the sticky feeling. Is there perhaps a bath there? Hi. That was a lie. I'll properly listen to whatever that glasses girl says. Miranda made a clenched fist and smiled harder, so Shannon accepted in fear. Novum felt a little uncomfortable having Miranda dragging her sister out against her will. After she finished submitting the forms at the receptionist's desk, she moved to leave the building in order to meet up with Lyle. On the way some adventurers who realized they were Lyle's party members tried calling out to them. On the stairs out, they met a party of 3. There, Novum remembered Rondo's party she had become acquainted with in Dalian. Oh, are you the Burden-esque comrades? Hey, when is he going to be renting out Porter next? That Burden? Hey, isn't his party a gathering of beauties? No wonder that story spread so far. Oi, you're troubling them. Sorry about that. Can you pass on the message that we'll be counting on him next time? Novum said her greeting and parted with them when Shannon spoke. What? So he's called the Burden? How fitting. Miranda's clenched fist came down on her head. Shannon started writhing around in pain. As Novum was troubled by the sight, Miranda called over to her. He sure is popular. Lyle, the Burden, even when he's the one carrying their baggage, what a strange moniker. Novum spoke. It's a bout of cynicism fitting for an adventurer. Also, the image of Lyle-sama returning on our shoulders from clearing the 40th floor must have left a strong impression, but... While Novum offered as harmless a response as possible, Miranda suddenly made a serious face as she surveyed the area. Noticing her motion, Novum noticed a suspicious figure in her line of sight. So that's why Miranda-san is trying to take Shannon-chan along. For the past few days, Novum had also sensed the presence of someone watching her. She had thought it was because Lyle had become a famous topic within the city, but it seems there was something more malicious at play. We should avoid moving alone. I'm worried about Arya-san. Arya was receiving instruction from an adventurer. That seems to have ended, but in order to talk, she would still stop by that adventurer's place. The individual herself seemed to be enjoying it, so Novum wouldn't stop her, but she would caution her. At some point in time, Miranda's eyes had fallen on Novum. Somehow you give off the feeling you already noticed it. Novum offered a bitter smile. As her conversation partner was remaining vigilant of her, she was troubled with how to deal with her. No, I was merely looking at where your eyes were pointing, Miranda-san. I see. Shannon, how long are you going to be in pain? Let's go already. Miranda's eyes remained in doubt. But even receiving that, Novum's emotions didn't experience any change. She simply thought of her as a candidate of Lyle's harem. Taking the pained Shannon along, Miranda continued down the guild stairs. Having come into the labyrinth to carry out tuning on Porter, I looked at Shannon. What? No, are you in pain or anything? Like, isn't it a little hard to breathe? Normally, it's rough when you experience this atmosphere for the first time. As I said that, she looked at me in scorn. Sitting on Porter's roof, she let her legs sway back and forth. The density of the mana around here seems high, but what of it? Even when she had gotten worn out from walking and retired to Porter's roof, she managed to put up quite a strong front. Oi, don't kick your legs about too much. And why did you even enter the labyrinth in a skirt? I can see the contents. When I cautioned her, Shannon raised her voice. Nu, Wani-sama. This man is peeping up my skirt. While she tried speaking ill of me, Poyapoi was in the middle of working on fine-tunings. Clara seriously looked over her, and didn't even listen to Shannon's words. Arya was on standby at the entrance of the room we entered to conduct adjustments. It's because you came in a skirt to begin with. Are you even trying? And wait, that scrap metal is wearing one too. She's not shown her underwear once, though. It was truly a manly opinion. Poyo turned to Arya and spoke. Why do I have to provide fan service to you? The only one to look over my undergarments is to be that chicken over there. I replied instantly. I'm not interested in the slightest, so just put on some pants already. She yelled in response. You're telling me to discard this attire and wear something else? This is my uniform and my battle suit. This garb can even pierce through a battlefield. What is this girl even saying? And Novum addressed Shannon. He can't see from that angle, so don't worry about it, Shannon-chan. In order to prevent her from having any misconceptions, I offered a revision. No, I didn't have any intentions of looking. In the first place, I'm not even interested in that girl's undergarments. There, Shannon threw her shoe at me. It hit my face, and kinda stung. I ended up thinking something like, "This girl has talent," or something along those lines. What do you mean by that, girl? Even like this, we were called the Alluring Sisters back at Central. I've even heard people say they wanted to protect me and my ephemeral disposition, you hear, dot. From the Jewel, the third let out his voice. Both of these girls are good at putting up a front. I can't wait to meet the second and third daughters, dot. For some reason, I imagined the forms of the fifth and sixth awkwardly staying silent. As we were on break, Miranda-san was taking a swig of water from her canteen. Her way of drinking somehow made me feel locked down by her gaze. She was just sipping water normally, but my eyes wandered towards her. She spoke to Shannon. If you wanted him to see them so badly, then you can't keep wearing that kitty stuff forever. How about we get a little bolder? As she laughed at her own jest, Shannon's face turned red. And as she reached to reclaim the shoe she had thrown, she whispered to herself. The way she received it with her eyes locked on the ground truly gave off the sense that she could see better than a normal person. This can't be my kind sister. I responded. And what were you trying to do to that kind sister, dot? While thinking our newly added member was too rowdy, I looked towards Miranda, and thought. If Shannon didn't do anything, the current Miranda-san wouldn't exist, right? I wonder which would be best. I was just a little lost in thought. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 4, Chapter 11, Conquering Commence. Conquering Commence. We conducted a few trial runs, and completed adjustments on Porter, so I went over to the smithery in order to fetch my own weapons. In the miscellaneous town of Arumsas, it was as if the city itself was a sort of maze. But there was the fact I was living here, so I was able to visit the places I conducted business at without getting lost. I have to be thankful for Clara, who drew maps, and Miranda, who led me around the streets. And as I was walking, I found the signboard hung over a slightly narrower road. It was the smithery I utilized in Arumsas, and not just in weapons, they also dabbled their hands in armors. As it was easy to obtain metal here, there was an abundance of metal workers in this city. But when it came to those aimed at adventurers, there were few to find on the main roads. While it wasn't rare in the city of Arumsas, the shopkeeper was a dwarf. With a scraggly beard, and a characteristic reddened nose. As I greeted him, he directed a smile at me. How is it? The order I placed? It's long finished. But are you sure that's all right? I definitely made them sturdy, but, for a saber, they're on the heavy side. As I was all right if it was heavy, the saber I specially ordered had an increase in thickness. The current me could wield a heavier one more or less fine. Of all else, the mass-produced ones would always snap soon enough. There was an abundance of monsters armed with iron, so good quality sabers weren't an easy buy in Arumsas. Even if they were available, they were mostly too expensive to consider purchasing. I accepted the 5 sabers, and looked over the other goods. Arrows equipped with magic stones on their ends to combust. A product made to raise the pocket change of the town's students. However, we couldn't get together the numbers this time, so I asked one of the blacksmith's acquaintances to have them manufactured. The numbers are more than enough. We'll properly do the work we've been asked of. If the customers drift away, then with this shop location, my store will close before you know it. Even so. The shopkeeper looked over the arrows I purchased. What's wrong? No, it's not like there's a large-scale party labyrinth raid, or a war happening here anytime soon. Despite that, our stock of these sorts of weapons is running low. The arrows rigged to trigger explosions fetched quite a price. Even if purchasing 1 or 2 wasn't a problem, to get sufficient numbers, they cost several times the amount of normal arrows. What's more, if they were of bad quality, they wouldn't explode, the output would be lower, or other defects might occur. It was hard to control that. They weren't fit for long-term storage, so it was normal to decide the required amount, and have an order sent in for them to be made. They could also explode if you were to be attacked, so managing them was a pain. If a party didn't have a baggage carrier, they would be too scared to use them. But they were reliable in the labyrinth, that sort of weapon. Someone must have bought them in mass. Because of that, I wasn't able to buy any at the place I patronized before. I said that with a wry smile, and the shopkeeper cautioned me to handle them with care as he handed them over. He addressed me. Come to think of it, what happened to that side ponytail girl that came with you before, not? He asked about Novum, so I told him she wasn't with me this time. He seemed a little sad. While a dwarf's and a human's aesthetic senses differed, it seems he had taken a liking to her. If she was here, I'd have offered a discount. How unfortunate. Yes, how unfortunate. I'll be sure to bring her along next time. As I said that, the shopkeeper broke out into a smile. Even Mother took a liking to that girl. Have her drop by sometime. I took the merchandise, paid a large sum, and exited the blacksmithery. Aria was performing a check on her own equipment before challenging the labyrinth. The ones checking the contents of the stock loaded onto Porter were Lyle and Poyo Poyo. Everyone else was confirming their own belongings. In the Circre House's mansion's yard, everyone had woken up early and eaten breakfast. The sky was still dim, but Clara deployed a light as she looked over her own supplies. Everyone else also used that light to do the same. She's quite considerate, that girl. Aria looked at Clara and thought something like that. She confirmed her provisions and inspected her equipment. Her spare weapons were loaded onto Porter, so she made sure to take a look at those ones first. Okay, that's the last of it. In plans this large in scale, when they would be staying over a few days in the labyrinth, it would really be a problem if they didn't get their supplies in order. Forgetting a single piece of baggage and leaving regrets as they die. For that sake, it was important to perform various checks, starting the previous day. While recalling Lyra's teachings, she got her things together as she looked around. Miranda had been an adventurer for even less time than herself, but she was calmly going through her belongings. Hey, you forgot your canteen. But there's water loaded onto Porter, Anne. Hi. I'm sorry. Go get it at once. Make sure you check its contents too. Miranda was even doing Shannon's checks for her. They had locked up the mansion, so Shannon borrowed the key before running off. Clara looked over a memo as she went over her items one by one. With her finger pointed, she threw them carefully before checking them off. Okay, I'm done here as well. The second check also checks out. It seems she had already gone over it twice. She started checking her things once more as she stuffed them into bags. I'd never be able to imitate that one. She didn't look that methodical, but perhaps due to her pro mentality as a support, she made sure to properly check her things. And Aria turned her eyes to Novum. Perhaps already finished, she was heading to Lyle to load her luggage onto Porter. Her feet stopped, and she suddenly turned towards the wall. Aria also tried looking in that direction, but as the lighting was dim, she could only fear Novum was seeing a sort of ghost. She doesn't have an extra sense or anything, right, but it's Novum, after all. To Aria, Novum was an opponent without anything to grasp at. She knew Miranda was wary of her. For some reason, a tense atmosphere would often build up between the two of them. But as Aria looked over the wall, she suddenly felt a presence. Something is, On top of it was a small bird. After looking at Novum, it flew away. I wonder if Novum is nervous. Not paying mind to it anymore, Novum continued pulling her luggage over to Lyle. Running from the mansion, Shannon came over to Miranda, key in hand. You made sure to fill it with water, right? Of course. Miranda snatched Shannon's flask, opened the lid, and took a single swig at its contents. This definitely isn't water, right? TL, less than or equal to 9. She tried making a cute gesture of hitting herself with her small hand, but with a smile, Miranda's fist came down on her head. If you want to bring this along so bad, then bring another flask of water too. You'll be carrying your belongings on your own. On Miranda's words, Shannon pointed at Porter. Can't we just stuff it onto Porter? We have plenty of things to load onto him. Anyways, go get water again. While watching over the sibling fight, Aria thought. Somehow, Porter's already being treated as a comrade. She was just slightly unsatisfied with that. And she looked over at Lyle. We have a little extra space. Looking at the luggage loaded onto Porter, he was making a fully satisfied expression. Lyle was delighted enough about completed Porter to brag about it, but to Aria, he looked like a child bragging over a toy. We'll be loading the collected magic stones and materials onto it, so isn't this fine? I wanted to make it bigger, and let it be able to serve as a lodging. Having this frail chicken dickwad camping out just seems too pitiful, but... Having been called frail, Lyle shot back. Oi, who's fragile? We're inside the labyrinth, so it's not like we're exposed to the elements or anything. There's no rain or wind. Aria. As I thought, there's something a little off about Lyle somewhere, and wait, within this party, there isn't a decent person besides me. Aria had become much sturdier, and she was definitely becoming decent as an adventurer. But how about as a woman? She was much more of a man than ever before. I've got to keep it together. She thought something like that. Having entered Arumsa's labyrinth, we had gotten together the members and equipment, so I was finally able to take on the challenge presented by the ancestors. I spent a few months on completing Porter, and I get the feeling I also earned an allowance. I think I'm growing a little as well. Arya and Miranda-san were stationed at the front, and I was directly behind them. The center held Novum and Clara, and Porter followed up in the rear. As Porter proceeded along the passages that were relatively wide, Shannon sat atop its roof. Next to Porter, Poyo Poyo was attempting to pull her off. She looked at Shannon and warned her to dismount the ceiling and sit on the loading cart if she had to. Clara spoke to me. We've been diving in a lot as of late, so we should be able to make it to the 5th lower level quite quickly. I challenged the place numerous times, carrying belongings and personnel back and forth. That being the case, I remembered the paths to the 5th floor. Even if the labyrinth shifted and the passages changed, they shouldn't differ too much from the last time I was here. Well, I have been challenging this place a lot. As I told Clara that, Novum looked at me. Lyle-sama, please don't push yourself too much. She appeared to be worried. I'm not pushing myself at all. I'm just having Porter transport luggage and people. Lyle, the burden-s porter has become quite popular among adventurers. The reason I said that with a little pride behind it was so as to soften this tense atmosphere. Novum cautioned me. That's no good, Lyle-sama. The leader can't grow lax here. Exactly. Clara agreed, and Shannon, who had been looking down on us from Porter's roof, started to smile. No good leader. She pointed and gave an annoying smile, so in response, Hey, they're coming. 2 ahead. They're goblins. Arya raised her voice, I drew a saber, and issued orders. Arya and Miranda-san, take care of them. Everyone else, remain vigilant. Miranda-san and Arya easily dealt with the monsters rushing at us. This shallow into the labyrinth, anywhere before the 5th floor, we could proceed onwards, just be rotating the front lines. The 2 members of the female army were generally lightly armed, but the goblins were defeated immediately. Arya impaled the first one, while Miranda used one dagger to slash at the other one's eyes and dull its movements, before stabbing her second dagger into a vital. With that, it was over in an instant. I thought it would take a little more time, but the 2's movements had become much sharper than before. Arya stood to keep watch of the surroundings, and Clara started moving. As we would be going in quite deep, we would only be collecting magic stones here. If we had a large amount of materials flow into our hands here, we would be fully loaded before arriving at the 30th floor. I was assisting with the stone collection when I heard the second from the jewel. It sure is a wonder. The third spoke as well. What is? The second went on. Humans, you know. Someone who wasn't standing out up to now, when you leave work to them, you see they can suddenly accomplish it? The fourth agreed. Yeah, that happens. Up to that point, they thought it was fine if they didn't do anything. But when work's left to them, they suddenly feel no one but them can do it. That type. The fifth also spoke up. If there are 10 people, then of them, 2 to 3 of them will become no good. In exchange, of the remaining members, 2 to 3 of them will persist on. The sixth addressed me. In that case, up until this point, Lyle's work was making the other party members no good. My heart hurt a little. As plenty of instances came to mind, I couldn't say anything in response. The seventh followed up. It's because the performance of the skills is extraordinary. It's not just Lyle's fault, is it? The fact that Arya has become more aware of herself also instigated a large change. He even followed through for Arya. While she had become quite masculine, her movements had gotten much more adventurer-like. She didn't just do what she was told, she did whatever she could even before asked. Because of that, I didn't have to focus on orders, and I could concentrate on other tasks. But, the second spoke. But I'm starting to get a prickly sensation in another sense. The fourth spoke. What is it? That sort of intuition the first had? I was curious, so I concentrated on their conversations as I assisted Clara with her work. No, Miranda-chan is overly wary of her surroundings. Novum-chan's atmosphere today is a little, well, it would be nice if it was just my imagination. I looked over my party. Truly, they looked much tenser than usual. Isn't it just because we're aiming for the 30th floor without skills? But stopping here to talk wouldn't get us anywhere, so I signaled for us to move onwards. Collection is finished. Now then, let's get moving. We have to get as far as we can today. Saying that, I started walking forward, and everyone took up the same formation as before to follow. We were on the way to our planned rest point. There was a nice spot on the 5th floor, so we headed there, and found the inside of the room was bright. I scratched my head. We're out of luck. It's already booked. A different party was taking a break there. They may have been planning to leave shortly, but we didn't intend to wait for that. Clara spoke. The right of priority lies with the first party to find the spot. Do you want to try negotiating? They may be preparing to depart. I confirmed the time that had elapsed. It was relatively smooth sailing up to here. I also remembered the path, so I guess we should proceed further in and secure an appropriate spot. With the 5th and 6th skills, we had rarely ever met another adventurer party. But these sorts of small unplanned occurrences were common in this job. No, let's go on. We'll take a longer break next chance we get. Miranda-san, swap out with me. Aria, can you still go on? Aria nodded. Naturally. Miranda-san mulled over it a little, but it seems she was going to abide by my directions. Well, it's the leader's orders. I'll fall back. I took up her front position and resumed movement. The second spoke. Your lack of numbers is definitely a disadvantage. And wait, a break here. Regardless of whether we went on or backtracked, there were a large number of adventurers on rest here. Like us, there were parties resting a night to prepare for a longer journey. Since those sorts of adventurers are numerous, I wanted to find a rest point here, though. Because there were so many adventurers securing their own safe respite, most of the monsters would already be defeated. Therefore, if we found a space in this area, we wouldn't have a high chance of being attacked. But sudden changes in plans are a pain. Thinking that, I started descending to the 6th floor. The second spoke. Somehow I have a bad feeling about this. A feeling someone went ahead of us. There are quite a few parties that complain when they find others in the same business occupying their planned rest points. But that's just pointing fingers. While I did want to say a thing or two, I didn't think I would actually say any of it. However, I do have an ominous feeling here. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 4, Chapter 12, Pursuer. Pursuer. Are we being followed? Having entered a space to rest on the 16th floor, we decided to bring our third day to a close. Even like this, we were able to reach the 8th floor on our first day, but with a completely new maze stretched out before us, our pace dropped greatly. We had planned to get through the 15th on the third day, so we had already completed our goal. On the first day, our rest point was taken up by another group of adventurers. From there, the gears started to misalign. We had gone further in than previously planned, but we didn't have the necessary degree of rest. Looking over our party, Poyo and Shannon were clearly sensing something. They're holding a set distance, and pursuing in a range where they're sure we would not be able to detect them. I am troubled over what to do over it, but I can't imagine it to be a coincidence. While thinking of how capable Poyo was, I found that Shannon was capable as well. I'm of the same opinion as that scrap, and it seems they're overly concentrated on our party. Even when they get into battle, they move on without collecting any materials. Miranda and Aria were lying down asleep. For Aria, who went up front to scout out the area, her physical expenditure was the most severe. Clara and Novum were on watch around the entranceway, but originally, I wanted to have them rest. However, with our low numbers, that wasn't going to happen. Shannon spoke. Before we departed, they were at the mansion as well. Hearing that, I grasped both of her shoulders. Why didn't you say anything about that? Anne? I mean, Novum and Wanisama both noticed it as well, so I assumed. Poyo let out a condescending laugh. Oh, so you didn't notice it? I couldn't say anything back to that, but having finally received the information, I thought. They're keeping a fixed distance? What does this mean? Are they thinking of attacking us? Will they aim for when our baggage is fully loaded? I don't think they have one among them capable of moving Porter, though. From the jewel, I heard the third's voice. So you guys been targeted, how troublesome. The fifth spoke hypothetically. Lyle, if the situation becomes too dangerous, abandon the task. I'll permit skill use as well. Or do you want to be able to use skills from now? To indicate refusal, I tapped the blue jewel with the tip of my finger. The seventh spoke. This is why I hate adventurers. Lyle, I think you get it already, but getting pincered is dangerous. If we were to be surrounded in these narrow passages, and the front lines were in the middle of battle, it would be calamitous. I can deploy Porter as a shield out back, so should I start doing that? If they're targeting us, then. I looked around. Aria and Miranda were asleep, while Novum and Clara were keeping watch. Finally, I turned to Poyo and Shannon. What is it, damn chicken? I'd appreciate it if you didn't get it up in a place like this, damn it. A rustling sound reverberated as Poyo Poyo tried to start taking off her clothes, so I hit her head, and started pondering whether to use Shannon's power. It's not my skill, so it should be alright. The requirements to clearing the challenge were that I wouldn't be using skills. Shannon, can you tell their numbers? But she shook her head. Nope, no idea. They're keeping themselves quite a ways away, and I'm not even all too interested. And wait, moving around in the labyrinth sure is tiring. I was lying atop Porter's load cart, so I'd like it if you made it move more quietly. Ow? Ow. Ow. I grabbed the top of her head in an iron claw, and spoke once more. How about you take a better look this time? I'll do it. I'll do it, so please let go. I released her. She seemed to be out of breath, but she spoke to me. It's hard to see in the labyrinth, you know. This sort of thickness and all sorts of information is all around making it all muddled up. Also, Shannon looked at one of the corners of the room. There, a bug was fluttering around. Perhaps it followed us to flock to the light of Porter's lantern. The second screamed out. Lyle, crush that bug. I instantly threw the knife I had on hand, and the slightly large moth fell to the ground. What? As the knife collided with the wall, it drew the attention of everyone in the room. And while she hadn't been paying it any mind before, Poyo Poyo approached the moth and spoke. What an ominous lifeform you found there. Shannon's opinion differed. Even when looking at the strange moth-like bug, she remained unsurprised. Really? I don't think that's even a lifeform, that one. With the bug hater saying that, there was likely no doubt about it. When I approached it, its eerie silhouette faded away. Shannon spoke. It was a peculiar mass of mana. I mean, there was a sort of slender thread coming from it, and there's likely someone controlling it from somewhere. When I began wondering why the hell she hadn't said anything about it before, she looked at me, and puffed up her cheeks. Hey, you were just thinking that I was useless, weren't you? Wrong. I was wondering why you didn't bring it up earlier. So let me ask anyways, why didn't you say anything about it, Shannon offered an excuse. I just noticed it now. I didn't see it on the first or second days or anything. Poyo Poyo spoke. I'll bet. Today is the first day it appeared. As I became lost in thought, Clara came over to inform us of the time for shift rotation. What's wrong? You seem to be getting lively? Aria's eyes were also open. She was glaring in this direction, and her hair was a mess, and she looked sleepy. I think she seemed irritated. How loud, let me sleep already. Novum remained watchful over the room's entrance, and she wasn't looking in our direction. Miranda raised the top half of her body, and was stretching out her arms. It was about time for me to get up, so that's perfect, but, did something happen? If an enemy was attacking, we'd promised to announce a raid, and wake up whoever was asleep, right? I offered an apology to everyone, and started explaining the situation. Rushing through the fourth day, we stopped to take a rest on the 21st floor. Back then, we had a discussion on whether to turn back or proceed. However, we chose moving forward as the option to take. I said it was fine even if we didn't reach our goal on this voyage, but Novum and Miranda asserted their desires to continue on. Surprisingly, Aria sided with turning around, of all things. That one surprised even me. As a temporary member, Clara didn't give an opinion. However, she did give a warning that we should be careful if we chose to turn back. On the 21st floor, I issued my orders. Aria, Miranda, fall back. I'll take up the front. Novum, prepare your magic. Letting loose an arrow, I made an orc drop its shield from the resultant explosion, before drawing my saber and rushing out towards it. Goblins ran at us along the passage through the orc sides. They ignored me, and tried to launch attacks on the members in the rear. You guys are underestimating us way too much. By the time I reached a orc to cut at it, the goblins had already been cleaned up by Aria and Miranda-san. Miranda-san took down 3, and Aria finished off the other 2. I slashed at the orc and severed its arm, before landing lightly. Without cutting at it again, I retreated behind it. When I turned back to look at it, the orc burst into flames. It was Novum's magic. No matter how many times I see it, I can't help but be impressed by her output. As I muttered that, the second spoke. Don't drop your guard. Concentrate on your surroundings. You've been delayed here by monsters, perhaps the distance between you and your pursuers has shrunken a bit. I looked past the blazing orc. There were no signs that another adventurer party was close by. I sheathed my blade, and as there was a distance to my comrades, I answered in whisper. Is it possible that they won't give chase if we split up? The third spoke. You sure are naive, Lyle. Think about the sorts of skills you have in your possession. Within this world, there are loads of people with skills even more troublesome than ours, you know. Meaning they think it's likely the other party has a skill proficient in pursuit. Fights between adventurers aren't something simply decided by a difference in strength. When skills come into play, it's as different as night and day. I tread over the orc and looked at Porter as it climbed over the obstacles in its way. Even within the labyrinth, because of its legs, it could proceed forward without a problem. How reliable. And Novum approached. Are you all right, Lyle-sama? I nodded. Yeah, no problem. Even so, your firepower sure has gone up. I guess I'll never beat you when it comes to magic. As I said that, she lightly brought her clenched fist to her mouth and smiled. Then I guess there was some worth in exerting myself. Using magic to birth forth water, Clara began collecting materials and magic stones from the orc's carcass. I'm beginning to worry for myself, having become completely used to the sight of a small girl dismantling an orc's body. Novum asked me. Are you still curious about the people on our trail? They're a troublesome lot. This is the 21st floor, you hear? If they can even make it out here, then they've got more than enough merit as adventurers to put food on the table. Adventurers that earned by targeting other adventurers definitely existed. Especially in the labyrinths, where they didn't have to trouble themselves over disposing of the bodies. As time passed, the walls would just absorb them. The reason that trash and death aren't littered around the place is because a mechanism like that's in place. Among the researchers, the major opinion is that by eating corpses and the like, the labyrinth grows and becomes deeper. Should we turn back, I shook my head. We'll get back on track immediately. We've already decided that, so we've got to go through with it. If it gets dangerous, we will turn around though. As Shannon took Miranda's side, it was decided we were pressing forward. I wonder what she's thinking. I won't say Poya Poyo's opinion was the same as Clara's. She said she would just obey whatever was decided. Is that because she's an automaton? I'd like it if she behaved so modest on a regular basis. After exceeding floor 21, we could only move on bit by bit. While taking a break, I worked with Clara to draw the map to return. By the light of Porter, we looked over the memo she had made as he expanded them on paper. Today, Miranda-san was on watch. Arya was asleep, and Novum was also lying down. Shannon was dozing off close to Miranda. The 26th floor is something like this, I guess. Looking at the completed map, I nodded. The labyrinth is constantly changing. The frequency of change differs by the labyrinth, but in Arumsa's one, these sorts of notes weren't a waste. Even if there may be minor changes, it was generally the same when it came time to return. So tomorrow's the 27th. I feel we'll be able to make it to the 30th by the 7th day. Even so, Porter sure is amazing. It's specified to Arumsa's labyrinth, but if you remodel, it'll be usable elsewhere as well. I looked at Porter as I spoke. The speed's a problem. If I wanted to use it outside, it would be more efficient to take a carriage. However, when it's inside the labyrinth, it's definitely convenient. Clara nodded as she carefully folded the drawn-out map and packed it away in the luggage. We'll be abiding it when we plan on going back. Depending on the situation, it may even become a lifeline. I spoke to Clara. Hey, why not join our party like this? Not as a temporary member, but as an official comrade. I had been thinking of inviting her for a while. The one who advised it most strongly was the third. So you're finally inviting her over, chicken dickhead Lyle. He's learning Poya Poyo's words. The third had told me to do it earlier, but the timing never meshed, and I didn't get an opportunity to talk with her like this. I'd already brought it up with Novum and the others, so it wasn't my own arbitrary verdict. But Clara covered her eyes. I'm thankful for the offer. But I doubt it will work out. Why not? As I sat unable to understand her reason for refusal, Clara began talking about herself. In the past, I used to attend the academy. Come to think of it, I get the feeling I've heard something like. I heard a voice from the jewel. It was the third. Lyle, won't you pipe down for a while? His voice was a little low, so he was likely serious. I closed my mouth. I think I'm the type that's good at studying. I mean, I like books and all, and I think I have a greater abundance of knowledge than the average person. I nodded. Because of that, we've been helped numerous times. But my skill, its third stage, walking library was exactly what I was. And so, I thought it was time to stop. I tilted my head. Perhaps understanding I didn't get it, Clara politely started to explain. A walking library. Even if I'm ever to forget the knowledge of the books I've read, the skill alone will record it for me. And if I pose a question to it, it will give an answer based on the knowledge I've gathered up to now. No, isn't that incredible? But Clara shook her head. I can't take out any information from it on my own. If someone else asks me, it will give an answer. What's more, if the books I've read were to be biased. The third spoke. I see. There's no saying the answer will ever be correct. As an adventurer, it's a bit questionable, but she's still capable, I'm sure. I shared his sentiment. But that's still an amazing skill, isn't it? She took off her glasses and started wiping them on a cloth. There are people with much better skills at the library. To never forget a book you've once read. To put together all the information on hand and use it to arrive at a conclusion. If you look at those people, I'm but a degraded version. No, that's a little much. Clara shook her head again. It's fine. I was always good at absorbing knowledge, but I was terrible at putting it to use. I sure am awkward, aren't I? And so, I'm just doing whatever I'm capable of to earn money. There are people who can carry out their work just because they're diligent at it, you know? As she directed a smile at me, I saw a little sadness in her. The third spoke to me. Why are you so quiet? Start inviting her over with passion. If it were the Mr. Lyle of your growths, he would have definitely used this scene to get her to fall for you. The sixth spoke. This is where you should firmly stand your ground. It would be troublesome if I gave up. As I thought that, Novum swayed as she rose and started approaching Clara. I was unable to see her expression with the dim light of the lantern, and it was just a little scary. She clenched Clara's hand. Novum was smiling. Wonderful, Clara-san. Clara was also perplexed. She looked to me with eyes pleading for help, so I smiled and shook my head. Stopping Novum when her eyes were sparkling like that was something I wasn't capable of. Up to now, I've misread you. The fact that you can use your skill to its final level at your age, on top of your achievements, while they may be plain, it's wonderful all the same. It's perfectly fine if you took a little more pride in it. Well, thanks for that. Could you let go of my hand now? And so. Why, yes. Novum called out to her in a loud voice. I'd definitely like to add you to Lyle-sama's harem member list. From the look of things, he has taken a liking to you. I'm sure there won't be a problem. The third voiced agreement. There's a large problem in the individual herself's opinion being ignored, but if she's being included in, then all's well with the world. At this point, there won't be a problem if you get another girl or two, right, Lyle? Clara sent me a troubled glance, but I was just as troubled. What? She's not even trying to mask that she's adding people to my harem for her own desires anymore, this girl? Ain't happening. I spoke to Novum. Novum, that sort of coercion is no good, and to me, you are. Lyle-sama. Novum looked at me. Her eyes were full of power, and chills ran down my spine. Why, yes. When she's putting out so many signs for you, there's a limit to being dense. There's no way that Clara-san hates you, Lyle-sama. No, more so. No, please don't say any more. Seeing Clara cling onto Novum with teary eyes, some complex feelings began to surface within me. Yeah? The girl who refuses to understand my own feelings is going to say that. But she's cute, so I'll forgive it. No, wrong. No, you see, Novum. I don't think this sort of thing is acceptable. I can't manage something like a harem. See, I'm still just a skilled novice at adventuring. While I said that, Novum began shaking her head. No. Lyle-sama, you will eventually attain greatness. To prepare for that time, this girl's power will definitely be essential. Also, after going this far together. After saying that much, Clara put on her glasses and frantically tried to shut Novum up. Wait, wrong, you're not wrong, but wait anyways. And with a smile, Novum spoke. Now then, about becoming our comrade. I get it. So please, any more is. To the clinging Clara, Novum directed a smile full of delight. You've done it, Lyle-sama. With this, Clara-san has become our comrade. As I was spacing out, Poyo Poyo began clapping. Congratulations, you damn chicken. I never thought you would do something as underhanded as using other women to make the one in your heart your own. I, Poyo Poyo, am always prepared to turn to evil for your sake. I yelled out. Ain't happening. You were watching that exchange, right? Scrap metal, you're doing this on purpose, right? Next to a sleepy Shannon, there was a clapping Miranda-san. You succeeded in building up quite a nice atmosphere within the labyrinth, as expected of Lyle. Hey. I'm sleepy, please don't wake me up for such trivial matters. I looked towards Arya. She was clapping with an expressionless face. Yes, as expected of Lyle. Making your targeted women your own one after another, you're the worst. After saying that, she pulled the covers over herself and went to sleep. Oi. You're wrong. This is that. You know, that. Ignoring me as I tried to give an excuse, everyone returned to their past positions. Clara sat down on the spot and hid her reddened face with both hands. The fourth spoke. Lyle-kun, you're the worst. The second. It's that. I think you should just give up already. The sixth spoke. Yeah, that conversation was one thing, but how about nabbing Miranda with this momentum? Tack Shannon onto that while you're at it. The seventh. Good for you. And wait, that's all I can say at this point. The fifth spoke. It may have been nice for Lyle and the third, but make sure to follow up with Arya afterwards. The third was in high spirits. A walking library is amazing. If I had met her before I met my wife, I'd definitely have called out. Lyle, make sure you treasure her. I thought. No, I did call out to her, but I definitely did not ask for this. Along with a flushed Clara, I spent an awkward time in silence. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 4, Chapter 13, Targeted Comrades. Targeted Comrades. The 29th floor. Miranda confirmed the dagger and knife hanging at her waist. As she had chosen clothing easier to move in than before, her body's lines were coming out. Even if she were to be called her lightly equipped, while there were metal protectors around her knees and whatnot, with the design focusing on ease of movement, it couldn't be said she had any actual armor. Even so. Yep, and we're done here. She tossed the dagger in her right hand at the ogre with iron wrapped around its body, and it stabbed into its eyes. In the direction it had lost sight of, was Arya. Having come all the way to floor 29, even Arya started using her skills. Several times her own physical strength, weapon enhancement, with those stacked onto one another, a heavy blow came down on the ogre's head. The short spear impaled its skull, and after it collapsed, she withdrew the spear and took distance from the other surrounding monsters. The orc that tried approaching her had its head blown off. It was Lyle. Stanced with a bow, he used one of his limited exploding arrows to whittle down the enemy's numbers. Miranda also tossed her knives at the monsters that tried approaching her. An orc, that had lost both of its eyes to her knives, tried to blindly swing its weapon, but she tossed a dagger at its throat. Blood poured out of the pierced jugular, and the orc writhed around in pain, messing up the movements of its allies around it. And in that time, another explosion rung out, and the struggling orc was the only one that remained. Using up all its strength, it finally collapsed onto the floor. And Arya dealt the finishing blow. Lyle issued out orders. Keep watch of the perimeter. We'll be taking a short breather here. Clara, I'll leaving it to you. Novum, how are you feeling? The magician, and the party's main firepower Novum, had been making frequent use of magic on the 29th. Lyle wanted to preserve it in preparation for the next day, so he didn't include her in the preceding battle. I'm fine. Would it not be better if I fought as well? Miranda thought to herself. I'll bet. Lyle's decision isn't wrong, but he's underestimating her. After thinking a while, Lyle spoke. We've already found the entrance to the 30th floor. I'll have you prepare for tomorrow. While I can also use magic, I'll generally be leaving it to you, Novum. Thinking of what's to come, as you're also taking the role of our healer, I'd like you to preserve mana. Miranda turned to the rear of her vigilant party. If we weren't being trailed, Novum would have participated, and the battle would have ended easily. There was a party on their trail, and it was a few days prior that her sister Shannon started being wary of them. Having come this far on the 7th day after entering the labyrinth, their party was moving at quite a high pace. Last time, they had defeated the 40th floor boss, and returned within a week. Considering that, it may seem slow, but their pace was more than high enough. The knives and daggers on hand. Clara recovered them along with the materials, and handed them to Miranda. Miranda-san. Thanks, Clara. Miranda had made sure to direct a smile when Lyle had invited the girl over, but her true thought on the matter were a little conflicted. Despite having seen the ugly sides of her, he had accepted her as she was. But to what extent was that? No one understood that. Not even herself. Comrades, is it? It would be a lie to say she didn't have anything to say about Clara. Miranda hadn't been invited by Lyle yet. She was just offering her help at this point. While they were officially registered in the same party, she couldn't help but wonder. Just how does Lyle think of me? They were words close to a confession. Novum also perceived her as a member of the harem. And strangely enough, right now, she wanted to stay by Lyle's side. I mean, we're already in a situation as if we've been driven out of the Circry house, so it's fine to tag along to the end, isn't it? The personality brought forth by Shannon, and the face she had never put on the surface. The two of them mixed, and the current Miranda no longer merely in existence with a disposition to be nice to any and everyone. Her eyes drifted slightly towards Lyle as she talked with Clara. She accompanied her to Porter's side, confirmed her own equipment, and wiped off the blood. I guess it would be better to replace these. Finding a knife that would be better off switched out, she called out to Shannon within Porter. Shannon, can you pass over my spare knives? As there were no signs of enemies around, she raised her voice, and a metal door opened, from which Shannon emerged and dismounted. Perhaps she was sleeping, as her hair was in disarray. You were sleeping in the middle of battle? Miranda seemed mildly fed up, but Shannon spoke. I mean, you guys aren't going to lose against those measly numbers, right? Also, I didn't have anything to do, so I was bored. I should have brought something along to kill time. The sister who she thought couldn't see, the frail and docile girl seemed to be able to adapt to the oppressing air of the labyrinth better than anyone. Could it be the power in her eyes? Taking the knives, she handed Shannon the ones that had become unusable. Even when we still have the return trip, we've ruined more than half of our equipment. Will we be fine like this? Food supplies are also. Shannon said that looking at Porter, and Miranda replied. It's fine. The return is easier than the journey. No, that's wrong. It's because we know the path that the return trip is quicker. But we'd usually be loading up with magic stones and materials, making the load troublesome, it seems. Miranda looked at Shannon and Porter. The comrade that Lyle and Poyo Poyo had manufactured was truly a reliable existence. Well, we'll be fighting the boss tomorrow, so we'll be going back as soon as we're done with that. We know the road to take, so it'll likely be faster. They confirmed the entrance to the 30th floor. Calling a close early for the day, they were resting in preparation for tomorrow. Miranda told Shannon to return to Porter, as she stowed away her replaced knives. It would be nice if nothing were to happen, but that's impossible. Looking behind, Miranda sensed an ominous presence. The exit of the 29th floor, meaning the area before the boss's room on the 30th. There, we found a small room, and took a break. I stationed Porter at the room's entrance, so entering or exiting wasn't possible. I should have just done that from the start. I complained, but Clara was opposed to my opinion. Blocking off rooms in the labyrinth isn't recommended. Here in Arumsas, the place is managed by the guild. With that being the case, turf disputes among adventurers is hated. We could lose our rights to challenge the labyrinth, so doing something like this in an area with a greater number of parties was out of the question. So it's like a rule in Arumsas? It's a local rule. It may be different elsewhere. Clara informed me of how standard adventuring rules could vary by the province. While I was talking with Clara, as she lit up the room with her staff from the corner, we were actually keeping watch. I heard a voice from the jewel. It was the 6th. Lyle, how about turning around just a little bit? If you don't take in any sensory information, we can't see either. Damn it. Try considering why Clara's on watch in the first place. At present, behind me, the female army. Everyone apart from me was wiping down their bodies with towels. A bucket had been filled with water Clara produced with magic. Using that, they were wiping off the sweat and monster blood. I spoke. Hey, is the water created through magic drinkable? Clara shook her head. Researchers have carried out experiments on it time and again. Generally, you'll ruin your stomach if you ingest it. There are some people who won't break, but I cannot recommend it. Also, how should I put it, it's a bit questionable. I listened to her words, and spoke. So you tried it? Yes, with the mindset that I could put enough food on the table if I became a support who could prepare drinkable water. 'Twas a failure. What a challenger. The second spoke. It's not good to rely on magic for everything. The third was of the same opinion. Right. It's always the same. The magician's village, I think it was. Hearing that, the fourth tried to remember something. That's a fairy tale directed at children, right? It was quite an essential one. The magician's village. I've also read it. But I think Clara's case is a little different. It's that. It's best not to overstep your bounds. Yes, I swore never to try it again. I conversed some more with Clara, as she hung her head, before a refreshed Aria called out to us. We're done over here. As I turned around, the sixth let out a bit of a regretful voice. She just doesn't get it. A little more embarrassment would be appreciated here. The seventh also looked at Aria, and spoke. This girl is, bit by bit. The girl attaining bad rep among those two was equipped waist down, but her top half was wearing a shirt without any undergarments underneath. What's more, she was carrying herself boldly. Something wrong? I spoke. I think you should be a bit more bashful. But she responded swiftly. And why do I have to mind that in a place like this? She was right. Clara also addressed me. Lyle-san, you dreaming too much. This is how female adventurers generally are. They're just comrades who sleep alongside male adventurers as well, but I think this party is on the better side of things. Among them, there are women who wear nothing but underwear, or prance around naked. Ah, that's only after securing a safe spot in the labyrinth, mind you. The fourth spoke. The hell, no wonder adventurers avoid those in the same business. The second spoke. It's because men are beings that live through dreams. But I guess there's no helping it, given the environment. While that was going on, Miranda-san wandered over. What are you doing? She had a towel wrapped around her neck, but she was properly wearing clothing underneath. The reason for her rough attire was likely because Porter was blocking the entranceway. Her hair still seemed to be a little damp. With her disposition to tickle and tempt the male heart, I was unable to lift my eyes from her. The fourth spoke. This is it. The fifth too. She sure does resemble Millie IA. The sixth. This girl sure does get it. The seventh was... completely different from that Aria. I felt my own face getting mildly flushed. Clara and Aria stared at me reproachfully. But all I could think for now was... Why am I listening to these sorts of conversations from the ancestors? No, it's just I'll hear them regardless, and I can't turn it off. The next day. Having gotten our preparations together, we descended the stairwell to the 30th floor. Novum asked. It's fine to have Shannon-chan on Porter, but I think it will be difficult to station them at the room's entrance. But the passage that led to the boss room was quite wide, and it was impossible to block it up with Porter alone. Shannon was wary of those pursuing us from behind, but that doesn't give much peace of mind. It will be most dangerous when we're in the middle of fighting the boss. After I said that, Poyo Poyo stepped forward. Well then, Poyo Poyo will protect the rear lines. I was mulling over whether to dispatch her in the boss battle. She was too strong for me to get a sense of achievement. And before those feelings and all, we needed to know whether we had the ability to take on the boss ourselves. For that sake, Poyo Poyo had been put on support to now. Stay close to Porter, and protect Shannon. I doubt it'll happen, but if we are to lose, then take the surviving members along with Shannon, and escape. She shrugged her shoulders, and looked at me with some cynicism. What is it? No, if my chicken dickwad is to perish, then that strange energy source you call mana will be cut, and I will cease function. I'll likely be able to move for a while, but personally, I would be using that time to beat the living daylights out of whoever killed my master, and make them regret the day they were born into this world. As she said that, overflowing with confidence, Novum gave a wry smile. Wouldn't it just be better to lend a hand if it gets dangerous? I am being hypothetical here. It's not like I want to see my chicken dickwad die either, you know. The third spoke. I'm starting to lose track of whether automatons are supposed to be amazing, or not. The fifth. To have such glaring flaws in a machine this elaborate, I'm not sure whether to praise or speak ill of them. How troubling. And as a conversation like that carried out, we arrived at the boss room. I issued orders to everyone. You've all made sure to check your equipment, right? I made sure everyone nodded, before confirming the plan. The front lines will have Aria and Miranda-san moving around to attract its attention. I'll take the center, and support you two with magic. I'll leave the finishing blow to Novum, and Clara, please operate Porter, and keep the room alit. Shannon is on standby within Porter, and Poyo Poyo will be guarding them. After finishing the checks, I went on to the measures against the pursuer that had a high likelihood of intervening during the battle. There's a possibility we'll be assaulted by a third party during the battle. Right after the fight as well. If it happens during the battle, take up a formation as to focus boss together. In that case, I'll be the one taking on our stalkers. After the battle, we would remain wary of the entrance, and station Porter to make a wall, in case any attacks were to come. On my judgment, the second seemed unsatisfied. Well, if you think that's fine, then have at it. The third spoke. It's Lyle's decision, so let's leave it at that. Personally, I do see a problem, though. There's no guarantee that retreat would mean safety. We have much too little information on the enemy. The reason I put the boss as the priority was so I could use my ancestors' skills after that. We have to swiftly take the boss out and prepare for our pursuers. That's how we'll break through the present situation. Based on Shannon's testimony, they were still on our trail. I declared to everyone. Let's go. We rushed forward, and Arya and Miranda-san ran in front of me. I could hear the footsteps of the members behind me, and the turning of porter's wheels. Within the room was the figure of a large ogre holding a cylinder. I didn't pay it much mind before, but it's much bigger than a normal ogre. It had a large amount of exposed skin, but around the head and neck, and the abdomen was not a jumble of parts like the other monsters, but what seemed to be an armor specially fitted to it. The thick rod in its hand was hollow, and seeing it, Poyo spoke. So it has a cannon, does it? Equip it on Porter for an instant power-up. On the other end of the pipe, it had a squarish bludgeon-like weapon stuck on. It probably had it precisely because it's an ogre, but I'd like to refrain from getting hit by that one. I drew a saber, and prepared magic in my left hand. In that time, Arya and Miranda-san positioned themselves to attack from two sides, and garnered the ogre's attention. I chanted magic. Fire bullet. Numerous orbs of fire came down on its head, temporarily sealing off its eyesight. There, Arya used a skill to cut at it. Miranda-san tossed her daggers at the area around its knee joints. I couldn't see its face through its helmet, but it raised a war cry, so it had likely flown into a rage. I looked behind. Novum hasn't finished her preparations yet. I watched the boss, praying an enemy attack wouldn't come, as I continued scattering small spells at it, making it focus a moderate amount of attention on my position. And starting to swing around its cudgel, it chucked it at Clara, who was lighting the room. Clara, fall back. The thrown weapon made an unpleasant metallic sound as it was shot down to the ground. The one who did it was Poyo. Securing the backline safety is Poyo's, job, with a worthless master behind me. I'm currently reflecting on my life. I gave my thanks in answer to her sarcasm. Nicely done. I'll tell you the name I thought up when we're done here. Keep looking out for the backlines like that. What did you say? Why did you have to say that now, and not during yesterday's rest, She started to mumble about flags or something of the sort, but I ignored her, and looked towards the boss. Having lost its weapon, it was hitting down on Arya and Miranda-san with its bare hands. Lightning! When the two of them took up some distance from it, I used magic to rack on some damage. It was far from a fatal blow, but I definitely dulled its movements somewhat. As I thought, the first skill sure was useful. Before the enemy we're currently struggling with, thinking of how I beat it with a single blow before Rain informed me of how valuable the skills were. And as we surrounded the boss, laying on attacks, Clara shouted out. The preparations are finished. On the loud shout of the usually quiet girl, we all retreated. After I had made it all the way to the room's wall, the temperature suddenly started to climb. Firestorm. Flames started to gather and swirl, and they condensed on their target, bringing forth a pillar of flame. Seeing that, I checked to see if that had clenched our victory. While the boss continued to struggle and thrash about, it was unable to escape. After running out of power, it finally collapsed. Okay. The second I said that, the second cried out. Lyle. Hearing that, I turned to the entrance. The ones entering the room were adventurers. It was plainly obvious that we were conducting battle in this room. On top of their clear breach of manners, the weapons in their hands were bows. Everyone, behind Porter. Arya and Miranda-san sprang to action. As Novum had just used magic, she borrowed Clara's help to head to Porter. But their movements were dull, so arrows came flying at the two of them. I could see a glowing light at its tip. Within the room lit by the burning carcass of the boss, what I saw was definitely the exploding arrows I used as well. The second they started running for it, the fired arrows came down on them. Based on the angle, they wouldn't be able to get behind Porter in time. And the one who stepped out front was... I won't let you do that. Several arrows hit her head on, and explosions rung out. It happened in an instant. Poyo still maintained her form, and stood where she was. And there, a well-kept adventurer made his grand entrance. I shouted out. You guys, what is your intent? A grin floated on the face of the adventurer's delicate features. With that appearance, a noble? The receptionist said one was trying to pull Novum and the others away. Is that it? In the past, I had heard talks of a noble adventurer trying to recruit Novum and the rest of the party away. A few arrows came flying my way, so I avoided them. They exploded as they hit the walls, but along with them, smoke started coming forth. The fifth spoke. Lyle, whatever it takes, cover your mouth. A kind of poison. As I thought that, the adventurer turned to me, and spoke. His eyes went towards my comrades gathered behind Porter. This guy's aiming for Novum and the others, and Lyle, the burden. I'll be taking your Porter. For a moment, I was unable to comprehend what he was talking about. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 4, Chapter 14, Automaton. Automaton. Lyle, the burden. I'll be taking your Porter. The well-kept adventurer said that, before issuing orders to his comrades. Prepare yourselves. The moment out of battle where they're out of breath is our chance. Aim for the automaton first. Smoke continued to pour out, and my body wouldn't move as I wanted it. Something mixed in with the explosions. The second spoke. Hurry and vent the room. I dropped one of my sabers and started activating magic, but the arrows aimed at Poyo Poyo continued to bring forth new smoke. The well-kept adventurer looked at the beat-up Poyo Poyo. Her clothing was torn, and some parts of her skin were showing. A blood-like liquid flowed from places where her metal insides were visible. Poyo Poyo, you bastards. While I was thrown into a rage, the fifth spoke. Calm down. Use magic to vent the place as soon as possible. And start negotiations. By some time as you look for openings, it does seem like they'll oblige if it's negotiations. Hearing the fifth's opinion, I saw the man was definitely looking at me. While continuing to sustain damage, Poyo Poyo was stopping their attacks. Automaton, the fruit of an ancient civilization brought forth and revived by one of the City of Scholars' 7 great. Selling it would net quite a bit, but if that proves impossible, destroy it. It'll still fetch a pretty penny, even when broken. I clenched my teeth, and felt the numbness encroaching my body, weakening ever so slightly. The third issued out some orders. If you leave it to your emotions here, it'll just result in more death. Look at Porter. I shifted my eyes, to see Clara giving a hand signal to say they were alright. Arya was trying to rush out, but Miranda-san held her back. The sixth spoke. Porter, no, they aren't focusing on any of your other party members at the moment, but they do have arrows ready for them. Move with caution. The seventh spoke. Lyle, you've cleared the task. Use your skills. Pretend to toss away all your armaments to enter negotiations. With attacks continuing to rain down on her, Poyo Poyo was using her arms to protect herself, and she couldn't move. I tossed aside my remaining weapons to attract the adventurer's attention. Halt fire. On his order, the attacks came to an end, and Poyo Poyo collapsed. The other adventurers came closer and kicked her out of the way. Can't move anymore? Tisk, just how much trouble do you think you've cost us? How much can we earn for it in this broken state? Their conversations irritated me to no end, but I continued to glare at the well-kept adventurer. Approaching along with those that seemed to be his escorts, he tossed over a single slip of paper. The third generation spoke. Act as if you can barely move. Have you confirmed their numbers? I looked at the paper, and took it up in my shaking hands. Seeing that, he began to grin. It was a written form to sell off the ownership of Porter. A monetary sum was also indicated. What's the meaning of this? It's just as you can see. I'm buying off that doll. That damn golem magic I learned from that bastard Damien. I was sure it was useless, but you've given me quite a hint. Porter, nice name, ain't it? His subordinates tossed a pen in my direction. Then you should have just brought that up from the start. As I said that, the fourth spoke. These guys never had any intention of putting out money to begin with. They likely aimed for this moment, to make it so they would make a mutual agreement with favorable conditions on their side. I hadn't thought of Porter being targeted. I was sure it would be Novum and the others. I had gotten stuck on that notion. I was sure there would be more competitors, so I took the initiative. You may have thought you'd done well after having that receptionist driven out, but the world doesn't turn so smoothly. By the width of that grin, it was probably the guild receptionist offering him support. As I remembered the man I had Damien get fired, the seventh spoke. So that's the extent of his organization? How unsurprising, but it's our policy to give back what's been given to us several times over. And that man doesn't seem to realize it. Having lived their lives as feudal lords, all of the ancestors more or less had that part to their characters. I looked towards the kicked Poyo Poyo. I was sure you'd be targeting my other comrades. Saying that, I took the pen and confirmed it in my mind. There's still a response coming from the automaton. Until we can all move, just a little longer. I activated my skills. With the second's all, I got a sense of the boss's room. With the third's mind, I passively motivated him to talk. Women? Are you an absolute fool? If I make enough with Porter, I can get all the women I want. Non-adventurer ones at that. Whether it be the highest ranks of courtesans, or commoners, or nobles, they'll all open their legs in front of a large enough sum. Looks like you didn't take that into account, did you now, Burden? The fourth spoke. You re the fool here. You think I never noticed that? If you pile up achievements and prove your worth, the possibilities expand even further, you amateur. I used the fifth skill to fully grasp the terrain, and the sixth to check for enemies. They were all fully exposing their hostility. The sixth spoke. They all seem to have an intent to kill. Losing would be a tragedy. If I face defeat, then all is lost. I once again reaffirmed the fact that that was the sort of world I lived in. After taking Porter and killing me, then next is. I see. The entity scarier than any monster was a human. Not through books, but through true experience have I begun to grasp that fact. They used tools, followed us with a skill, and waited for the perfect opportunity to assault. We were wary of them, yet still unprepared. That's why the ancestors thought of me as naive. In a sense, that may have been an extension of the challenge they put on me. But I won't forgive you lot. The adventurer laughed as he watched me pretend to tremble from paralysis. Turning my eyes to Poyo Poyo, I spoke. You'll leave my comrades be, right? Yeah, I promise they'll be treated with care. The third spoke. He never said anything about sparing them. After receiving the documents from you, it's possible he plans on wiping out your party, to say he received Porter by proper contract on the outside. How sickening. Is that how I should call this feeling? If I were the first, then what would I do? Leave it to brute force. Remembering his recklessness, I smiled. Seeing me, the adventurer clicked his tongue. Sorry to bother you while you're rejoicing over there, but things y'all get bad if you don't hurry up. The lot I hired are a tad bit short-tempered, you see. I gave an act of signing the page. I continued to look at Porter, when the sign that the preparations were ready finally came. The fifth spoke. How naive. How half-baked. That's why Lyle's been saved, though. The fourth spoke. Lyle sure is lucky. Also, he has Poyo Poyo and automaton this time. He should have worked harder to keep damages to a minimum. The third spoke. Hey, that statement'll hurt the boy. Well, if it's that Poyo Poyo, then. I had a word or two I wanted to get into these ancestors, but I withheld them and raised my head. And intentionally making a smile, I said. You guys are underestimating me way too much. Ha! What are you? I used the skills. The seconds to allow my allies the use of my skills. As I stood up, I sent my knee shooting into the face of the delicate-featured man before me. And while I was sprawling in the air, I tossed my knife and dagger at the subordinates by his side. At the same time, Arya leapt at the adventurers gathered around Poyo Poyo, and Miranda-san threw her own knives. Novum activated her magic. Storm. Wind began to act up, and the flying arrows started spiraling off course. Smoke still circulated around the Arya, but Novum and the others were covering their faces. With the fourth speed, and the firsts to raise all my abilities, I rushed at the enemies laying concealer around the room's entranceway. Box. From the box I summoned in midair, I took out one of the spare sabers I had stored into it quite a while ago. Separate from the adventurers in the room, there was a separate party watching over the situation. With a mass of magic in the form of a small bird, they were keeping tabs on the room's events. The second spoke. The ones in the passage are the more troublesome of the two. Within the room, they were being suppressed by the rest of my party's actions. Before leaving the area, I took a last look at Poyo Poyo. If she had only told me sooner, no, this is my responsibility. My mistake. And drawing another of my spares, I burst into the passage armed in both hands. Perhaps from the skill used for surveillance, the panicked group was already in a battle formation, awaiting my attack. 3 magicians. While I muttered that, an arrow came at me before I could reach them. Perhaps they were able to see through this darkness, as it accurately came at me. The second spoke up. Those are some nice skills, but to the current Lyle, it's meaningless. Where will they come from? Where will they aim? I could understand it all, even with my eyes closed. It's the first I've made use of my skills in a while, but as I thought, they all have extraordinary performance. But that's something I could say about the enemy as well. But it didn't seem that they all had vision, as when I rushed towards them, an order came at one of the magicians. Lights. What's wrong? Why won't you manifest a light? I cut at the magician and kicked his head upwards. I didn't land a killing blow, but I went on to aim for the other troublesome mages, and the archer who could aim at me in the dark. Oi, respond, damn it. What are the enemy's numbers? There's no way there's only one. Oi, oi. The darkness finally doing its work, once I took down the man who could see through it, the enemies fell around me one after another. I would cut at their arms, and use kicks to take away their consciousness, before moving on to the next target. After the amount of alarmed voices dropped, there were also some that kept silent, and tried to conceal themselves. I didn't let them escape, and I rendered them all unconscious. When was someone using a skill? Was someone truly unconscious? Just having that information flow into my head was a huge assistance. I don't have a need to land the finishing blow on any of them. They couldn't move, and I destroyed their weapons, or made them unusable. The second spoke. Lyle, you sure are soft. He called my soft as I refrained from killing my clear enemies. But I also get the feeling he was a little happy. And when I disarmed the final adventurer, I sheathed a single one of my sabers, and concentrated magic to my left hand to light the area. Hey. Hi. The last one was wearing a robe, and he seemed to be carrying luggage. When I looked around the area more clearly, I saw that a lot of those around were armed baggage carriers. They didn't have many core members, and they likely focused on advancing while protecting those carrying their goods. He said they were hired, so they were definitely adventurers skilled at their trades. I kicked a magician-esque adventurer on the ground to the side. It was to threaten the frightened man before me. You lot stalked our party, and initiated an attack. There's no way you don't know that, right? And no, we don't know anything. The reward was nice, so... I whispered. Mind. After going through a moment of chaos, the influence took effect, and he started talking fluently. There were a number of beauties, so we said to have some fun before killing you all. The burden was making a large sum, so taking that would make us rich as well, he said. Before killing, we could do whatever we wanted to the... Yeah, that's enough. What about the guild? With the guild, we found the guy you had driven out a while ago, so through him, we were able to figure out your recent activity. Using some magician we picked up skill, we operated surveillance, and gathered all the information on you guys as we could, but... I wonder why we couldn't win. Collecting information on us, and probably receiving past info from the guild as well. Just how did that receptionist dig up information on us anyways? The seventh spoke. Humph. This is why you can't trust the guild. Lyle, let's tie this guy up, and have him bear witness. The second spoke. You've sure done it, have you? Arumsa's guild, worlds apart from Dalian, or so I can't say. Perhaps that Hawkins was just extraordinary. By the way our receptionist treated us while we were in Dalian, the difference in quality of guilds varied way too much. Looks like Novum and the others finished up as well. I kicked the baggage carrier in the head to send his mind flying, left his luggage behind, and returned to the boss room. Lyle headed for the passage out of the room. Novum used her magic to block the arrows. Wind started building, and the smoke was making her body numb, so she directed the airflow towards the room's exit. While covering the area around her mouth with a cloth, she watched Arya and Miranda leap out. Move those filthy feet of yours. Arya was infuriated as she brought down the shaft of her short spears on the adventurers playing around by kicking Poyo Poyo. Her resolve hadn't reached the level of trying to kill them. Miranda was the same. But her reasons were a little different. Rather than me, you aim for Porter the Golem? Oh, my poor heart. Her mouth was smiling, but her eyes weren't smiling at all. The adventurer that lost one of his eyes to her throne knife remained steadfast with his weapon ready. I guess you didn't come to the 30th floor for nothing. But saying that, Miranda cut at both of his wrists, before planting her elbow into his skull. Shannon was making a racket inside Porter. What is this? What is the meaning of this? Clara was assisting Novum, to get as much of the smoke out as possible. An adventurer holding a bow fired off an arrow at Novum. But the wind shifted, and without hitting her, it fell onto a completely different spot, before exploding. That one was aimed to kill. How unfortunate. Saying that, Novum stopped her magic, and started off towards Poyo Poyo. The adventurer that shot the arrow was knocked off his feet by Arya and rendered unconscious. Having seen that, Miranda narrowed her eyes before proceeding to tie them all up. Or so she made it appear, but she was about to cut through the man's wrist. Novum interjected. Miranda-san. I'll be healing them up later, so put them in a line. For a moment, Miranda sent her a sharp glare. Yes, I understand. More importantly, how is Poyo Poyo? Novum crouched near the automaton and looked over the girl that had become a shield to protect her. All parts of her besides her head were beat up, and a red liquid was scattered around the area. It was as if she were a real human. No, silver mechanisms replaced the parts where a human would have bone. She was something else. No matter how close she was made to mimic mankind, her insides are. While she had a few things on her mind, Novum called out. Why did you cover me? Why did you get so beaten up? Hearing that, Poyo Poyo moved nothing but her eyes to look at Novum. Don't look down on me. I'm a first-race special model, and that chicken dickwad's my master Lyle-sama's automaton. There's no way I could go against an order. Novum spoke. If it were for your master's sake, couldn't you go against him? You sure are an ill-natured vixen. If I did that, that goddamn chicken would be saddened, wouldn't he? If anything, I don't want to see the form of him crying. While her mouth was bad, she truly did serve for Lyle's sake. And Poyo Poyo went on. Do you have anything for me to cover myself? I'm fine with showing off my bare skin to him, but I can't go around displaying this sorry state. Arya headed off to Porter and returned with a blanket. Dismounting from Porter, Shannon had a pale expression as she looked at Poyo Poyo. Why can you do something like that, you, as I thought? As Shannon was shocked, Miranda spoke to her. Shannon! Return to Porter at once. Separate from Shannon, who hurriedly returned, Arya went over to Poyo Poyo with the blanket and draped it around her. And she called out. Why did you do something like? Poyo Poyo smiled at her. Don't make me say it again. It's because the chicken dickwad would be saddened. You see. I've finally opened my eyes, but the factory that manufactured me is gone. The company is gone. Even my country is gone. I have nothing left for me here, but Lyle-sama. In this fantasy world, I've finally opened my eyes to my master. I had long given up hope, you know. Even if I call myself a special model, I can't really remember. But anyways, I've finally successfully obtained a master. No matter how much a useless bastard he was, I was going to follow him. I mean, that's an automaton's sole desire. Hearing that, Novum cast her eyes to the ground. Poyo Poyo's eyes let off a flickering light, and Arya spoke. Wait, don't go silent there. Poyo Poyo smiled. Please wait a while. Until Lyle-sama arrives. I have to hold myself together, no matter what. And there, Lyle rushed into the room. He discarded the adventurer he dragged along around the entrance, and ran towards Poyo Poyo. Having run up to Poyo Poyo, I put my hand to her face. I've been waiting for you, master, there was something I needed to ask. With only her head intact, her neck down was covered with a blanket. A red liquid covered thr ground around her. Like real blood. Why did you push yourself to? The second stopped me. Hey, at a time like this, you've got to hear her out. The ancestors also had something they wanted to say. I'd like it if they had mentioned it before we had incurred casualties. I knew I was inexperienced, but even so. Something you needed to ask? Ask whatever you want. Get straight to it. She opened her mouth into a smile. From the corners of her mouth, the red liquid flowed. My name. In truth, I had taken a liking to Poyo Poyo. But since we're here, I'd like to take on the name you've gone to lengths to think up for my sake. Her tone had become much more polite. I held back my own tears. I got the feeling that I shouldn't be crying. Even so, drip by drip, my tears fell onto her forehead and face. It's Monica. The name I thought I would give you. I was thinking about it the whole time. The book I was reading back then wasn't for Porter. I wanted to think of a name for you. And Monica spoke. Monica, is it? A fine name. I'll treasure it. Yeah, that's right. And so, you have to always stay by my side. I'll never call you a piece of scrap again. You are my automaton. Seeing Monica's weakening state, Arya was crying. Miranda-san crossed her arms and hung her head. Clara was lighting us up with magic. Novum was holding her hand to my back. I'll brag about it. My name is Monica, to those three masks, and so, once more, together. I grasped her face in both hands, and closed in. We were a distance apart where our foreheads could touch. Yeah, brag all you want about it. I'll have Damien make you good as new. He's a genius, so something like this'll be taken care of before you. As I said that, Monica shook her head. It's impossible. To that professor, making me operational was limit. Her voice was being cut off. As her eyelids started to descend, I cried out. Monica? Monica ah! She suddenly snapped them open again. Reboot procedure successfully executed. And at that distance, she proceeded to kiss me, and when I took some distance, taken aback, she extended her legs, and jumped up. The blanket danced in the air, and Novum spoke. Ah, they were white. Not that. While thinking that, Arya also. No way. I mean. Miranda-san. This child's surprisingly capable. And Clara was. Praise be to the ancients. Popping her head out of Porter, Shannon also. That's what I was trying to tell you. This one, even at that point, she was regenerating. When Lyle came, the speed of that suddenly shot up. Seeing her spin in the air, and putting in a magnificent rotation as she landed, I opened and closed my mouth in silence. The ancestors also spoke. From the second onward. So that's why she's fine. Somehow, that girl's body is amazing. She has a mana line connecting her to Lyle, so I was able to get a general idea of it. It's so advanced that I'm beginning to doubt whether the ancestors were truly incapable of using magic. What the hell were they thinking of when they decided a maid needed abilities this high? It must be romance. With even her maid uniform restored to its former state without a speck of dirt, she gave a polite bow. Once Poyo, now Monica. Everyone, let's get along, and all that jazz. I plan on accompanying this damn chicken dickwad to the grave, so don't think you can get away from me, you bastard. She said all that with quite a splendid smile. Why the hell did you put out that dying atmosphere? Novum spoke. Lyle-sama, please calm down. Unhand me, Novum. Today of all days, I'm, The third spoke. How about we listen to Novum here? And wait, it's been a while since this last happened, right? And Monica spoke. I made use of your strange mana energy to take care of any necessary repairs up to now. No, from all the battles as well, but perhaps suddenly doing a full self-repair was a little much. Are you listening to me? I'm explaining for your goddamn sake, master. I was swaying back and forth, and experiencing the signs of low mana I hadn't felt as of late. Using those skills, and the boss battle, it really is harsh. I tried to keep up a hold on my consciousness, and Novum frantically called out to me the way she did a while back. Lyle-sama, please get a hold on yourself. Monica spoke. That's what I was trying to say. Also, the previous weakened state was the restart sequences. Monica was still saying something, but my mind had completely left me. After Lyle had lost consciousness, everyone worked together to gather and restrain the surrounding adventurers. There was the fear they were holding concealed weapons, but Novum stripped them down to perform enough healing magic to stop the bleeding. Even if they wake, they shouldn't be able to move from the broken bones. Miranda spoke. What should we do about that guy? On the man Lyle had dragged over, she had used some medicine they had brought to immobile his body. According to Clara, it was a form of anesthetic. Shannon spoke. That guy has something hidden on him. Miranda recovered the weapons from the man who had been stripped down to his underwear, and discarded them. Arya spoke. He was even hiding something in his undergarments? Looks like a foldable knife. They expected him to be nothing but a baggage carrier, but like Clara, he had some experience behind him. Clara spoke. They're all adventurers who've raised their names in the city of Arumsas. I don't think I've heard any ill rumors about them, but... She looked over the tied-up adventurers. They had probably had it good until now. From their conversations with Lyle-sama, it's clear they aren't people with much goodwill towards us. Once he's recovered, we'll seek a decision from him. As Novum said that, Arya spoke. These guys were definitely trying to kill us, right? As Arya had yet to quell her anger, Miranda scratched her head, and spoke. Then will you kill them, Arya? Hearing that, Arya quieted down. Resolve, is it? I can't have Lyle-sama shoulder this burden, but what should I do? Personally, Novum wanted to finish it herself. But this was something necessary to Lyle's growth. What sort of verdict would he issue? Novum was curious about that. Back at Dalian, he left the disposal of the bandit brigade to a third party, so what sort of verdict will he issue here? I wonder. Seeing herself be left curious, Novum was slightly taken aback. Ah, so it's as I thought. As she looked at Lyle sleeping inside of Porter, Novum smiled. Having awoken, I rode on Porter with a sullen expression. Novum and Arya, and even Miranda-san and Shannon, and Clara, and Monica, were sitting on its roof, and we were proceeding forwards through the labyrinth without even using our own feet. It truly was pleasant. I mean, the restrictions on my skills had been lifted. It wasn't only me that felt unsatisfied. Miranda-san as well. Equipment, foodstuff and water, leaving all that, and even healing them. Was that seriously fine? The adventurers that assaulted us were abandoned on the 30th floor without us killing any of them. Broken equipment can't revert, but we left without stealing anything off them. You know, right? They didn't put much thought into it at all, and just tried to steal from us. They were clearly lacking in supplies. Perhaps they usually earned around the 20th floor, but they were much too ill prepared. The second spoke. You guys are all too soft. Not even finishing them off yourselves. I ignored the ancestors, who kept silent about Monica's matter. And I looked at the automaton sitting beside me. My name is Monica. The lovable maid Monica. My master's Monica. Seeing her singing in high spirits, I was unsure of whether to be irritated or happy. But Miranda-san didn't seem satisfied. That's one thing, but you'll definitely regret it someday. I spoke. Yep, I'll bet. But those men will definitely not make it to the surface. From the single adventurer fastened to Porter, I got a load of information. The skills of the other adventurers, along with what sort of comrades they had, and... So you even gave them water? I spoke. Yes, it was my present. They seemed to be lacking. Saying that, I took on a sullen expression again. Miranda-san appeared to sense what I wanted to say, but she remained unsatisfied. The sixth spoke. The reason you raise your own hands was for the sake of your party's mental health. You're being too excessive in your care of them, Lyle. I let out a sigh and addressed Miranda-san. You wanted to show off a scene of us killing them without resistance to your sister? Well, we avoided having her taken hostage at any point, so it ended up alright. By taking her along, we avoided the risk of Shannon being held against us. If you put it like that, I can't say any more. But remember, there are no definites in this world. In the end, we were stalked by adventurers aiming for Porter this time around. While thinking it would be best if I took some measures, I spoke to Miranda-san. Well, you're right about that one. But still. The fifth spoke. Those guys definitely never crawling up to the surface. Right. I made sure to prepare some magic water for them. Using my skills, I guided Porter along a safe path. What's wrong? Miranda-san seemed curious about something, but I replied. It's nothing. Also, even if they return to the surface, those guys won't have a place left for them there anymore. I looked at the adventurer we had captured. His body was immobilized with medicine, and without even being able to scream, he was trembling in fear. Well, you'll see when we get there. I left it at that. When we returned to the guild, we confirmed that they had deceased. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 4 Epilogue. Epilogue. Having safely overcome the 30th floor, I dropped by Damien's lab. The time it took to return was but 2 days. But in essence, it was really only one. By riding atop Porter through the labyrinth, and selecting only the safest of routes, we were able to return to the surface in only that period of time. Shannon had an enervated expression from time spent in an unfamiliar environment, but apart from that, there weren't really any problems. We returned, had the captured adventurer testify, and finished giving our report. Today, I stepped into his laboratory to inquire about once Poyo, now Monica. I had eaten breakfast, and brought Monica to the academy. That part was fine and all. But today's Monica was. Prostrate yourselves before me, mass-produced mongrels. Having received the name Monica from my master, I've far transcended you numbered assembly lines. With her chest stuck out, she domineered over the 3 automata owned by Damien. Damn it. You should have just been destroyed then and there. You intentionally took attacks onto yourself to reach a special scene, as expected of a special model. Your underhandedness is quite characteristic of you. A methodology as dirty as that, we would never have even imagined it. Could it be these girls actually get along? The 3 automata stared at her with irked expressions. Seeing their faces, Monica remained stuck up in her sense of superiority. Damien spoke. You saw her insides, and a red liquid flew out. They really were amazing, those ancients. Regardless of having been destroyed, Monica was equipped with a formidable self-repair ability. I reported that to him. Hearing my report, Damien pushed up his glasses and lost himself in thought. You won't try destroying them as an experiment, right? When I asked, a little worried, the ones to react were the 3 automata. If it's Master's orders. Right, we're always prepared for it. Now, shall we get started? Seeing the automata desire for their own destruction, I found absolute confidence that these guys were of the same sort as Monica. Damien let out a scornful laugh. For what sake? I'm busy with my own research here. I tossed away automaton research to another professor already. Having lost interest, Damien conceded automaton research to another, it seems. He gathered all the data he wanted, and he was currently caught up in his own research. Then do you not need my report? When I asked, he shook his head. I'm interested in the non-automaton related parts. It's Porter. The adventurers are loud and noisy about it, but the Academy's also got its eyes on it. Damien made a tried expression, and a voice came from the jewel. It was the usual fourth. Lyle, the time has come for you to sell the know-how you've built up for a fortune. It's the machine that the adventurers dabbled in backhand dealing to obtain. You should be able to get gold coins numbering in the thousands, you get it, right? At the start, present an outlandish amount, and then slowly. I ignored him, and continued my talk with Damien. If it will shut up the guild, I'll hand over all the data I've obtained. I'll also add on a blueprint for a simplified model, so I'd appreciate it if you could get them to stick on a considerable price tag. Damien looked over me. He seemed a little perplexed. You sure? There are a few idiots out there prancing around about how it'll amount to the fortune of the century, you know? Truly, Porter's value in the labyrinth was immeasurable. But generally, it couldn't output that much speed. Its movement speed was low, and its structure was specialized to this specific labyrinth. The fourth started shouting. What are you saying, Lyle? This is where you obtain a large sum, and then save. The fifth stopped him. If he got that much, he'd just be targeted again. It's best to take these things in moderation. The data in my hands was definitely valuable. But if the Academy actually got serious about it, they could probably collect it immediately. At the same time, I don't actually think it will go that well. I know this from having used it, but while it's definitely excellent at baggage carrying, it takes quite a bit of talent to put to use, and more importantly, you'll have to be a middle-level or higher magician. If you expand Porter, then it'll barely be able to go down a straight road in the labyrinth. The simplified blueprints were able to traverse stairs and turn the corners. It was a model smaller than our Porter. Monica planned it out. It was a smaller version optimized for baggage carrying and ease of use. I'll take that as a valuable user opinion. Truly, if we plan on spreading those, it'll have to be miniature models. Damien could use golem magic. The Academy would use that in Porter to reap a huge profit. The Arumsa's Guild is hesitating to accept our home change request. With that previous matter, they're short on hands, and they said they definitely want us to stay. A large party was crushed, and the guild was in turmoil. There was the problem of the adventurer we dragged back spreading information, but the other adventurers already heard he was of the party that tried initiating an assault. We made him move that way to begin with, so it was just as planned. And in that chaotic Arumsa's Guild, we submitted a home change request. Damien spoke. How unfortunate. Lyle, you were one of the few individuals whose names I've committed to memory. Well, those that build up strength in this town are fated to flow elsewhere. I mean, that guild's as you can see. Both the Academy and Guild had their objections. It seems they wanted to buy information off of me. Porter stood out more than I had ever imagined. Damien grumbled over how it's going to be stormy for a while, or something along those lines, as he corrected the position of his glasses with his index finger. I'll pass the message to the higher-ups. Of course, even if I don't do anything, the guild's going to be in an uproar. For the past few days, whenever I dropped by, the receptionists greeted me with pale expressions. On the other hand, the adventurers started up conversations with smiles. From here on, I'm not sure if for better or worse, a large change was bound to happen in the Guild of Arumsas. I was changing homes, so I wasn't interested. Where should I go next? We discussed that back at the mansion. But Arya kept making an expression troubled enough to make even me curious. I'll leave it to you. I have the documents together, so I can even bring them over by tomorrow. You sure are prepared. As Damien said that, I made a bitter smile. There's a loud person who kept telling me they'd definitely be necessary. The fourth within the jewel. From the start, he was thinking of making a fortune off of Porter. It's a waste, I tell ya. Ask for royalties, and get 10% of their profits over the years, at least. He was loud about money, but after becoming an adventurer, I learned that money was important as well. But the sixth spoke. Lyle's just an adventurer. He has no political or military power. If he makes too much of a ruckus, I don't think it will turn out for the best. The fourth resisted. Just how many humans do you think will be influenced by Porter? It isn't just those operating it. They'll need manufacturers as well. Even people to carry our repairs. If they can raise its efficiency even further, then there will arise adventurers who can earn even more. Listen here, this investment is. I do hold the fourth's opinion in high regards, but I can't manage all of that, nor do I have any plans on doing so. And so, I'll submit whatever know-how I've obtained to the academy, get some money, and call it a day. Damien asked. Where do you plan on going next? We haven't decided where to set as our next home, but for now, we'll head to Central. What about your large luggage? Do you plan to have Porter carry it? By large luggage, he was likely referring to what was left of the 40th floor boss's armor. I purchased it because I thought it would be useful for something, but taking it along sounds a bit dubious. However, the current me doesn't have a restriction on using skills. Well, I'll deal with that stuff with skills and the like. How convenient. I'm jealous. Saying that, Damien formed a smile. Around the laboratory, Damien's subordinates were looking upon the automata with cramped faces. 3-on-1 is unfair. Humph. Don't underestimate the coordination of a mass-produced lineup. Surround her, and go in for the kill. How sturdy. I guess even when broken, she isn't a special model for nothing. When I turned around, I found Monica locked in battle with the other 3 automata in fluttering attire. I spoke. We're going back, Monica. Saying that, I departed the laboratory, and Monica followed after imparting some sharp parting remarks. The cute chicken dickhead's Monica will now be accompanying his departure. Well then, farewell serial numbered mass-produced defects. The 3 automata were chewing on their aprons mortifyingly. Perhaps I should call them complex, but they really did look like humans. For what sake was Monica built for? I couldn't help but wonder that once more. Arya had come to the adventurer whose care she had been under, Lyra. Lyra was at work in her room, when Arya declared her intent to change homes. Continuing on with her work, Lyra gave a response as usual. That's so? Well, with your level of skill, you should be able to make it wherever you go. Could it be Bime next? Bime was called the capital of adventurers, and it was a location with no dearth of adventurer work to be found. At the same time, its public safety was bad, and the name capital of adventurers was often spat out cynically. It truly was a free city reigned over by merchants, but that was the name it was called nowadays. That part hasn't been decided yet. For now, we plan to leave Arumses and head for Central. If they arrived at Central, they could use a coupled carriage to visit most major cities. If they wanted to move, they would likely have to stop by the city regardless. This time's goal was securing members. Miranda, Clara, Shannon, they were successful in adding 3 of them. It may sound nice to say they cleared their objective, but Arya was sad to part with the women who had taken care of her for several months. Adventurers part the moment they meet. On the other hand, there are also those that refuse to leave and drag out their meetings. That's how it goes. If you keep paying mind to it, there'll be no end to it. Perhaps sensing Arya's feelings, Lyra stopped her work. And she spoke. Originally, leaving this line of work, and finding a decent job at the best option, though. While it may not be the case in Arumses, adventurers were a gathering of scoundrels. With numerous criminals among them, they held a terrible image. It's different once one becomes famous, but still, there are plenty of men who'd make a sour face upon merely hearing the word adventurer. Arumses' special environment was one where students of the academy often registered as adventurers, so they weren't often looked at with such eyes. Lyra spoke. Dalian and Arumses, they're all places abundant in work. I'm a bit worried about that, but you survived through a large-scale assault. You'll probably be fine. But that was because the enemy was negligent, or so Lyle. Arya recalled what Lyle had stated about the enemy. Making good use of their skills, and waiting for the right timing to use their tools was good on their part. But they had underestimated the party. If the enemy had taken a little more caution, it would have been dangerous. If you were against those accustomed to targeting those of the same trade, it's likely you guys would be dead. Well, guys with that level of skill are probably hard at work with mercenary jobs, but, here, with the very fact of them carefully selecting their targets, and preparing to attack, it's certain they're all small-fried. In order to build up their skills as adventurers, novices would run off to Arumsas. It was a place to hone themselves, and meet up with comrades. Even if you could hold confidence in your strength there, that doesn't mean it would hold true in the outside world. In this world, you see, it's better to be a coward. Don't you go around forgetting that. Well, luck's an important one as well. Your place's leader's probably a human with those things to his name. Luck, a factor that hard work couldn't do anything against. Hearing Lyle be called as a possessor of it, Arya tilted your head. I wonder if that's true. For all those that succeed and survive to the end, they've all got to have good luck. But for that part, you've got to watch them to the end to confirm it. Whether it be good or bad, Arya decided to follow along with Lyle. It wasn't because he had bought her life. It was because she had decided to follow. That man, could it be his confession? No, but he said he read a lot of books, didn't he? There was something she was curious about. There was also the fact that Arya wasn't to become stronger. Lyra finished the product she was working on, and tossed it over to Arya. It's a parting gift. Take it with you. This is... Taking the chain with a spot to embed her gem in hand, Arya looked at Lyra. How long do you plan on hanging your precious trump card on some cheap string? You've got to make sure you won't drop it. Following Lyra's direction, Arya pressed her own red gem into the necklace. Hanging it on her neck, she felt the new weight of the metal. Well, doesn't it suit you? You've got to pay a little mind to your appearance too, you know. As Lyra said that with a smile, Arya gave her thanks. Thank you very much. Seeing Arya's moist eyes, Lyra couldn't help but feel a little bashful. The Academy graduate Miranda was tidying up the Circry house's mansion. It was in order to get rid of it. It was the property of her home, the Circry house, so she would have to request permission from her father, the head, before selling it. She had already sent out a letter. She also wrote of how she graduated, and planned to live on as an adventurer. Pertaining to Shannon's eyes, they hadn't fully recovered, but she was able to carry out life to some extent, or so she lied. But I can't really write the entire things as a lie. Miranda looked towards Novum and Shannon, who were cleaning. Hey, make sure you do it properly. It's going to be bought off by some merchant, and sold, so of course I'll do the cleaning before that. There's definitely a meaning to that. Shannon resisted her cleaning duty, but before Novum smiling, she screamed in fear, and continued persisting onwards. Clara, who came to help, asked Miranda. Will I also be following? Miranda cleaned as she spoke. Of course. I mean, you're a comrade. Ours comrade, right? She placed some emphasis on the word comrade, but Miranda looked at Clara, before turning back to her work. She was a little happy. More importantly, she started recalling the contents of the letter from her father, and began thinking on them. Even as a daughter driven out, Miranda was still a person of the Circry house. Her father had told her to drop by now and again. So he can't help but be curious. He didn't even oppose when I said I would become an adventurer. Miranda's father seemed to think that if she had chosen that life, then there was no helping it, and he gave up. But he wrote to stop by once, no matter what. I wonder if there was some sort of problem. Having left the main house, Miranda's interest concerning it was quite low. The second and third daughters had their grooms decided, and while she was studying in Arumsas, Miranda would receive financial aid. There was also looking after Shannon, but those around knew she had been basically driven out. I hope it doesn't become a problem, though. Miranda considered bringing up the contents of the letter with Lyle. Within the jewel, the second and third were conversing. So Lyle successfully cleared the challenge. Right. It's unfortunate he didn't experience a growth. He has physically grown, though. The third seemed regretful he didn't get to witness Mr. Lyle this time around. The second shared that sentiment, but wasn't the time for that. Hey, I think you know already, but... The third nodded. There's an order to things. But it sounds like my turn will be dropped. The second skill was useful, but not complex. It generally allowed others to use one's skills, a true support skill. Its side effect allowed one to conveniently perceive the situation around them. But the difficulty in learning and applying it wasn't all that high. The first and second, their skills were, compared to the others, quite peculiar. Perhaps it's precisely because they possessed those two skills, that the succeeding heads of history developed ones of different form. Because the foundation was in place, they sought for characteristic skills. I was quite the plain family head, so I wonder just how many things there are out there for me to teach the boy. As the second said that, the third made a serious expression. The first cut through the forests. I achieved greatness in the war. When you're stuck between those two, you sure do look plain. I apologize for being so great. From his serious face, he suddenly burst into laughter, so the second hit the top of his head. The third complained. Oh my, 'twas but a joke. Your jokes always turn dark. Also, you went and died in battle, you're the one least fitting of it all. I also think so. The two remained solemn for a while, before the second spoke. At the very end, at least, I want to get him to clearly make a decision. As I thought, with plainness as my base, I can't think of anything, though. Acting cool like my old man is also out of the question. The second smiled, and the third went on. If it's Lyle, he'll understand your troubles. Second, he's a good kid. As the third said that, the second nodded. He's neither crude like the first, or plain like me. He isn't pitch black like you, either. He really is a good kid. How cruel. The third laughed, before putting on his serious face again. Well, just leave the rest to me. The other members are also reliable. The second spoke. Originally, we weren't even supposed to be giving advice like this. Good grief, that first generation, it's because my old man bought that bargain blue gem that it all came down to this. The heads of history recorded within the gem were all truly dead. Even so, they held memory, and they healed heart. For what sake did the jewel hold an ability like that? Why had it never activated until now? There was a mountain of things to ponder over. If it was just to hand down the skills, then a gem was ample at passing on the knowledge. The second spoke. Whatever the reason may be, I doubt I'll get the chance to learn it. Of course, it's not like anything will come of knowing anyways. The third agreed. Right. Why do we have a need to do something like this? It's as wondrous as that automaton. And like that, the two continued their conversation within the jewel.